In the 40th year of Konoha, the Second Ninja War had just ended. The Uchiha clan, in an elegant courtyard. As the sun rose, Uchiha Byakuya had already put on his combat uniform with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on it and walked out wearing a Konoha forward protector. At the same time, Uchiha Bei moved his mind, and a virtual panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Negative energy system, host Uchiha Byakuya, physical skills, 8 ninjutsu s illusion, 8 chakra s possessing ninjutsu magical jagami, illusionary unknown fire, phoenix fire, great fireball, great dragon fire, water dragon bullet. Bloodline, 3 Megatama Sharingan. Negative energy, 9.9W. That's right, the Uchiha Byakuya in front of him is a time traveler. I don't know how it happened, but I traveled to the world of Naruto and became an orphan of the Uchiha clan. It also has a golden finger called the negative energy system. As long as you can make people angry, shy, anxious, fearful, sad, jealous. And other negative emotions, you can gain a certain amount of negative energy, ninjutsu, and attribute points as rewards. The greater the target's emotional fluctuations, the greater the negative energy and rewards received. Therefore, Baya began to collect negative energy in the following days. Moreover, Baya discovered that as a member of the Uchiha clan, it was too easy for him to collect negative energy. Although the Uchiha clan is a powerful family in Konoha, it sounds like they have a high status. However, the Hokage and the Konoha high-level officials have been suppressing the Uchiha clan and causing trouble for them everywhere. It can be said that everyone in the entire Konoha village is full of malice towards the Uchiha clan. When he was in the ninja school, Baya was envied by others because of his handsomeness and strength, which brought him a lot of negative energy. After becoming a ninja and opening the Sharingan, Baya attracted the jealousy of countless people and brought a lot of negative energy to Baya. When he joined the Uchiha clan guard, he maintained the stability of Konoha, offended other ninja families, attracted countless disgusts, and also brought a lot of negative energy to Baya. It can be said that Baya doesn't need to collect them deliberately at all. As soon as Baya appears and stands on the street, he can feel the full negative energy. Relying on these negative energies, Baya's strength increased rapidly, and he soon possessed the strength of a quasi-shadow. Although, relying on the strength of Junkage, he is considered to be the top combat force in the entire Konoha village. The number of people in Konoha who are stronger than Baya can be counted on one hand. However, Baya was very clear that the Third War was about to begin. This level of strength is simply not enough. Later, there was the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Night of Extermination, and the Fourth Ninja War where the Jonin were worse than dogs and cage-level ninjas were everywhere. Without strong power, you won't even know how you died. Therefore, Baya now has only one goal, which is to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Relying on the power brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Baya can easily reach the level of Kage. Of course, although the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is extremely strong, it is also very difficult to activate it. For other members of the Uchiha clan, it is very difficult to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. It requires not only talent but also great stimulation. However, Baya, who has a golden finger, is different. As long as he has negative energy, Baya can open the Mangekyo Sharingan. To upgrade the 3 Magneto Sharingan to the Mangekyo, 100,000 negative energies are required. Baya now has 99,000 negative energy and is about to accumulate 100,000 negative energy. The thought of being able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan and drive a Gundam immediately made him feel happy. Baya felt a little excited. I hope today, I can encounter more negative energy. Baya couldn't help but think of this, walked out of his yard, and came to the security building. Along the way, all the Uchiha clan ninjas greeted Baya with admiring eyes. The ninja world is a world that worships the strong. This is especially true for the Uchiha clan. Although Baya is not very old, he has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at an early age, and his strength is one of the best in the entire Uchiha clan. Lord Baya, this is this month's protection fee. At this moment, an Uchiha ninja came to Baya and handed him a stack of banknotes. Uchiha N, a follower of Baya, is a senior ninja of the Uchiha clan. Very good. Distribute them according to the distribution method. Baya couldn't help but say, yes. Thank you, Lord Baya. After hearing this, Uchiha Yen quickly divided the money into several parts and distributed them. Every Uchiha ninja who received the money showed an excited expression on his face. You read that right, the powerful Uchiha clan ninjas are all poor. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Do you really think the conflict between Konoha's high-ranking officials and the Uchiha clan is just talk? Obviously not. As the guard force of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan did not receive any funding. The Uchiha clan is responsible for all the expenses of the guard team. It was even said that when Baya went to the Hokage building to ask for money, the top leaders of Konoha directly stated that the entire security force was managed by the Uchiha clan, and all expenses should be borne by the Uchiha clan. Everything was for the will of fire. Listen, is this human language? Baya laughed at that time. Will of fire, can this even be eaten? A guard team that protects the village is not paid. Although the Uchiha clan is a wealthy family and has connections with the Ninja Cat clan, they can make money by selling weapons. However, this amount of money is obviously a drop in the bucket. More importantly, a ninja, the only way for gamers to make money is to take on tasks. Because of the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, all kinds of easy tasks with high rewards have long been reserved for Konoha's top leaders. The only tasks left for the Uchiha clan were those with low pay and were dangerous. Faced with such Konoha high-level officials, Baya decisively started the protection fee mode. The effect is also very significant. The lives of every member of Baya's team have been greatly improved. Of course, if you collect protection fees, you have to protect these businesses. Baya will deal with anyone who dares to cause trouble. Lord Baya, I heard a piece of news. The clan leader may abdicate soon. After dividing the money, Uchiha Yen came to Baya again and spoke in a low voice. The clan leader abdicates. Baya was stunned when he heard the news from Uchiha Yen. The current Uchiha clan leader is indeed very old. If Baya remembered correctly, the next head of the Uchiha clan seemed to be Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader abdicates, really? Of course it's true, my father used to be the patriarch's bodyguard. The clan leader personally came to my father and asked him to support Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader. I overheard it too, Uchiha Yen said very affirmatively. What, Uchiha Fugaku, damn it, how can this guy be qualified to be the clan leader? That's right. Even if we choose a new clan leader, it should be Lord Baya. Lord Baya, we support you to be the clan leader. Yes, we support Lord Baya. The people, led by Uchiha Yen, all shouted loudly. Uchiha Fugaku, like Byakuya, is the new generation of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike Baya's radicalism, Uchiha Fugaku is a dove, a person brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. No matter what you do, it should be based on the will of fire. Although he looks majestic and awe-inspiring, he actually harms the interests of the Uchiha clan everywhere. Many people in the Uchiha clan look down upon Uchiha Fugaku. As for Baya, he also looked down upon Uchiha Fugaku. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he actually protected the Konoha high-level officials everywhere, suppressed the Uchiha clan, and raised a traitorous son. He had clearly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he hid it and never used it until his death. He watched helplessly as the Uchiha clan was destroyed without any resistance. Is this the head of the Uchiha clan? Baya even suspected that this was a spy sent in by the Hokage. Anyway, Baya would never agree to Uchiha Fugaku being the clan leader. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Baya waved his hand that it was obvious that Baya was not interested in the position of patriarch at the moment. Now Baya has more important things to do, which is to improve his strength. The position of patriarch and the rights he has are all empty. In the world of Naruto, the most important thing is strength. Therefore, what Baya needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. For Baya, the fastest way to improve his strength is to collect negative energy. I hope to get a little more negative energy today. Begin patrol. Yes. Baya waved his hand and started patrolling with the guards. When they arrived at the commercial street, countless merchants felt relieved when they saw Baya and others coming, and they all greeted them with a smile. Although, Baya collected protection fees from them. However, Baya will also send guards to protect them. Therefore, with the presence of Baya and others, basically no one dared to come to their store to cause trouble. It is even said that many businesses would offer money to seek Baya's protection. As for the reason, apparently it is also very simple. Do you really think that everyone in Konoha village is a good person? In other words, everyone in the village is like Naruto, who forgives his enemies at every turn. Obviously not possible. Especially for a ninja, it is too easy to deal with ordinary people. It is even said that no evidence will be left. Captain Baya, Captain Baya. At this moment, a ninja from the Uchiha clan came to Baya. What's going on? What happened? Baya couldn't help but say. In the weapons store in Area 7, there are ninjas causing trouble, the visitor said with a serious expression. Making trouble, do you still need to tell me this? Just take it down, Baya said without hesitation. Baya collected protection fees, and since he collected protection fees, these merchants were protected by the guards. Well, the troublemaker this time is a bit troublesome. It's Sarutobi Shinosuke, the visitor hurriedly explained. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the Hokage's son, Baya said with some surprise. Sarutobi Shinosuke is the eldest son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the father of Konohamaru. Come on, take me to see. Baya couldn't help but say. Area 7 is not far away. At this moment, the owner of the weapons store, an arrogant man, was forcing people to buy and sell. Hey, boss. I want this iron ingot of yours, maybe a little cheaper, just 1,000. The arrogant man looked at the boss and said. And this arrogant man is Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage. Sir, the price you offer is too low. This is chakra metal, the owner of the weapons store said with a frustrated look on his face. It's decided. Here's 1000 yuan. Give me the iron ingots immediately. This is a gift for my brother. My Hokage father will also be very happy. Sarutobi Shinnishuk directly picked up his Hokage father. Upon hearing this, the owner of the weapons shop suddenly looked grim. Just when the owner of the weapons shop was in a dilemma, Baya walked over from a distance and said to Sarutobi Shinnishuk in a bad tone, "Are you the one causing trouble here?" Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk also looked over and frowned when he saw the family emblem on Baya's body. A member of the Uchiha clan. Ding, feeling the disgust from Sarutobi Shinnishuk, plus 10 negative energy, chakra plus 5. The system's prompt sound made Baya smile. I am now when I needed the ability to use negative energy. I didn't expect that Sarutobi Shinnishuk, this leak, would show up at my doorstep. Since it is a leak that is delivered to his doorstep, how can Baya let it go? Just when Sarutobi Shinnishuk was about to speak, Baya raised his hand and slapped him. Pa! A palm print suddenly appeared on Sarutobi Shinnishuk's left cheek. You actually dared to hit me. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was stunned and looked at Baya in shock. My father is the third Hokage, I will not forgive you. Pa! Sarutobi Shinnishuk received another loud slap in the face in response. Your dad is the Hokage. What does this have to do with me? In any case, Sarutobi Hiruzen always targeted the Uchiha clan and did not regard the Uchiha clan as members of Konoha at all. It is even said that the Uchiha clan will be destroyed in the future. If he didn't attack Sarutobi Shinnishuk in front of him, would Sarutobi Hiruzen let the Uchiha clan go? Obviously not possible. If that's the case, then why be polite? Not only will Baya not be polite to him, he also plans to extract more negative energy from him. Two big jokes in a row. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face was as swollen as a steamed bun. At this time, Sarutobi Shinnishuk also reacted and became furious. Ding, feeling the anger from Sarutobi Shinnishuk, plus 50 negative energy, gaining wind style, dust technique. A ninjutsu exploded. Not bad. Not bad. Baya was even more delighted when he saw the newly acquired ninjutsu. I'm going to kill you. The angry Sarutobi Shinnishuk immediately drew out a kunao and was about to attack Baya. However, Baya was even faster than him. Before Sarutobi Shinnishuk could get close to Bai kicked him away. Sarutobi Shinnishuk rolled on the ground like a donkey for more than 10 times. Humph, you actually dared to attack the security team. I suspect he has betrayed Konoha village. Bring him back to me, Baya said bluntly. Yes. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha and another ninja immediately caught Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was flying backwards. Boss, if you encounter this kind of thing next time, just notify our security team directly. Before leaving, Baya said to the owner of the weapons shop. Yes, thank you, Lord Baya. After hearing Baya's words, the owner of the weapons shop quickly thanked Baya. Even the owners of other shops around were surprised to see Baya actually beat up the Hokage's son. They actually did it as expected of Konoha's guard team. Yes, I never thought that the Uchiha guards would be so reliable. This protection fee is worth it. Countless bosses talked about it, and the owner of the weapons shop was the most grateful. But this has nothing to do with Baya. Baya now has only one goal, which is to teach Sarutobi Shinnishuk a lesson and take away the negative energy from him. In the interrogation room of the Konoha guard, Sarutobi Shinnishuk had his chakra sealed and was tied to a cross. Tell me, why did you betray Konoha? Baya asked while crossing his legs and looking at Sarutobi Shinnishuk tied to the cross. Damn it, damn Uchiha. What are you doing? I am the son of the Hokage, how dare you do this to me? My father will never forgive you. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was tied to the cross, had not yet figured out the situation and was still cursing at Baya. Sarutobi Shinnishuk never expected that he was caught by the Uchiha guard just because he wanted to force a piece of chakra metal. However, Sarutobi Shinnishuk still did not feel any fear in his heart. But his father is the third Hokage of Konoha. Do the Uchiha clan dare to attack me? Haha, you're not going to tell me, are you? Hit me. Give me half an hour first. Baya said to Uchiha Yan beside him. Yes. Lord Baya. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan and several Uchiha clan ninjas clenched their fists and rushed towards Sarutobi Shinjiro to assist. The Hokage's son cannot be beaten up at any time. Moreover, the Hokage appeared to suppress the Uchiha clan, and now there is a chance to beat up the Hokage's son. The two of them are very excited and work very hard. The sandbag-like fist landed heavily on Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Soon, Sarutobi Shinnishuk let out a series of screams. You actually dared to hit me. My father will never forgive you. Soon Sarutobi Shinnishuk let out a heart-wrenching scream. The intense pain filled him with resentment towards Baya. Ding, sensing the resentment from Sarutobi Shinnishuk, plus 80 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 5. Ding, feeling the hatred from Sarutobi Shinnishuk, plus 100 negative energy, Illusion plus 6. Ding, feeling the hatred from Sarutobi Shinnishuk, plus 110 negative energy, Ninjutsu plus 7. Hearing Sarutobi Shinoshuke's screams and seeing his rapidly increasing negative energy and attribute points, Baya was extremely excited. It seems that I can quickly accumulate 100,000 negative energies and activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, the screams suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why did it stop? Baya asked doubtfully. Lord Baya, he confessed. Uchiha Yen said to Baya, stop hitting me. What do you want to ask? I admit it. Sarutobi Shinoshuke, with a bruised face and nose, said while panting. Although Sarutobi Shinoshuke is a ninja, he has been spoiled since childhood because he is the son of the Hokage. When he wants to learn ninjutsu, there is a teacher who teaches him personally, and when he wants ninja tools, someone will immediately give them to him. When have I ever been treated like this? Soon, he succumbed to the beating. Asshole, who told you to admit it? As a Konoha ninja, you actually surrendered like this. Are you worthy of Konoha village? Are you worthy of the will of fire? Keep fighting, and let him know what the will of fire is. Baya cursed at Sarutobi Shinoshuke with a look of disappointment, and at the same time ordered Uchiha N to continue beating Sarutobi Shinoshuke. After hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Shinoshuke was also confused. I had already surrendered, so why was I beaten up? Yes. Lord Baya. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yen continued to assist Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Uchiha Byakuya, I drafted. I will never forgive you. It hurts so much. Sarutobi Shinoshuke let out another series of screams. Ding, feeling the hatred from Sarutobi Shinoshuke, plus 120 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 10. Ding, feeling the hatred from Sarutobi Shinoshuke, plus 130 negative energy, taijutsu plus 12. Ding, sensing the resentment from Sarutobi Shinoshuke, plus 150 negative energy, illusion plus 13. Soon, Baya's negative energy accumulated to 10W. Now that I have accumulated enough points, of course I will activate the Mangekyo Sharingan immediately. Yan, I leave this to you. Baya said hello and walked out of the interrogation room. Don't worry, Lord Baya, I will treat him well. Uchiha Yen clenched his fists excitedly and continued to beat Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Baya came to a safe room. Ding, consume 100,000 negative energy, activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, Baya felt a powerful force surging into his eyes. This force forcibly broke through the invisible barrier in Baya's eyes. Baya couldn't help but his eyes turned red, and the three Megatama rotated rapidly and continued to merge. The result is a hollow triangular windmill pattern. A powerful pupil power burst out from Baya's eyes. Is this my Mangekyo Sharingan? Feeling the powerful force brought by his eyes, Baya was extremely excited. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Baya also obtained his own Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. The left eye pupil technique is Buddha-Soul. The ability is very simple, which is to strengthen all the abilities displayed by Baya. As for the extent of strengthening, it is entirely determined by the pupil power injected by Baya. To put it simply, the more pupil power Baya injects, the more the strength of a certain ability will be enhanced. This ability is surprisingly similar to Uchiha Madara's. Baya couldn't help but think in his heart. But if you think about it, the Mangekyo Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind. The corresponding pupil technique will be awakened according to what each person thinks. Baya attaches great importance to strength, so it is very reasonable for him to awaken the enhanced eye technique Buddha Yahan. Although the ability of Buddha Yahan is only to assist the pupil technique, Baya has to admit that the upper limit of this pupil technique is very high. Right eye technique Divine Power. This is an ability very similar to Uchiha Obito's eye technique. By opening a different dimension of your own, you can make your body invisible, hide in the different dimension, and avoid attacks. As a time traveler, Baya is very aware of the power of spatial ability and has always wanted to obtain it. Unexpectedly, the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique fulfilled his wish. In addition to the two eye techniques, there is also Susanoo, which is known as the Divine Technique. Although he has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength has surpassed the cage level. But that's not enough for me. Baya closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and thought about his plan in his mind. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique is extremely powerful, it also has its flaws. Excessive use of the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan will cause blindness. The only way to solve the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan is to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, one needs to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of one's brothers and sisters. Baya is now an orphan and has no brothers or sisters at all. However, Baya has a system. To upgrade the Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 1 million negative energy is required. It seems that we need to continue collecting negative energy. Baya couldn't help but think. In an elegant courtyard in the center of the Uchiha clan, this is the residence of the current Uchiha clan leader. At this time, a man with a bitter face was kneeling in front of the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha General Fugaku. I'm old now, and from now on, the Uchiha clan will be handed over to you. You have a calm personality and will definitely bring glory to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen said in a hoarse voice while looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Gen is not very old, only about 50 years old, he suffered a serious injury when he was young, and his health is not as good as before. After some screening and investigation, Uchiha Gen discovered that Uchiha Fugaku was the heir of the Will of Fire. Uchiha Gen believed that as long as Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader, he would be able to ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan and lead the Uchiha clan to glory. Therefore, the Uchiha clan leader planned to hand over the position of clan leader to Uchiha Fugaku before his death. Yes. Thank you for your trust, Chief. I will definitely not let you down, Uchiha Fugaku responded excitedly. I never thought that I would become the patriarch. How could Uchiha Fugaku not be excited? I have already informed several elders of the Uchiha clan, they will support you. Besides that, your only obstacle is Uchiha Byakuya. He is the biggest obstacle to your becoming the clan leader. Only by defeating him can you become the clan leader, Uchiha Gen said as he looked at Fugaku, who looked excited. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen is very familiar with the entire family. Especially, he has always paid attention to Uchiha Byakuya. Baya has a very high reputation in the Uchiha clan and is also very powerful. He had also thought about letting Baya become the next generation patriarch. However, Baya was too extreme and did not agree at all with the Will of Fire proposed by the Hokage. Such a person is simply incapable of leading the Uchiha clan to glory. After much deliberation, he finally chose Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Fugaku is not good-looking and lacks strength, his potential is even more incomparable to Baya. However, Uchiha Fugaku is the staunch successor to the Will of Fire. Uchiha Gen believed that by handing the Uchiha clan over to Uchiha Fugaku, and relying on the Will of Fire, he would be able to lead the Uchiha clan to glory. I get it, I will definitely defeat him, Uchiha Fugaku said very confidently. He also had a crush on Baya, a fellow tribesman. I've heard something about it. It is said that Baya's strength is very powerful, but Uchiha Fugaku doesn't care at all. I am 5 or 6 years older than Baya, so there is no reason why I can't defeat Baya. More importantly, Baya, as a Konoha ninja and a member of the security team, did not protect Konoha village properly, but actually collected protection fees. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, this was a disgrace to their Uchiha clan. Don't underestimate Baya, Uchiha Yuen warned, coughing violently at the same time. Father, are you okay? Take the medicine quickly. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a young girl came out from behind the house holding a bowl of medicine. When he saw this girl, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly widened. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Haha, Fugaku, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Mikato. Mikato, this is Fugaku. You two are about the same age, so you should communicate more in the future. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's expression, Uchiha Yuen said with a smile. Uchiha Gen was very clear that his body was about to fail. Therefore, he planned to hand his daughter over to Uchiha Fugaku in the future. Uchiha Fugaku will be the clan leader in the future, so his daughter will be the clan leader's wife. Ms. Mikato, Uchiha Fugaku quickly saluted. Mr. Fugaku, you're welcome, Uchiha Mikato responded with a smile. Just as they were about to communicate, a member of the Uchiha clan rushed in a panic. Master Patriarch. Something bad has happened. Seeing the person rushing in a panic, both Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan leader frowned. What a panic, what happened? Seeing the person coming, Uchiha Yuen asked unhappily. Master, this is bad. Captain Byakuya has captured the Hokage's son, Sarutobi Shinnishuk. He's being beaten violently in the interrogation room right now, the visitor said immediately. What is Baya doing? He actually dared to capture the Hokage's son. Doesn't he know that this will provoke conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? When Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Gen heard the news, they both showed expressions of surprise on their faces. No, we must not let anything happen to the Hokage's son. Fugaku, I leave this matter to you. I wonder if you can handle this matter. Uchiha Gen looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said meaningfully. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will handle this matter. After hearing what Uchiha Gen said, Uchiha Fugaku said very confidently. Uchiha Fugaku obviously understood what the clan leader meant. This is a chance for you to show yourself. As long as he handles this matter well, he can not only defeat Baya, but also clear the obstacles for himself and the Uchiha clan. At the same time, you can also establish a relationship with the Hokage and pave the way for yourself to become the clan leader in the future. Uchiha Fugaku was very fast and immediately came to the interrogation room with several of his men. As soon as I approached the interrogation room, I heard Sarutobi Shinnishuk's screams inside. Damn it, what are you doing? Release the Hokage's son immediately. Uchiha Fugaku immediately rushed over and shouted loudly. I'm sorry, Captain Fugaku, we can't release them without our captain's order. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha N and others couldn't help but speak. The guard team is also divided into several teams, each of which is in charge of an area of Konoha village. Among them, the Uchiha clan leader is the captain of the security team. Therefore, both Baiya and Uchiha Fugaku were squad leaders of the security team. However, for Uchiha Yan and the others, Baiya and Uchiha Fugaku are both captains of the guard team. However, their captain is Baiya, and they only obey Baiya's orders, not Uchiha Fugaku's orders. Damn it, what are you doing? How dare you disobey my orders? Are you planning a rebellion? Uchiha Fugaku said with wide eyes and an angry look on his face. You know what, when Uchiha Fugaku glares at people with that bitter face, it's really scary. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the interrogation room of the security team? Just at this moment, Baiya, who heard the noise here, walked over. It's Captain Fugaku, what are you doing here at my squad's base? Baiya looked at Fugaku with disdain. Baiya, do you know what you are doing? How dare you arrest the Hokage's son? After seeing Baiya, Uchiha Fugaku asked loudly. Of course I know what I'm doing. As a guard, of course we are responsible for maintaining the safety of Konoha village. I suspect Sarutobi Shinnishuk has betrayed Konoha village, and I'm interrogating him. Baiya couldn't help but say. Are you kidding me? After hearing Baiya's words, Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly speechless. Even if you make an excuse, make it a decent one. The Hokage's son betrayed Konoha village, isn't this a joke? I'm not kidding, Sarutobi Shinnishuk is about to confess. Baiya said this in a very affirmative tone, and at the same time gestured to Uchiha Yan. Yes, Sarutobi Shinnishuk has indeed admitted that he betrayed Konoha village. Uchiha Yan also said immediately. You are forcing a confession under torture. Release Sarutobi Shinnishuk immediately, and then come with me to apologize to the Hokage. I will try my best to get Hokage-sama to spare you. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Baiya and said commandingly. Impossible. And you, a piece of trash, what qualifications do you have to order me around? Baiya looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said with great disdain, without concealing his contempt for Uchiha Fugaku at all. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not think about the Uchiha clan, but instead always considered the interests of the Konoha high-level officials. If he isn't trash, then what is he? Baiya, you are too presumptuous. When Uchiha Fugaku heard Baiya calling him a waste, he immediately became furious. You know, when they heard the noise here, countless Uchiha clan ninjas had gathered here. How could Uchiha Fugaku not be angry when Baiya called him a waste in front of so many people? Ding, feeling Uchiha Fugaku's anger, plus 80 negative energy, illusion plus 8. Hearing this prompt tone, Baiya couldn't help but smile. Tisk, I'm being presumptuous, what can a loser like you do to me? Baiya still said with great disdain. The Uchiha clan was finally wiped out at the hands of Uchiha Fugaku. Regardless of the reason, it is a fact that he, the clan leader, led the clan to destruction. It was not an exaggeration for Baiya to call him a waste. Asshole, today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I heard Baiya repeatedly calling me a waste in front of so many people. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became furious. Today, he must teach Baiya a lesson, otherwise how can he survive in the Uchiha clan in the future and how can he be the clan leader in the future? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku didn't hesitate at all but he drew the ninja sword on his back and slashed towards Baiya. The sharp ninja sword chopped Baiya's body, and then bang, followed by a burst of white smoke. Baiya, who was chopped, turned into a piece of log. Uchiha Fugaku, how dare you attack someone from your own village? Are you planning to become a rebel ninja? At some point, Baiya appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku and kicked him away. Uchiha Fugaku was just an elite jonin and was no match for Baiya at this time. Uchiha Fugaku, who was kicked away, rolled several times on the ground, and the ninja sword in his hand fell out of his hand. After rolling a few times, Uchiha Fugaku quickly got up in a panic. Damn it! Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Fugaku cursed in his heart while quickly forming seals with his hands. In order to be able to enjoy the night, Uchiha Fugaku did not hold back this time and directly used a B-level ninjutsu. The scorching flames gathered into a snarling fire dragon, quickly attacking Baiya. It's a good opportunity to try out my pupil technique. Seeing the fire dragon rushing towards him, Baiya was not in a hurry and quietly used his pupil technique, Butayahan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Baiya also made hand seals. Under Baiya's pupil technique, the originally very ordinary fireball technique was instantly strengthened. Suddenly, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared and rushed towards the fire dragon. Bang! Boom! The savage fire dragon and the huge fireball collided with each other, causing a huge explosion. Fire style, great fire dragon technique, a B-level ninjutsu, is extremely difficult to practice and extremely powerful. It is a powerful ninjutsu that only a senior ninja can master. As for the fire style, great fireball technique, a C-level ninjutsu, this is the most basic fire style, and basically anyone from the Uchiha clan can use it. In theory, the power of B-level ninjutsu can easily crush C-level ninjutsu, but now the situation is completely different. Under the power of Bayesai technique Butayahan, the fireball technique was strengthened and its power increased several times. The huge fireball easily crushed the fire dragon, and at the same time continued to attack Uchiha Fugaku. What? How is this possible? Seeing that his ninjutsu was crushed by Bayes ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku was also shocked and quickly used the instant body technique to dodge. Although Uchiha Fugaku managed to avoid Bayes ninjutsu attack, the huge fire impact still made Uchiha Fugaku very embarrassed that he suffered burns in many places on his body, and even half of his hair was blown away. The Uchiha clan members around them saw the fight between the two and started talking about it in surprise. Oh my god, did you see that? Captain Baya actually used C-level ninjutsu to successfully defeat Captain Fugaku's B-level ninjutsu. Of course I saw it. It's incredible. Yes, C-level ninjutsu actually defeated B-level ninjutsu. Captain Baya is too powerful. I never thought that Captain Fugaku, despite his age, would be even weaker than Captain Byakuya. All the ninjas of the Uchiha clan looked at Baya with admiration, especially Uchiha Yan and other people who followed Baya. They were all very excited. See, this is Lord Byakuya's strength. What qualifications does Uchiha Fugaku have to compare with Lord Byakuya? Hearing the discussions around him, Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly became very gloomy. I originally wanted to show off, but I didn't expect that this time I failed and got beaten up instead. Ding, feeling the anger of Uchiha Fugaku, plus 150 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 2. Waste is indeed waste. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me with such strength? Seeing the angry Uchiha Fugaku, Baya continued to speak with great disdain. Damn it. Don't be too happy too soon. Although I lost the battle of ninjutsu, but a ninja relies on more than just ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku rushed to Baya again, holding a kuno in his hand, and stabbed at Baya. At the same time as Uchiha Fugaku attacked, he also opened the 3-Magatama Sharingan. Through the Sharingan, an illusion was released. Illusion, you're courting death. Feeling Uchiha Fugaku's illusion attack, Baya felt very disdainful. You know, Baya has now opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use the illusion released by the 3-Magatama Sharingan to attack himself. If this is not seeking death, what is it? Illusion rebound. Baya also opened the 3-Magatama Sharingan, and the Magatama in his scarlet eyes turned. Uchiha Fugaku's illusion was directly bounced back by Baya. The illusion was bounced back, and Uchiha Fugaku's spirit was also severely damaged. Uchiha Fugaku, who was attacking, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill you while you are sick. Of course Baya would not miss this opportunity. Whoosh, Baya rushed to Uchiha Fugaku in an instant and punched him in the abdomen. Bang. Puff. Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally vomiting blood, spurted out blood again and fell to the ground. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was trying to get up, a foot suddenly enlarged in front of him and stepped hard on his head. Bang! Uchiha Fugaku's head was slammed into the ground. Humph, a piece of trash, you actually dare to fight me. You really don't know how to live or die. Baya crushed Uchiha Fugaku's face so hard with his feet that it almost turned into a big watermelon. Uchiha Fugaku also wanted to struggle and resist, but unfortunately, Baya is too strong. No matter how he resisted or struggled, it was useless. He could only feel helpless and furious. Ding, feeling the anger from Uchiha Fugaku, plus 200 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 6. Ding, feeling the anger from Uchiha Fugaku, plus 300 negative energy, illusion plus 7. Ding, feeling the anger from Uchiha Fugaku, plus 400 negative energy, chakra plus 10. Sir Baya, you are awesome. Lord Baya is mighty. Uchiha N and other people who followed Baya saw Baya stepping on Uchiha Fugaku, and they all shouted excitedly. Uchiha Byakuya, please release Captain Fugaku. Those who followed Uchiha Fugaku screamed when they saw him being beaten so badly. Humph, Uchiha Fugaku attacked a fellow ninja. I suspect he's going to betray the village. Are you also going to go along with him? Facing these people's accusations, Baya spoke very domineeringly, staring at these people with his scarlet Sharingan. I. Faced with Baya's gaze, these people took a few steps back in fear. They didn't dare to fight Baya. Even their captain, Uchiha Fugaku, was trampled under Baya's feet. What are they doing? Are they looking for trouble? You are such a waste. The subordinates of a worthless person are also worthless. Seeing that these people didn't dare to take action, Baya was very disdainful. At the same time, Baya kicked the half-crippled Uchiha Fugaku in front of Uchiha Yan with force. Lock him up, be careful not to let him die. I don't want to be known as someone who harms my own kind. Baya couldn't help but say. Yes. Lord Baya, all of you, lock up Captain Fugaku immediately. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan was very excited and captured the half-crippled Uchiha Fugaku and put him in prison. The ninjas who followed Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other and watched their captain being imprisoned without saying anything. What should we do now? Captain Fugaku is imprisoned. Let's go find the patriarch. The clan leader must have a solution. These people looked at each other and left quickly. They didn't dare to provoke Uchiha Bei, so they could only report what happened here to the clan leader. What did you say? Byakuya defeated Fugaku. Fugaku was imprisoned by Byakuya. Upon hearing the report from this Uchiha ninja, the clan leader Uchiha Yuen was also shocked. Chief, although it is hard to believe, this is all true. We saw this with our own eyes. Baiye's strength is too strong. These Uchiha ninjas said this in a very affirmative tone. Damn it, how could this happen? Cough cough cough. Because of excitement, the whole person started coughing violently. Uchiha Fugaku, this is the next clan leader he chose, and he has high hopes for him. That was why he asked Fugaku to deal with the matter of the Hokage's son. As for Baiye, he didn't take him seriously at all. In Uchiha Yuen's opinion, even though Baiye has a very high reputation in the Uchiha clan, his strength is also very powerful. However, Uchiha Fugaku is older than Lord Byakuya, and Uchiha Fugaku is the firm successor to the Will of Fire. Could it be that with Uchiha Fugaku's ability, he still can't deal with Baiye? However, he never expected it. Uchiha Fugaku was actually defeated by Baiye. Even he himself was imprisoned in prison. Chief, what should we do now? Captain Fugaku is still imprisoned. The Uchiha clan ninjas looked towards the clan leader. Take me to the interrogation room. I want to see what Baiye is planning to do. Uchiha Gen stood up and walked towards the interrogation room. No matter what the reason, Uchiha Fugaku is someone he values. Now Uchiha Fugaku is imprisoned by Baiye, and as the clan leader, he must save him. In the interrogation room, Uchiha Fugaku has woken up. Uchiha Fugaku. Attacking a ninja from the same village. I suspect you are planning to become a traitor. Baiye looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked in a bad tone. Damn it, Uchiha Bei, you are framing me. Let me go immediately. Hokage-sama will not let you go. Uchiha Fugaku kept roaring at Baiye, his face distorted with anger. Ding, feeling Uchiha Fugaku's anger, plus 300 negative energy, illusion plus 20. Very good, as expected, Uchiha Fugaku is a great leak. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku staring at him with angry eyes, Baiye was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt very excited. Be angry, be hateful. The angrier you are, the more negative energy I get. You won't tell me, will you? Yan, I leave him to you. Teach him a lesson. Baiye said to Uchiha Yan beside him. Don't worry, Lord Baiye, I will treat him well. After hearing Baiye's words, Uchiha Yan didn't hesitate at all and beat Uchiha Fugaku violently. Stop it. Just at this moment, Uchiha Yuen walked in. Seeing Uchiha Yan beating Uchiha Fugaku there, he immediately shouted at him loudly. What are you doing? How dare you attack people of your own race? Uchiha Yuen scolded in a sharp voice. However, perhaps because of his weak body, Uchiha Yuen's scolding was not very intimidating, but instead gave people a feeling of weakness. It turns out to be the clan leader. How did you find time to come to the interrogation room? Your health is not good, you'd better leave quickly. If you died in the interrogation room, it would be hard to explain. Baiye looked at Uchiha Yuen and said indifferently. Another guy who was fooled by the so-called Will of Fire. Moreover, in order to pave the way for Uchiha Fugaku to become the clan leader, this old guy often suppressed himself. Humph, Uchiha Bei, you still know that I am the clan leader. Do you know what you have done? You actually captured the Hokage's son and now you are killing your own people here. Uchiha Yuen looked at Baiye and asked loudly. Of course I know what I'm doing. According to my investigation, Sarutobi Shinnishuk intends to betray Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku attacked ninjas from the same village, and he also intended to betray Konoha village. I'm conducting a routine interrogation. Baiye retorted bluntly. Nonsense, release him to me immediately. How could the Hokage's son betray Konoha village? If this incident gets out, how will the Hokage see our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yuen gave orders directly to Baiye. What if I say no? Baiye said without knowing it. Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing? Don't forget, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. Don't you even listen to me, the clan leader? Uchiha Gen's voice became sharp again, and he opened his Sharingan at the same time. A powerful pressure burst out from the three Magatama Sharingan and attacked Baiye. Uchiha Gen, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is also very powerful and once had the strength of a Quasi-Kage. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured during a mission. Now his strength is not even as good as that of an elite Jonin. Baiye remained unmoved by Uchiha Gen's momentum. Not to mention Uchiha Gen's current strength, for Baiye who has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he is in his prime, Baiye is not afraid of him at all. Sarutobi Shinnishuk has confessed. Uchiha Fugaku attacked a fellow ninja. The two of them are complete traitors to the village. The clan leader actually asked me to release them both. Could it be that the clan leader has also betrayed Konoha village? Baiye looked at Uchiha Yuen and said in a bad tone. What did you say? Ahem. Uchiha Yuen was very excited when he heard that Baya actually labeled him a traitor. Enduring the discomfort of his body, Uchiha Gen opened his Sharingan and released an illusion directly at Baya. Today, he must capture Baya and not let Baya continue to act so presumptuously. Illusion, too bad it doesn't work on me. Illusion rebound. Feeling Uchiha Gen's illusion attack, Baya bounced back directly. The illusion was easily bounced back by Baya, and Uchiha Yuen suddenly felt as if a heavy hammer hit his head. The whole person felt dizzy and fell to the ground. It seems that you, clan leader, really want to become a rebel ninja. Come here, detain the clan leader first. Baya looked at Uchiha Yuen lying on the ground, and Baya couldn't help but say, "This is Lord Baya." After hearing Baya's words and looking at the Uchiha clan leader lying on the ground, Uchiha Yen hesitated for a moment and immediately captured Uchiha Yuen. Although Uchiha Yuen is the clan leader, the one he follows now is Baya. Moreover, the clan leader Uchiha Gen usually suppresses them everywhere. He had long been fed up with the clan leader Uchiha General. Now there is a chance to overthrow Uchiha Gen and make Baya the leader of their clan, and how could they let it go? How dare you arrest me? Do you want to rebel? Uchiha Yuen struggled and shouted loudly. Rebellion? The one who's rebelling isn't me, it's you. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you actually want to protect the traitorous ninja. In the name of the will of fire, I will sacrifice my own family for the greater good. Baya scolded Uchiha Yuen with great righteousness. Baya discovered that no matter what he did, as long as he brought the will of fire with him, everything would become natural. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen often mentions the will of fire, it turns out to be so useful. Damn it, you despicable. Cough cough cough. Hearing Baya's shameless words, Uchiha Yuen suddenly became angry and started coughing violently. He didn't expect that Baya would use the will of fire in this place. Ding, feeling Uchiha Gen's anger, plus 300 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 5. Ding, feeling Uchiha Gen's anger, plus 400 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu fire style, great fire extinguishing. By the way, find a doctor for the clan leader. I don't want to see the patriarch die here. Before leaving, Baya thought of something and said to Uchiha Yan, Baya wants to get more negative energy from such a good leak. Baya would not let him die so easily. Yes. Lord Baya, leave these matters to me, Uchiha Yen said with assurance. In the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also learned that his son, Sarutobi Shinashuk, had been captured. What did you say? The Uchiha clan has captured Shinashuk. What is the clan leader Uchiha Gen going to do? Is he planning to betray Konoha, stage a coup? Hearing the news that his son was captured by the Uchiha guard, the first thing that came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was whether the Uchiha clan was planning to launch a coup. However, this is also what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen confused. As the Uchiha clan is the focus of attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very familiar with the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Gen suffered a severe injury when he was young, and his health is not as good as before. At the same time, Uchiha Gen is also the successor of the Will of Fire. He wouldn't choose a coup? Hokage-sama, this wasn't done by Uchiha General, this was done by Uchiha Bey. According to our information, the clan leader Uchiha Yuen was also captured by Uchiha Bey, and Umbu reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Byakuya. Hearing the name, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He also had some understanding of this name. This is a rising star in the Uchiha clan. He is not only handsome, but also very powerful. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take it to heart. What's the use of a person no matter how strong he is? Could he possibly fight against the entire Konoha village alone? Let's go. The Uchiha clan. I'd like to see what he's going to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought a team of Umbu and went directly to the Uchiha clan's base. Baya, who had received the news long ago, was waiting here early. Isn't this the third Hokage? What brings you here? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen coming, Baya said in a frivolous tone. It was even said that Baya was sitting on the roof at this time, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, seriously at all. Uchiha Bey, what are you doing? How dare you capture a ninja from your own village? After seeing Baya, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about anything and accused Baya of attacking a ninja from the same village. Hee, what did the third Sama say? How could I do such a thing? Byakuya still looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, What's going on with Sarutobi Shinashuk? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked immediately. According to our interrogation, Sarutobi Shinashuk is guilty of a heinous crime and intends to sentence him out of Konoha village. I'm performing my duties as a security guard, Baya said righteously. Shinashuk betrayed Konoha village. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen said very annoyedly. Rebellious ninja, this is no small matter. Every time the village dealt with the rebellious ninja, it was extremely harsh. Moreover, he didn't believe that his son would betray Konoha. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 300 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 6. I'm not talking nonsense. This is the interrogation report of Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Baya took out a piece of paper and threw it directly on the ground in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You. Seeing the interrogation report falling in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned red and he glared at Baya. Obviously, Baya was no longer ignoring him, but directly insulting him. If he wants to pick up this interrogation report, he needs to bow his head. He had never been insulted like this since he became Hokage. Ding, feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 400 negative energy, physical skills plus 7. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 500 negative energy, illusion plus 8. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 600 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone jutsu. As expected of Hokage, he has so much negative energy. Perhaps seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, a masked Umbu came to Sarutobi Hiruzen, picked up the interrogation report, and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, took the interrogation report and began to read it. However, after just a few glances, Sarutobi Hiruzen became furious again. You are framing me. Shinnishuk wouldn't do these things. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and stared at Baya with eyes as if spitting flames. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry was that the information in this interrogation report was simply nonsense. He attacked fellow ninjas, peeped at them while they were taking a bath, kicked widows' doors at night, and abandoned the graves of extinct families. It can be said that all the sneaky things were blamed on Sarutobi Shinnishuk. This is a false accusation no matter how you look at it, a frame-up no matter how you look at it. However, this is what Baya wants to do. If it were in the past, Baya would not dare to easily provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it's different. Baya has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and his strength has been improved. The powerful force also gave Baya confidence. What Baya wanted was to irritate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only in this way can you get negative energy and improve your strength. Why not? Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted this himself. Everyone in the security team can testify. As Baya's voice fell, Uchiha Yan and other Uchiha clan ninjas also spoke one by one. Master Byakuya is right. This is what Sarutobi Shinnishuk himself admitted. I never thought that the Hokage's son would do such a thing. Yes, how did Hokage-sama teach his son? I also heard that the Hokage himself likes to peek. That's it. Did the Hokage also see it when I was taking a bath before? The Uchiha clan ninjas began to discuss in low voices. Hearing these voices, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger grew even stronger. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 600 negative energy, illusion plus 10. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 700 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 7. Well done. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face distorted with anger, Baya did not take any risk and nodded to Uchiha N through the air. Enough. What on earth are you Uchiha clan trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, interrupting the discussion of the Uchiha clan. He was afraid that the Uchiha clan would continue to talk about it and put all the shameless things on his head. What are you doing? We, the Uchiha clan, are the security force of Konoha village. Our duty is to protect the safety of Konoha village and the will of fire. Sarutobi Shinnishuk betrayed Konoha village and must be punished. I want to ask Lord Hokage, why are you bringing people to our Uchiha clan? Are you planning to betray Konoha village? Baya looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted loudly, while at the same time he drew out the ninja sword behind him and pointed it at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yan and others also followed Baya, drew out their ninja swords in unison, and opened their Sharingan one by one. Pairs of scarlet Sharingan stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu behind him. Hokage-sama, be careful. Faced with the Uchiha ninjas who opened their Sharingan one after another, the Umbu became alert and gripped their weapons tightly. Faced with so many Sharinans at the same time, the Umbu also felt great pressure. It can be said that at this moment, both sides are on the verge of a war, and if they are not careful, a war may break out. Put down your weapons. What are you doing? Don't forget, this is Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He shouted at the Umbu, causing them to drop their weapons. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry now, he was also very clear that now was not the time for a big war. Konoha village still needs the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan were lost now, it would be a major blow to the entire Konoha village. Uchiha Byakuya. You, the Uchiha clan, have done a very good job. The guard team should protect the safety of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at Byakuya with a face full of praise. Playing hypocritical and pretending to be peaceful and safe is what Sarutobi Hiruzen is best at. This is all for Konoha village, for the will of fire. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Baya also spoke humbly. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. For the village, for the will of fire. Isn't this my usual line? You've taken my words away, what else can I say? Sarutobi Shinashuk is indeed suspected of betraying the village. If possible, I hope Captain Baya can hand him over to our Umbu. We in the Umbu have the most professional interrogation methods, and we can get more useful information. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Byakuya and said, after all, Sarutobi Shinashuk is his son. He must save his own son. As long as he handed his son over to the Umbu, everything would be easy. The Umbu are all our own people. Hokage-sama is right. Handing over the traitor Sarutobi Shinashuk to the Umbu is indeed the best option. However, our Uchiha clan is short of funds. Hokage-sama, what should we do? Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, after this period of beating, the negative energy in Sarutobi Shinashuk has been drained. Now Sarutobi Shinashuk is no longer useful to Byakuya. However, Baya plans to make use of the waste. Use Sarutobi Shinashuk to blackmail Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Forward. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in his heart. What does handing Sarutobi Shinashuk over to the Umbu have to do with your Uchiha clan's lack of money? Isn't this clearly an opportunity to blackmail me? Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to jump up and attack Baya directly. However, he also knew very well that he couldn't do that. I can endure the hero, endure the world what people cannot tolerate. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with the Uchiha clan in the future. Save your son first. The Uchiha clan is all for Konoha village. The Uchiha are in trouble, and Konoha village cannot sit idly by. I wonder how much money the Uchiha clan needs. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask. Let's start with 100 million. Baya thought for a moment and said, how much? 100 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked when he heard Byakuya Shishi speak so loudly. He had thought Baya would ask for a huge amount of money, but he had never expected that Baya's appetite would be so big. 100 million is not a small amount of money. You know, an S-level mission would only cost a few million at most, and the reward would only increase if it was an extremely dangerous mission. Moreover, Baya now wants 100 million. Isn't this an exorbitant request? What's wrong, you don't want to? This is all for Konoha village, for the will of fire. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked unwilling, and Baya brought out the will of fire again. You. Hearing that Baya actually brought up the will of fire again, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became angry again. Is this how the will of fire is used? This is simply an insult to the will of fire that he created. Trampling on your own will of fire. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 100 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 9. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 200 negative energy, Chakra plus 8. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 300 negative energy, Illusion plus 10. Faced with Baya's blackmail, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling in his heart, he still agreed reluctantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that Baya was openly blackmailing him today, and his son is still in Baya's hands. Apart from paying, I have no other choice. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid the money himself first to stabilize the Uchiha clan and save his son, so that he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with the Uchiha clan in the future. 100 million, right, I agree. Bring Sarutobi Shinashuk up here. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke to Baya. Hokage-sama, there's no need to be so anxious. Yan, follow Hokage and get the money first. Baya said to Uchiha Yan beside him. Baya knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a shameless old bastard. It is also very possible that someone will turn against you. Yes. Lord Baya. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha N put away his ninja sword and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, please lead the way. Take him to the Sarutobi clan to get the money. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and ordered an Umbu beside him to lead Uchiha N to get the money. As for Baya, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, they just kept looking at each other calmly. However, from the ever-growing negative energy, Baya was very clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not calm and was very angry. A moment later, Uchiha Yen returned with a storage scroll in his hand. Lord Baya, I got 100 million. Uchiha Yen said excitedly and handed the storage scroll to Baya. This was the first time that Uchiha Yen had seen so much money, and it was money extorted from the Hokage. As expected, he is worthy of being called Lord Baya. He is really amazing. Excellent. Go and bring Sarutobi Shinashuk here. Baya took the scroll and said to Uchiha Yan. Yes. Lord Baya. Uchiha Yan went to the interrogation room without any hesitation. After a while, Sarutobi Shinashuk was brought up. After being beaten up for this period of time, Sarutobi Shinashuk can be said to be in a very miserable state. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Shinashuk screamed, Father, save me, kill Baya for me. Baya actually dared to arrest me, he must not be spared. Sarutobi Shinashuk kept shouting there. However, before he could finish his words, Baya slapped him in the face, knocking Sarutobi Shinashuk to the ground. "You damn traitor, how dare you be so arrogant, I think you want to die." Then Baya directly grabbed the ninja sword and placed it across Sarutobi Shinashuk's neck. "Hokage-sama, this traitor actually dared to frame me. Do you want me to help you kill him? I think with the level of the Umbu, even if only the head is left, they should be able to extract useful information." Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but say, Don't do that, hand him over to the Umbu, they will handle it." Seeing the ninja sword across Sarutobi Shinashuk's neck, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nervously. He was really afraid that Baya would be soft-hearted and actually kill his own son. "Hokage-sama, do you really not need help? My ninja sword is very sharp, and it can definitely preserve his head intact." Baya still looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen jokingly and said, No need for help. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Byakuya was teasing him, but in order to save his son's life, he had to stop Baya even though he knew it was embarrassing. "That's such a pity. This guy is for you." Baya retracted the ninja sword and kicked hard with his right foot. Sarutobi Shinashuk flew backwards with a scream. The Umbu immediately took action and caught Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was flying backwards. "Let's go." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order to leave. Now that his son has been successfully rescued, he doesn't want to stay here for a moment. He was afraid that if he continued to stay here, Baya would be furious. "Hokage-sama, please take good care of your son. If I meet him again, I can't guarantee that he will be able to walk out of the guard team in one piece next time." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was leaving, Baya continued to speak provocatively. Snort. After hearing Baya's words, the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen left without looking back. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 700 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 20. Seeing the Umbu and Hokage leaving in disgrace, all the Uchiha clan members cheered. "Wow, that's amazing. Master Baya is so powerful, he actually suppressed the Hokage. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen the Hokage and the Umbu leave in such a disgraceful manner. Only Lord Baya can lead our Uchiha clan to rise." All the Uchiha clan ninjas spoke with pride. In the past, when Uchiha Gen was the clan leader, he was always suppressed by the Hokage. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan all felt very aggrieved. Now, he can actually blackmail the Hokage in Baya, which is really amazing. Think about the situation when Uchiha Gen was the clan leader, and then look at the scene where Baya suppressed Baya. What the hell is this Uchiha UN? Is this the third Hokage? Isn't he known as the ninja hero? He actually gave in so easily. Uchiha Yen said very excitedly. "Ninja hero, tisk, now he's a ninja coward," Baya said with great disdain. Able to become Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strength is also at the real movie level. But unfortunately, since becoming Hokage, he has become keen on political fighting and neglected his own strength. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has changed from a former ninja hero to a ninja coward. Tolerating cowardice, haha, that's a pretty good title. Hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yen also laughed. "Okay, divide this money among you. As the most powerful family in Konoha, our Uchiha clan must have the aura of a powerful family." Baya opened the storage scroll, and countless money appeared in front of everyone. The Uchiha clan, as the richest family in Konoha village, is actually poor. This is really not the appearance of a wealthy family. "Yes. Thank you, Lord Baya. Lord Baya is so kind." When they heard that they were going to share the money, all the Uchiha clan ninjas were very excited. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, went to the ninja hospital immediately after rescuing his son. "Doctor, how is Shinashuk?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked nervously. "Hokage-sama, don't worry. Shinashuk only suffered minor injuries to his skin, no bones or muscles were damaged. This won't affect his ninja career." The doctor immediately explained Sarutobi Shinashuk's condition. Then I feel relieved." Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it would not affect Sarutobi Shinashuk's ninja career. However, Shinashuk's injuries are very serious. It seems that he was beaten up for a long time and his spirit is a little broken. It's better to let him rest for a while. The doctor continued. "Damn Uchiha Byakuya, evil Uchiha." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed Baya in his heart. If it weren't for Baya, his son wouldn't have been injured so seriously. "Someone come." As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, an Umbu appeared in front of the Hokage. "Give me 24 hours to closely monitor the Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Byakuya's movements. I want to know all the information about Uchiha Bai," Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Umbu, instructing. Now in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Uchiha Byakuya has become a major threat. He wants to know all the information about Baya and find an opportunity to eliminate this threat. The Uchiha clan, in the elegant central courtyard of the clan leader. Uchiha Mikato looked anxious. "What's going on? Father is the clan leader, how could he be imprisoned?" Uchiha Mikato asked the Uchiha ninja in front of her. "Ms. Mikato, it was Uchiha Byakuya who did it. He not only imprisoned Captain Fugaku, but also the clan leader," the Uchiha ninja said hurriedly. How so? You are father's bodyguard, an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan. Can't you save father? Uchiha Mikato anxiously asked the Uchiha ninja in front of her. I'm sorry, Miss Mikato. Baya is too powerful, and his reputation in the Uchiha clan is also very high. There's nothing I can do, the ninja said with some embarrassment. Is there no other solution? Father's health is not good, he can't stay in prison. Uchiha Mikato said anxiously. Ms. Mikato, there's only one solution now. That means going to find Baya. The ninja couldn't help but say. White Knight, that's right, it's Baya. Only Baya can save the patriarch, the ninja said with certainty. I understand, I'll go find Baya now. Uchiha Mikato didn't hesitate at all and stood up and walked towards Baya's courtyard. At this time, Baya was studying the gains of this period. By beating up Sarutobi Shinnishuk, beating up Uchiha Fugaku, imprisoning Uchiha Gen, and provoking Sarutobi Hiruzen. In just a few days, Baya has gained 5,000 negative energies, as well as several powerful ninjutsu. Baya is currently studying these ninjutsu. Just at this moment, Uchiha Yen walked in. Master Bei, Miss Mikato requests to see you. Mikato, Uchiha Mikato, the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan. Hearing this name, Baya was stunned. Uchiha Mikato, the daughter of the current clan leader Uchiha Moto, is the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan. As a time traveler, Baya also knew that Uchiha Mikato would be the wife of Uchiha Fugaku and the mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki. It can be said that Uchiha Fugaku's ability to become the clan leader has a lot to do with Uchiha Mikato. Of course, the extermination of the Uchiha clan in the future was also closely related to Uchiha Mikato. Now, Baya beat up Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Mikato came to the door again. Shouldn't he do something too? Master Bei, Miss Mikato is a famous beauty in our Uchiha clan that you must seize the opportunity. And Miss Mikato is the daughter of the clan leader. If Lord Baya can capture Miss Mikato, it will be easier to inherit the position of clan leader. Uchiha Yen looked at Baya and said what he suggested. If I want to become the clan leader, do I still need the help of a woman? Baya asked back. Hey. Uchiha Yen chuckled. Lord Baya is right. Now the Uchiha clan leaders are all imprisoned by Baya. Now the entire Uchiha clan is basically under Baya's control. Yes, I would like to meet the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan. Baya couldn't help but say. Yes, I'll go get Miss Mikato right away. Uchiha Yen left, and a moment later, Uchiha Mikato walked in. As the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikato is a typical Yamato Nachiko-like woman. This kind of woman is very suitable to be a wife and is also very attractive. Even Baya couldn't help but look at Uchiha Mikato carefully. Feeling Baya's presumptuous gaze, Uchiha Mikato frowned slightly. Captain Baya, Uchiha Mikato said in a soft voice. Miss Mikato, what do you want to talk to me about? Baya asked. Captain Baya, please release my father. Uchiha Mikato said to Baya pleadingly. Your father, Uchiha Gen. Well, your father is now a traitor, this is going to be difficult. Baya looked at Mikato and said with some embarrassment. Traitor, how is this possible? How could my father be a traitor? Captain Baya, please save my father. Uchiha Mikato was very excited when she heard Baya directly define her father as a traitor. Obviously, she was also very clear about the fate of the rebellious ninja. Well, saving your father is not impossible. But, I want something from you. It depends on whether Miss Mikato will give it to me. Baya looked at Miss Mikato and said with a smile. What is that? I'll give you anything you want as long as it can save my father. Hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Mikato said without hesitation. I want you. The Akiya pointed at Mikato and said. You know, Uchiha Mikato will become the clan leader's wife in the future. The genocide of the Uchiha clan also had a lot to do with her. Therefore, in order to prevent tragedy from happening again, it is best to keep Uchiha Mikato by his side. Moreover, having a beautiful woman by your side is also very pleasing to the eye. But, I don't know what happened. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Mikato did seem very excited. What did you say? You want me? This is impossible. The excited Uchiha Mikato directly opened her Sharingan, and 3 Megatamas spun rapidly in her eyes. Although, as the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikato has also been he is a very talented ninja practitioner. Now she has also opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. 3 Megatama Sharingan, quite a talent. I want you even more. Seeing the excited Mikato, Baya was a little confused. I just wanted Mikato to stay by my side, why was she so excited? However, in order to achieve his goal, Baya looked at the excited Mikato and said with ill intention. Mikato, you don't want your father to die in prison, do you? You. Shameless. Hearing Baya's threatening words, Mikato's face turned red and she stared at Baya. However, when she thought of her father still in prison, the excited Mikato quickly gave in. I agree to your request. After saying this, Mikan undressed with tears in her eyes. To prevent Uchiha Mikato from continuing to be the same as in the original work. Therefore, Baya planned to keep the beautiful Uchiha Mikato by his side. However, in Uchiha Mikato's understanding, there was another way of saying it. Baya wants me, he has taken a fancy to me and wants to get me. This made Uchiha Mikato very ashamed and angry. She also wanted to resist, but when she thought of her father still in prison, Uchiha Mikato could only obey Baya's orders. Uchiha Mikato said with tears on her face, and quickly took off her clothes. What are you going to do? Seeing Mikato suddenly become naked, Baya was also confused. I just wanted to keep Uchiha Mikato by my side. Why did Mikato suddenly take off her clothes in front of me? Is this a honey trap? What are you doing? Don't you want me? Come on, then. Uchiha Mikato looked at Baya with a look of being ready to die bravely. Come, what for? I just want you to be my subordinate. What are you planning to do? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself? Baya couldn't help but say as he looked at Uchiha Mikato in front of him. Although Mikato is very good looking, she is also the type that Baya likes. However, Baya would not use such a despicable method. What, just to let me be your subordinate? Hearing Baya's words, the naked Mikato was stunned. That's right, but if you're willing to sacrifice yourself, I'll accept it with reluctance. Baya looked at Mikato who was standing there in a daze and said with a smile, "Ah." At this time, Uchiha Mikato finally reacted and screamed. He also realized that he was wrong. Uchiha Mikato, with a face full of shame, hurriedly put on the clothes she had taken off. Hee. What's your choice? Will you stay by my side? Seeing Mikato's face flushed with shame, Byakuya asked with a smile. I agree to your request. As long as you release my father, I agree to stay by your side, Mikato said with a blush on her face. Very good, let's go, I'll take you to release your father. Baya was very satisfied when he heard that Mikato agreed to follow him to his room. Just as the two were about to walk out, Baya seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stopped and looked towards Uchiha Mikoto. What's wrong? Suddenly being stared at by Baya, Uchiha Mikoto asked in confusion. Your performance just now was great. It gave me some new ideas. Baya suddenly hugged Uchiha Mikoto. What are you going to do? Uchiha Mikoto felt a little flustered when she was suddenly hugged by Baya. What is Baya doing? I just gave myself to him but he didn't want it. After I put on my clothes, he hugged me again. No wonder Baya likes to use force and violence. Do not move. Baya controlled Mikoto and bit her neck. What are you doing? It hurts. As Mikoto struggled and screamed, a strawberry mark appeared on her neck. However, this was not the end. Baya continued to bite Mikoto's neck. Amidst Mikoto's series of exclamations, her neck was covered with strawberry marks left by Baya. This looks good. Baya was very satisfied when he saw that Mikoto's white neck was covered with strawberry marks. However, this made Mikoto very confused. What on earth is this girl trying to do? Does she have a bad habit? Soon, Baya and Mikoto arrived at the guard team cell, accompanied by Uchiha Gen's 2 guards. Chief, it seems like you're doing well. Mikoto and I came to see you, Baya said while looking at Uchiha Yuen in the prison. Although Uchiha Gen was imprisoned by Baya, he was still the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Baya did not abuse him. Instead, he found a special medical ninja to treat his injuries. Mikoto, why are you here? When Uchiha Gen heard that his daughter was coming to see him, he was very happy at first. However, when he saw Uchiha Mikoto's disheveled clothes and the strawberry mark on her neck, Uchiha Yuen suddenly became furious. Uchiha Byakuya, what did you do to my daughter? You actually laid hands on my daughter. You are so despicable. Uchiha Yuen rushed to Baya, grabbed Baya's collar and roared loudly. In Uchiha Gen's opinion, his daughter must have been ruined by Baya to be in this state. How could Uchiha Yuen not be angry? How could he not be upset? Ding, feeling Uchiha Gen's anger, plus 800 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu fire style, Dragon Flame Song Jutsu. Seeing Uchiha Gen roaring angrily, Baya couldn't help but smile in his heart. This is exactly why Baya planted strawberries on Uchiha Mikoto's neck. Although Uchiha Gen's strength is not that great, as the clan leader, he knows a lot of ninjutsu. Therefore, Baya wanted to learn a few more powerful ninjutsu from him. You old man, let go. Baya exerted force and shook off Uchiha Yuen. Father. Are you okay? Seeing her excited father, Uchiha Mikoto quickly supported her father. Mikoto, are you okay? This guy didn't do anything to you. Uchiha Gen looked at his daughter and asked worriedly. Hearing her father's words, Uchiha Mikoto recalled the scene of misunderstanding Baya's meaning, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. However, when this fell into Uchiha Yuen's eyes, it took on a different meaning. It must be this guy Baya who forced his daughter. Uchiha Bai, I will fight you. The angry Uchiha Gen launched an attack on Baya. However, before he could make a move, he was stopped by 2 Uchiha clan guards. Master Patriarch, don't be impulsive. We are no match for Baya. Yes, Baiye's strength is very powerful. These two guards are Uchiha Gen's subordinates. The two of them were very clear about how powerful Baiye was, and they were no match for Baiye at all. What we need to do now is to leave the prison as soon as possible and then make long-term plans. Chief, do you really want to die? Seeing Uchiha Yuen who kept shouting, Baiye said in a cold tone. The temperature around us dropped several degrees, and everyone's breathing became heavy. Everyone present had no doubt that Baiye could easily kill them. Relying on his powerful aura, Baiye suppressed everyone present. Feeling Baiye's murderous intent, everyone felt their breathing become rapid. Everyone held their breath and dared not act rashly. Only Uchiha Mikato called Baiye's name in a low voice. White Knight. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's voice, Baiye withdrew his murderous intent. Chief, you are lucky that you have a good daughter. You can go now. From now on, your daughter will follow me. Mikato, let's go. After saying that, Baiye left. Father. From now on I will follow Baiye. Uchiha Mikato said something to her father and immediately followed Baiye's footsteps. When he was about to walk out of the prison, Baiye saw Uchiha Fugaku who was also imprisoned there. Uchiha Fugaku, you loser, just stay here. Baiye glanced at Uchiha Fugaku with disdain. As for the clan leader Uchiha Gen, Baiye can let her go for the sake of Uchiha Mikato. However, Baiye will never let go of Uchiha Fugaku, the man who may lead the Uchiha clan to destruction in the future. Hearing Baiye's words, Uchiha Fugaku raised his head and looked over. But when he saw Mikato behind Baiye and the strawberry mark on Mikato's neck, Uchiha Fugaku immediately became furious. He knew very well that Mikato was the daughter of the clan leader. The patriarch once wanted to marry his daughter to him. Now, Uchiha Mikato was actually following behind Baiye, with her neck covered with strawberry marks. What does this mean? This means that Mikato has fallen into Baiye's hands. Uchiha Byakuya. You damn bastard. Ding, feeling Uchiha Fugaku's anger, plus 100 negative energy, illusion plus 10. Ding, feeling Uchiha Fugaku's anger, plus 200 negative energy, taijutsu plus 10. Ding, feeling Uchiha Fugaku's anger, plus 300 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 11. Ha ha. Seeing the angry roar of Uchiha Fugaku and the increasing negative energy, Baiye laughed excitedly. Along with Baiye imprisoned Uchiha Fugaku and suppressed the clan leader Uchiha General. The entire Uchiha clan can be said to be completely controlled by Baiye. Master Baiye, please have some tea. Deputy Captain Yan, please have some tea. Uchiha Mikato served 2 cups of tea to Baiye and Uchiha Yan like a maid. Ever since Mikato followed Bai, she has become Baiye's personal maid. Moreover, Baiye found that seeing a beautiful woman by his side every day was also very pleasing to the eyes. Thank you, Miss Mikato. Uchiha Yan quickly picked up the tea and took a sip, then looked at Mikato who was retreating and couldn't help but say, Master Bai, you have captured Miss Mikato. When will you become the clan leader? Uchiha Yan said impatiently. Chief, now is not the time yet. Many people will object, Baiye couldn't help but say. Although Baiye has a very high reputation in the Uchiha clan, there are also many people who oppose Baiye. Humph, whoever dares to object will be killed. Only Lord Bai can bring the Uchiha clan to glory. A fierce light flashed in Uchiha Yan's eyes. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? I have something more important to do now. Baiye looked at Uchiha Yan and said, Lord Baiye, what's going on? Uchiha Yan said impatiently. He was willing to do anything Baiye asked him to do. We, the Uchiha clan, are the security team, responsible for the safety of Konoha village. From now on, protection fees will be collected from all shops in Konoha village. Baiye couldn't help but say. In the past, Baiye was just a security captain, responsible for the public security of an area in Konoha village and collecting protection fees from the area. But now it's different. Baiye controls the entire Uchiha clan, and all the guards obey Baiye's orders. All the streets in the entire Konoha village are under his control. Baiye certainly wants to expand his power. This. Lord Baiye, they may not be willing to pay us protection money, Uchiha Yan said with some embarrassment. He knew very well that most of the shops in Konoha village were controlled by ninja families. It is extremely difficult to collect protection fees from their subordinates. No, then they won't be able to open a store. Don't forget, we are the security team, responsible for the safety of Konoha village. This is the authority given to us by the Hokage, Baiye said meaningfully. This. This might offend other ninja families, Uchiha Yan said with some concern. Yan, let me ask you, what is the relationship between our Uchiha clan and other ninja clans? Baiye looked at Uchiha Yan and said, Very bad. The relationship between our Uchiha clan and other clans is very bad. Uchiha Yan thought for a moment and said, in that case, what are you worried about? Baiye continued. Baiye really couldn't understand why the dignified Konoha village guard in the original work was actually hated by the Konoha villagers. This is the security team, they are in charge of the safety of the entire Konoha village. the most powerful authority in Konoha village. Disrespect is fine, but you actually have the audacity to despise and hate? Isn't this courting death? The police have the right to take advantage of anyone they dislike and make trouble for him. It's so easy. Baya really couldn't understand what the security team in the original book was doing. Therefore, Baya now has to use the power of the guard. I understand, Lord Baya. I'll take action right away. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha immediately took his men to collect protection fees from major shops. Of course, these shops will not pay protection fees so easily. Uchiha walked in with his men from a weapons shop run by the Shinura clan. Seeing the family emblem on Uchiha clothes, the owner of the weapons shop couldn't help but frown. As for the Uchiha clan, the other families in Konoha village do not want to deal with them, because all the families knew very well that the Uchiha clan was at odds with the Konoha high-level officials. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the Uchiha clan everywhere. In order to prevent themselves from being suppressed by Konoha, they will definitely not stand with the Uchiha clan. After all, the Hokage of Konoha village is the boss. Although he was unwilling to deal with the Uchiha clan, he still had to do the business that came to him. The owner of the weapons shop came over and asked Uchiha and others, "Everyone from the Uchiha clan, would you like to buy something? Our Shinura weapon shop has the best weapons in the entire Konoha village. Look at this kunao, it's incredibly hard. Look at this ninja sword, it's incredibly sharp." The owner of the weapons shop said to Uchiha while selling, "Are you the owner of the weapons shop?" Uchiha couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I'm Dango Shimashimura, the owner of this weapons shop. Is there anything I can do for you all?" Shinura Dango continued. Shinura Dango, Shinura Danzo's cousin, is not very talented in ninja. Only then did he open a weapons shop in Konoha. To raise funds for the development of the Shinura clan and the construction of the Shinura Danzogun organization. On behalf of the Konoha village guard, I am collecting protection money from your weapons shop, Uchiha said coldly. Protection money? What protection money? How come I didn't know that Konoha village charges protection fees? Shinura Dango frowned and asked in confusion. This is the rule our security team just established. Any store in Konoha will have to pay protection fees. Our Uchiha clan guards will protect the safety of your businesses. Uchiha looked at Shinura Dango and said, "Protect us? No need. Our weapons shop does not need the protection of your Uchiha clan." Shinura Dango refused without hesitation. Their Shinura clan is now considered a big family in Konoha village, and their family's Danzo Shinura is also a high-ranking official in Konoha. Since when did the weapons shop opened by the Shinura clan still need the protection of the Uchiha clan? Stop talking nonsense and pay immediately. We have to go to the next store. Do you want to violate the rules of our security team? Uchiha said unhappily. What are the rules of the security team? I don't know. I only obey the orders of Konoha village. I will not pay this protection fee. Shinura Dango refused without hesitation. Although your Uchiha clan is a wealthy family in Konoha, their Shinura clan is not a small family either. Moreover, their family head, Danzo Shinura, is a high-ranking official in Konoha. Others may be afraid of you, the Uchiha clan, but we, the Shinura clan, are not. It seems that you are not going to abide by the rules of our security team, Uchiha said to Shinura Dango with a bad tone. That's right, our Shinura clan only obeys the orders of Konoha village, Shinura Dango said confidently. Seeing Shinura Dango's expression, Uchiha immediately changed his tone. According to reports, your weapons store is suspected of smuggling weapons. Come here, bring him back to me and interrogate him thoroughly. How dare you smuggle weapons into Konoha village? You simply don't take our security team seriously. Uchiha waved his hand, and the Uchiha clan ninjas following behind him immediately took action and directly captured Shinura Dango. Let go, what are you doing? The weapons sold in our weapons shop are all approved by the Konoha high level. My cousin is Shinura Danzo, how dare you arrest me? Shinura Dango screamed and struggled. Humph, you still dare to resist. What Danzo? I don't know him. Uchiha slapped the boss and knocked him unconscious. Take him away and seal up the entire store. Let's go to the next one. Yes. Vice Captain. A few minutes later, the Nara clan's pharmacy next door was taken away for selling counterfeit drugs and the store was also sealed. Next was the barbecue restaurant of Akimichi Group, which was also closed due to food safety issues. Uchiha efficiency was also very high. In just a few days, he had sealed off most of the Uchiha clan stores. All the store owners were also detained. And these stores are all opened by the ninja family. For a store opened by ordinary people, they can't afford to offend the Uchiha clan's guards. When faced with the protection fees collected by the security team, they had no choice but to pay them obediently. However, the stores opened by these big families have ninja families behind them, and they are fearless and refuse to pay protection fees. The security team did not tolerate them and directly closed their store and arrested their people. Just as the security team was taking action, Baya was lying there basking in the sun, and a series of prompt sounds kept ringing in his ears. Ding, feeling Shinura Dango's anger, plus 100 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 2. Ding, sensing Nara Ludan's anger, plus 100 negative energy, illusion plus 1. Ding, feeling Chu Deo de Ding's anger, plus 100 negative energy, taijutsu plus 2. It's so refreshing to just lie down and harvest negative energy. Baya looked at his increasing negative energy and thought excitedly. The reason why Baya collected protection fees so ostentatiously was not only to make money, but more to harvest negative energy. Master Baya, this is the store we sealed off. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan accounts for 50%, followed by the Shinura clan, the Mito clan, and the Yudatan clan, and finally the Inoshikacho clan and other clans. Uchiha Yin couldn't help but say while holding the documents in his hand. Sarutobi, Shinura, Mito, move to bed. Isn't this the family of Konoha village's top brass? I never thought they could have gotten so much. Baya looked at the information on the document with some surprise. The Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinura clan, Shinura Danzo. Mito clan, Mitoman. The Taitshina clan, Taitshina Koharu. The four of them were once disciples and guards of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. During the Ninja War, Senju Tobirama was killed, but the four of them survived as guards. Eventually, they became high-ranking officials of Konoha and seized power in Konoha village. Although, I have long known that the Konoha high-level officials are not good people. However, Baya did not expect that the Konoha high-level officials were so greedy. He actually controls most of the shops in Konoha village. Such a large-scale action by the guard team soon attracted the attention of all the families in Konoha village. The current patriarchs of the three families of Zu, Lu, and Dai are gathered here at this time. Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku are the Inoshikacho of this generation, and they are also the patriarchs of the three families. Shikaku, what do you think the Uchiha clan is going to do? They actually closed down my barbecue restaurant and said it didn't meet the hygiene standards, Chu Deo Dingzo said a little angrily. Because of the family's ninjutsu, all the members of the Akimichi clan are fat. In order to maintain the fat in their bodies, the Akimichi clan opened many barbecue restaurants in Konoha village. However, today all these barbecue restaurants were sealed off by the security team. Yeah, are the Uchiha clan crazy? They're actually collecting protection fees from all the shops in Konoha village, and if you don't pay, they'll close the shop. My flower shop was also closed down, Yamanaka Inoichi also said with some anger. However, he was more confused. What was the Uchiha clan doing? Uchiha's behavior is indeed very strange. My herbal medicine store was also closed. Nara Shikaku was also very confused. The Nara clan runs the medicinal materials business in Konoha village because of the deer forest. Today, his herbal medicine store was also sealed off by the security team for various reasons. Although the store was closed, they were very angry. However, they were all very curious as to why the Uchiha clan did this. Is it just to collect protection money? Obviously, they didn't think that the Uchiha clan would take such a high-profile action for a little money. The Uchiha clan already had a bad reputation in Konoha village, and now that the Uchiha clan is collecting protection fees so blatantly, its reputation has become even worse. Obviously, it's not worth it for a little money. The only explanation is that the Uchiha clan has a deeper purpose. Do you think the Uchiha clan is planning to attack the Hokage? You know, the Uchiha clan has long coveted the position of Hokage. Yamanaka Hai seemed to have thought of something and spoke in a low voice. Attacking the Hokage. Impossible. Does the Uchiha clan have such courage? Chu Daidingzu was also shocked and couldn't help but ask. I just received news that the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Yuen, has been imprisoned. The one who controls the Uchiha clan now is a man named Uchiha Byakuya. Yamanaka Hai couldn't help but say. I can't see through Uchiha Byakuya, Nara Shikaku said thoughtfully. As Konoha's military strategist, Nara Shikaku has a smart brain. However, he really couldn't understand what Baya's purpose was in doing this. Lu Ju, what should we do now? Yes, our people are still being held in the security forces. Yamanaka Iniki and Akimichi Choza asked Nara Shikaku. The people of the Nara clan are very smart. Therefore, whenever they encountered any problems, the other two families would seek the advice of the Nara family. Well, we don't have to do anything. Wait for the situation to develop. Look at the Hokage's reaction. Nara Shikaku thought about it and couldn't help but say. Nara Shikaku is a smart man that he won't take the lead until things become clear. The best thing to do is to do nothing. Moreover, this time it was not just their three families that suffered losses. The ones who suffered the most were the Hokage and several high-ranking families of Konoha. Even the Hokage is not in a hurry, so why should they be in a hurry? More importantly, in Nara Shikaku's opinion, the Uchiha clan must have the confidence to dare to do such a crazy thing. The Ino, Shika, and Jo families are all small families, but they don't have the courage to offend the Uchiha family. Let the Hokage go against the Uchiha clan. It is not only the Ino, Shika, and Joe families that have this idea. It can be said that all the families in Konoha village are waiting for the reaction of the Sarutobi clan. The patriarch of your Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the Hokage. Now that the Uchiha clan has sealed your property, why haven't you reacted? In the Hokage building, in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato N, Shimura Danzo and others are gathered here. Damn it, what is the Uchiha clan trying to do? Is he planning a rebellion? He actually dared to close our shop. Yes, not only did they close our store, but they also arrested our people. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N said this angrily. You know, among the seized properties, the properties of their two families accounted for the majority. These industries were also acquired by them over the years by relying on the power in their hands. If these industries are damaged, it will be a huge blow to their families. Their family had finally developed and became a big family in Konoha. They don't want to lose these properties and continue to become a small family, living a precarious life. The Uchiha clan is too arrogant. We must not allow the Uchiha clan to continue to be so arrogant. The Uchiha clan must be taught a lesson, Shimura Danzo also said angrily. Obviously, the Shimura clan suffered very serious losses this time. Danzo Shimura had long disliked the Uchiha clan and had long wanted to deal with them. Now that the Uchiha clan has finally incurred public wrath, how could Shimura Danzo let go of this opportunity? Facing the three angry people, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his cigarette without saying a word. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Well, this time the Uchiha clan really went too far. Danzo, let your root organization handle this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said while looking at Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not see through the Uchiha clan's high-profile actions. He really couldn't understand what Uchiha Bei was trying to do. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to let Danzo go and investigate the situation of the Uchiha clan first. Consider whether to take action or not. Sarutobi, leave it to me. My root organization will take care of this matter. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo returned to the base of his root organization without any hesitation. Leading the members of the root organization, they rushed directly towards the Uchiha clan. As soon as they arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence, they were stopped by Uchiha clan ninjas. Stop, who are you? What are you doing here in our Uchiha clan? The patrolling Uchiha clan ninja asked loudly. I am Danzo Shimura, the elder of Konoha. Get out of my way right now. Danzo looked at the Uchiha clan and said very rudely, the elders of Konoha. Upon hearing Danzo's self-exposure of his identity, the Uchiha ninja frowned. The elder of Konoha is second only to the Hokage, and Uchiha N is really difficult to deal with. How dare you, some random person, act so presumptuously in front of our Uchiha clan? At this moment, Baya walked over and said to Danzo Shimura with great disdain, Captain. Lord Baya. Seeing Baya coming over, the Uchiha clan ninjas around him hurriedly saluted. After seeing Baya coming, they seemed to have found their backbone. You are Uchiha Bei, release them immediately and surrender. Danzo looked at Baya with great contempt and said, in Danzo's opinion, Baya is so young, what qualifications does he have to fight with him? With his identity as a Konoha elder, he can easily take down Baya. Roll. Seeing Danzo Shimura talking nonsense, Baya only replied with one word. What? You dare to scold me? Shimura Danzo suddenly became furious. Ding, feeling Shimura Danzo's anger, plus 200 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 15. Not only do I dare to scold you, I even dare to hit you. Baya appeared in front of Danzo with a flash of his body. Before Danzo could react, he was slapped in the face. Pa, with a crisp sound, a slap mark appeared on Danzo's face. How could Baya be polite to Danzo Shimura, one of the masterminds who would destroy the Uchiha clan in the original work? Baya's slap was so fast that Danzo had no time to react. When he reacted, Baya's slap had already landed on his face. Uchiha Bei, you dare to hit me. All members of the root organization, listen up, attack and capture him. After being slapped, Danzo, who was already angry, became even more furious and ordered an attack on the members of the root organization. Yes. Danzo-sama. Upon hearing Danzo's order, all members of the root organization drew their weapons in unison. What are you going to do? How dare you attack the guards? Do you want to be a rebel ninja? Seeing these root organization members who were on the verge of a fight, Baya was not afraid at all, but instead shouted loudly. After hearing Baya's words, the root member who was about to attack stopped moving and looked towards Danzo. Attacking ninjas from the same village is indeed an act of treason. Attack, capture all the Uchiha clan members. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Shimura Danzo shouted loudly with a dark face. Becoming a rebel ninja, you must be joking. He is the elder of Konoha. Whether you are a traitor or not is up to you. A brat from the Uchiha clan actually dared to slap him. What else can a man endure? Today, we must teach the Uchiha clan a lesson. Attack, Thunder Release, Thunder Spear Piercing. With Danzo Shimura's order, the members of the Root Organization had no worries and rushed directly towards Baya. There was even a member of the Root Organization who directly launched a lightning escape. The violent thunder and lightning exploded directly, causing a huge explosion. But, can this attack hurt Baya? Obviously not possible. Baya leaped forward and easily avoided the attacks of these Root Organization members. Captain, we're here to help you. Seeing the Root members launching an attack, many ninjas of the Uchiha clan opened their Sharingan, holding kunao in their hands, and gathered around Baya. Humph, it seems you really want to become a rebel ninja. All Uchiha, listen to my orders, capture them. If they dare to resist, they will be killed without mercy. Baya gave the order directly. Yes. Attack. Let them know how powerful our Uchiha clan is. You actually followed us to the Uchiha clan to cause trouble. Hearing Baya's order, the Uchiha clan ninjas attacked the members of the Root Organization one by one without any hesitation. Yan, send an emergency call. Konoha village is under attack. Baya said to Uchiha Yan. Emergency call signal. Lord Baya, we don't need them. With the strength of our Uchiha clan, we can easily deal with them. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan said in confusion. Konoha village's emergency summoning signal. This is a special signal that will only be used when Konoha village is invaded by a powerful enemy. All the ninjas in Konoha village would rush over as soon as they saw this signal. Idiot, do I need support from Konoha village? I want to let the people of Konoha village know the consequences of disobeying the orders of our guard team. Baya couldn't help but say. Baya didn't care about these members of the Root Organization at all. With the strength of the Uchiha clan, it can be easily solved. However, simply addressing the membership of these Root Organizations is not sufficient. Baya wanted to take this opportunity to let Konoha village see how powerful the Uchiha clan's guard team was. Of course, it can also better collect negative energy. I understand, Lord Baya. Hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan took out a flare and fired it into the sky without any hesitation. Shoo, boom. A huge flare exploded in the sky, attracting the attention of all the ninjas in Konoha village. What is that? An emergency call flare. Someone is attacking Konoha village. That's the direction of the Uchiha clan. Hurry! Go and support immediately. Let's go. Seeing this signal flare, the Konoha ninjas immediately put down their work and quickly rushed towards the Uchiha clan. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw this emergency call signal and frowned. What is this? An emergency call. The direction of the Uchiha clan. What happened over there? Is this a signal from Danzo? Gather, we're heading towards the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very confused about the sudden emergency call signal. However, in order to prevent any accidents, Sarutobi Hiruzen still rushed over quickly with the Umbu. What is this guy going to do? Why did you send out an emergency call signal? No matter what he does, this battle must end immediately. When Danzo Shimura saw the Uchiha clan sending this signal, he was also very confused and didn't know what Baya was planning to do. However, no matter what the Uchiha clan does, this battle must end immediately. Thinking of this, Danzo Shimura joined the battle without any hesitation. Wind style, wind cutting technique. Danzo Shimura quickly formed seals with his hands and took a deep breath. Then a wind blade attacked Baya. Well done. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Facing Shimura Danzo's attack, Baya also used a wind escape technique to meet it. Bang. Boom. With a huge explosion, the violent fire dragon directly swallowed the wind blade and attacked Danzo without slowing down. What? Oh no! Danzo was shocked to see his ninjutsu being defeated. However, his reaction was also very fast, and he dodged quickly with a teleportation technique. Narrowly avoided Baya's attack. Wind escape, vacuum jade. After dodging Baya's attack, Danzo Shimura quickly formed seals with his hands again. The strong wind gathered into a huge wind ball and attacked Baya. It's useless. Fire style, great fireball technique. Facing Danzo's attack, Baya once again used fire style to meet it. Bang. Boom. With another huge explosion, Baya's flames easily defeated Danzo's wind escape, and at the same time, the scorching flames continued to attack Danzo. Faced with the incoming fire attack, Danzo dodged again in a panic. This guy, how can his ninjutsu ability be so powerful? You can actually suppress me so easily. After 2 consecutive ninjutsu duels, Danzo was at a disadvantage both times, which surprised him greatly. Danzo Shimura, as the former bodyguard of the second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, can be said to be extremely powerful. In particular, his wind-style ninjutsu is one of the best in the entire Konoha village. However, he didn't expect that Baya's strength was even stronger than his own. He suppressed himself so easily. You know, Baya is the one who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Relying on the Mangekyo Sharinganzai technique, any ability released by Baya will be multiplied. Just like now, the ninjutsu released by Baiye has been greatly improved. It was easy to suppress Danzo. What are you thinking, old man? At this moment, Baiye appeared behind Danzo and kicked him. Not good. Danzo's reaction is also very fast, and he defends quickly. However, Baiye's enormous strength still caused Danzo to fly backwards, and he rolled on the ground for more than 10 times, looking extremely embarrassed. Danzo-sama. Hurry. Support Danzo-sama. Seeing Danzo being knocked away, 2 members of the Root organization immediately rushed towards Baiye with ninja swords in hand. You two are courting death. Facing the 2 attacking Root organizations, Baiye easily turned his body to the side and easily avoided their attacks. At the same time, half a kunao appeared in Baiye's hand and slashed towards the neck of one of the Root members. Puffed. With a scream, the Root member fell to the ground, holding his neck. Damn it, die. Seeing his companion being killed, another member of the Root organization was very excited. He raised his ninja sword high and was about to chop towards Baiye. However, before he could make any move, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in front of him. Suddenly, an illusion controlled him, and then a sharp kunao pierced his chest. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, you actually dared to kill members of my Root organization. Are you planning to betray Konoha village? Seeing Baiye killing his men without mercy, Danzo Shimura was also very angry. Ding, feeling Danzo's anger, plus 300 negative energy, gaining wind style, vacuum jade. What Root organization? I don't know. All I know is that you attacked our security team, that you plan to betray Konoha village. With the will of fire, I will destroy you, the rebel ninjas. Byakuya continued to attack Danzo. Damn it, how could this happen? Facing the attack of Baiye, Danzo put up a hard resistance. Danzo had not expected that things would turn out like this. In Danzo Shimura's view, he is the elder of Konoha village and the leader of the Root organization. Everyone in Konoha village must obey his orders. If he doesn't obey my orders, I can define him as a traitor. It is precisely because of this that Danzo is confident in defeating Byakuya. However, Danzo never expected this. Baiye didn't fall for it at all and directly led the Uchiha clan to launch an attack. This is also Baiye's countermeasure. If we just talk about conspiracy, Byakuya is no match for those 2 old villains Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Baiye did not give them any chance to plot and launched an attack directly. Attack, eliminate these rebel ninjas. For Konoha village, for the will of fire. Destroy the members of the Root organization. Baiye shouted in a majestic manner while attacking Danzo. Yes. Destroy the rebel ninja. The Uchiha clan ninjas were all very excited and attacked the members of the Root organization. Faced with the attacks of Byakuya and the Uchiha clan, both Danzo and the members of the Root organization were defeated one after another. Danzo's body was covered with wounds, and countless members of the Root organization were killed by the Uchiha clan. Although the members of the Root organization are all very powerful, the Uchiha clan's ninjas are even more powerful, especially the powerful Sharingan, which is simply not something that these Root organization members can resist. Damn it, how could this happen? Members of Shimura Danzo's organization kept dying, and his heart was bleeding. You know, these members of the Root organization were all carefully cultivated by him and are an important force of the Root organization. I didn't expect that everything would be lost here today. Old thing, how dare you think about it while fighting me? At this moment, the sharp ninja sword in Baiye's hand chopped towards Danzo's head. Not good. Feeling Baiye's attack, Danzo was also shocked and his head quickly shrank back. But unfortunately, it was still a step too late. The sharp blade cut Danzo's right eye, and countless blood flowed down. Damn it, you actually destroyed one of my eyes. Danzo held his bleeding right eye and screamed angrily. Ding, feel the pain of Shimura Danzo bitterness, plus 1000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 30. What a pity, but I don't know if you can dodge the next attack. Baiye shook off the blood on the ninja sword and continued to attack Danzo. Danzo was no match for Byakuya to begin with, and now that one of his eyes was severely injured, he was even less able to fight Byakuya. Faced with Baiye's attack, Danzo could only keep dodging, looking in a miserable state. Just when Baiye was beating Danzo, the Konoha ninjas who received the emergency call signal rushed over from afar. Seeing the battle here, all the Konoha ninjas were confused. What's going on? Who is the Uchiha clan fighting against? Is this really an attack? Why does it seem like the Uchiha clan has suppressed the other party? Who are these people? They're wearing masks. Are they Umbu? Umbu attacking the Uchiha clan. These Konoha ninjas couldn't help but wonder. Because the members of the Root organization are hiding in the dark, even when they are taking action, they hide their identities. Therefore, not many people know that there is an organization called Gen in Konoha village. Ninja of Konoha, I am Danzo Shimura, the elder of Konoha. Attack the Uchiha clan immediately. The Uchiha clan has betrayed Konoha village. Danzo, who was being chased by Baiye and fleeing in a panic, looked at the Konoha ninjas around him and shouted loudly. Humph, it's you who betrayed Konoha village. How dare you lead your men to attack the guards, with the will of fire, we will destroy these traitorous ninjas. Baya continued to hold the ninja sword and attack Danzo. After hearing what Baya and Danzo said, the Konoha ninjas around them became even more confused. Now, they don't understand what happened here. On one side is the Uchiha clan, representing the security forces. On one side is Danzo Shinura, representing the Konoha high-level officials. They don't know who to listen to. Simply, all the Konoha ninjas stopped there and no one moved. Whether it is the Uchiha clan or Danzo Shinura, they are not people they can afford to offend. Even some people who wanted to join the battle were stopped by their companions. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also rushed over with the Umbu. Seeing the fierce battle here, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised. What is Danzo doing? Weren't we here to rescue people? How could we have engaged in a fierce battle with the Uchiha clan? And he was in such a miserable state, being chased by someone. But no matter what, the fight cannot continue. Stop it, everyone. Seeing the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the root organization stopped. However, Baya still had no intention of stopping. Instead, he launched an even more fierce attack on Shinura Danzo. Before Danzo could react, Baya caught up with Danzo and slashed at him with the ninja sword in his hand. With a sound of tearing and screaming, Shinura Danzo's right arm was cut off directly. Immediately afterwards, Baya kicked him hard. The seriously injured Danzo Shinura flew backwards and landed right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. How dare you, Uchiha Bei, what are you doing? Seeing that Byakuya did not obey his orders at all and instead seriously injured Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 500 negative energy, gaining Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, the Umbu around him also rushed up, each holding a weapon and looking at Baya vigilantly. Third Hokage, I want to ask you this. I am executing a traitorous ninja, and the Hokage is actually protecting the traitorous ninja. Does Hokage-sama want to betray Konoha village, betray the will of fire? Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked loudly. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't breathe. Betray the village, betray the will of fire, isn't that what I was about to say? You said what I said, what do you want me to say? Danzo is not a traitor, he is an elder of Konoha. How dare you attack the Konoha elders? Sarutobi Hiruzen then said, Oh, what Konoha elder, when did Konoha village have this thing? We in the Uchiha clan don't know anything about Konoha elders, I only know that this guy led his men to attack the Uchiha clan. Anyone who dares to attack the Konoha clan is a traitor. Baya shook off the blood on the ninja sword and continued to walk towards Danzo. Enough. Uchiha Byakuya, do you know what you are doing? At this moment, the other two Konoha elders, Utane Koharu and Mito Katoen, also rushed over and attacked Baya directly. We are the elders of Konoha, what are you, the guards? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of us? But facing the two powerful people, Baya did not get angry but laughed instead. Haha, you ask me what the security team is. I'm telling you now. We, the security team, will catch those who the Hokage doesn't dare to catch. Those whom the Hokage dares not to kill, our guard team will kill. In a word, the matters that the Hokage is in charge of, our guard team is in charge of, and the matters that the Hokage is in charge of, our guard team must also be in charge of. With the will of fire, protect Konoha village. Anyone who dares to destroy Konoha will die. Even if he dares to go against the will of fire, our guard team dares to arrest him. This. Is the Uchiha guard. Baya's domineering voice spread rapidly in all directions. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. He doesn't even take the Hokage seriously. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Baya's words. When the Uchiha clan members heard Baya's words, they all felt their blood boiling and their faces were filled with excitement. Look, listen, what a domineering declaration. This is the Uchiha clan. Only Lord Baya can lead our Uchiha clan to rise. Hateful Uchiha Byakuya. Different from the excitement of the Uchiha clan, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinura Danzo and others were indeed very ugly. What the hell is this? This is simply not taking him, the Hokage, and Konoha's high-ranking officials seriously. How could they not be angry? Ding, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, plus 700 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 30. Ding, feeling Shinura Danzo's anger, plus 800 negative energy, illusion plus 32. Ding, sensing Uchiha Koharu's anger, plus 900 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 35. Ding, feeling Mightaman N's anger, plus 1000 negative energy, chakra plus 40. Hokage-sama, are you satisfied with my answer? Baya couldn't help but say as he looked at the angry Hokage and others. Seeing Baya's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others clenched their fists tightly. They now wished they could kill Baya immediately. However, they also knew very well that they could not take action now. Not to mention that Baya is extremely powerful, and secondly, there are many Uchiha clan ninjas who are eyeing him covetously. If they really take action, the result will be more harm than good. And this is why Baya dares to be so arrogant. Baya was sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to take action, so he didn't dare to do it. Since he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to take action, what was Baya afraid of? Baya now treated everyone as an example and slapped the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. This kind of face-to-face output also caused Baya to gain a lot of negative energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and returned to his usual kind appearance. Uchiha Bei, what you said is very good. With the security team here, I'm assured of the safety of Konoha village. But, Danzo is the elder of Konoha village. He made a mistake, the Umbu will deal with him. I don't know if your guard team can hand Danzo over to our Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Byakuya and said, the Hokage is going to deal with this traitor himself, no problem. However, our Uchiha clan's base was attacked and suffered heavy losses. What should we do? Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. Although with Baya's strength, if he opens the Mangekyo Sharinan, Baya can kill them with all his strength. But what good would killing them do for Baya? It would be better to keep them like leaks, constantly producing negative energy and ninjutsu for Baya. After hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that Baya wanted money again. I don't know how much money it will take to compensate for the Uchiha clan's losses. Let's start with 1 billion. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, what, 1 billion? You are blackmailing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked when he heard Baya's words. The amount of money Baya asked for this time was really too much, so much that it was a little scary. Blackmail, you're right. Why is the Hokage unwilling to give it? Baya said in a bad tone, and at the same time raised the ninja sword again and pointed it at Danzo. Baya's meaning is very simple. If you don't give the money, Baya will kill Danzo directly. Okay. 1 billion, I'll send someone over right away. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and finally agreed. 1 billion is a lot, but they can still get it if they grit their teeth. You have to know that Danzo is the leader of the Root organization, the elder of Konoha village, and his right-hand man, and he holds a lot of power. No matter what the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bear to see Danzo Shinmura die here. A moment later, an Umbu brought 10 storage scrolls to Baya. Thank you Hokage-sama for the billion. You can take this traitor away. Baya took the storage scroll and handed it to Uchiha Yan. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and quickly left with all the Umbu. At the same time, there is also the half-crippled Danzo Shinmura. By the way, Hokage-sama, I wonder how the rebellious ninja named Sarutobi Shinnishuk is being dealt with. Did you chop off his head? Baya continued as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was leaving. Captain Baya, please don't worry about that. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and left quickly. Baya's words were really infuriating. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. As for the store manager's family members who were captured, they were no longer in the mood to rescue them. Ding, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resentment, plus 200 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 12. Ding, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resentment, plus 300 negative energy, illusion plus 14. Ding, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resentment, plus 400 negative energy, chakra plus 20. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others leave in disgrace, all the members of the Uchiha clan cheered. Master Baya, you are truly amazing. Sure enough, only Lord Baya can lead our Uchiha clan to rise. What kind of Hokage is this? He was easily suppressed by Captain Baya. Master Baya's words are so handsome. We take care of things that the Hokage doesn't dare to intervene in. So this is the responsibility of our security team. Long live Lord Baya. For a time, Baya's reputation in the Uchiha clan rose again. Many members of the Uchiha clan who had once been dovish began to waver in their hearts. The Hokage didn't look that powerful, yet he was suppressed so easily by Lord Baya. Perhaps Lord Baya can really lead their Uchiha clan to rise. Humph, you still have the mood to laugh. Look at the injuries on your body. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you were actually injured by an ordinary ninja. It's really shameful. From now on, you all must train hard. Improve the Uchiha's strength. Baya scolded as he looked at the Uchiha clan leaders being brought along one by one. Yes. Lord Baya. Hearing Baya's scolding, the faces of the Uchiha clan members were still full of excitement. The Uchiha clan was the most powerful ninja clan during the Warring States period. The only clan in the entire ninja world that can fight against the Uchiha clan is the Senju clan. Now the Senju clan has been destroyed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha high-level officials. It can be said that there is no one in the entire ninja world who can fight against the Uchiha clan. However, the comfortable life in Konoha village made the Uchiha clan lose their fighting spirit. Therefore, Baya planned to arm the Uchiha clan. When the Uchiha clan has the strength to fight against the entire Konoha village, why should they be afraid of the Konoha high-level officials? In the Hokage building, in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato-en, Utane Koharu, and Shimura Danzo are gathered here. Each of them had a very ugly expression on their face. The four of them are high-ranking officials of Konoha and hold power in Konoha village. Under normal circumstances, any family patriarch would be courteous to them when meeting them. Now, they actually suffered at the hands of the Uchiha clan, especially Danzo Shimura, who was not only slapped in the face, but also blinded in one eye and had one arm chopped off. "Danzo, how is your injury?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he looked at Danzo, who had bandages wrapped around his arms and head. "The arm has been reattached, but the eye is damaged," Danzo said with a dark expression. Since he became the elder of Konoha and the leader of the root organization, he has never suffered such a loss, and it was at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Danzo was extremely angry and wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan immediately. "Sarutobi, we absolutely cannot let this go. The evil Uchiha clan must be eliminated immediately," Shimura Danzo said angrily. "That's right, Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan is too presumptuous. The second Hokage is right, the Uchiha clan is an evil clan." Mitamon N and Utain Kohara followed suit. The Uchiha clan actually dared to offend the Konoha high-level officials. This is simply unforgivable. Therefore, no matter what the reason, the Uchiha clan must be taught a lesson. "You're right. The Uchiha clan must be dealt with, but now is not the time." Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan immediately. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very clear that now was not the time to go to war with the Uchiha clan, unless he can ignore the losses of Konoha village and the ninja war that may break out at any time. As for taking down the Uchiha clan without any injuries, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even dare to think about it. The current Uchiha clan is different from the weakened Uchiha clan in later generations. The strength of the elite Jonin in the Uchiha clan now is at least in double digits. Moreover, there is also Baya, whose strength is unknown and who can easily defeat Danzo. Sarutobi, Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of destroying the Uchiha clan, Danzo Shimura was very happy and wanted to continue speaking. However, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Okay, Danzo, stop talking. What you need to do now is to recover your strength as quickly as possible, and reconstructed root tissue. Don't forget, I am the Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at Danzo. Although the title of Hokage is of no use to Baya, it is very useful to others. "I see." After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo could only agree helplessly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was right, now is not the time to deal with the Uchiha clan. That if we rashly attack the Uchiha clan, Konoha village may be doomed if we are not careful. As the top leaders of Konoha village, who have enjoyed the power of Konoha for a long time, they do not want Konoha village to be destroyed. However, they were very unwilling to let the Uchiha clan go just like that. More importantly, their family store was sealed off by the security team, and their family members were detained by the security team. "Sarutobi, what should we do with our store?" "Yes, my people are still in the guard team," Utain Koharu and Mito Daimon asked hurriedly. Originally, Danzo's purpose of going to the Uchiha clan this time was to teach the Uchiha clan a lesson and make them open their shops and release their people. However, they never expected it. Danzo failed to save the people and was beaten up instead. Even Danzo himself was turned into a one-eyed dragon and had one of his arms cut off. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. He tried to show off but ended up getting beaten. However, they cannot give up these stores. This is the wealth they have embezzled over the years by relying on the power in their hands. Therefore, it must never be discarded. If they lose these stores, it will be a huge blow to their family. They had a hard time developing their respective families. They don't want to go back to the past and become a small family that is on the verge of collapse. "Well, I can only pay protection money." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and sighed. "Damn it, the evil Uchiha clan. Damn Uchiha Byakuya." After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the two felt helpless. Now there is no other way except paying protection fees. They could only curse Baya in their hearts. And their anger was converted into negative energy and all fell into Baya's hands. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 200 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 21. Ding, sensing Uchiha Koharu's anger, plus 300 negative energy, taijutsu plus 25. Ding, feeling Mitamonen's anger, plus 400 negative energy, illusion plus 32. Ding, feeling Shimura Danzo's anger, plus 500 negative energy, chakra plus 35. Baya, who was basking in the sun with the Uchiha clan, felt the increasing negative energy and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Haha, these old perverts are really good leaks. They keep giving me negative energy," Baya thought excitedly in his heart. This time, Baya's blow to Konoha's top leaders can be said to be very heavy, especially Danzo Shimura, who had one eye blinded and one arm cut off by Baya. It can be said that the Konoha high-level officials now hate Baya very much and curse him in their hearts every day. This was exactly what Baya wanted. Go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the more negative energy Baya will get. the faster Baiye's strength increases. Master Baiye, this is your tea. At this moment, Mikato brought tea to Baiye. Mikato, it's great to have you, Baiye said with a smile as he looked at Mikato in front of him. In the past, Baiye had been constantly practicing and improving his strength. The pressure of survival left him no time to find a woman. Now, Baiye has opened the Mangekyo Sharinan and has the ability to protect himself. Baiye discovered that it was not bad to have a woman by his side, especially a beauty like Mikato. Lord Baiye, I don't know how you are going to deal with my father. I beg you, don't hurt my father. Mikato looked at Baiye and said with some concern. Mikato knew very well that there was a strong demand in the entire Uchiha clan for Baiye to become the clan leader. Baiye wants to become the clan leader, but Mikato's father, Uchiha Gen, is the biggest obstacle. Mikato was really afraid that Baiye would take action against her father. Don't worry, as long as your father stays here honestly, he is still the head of the Uchiha clan. No one dares to hurt him. Baiye also noticed Mikato's worry and immediately spoke to her. Baiye didn't care at all about the so-called position of patriarch. Wouldn't it be that if he wasn't the clan leader, Baiye's actions would be affected? Obviously not possible. Just like now, although Baiye is not the clan leader, the entire Uchiha clan is still under Baiye's control. Moreover, if Baiye remembered correctly, this guy Uchiha Yuen didn't have many days left to live. Instead of killing him, it is better to keep him so that Baiye can produce more negative energy. I'm relieved then. Thank you, Lord Baiye. After hearing Baiye's assurance, Uchiha Mikato felt relieved. Apart from the incident where Byakuya attacked her own father, Mikato also admired Byakuya very much. You know, Baiye was the first person to suppress the Hokage, making the Uchiha clan proud in front of the Hokage. Baiye is now the hero of the Uchiha clan. As a young girl, it is natural for Mikato to like the hero Byakuya. Seeing that the Sarutobi clan, to which the Hokage belonged, had started to pay protection fees to the Uchiha clan, other families in Konoha village also began to pay protection fees to redeem their own stores and clansmen. The Hokage has given in, so what else do they have to say? Just pay the money. For a moment, the Uchiha clan's guard team became busy. Lord Baiye, all the shops have now paid their protection fees. Now our Uchiha clan has sufficient funds. Uchiha Yen looked at Baiye with great admiration. Think about their former Uchiha clan. Look at the life you lived before, and then look at the life you are living now. I can only say that he is worthy of being Lord Baiye. With Lord Baiye's leadership, our Uchiha clan will surely rise. We are in charge of all the shops in Konoha village, and we are a little short of manpower. Uchiha Yen then spoke to Baiye. Not enough manpower. That means recruiting people. Baiye couldn't help but say. This. We need to continue recruiting people, but we can't find anyone. Some stubborn people in the family will definitely not join our security team. Uchiha Yen said very angrily. As for these diehards, they are undoubtedly the doves who choose to support Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha General. Although, now the clan leader Uchiha Gen is imprisoned by Baiye, and Uchiha Fugaku is also imprisoned in a cage by Baiye. However, these people were still very stubborn and did not choose to join the guard team. Baiye was too lazy to pay attention to these guys. Since we can't recruit anyone from the Uchiha clan, then we can recruit from other clans. Baiye thought for a moment and said. This. Recruiting people from other families, is this really possible? The guards have always been members of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yen couldn't help but say. You know, since the era of the second generation Hokage, Konoha village has been suppressing the Uchiha clan everywhere. Among all the power departments in Konoha village, except for the security team, there is not a single person from the Uchiha clan. Even the guard team has very little power due to the suppression of Konoha village. Now, under Baiye's leadership, their guard team has finally risen to prominence. How can they allow people from other families to join the guard team and share their guard team's power? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that another family will take away the guards? You have to remember that we Uchiha rely on strength, not guards, and power. Seeing Uchiha Yan's appearance, Baiye said speechlessly. Please, this is the world of Naruto, a world where power is everything. Why was Hashirama Senju able to become Hokage? Was it really because of the so-called Will of Fire? It's because of its powerful wood release. If the Will of Fire was really that useful, there wouldn't be a ninja war. Therefore, for Baiye, the guard force, power, and Hokage are all empty words. Strength is the most real thing. As long as he has powerful strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, doesn't care at all. When you recognize him as Hokage, he is Hokage. If he doesn't agree, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called Hokage, is nothing. Master Baiye's teaching is. I understand. Baiye's words also gave Uchiha Yen an epiphany. By the way, Lord Baiye, there is one more thing. What's going on? Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo's mission failed. It is said that he gave up the mission to save his companions. I don't know where this message came from, but many people in the village are now condemning Heitake Sakumo. They said that abandoning the mission caused huge losses to the village. Even his former teammates are blaming him. Uchiha Yen said to Baya. Heitake Sakumo, tisk. Another conspiracy by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baya said with great disdain. Conspiracy, Lord Bei, you said this is the Hokage's conspiracy. That's impossible. Heitake Sakumo is the captain of the Umbu. Uchiha Yen said with some disbelief. You know, in addition to his powerful strength, Heitake Sakumo also has a very high status in Konoha village. He is the captain of the Umbu, in control of the entire Umbu, and has absolute power in his hands. Nothing is impossible. It's precisely because he's the captain of the Umbu that Sarutobi Hiruzen would go after him. Don't you feel that this rumor is very strange? Isn't it just a failed mission? Haven't you failed in missions before? Baya couldn't help but say. Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo, the head of Konoha's Umbu. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he also has a very high reputation and has carried out various difficult tasks. He also made great contributions during the Second Ninja War. It is even said that his reputation once surpassed that of the three ninjas of Konoha and was close to that of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Many people speculate that the next Hokage may be Heitake Sakumo. It is precisely because of this that Konoha's high-ranking officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the pressure. If Heitake Sakumo became Hokage, they would have nothing to do. Therefore, the people led by Sarutobi Hiruzen's senior management planned the series of events before them. It's really very strange. It's just a mission, right, that ninja can guarantee a 100% success. I've failed a few missions too. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yen also felt that something was wrong. Isn't it just a mission failure? What's that? No ninja can guarantee 100% completion of every mission. Mission failure is a common occurrence for ninjas. Even Uchiha Yen had failed several missions in the past. However, now that Heitake Sakumo had failed in a mission, it had caused an uproar in Konoha village. This is obviously a bit abnormal. I really didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be such a person. Even his own people are betrayed. What a pity for Heitake Sakumo. Uchiha Yen said with great contempt. What do you think about letting Heitake Sakumo join our security team? Baya suddenly had such an idea. Heitake Sakumo joins the guard corps. Is that really possible? Uchiha Yen was also stunned when he heard Baya's words. Heitake Sakumo, this is the White Fang of Konoha, who is extremely powerful. Uchiha Yen had absolutely no objection to letting Heitake Sakumo join the guard team. However, Heitake Sakumo is a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so how could he join the Uchiha clan's guard team? Haha, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't consider him as one of his own. Let's go meet Heitake Sakumo, Baya said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha high-level officials are fighting for the power in their hands, so anyone who threatens them will be suppressed. Heitake Sakumo, the three ninjas of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. It can be said that any strong person will be persecuted and suppressed by them. In the end, the entire Konoha village was in chaos, and it was even said that pain destroyed it alone. If it weren't for good luck, the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, who is good at talking, would have appeared. It is not certain whether Konoha village still exists. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want these masters, then the Uchiha will accept them. In Heitake Sakumo's residence. At this time, Heitake Sakumo had a face full of stubble and looked unkempt. Without the sharpness of the former Konoha White Fang, the same decadent loser. The rumors in Konoha have been tormenting him all the time these days and making him feel stressed. Now Heitake Sakumo is on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but reach for his ninja sword. He slowly drew out his ninja sword. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened roughly. Ahem. What's that smell? Is this where people live? I never thought that Konoha White Fang would look like this. Uchiha Yen and Baya walked in and said to Heitake Sakumo, who looked depressed. At this time, Heitake Sakumo also saw who was coming. You are from the Uchiha clan. What are you going to do? Seeing that the person coming was from the Uchiha clan, Heitake Sakumo frowned. Heitake Sakumo. I'm Uchiha Byakuya. I'm here to invite you to join the security team. Baya looked at Heitake Sakumo and said. However, it seems that you are not qualified to join the guard team. Konoha White Fang has become Konoha idiot. Baya looked at the depressed Heitake Sakumo and said with disdain. Baya had to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is not very powerful as the Hokage, his level of persecution is indeed very high. The strongman Heitake Sakumo was actually turned into this by him. The living Konoha White Fang has now become the Konoha idiot. What did you say? Hearing Baya's contemptuous words, Heitake Sakumo suddenly became furious. All the decadence in his body was swept away, and he glared at Baya like a sharp short blade. Ding, feeling Heitake Sakumo's anger, plus 100 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 2. This is a bit of the momentum of Konoha White Fang. How about joining our security team? Baya said as he looked at Heitake Sakumo, who seemed like a completely different person. I joined the guard. How is that possible? I'm the head of Konoha Umbut, I can't possibly join the guard. After hearing Baiye's words, Heitake Sakumo refused without hesitation. Heitake Sakumo had also heard about what Baiye had done recently, especially Baiye's declaration of vigilance. Things that the Hokage doesn't dare to take care of, the guard team will take care of. It shocked him even more. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan is so bold now, and even ignores the Hokage. However, Heitake Sakumo still had no intention of joining the guard team. I am the head of Umbu and a member of the Hokage faction, and how can I join the guard team? Haha, I call you an idiot, you really are an idiot. You follow Sarutobi Hiruzen wholeheartedly, but that old man doesn't consider you one of his own. Otherwise, I wouldn't deal with you. Baiye looked at Heitake Sakumo and said with great disdain, "Deal with me? What did you say? How could Lord Hokage deal with me? Leave immediately, or I won't be polite." Heitake Sakumo said very angrily. Although, now the entire Konoha village is full of rumors about himself. However, he is still very loyal to Konoha and the Hokage. Haha. You're welcomed. I want to see how you, an idiot, can be rude to me, Baiye said without fear. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, a little kid walked in. "Father! Kakashi, come here quickly." Seeing the person coming, Heitake Sakumo quickly pulled the kid behind him. "This is your son, Heitake Kakashi, not bad, kid. You don't want your son to be in danger in the future, do you?" Baiye looked at Heitake Kakashi and said with ill intention, What are you going to do? If you attack Heitake Kakashi, I won't let you go." When Heitake Sakumo heard that Byakuya was going to threaten him with Heitake Kakashi, he immediately became furious. Ding, feeling Heitake Sakumo's anger, plus 500 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 30. Haha, you better take care of yourself. In the face of Heitake Sakumo's words, Baiye looked indifferent. "Yan, how's the investigation going?" "Master Bai, we have already investigated clearly. These people are all from the Sarutobi clan." "Excellent, what are we waiting for? Arrest him immediately," Baiye said directly. Before coming to find Heitake Sakumo, Baiye sent members of the security team to investigate the people who spread the rumors. As expected, you don't know until you investigate, and you'll be shocked when you do. Those who spread the rumors are all from the Sarutobi clan. Yes. You guys follow me. After hearing Baiye's words, Uchiha Yen immediately left with several people from the Uchiha clan. "What? You're not going to clean up your room? Many people will be coming soon." Looking at the messy room, Baiye looked at Heitake Sakumo and couldn't help but say, "Uchiha Bai, what on earth are you going to do?" Heitake Sakumo said as he looked at Byakuya with a frown. "Heitake Sakumo, I think you're pretty good. I don't want you to die in this conspiracy." Baiye looked at Heitake Sakumo and said, "Ha, what do you mean?" After hearing what Baiye said, Heitake Sakumo was still very confused. "I did have suicidal thoughts just now. But what does this have to do with conspiracy?" "You'll soon find out." Baiye looked at Heitake Sakumo and said. Uchiha Yen led the security team and rushed directly into the Sarutobi clan's base and found their target this time. "Sarutobi Otake, Sarutobi Kawasui, Sarutobi Omo, right?" Uchiha Yen asked as he looked at the three ninjas from the Sarutobi clan in front of him. "Yes, it's us. What are you going to do?" Seeing Uchiha Yen and others, the three asked in confusion. "Very good, you are the ones I'm looking for. Take it away immediately." Uchiha Yen waved his hand, and the security team rushed up immediately and captured the three people directly. "Damn it, who are you? How dare you come and cause trouble for our Sarutobi clan? Stop them, don't let them go. Your guards are so brazen, you actually came to our Sarutobi clan to arrest people." Of course, the Sarutobi clan would not watch Uchiha Yen capture their people. One by one, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan blocked Uchiha Yen's way. "Humph, the security team is doing their job. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." At Uchiha Yen's command, all the guards drew their ninja swords and aimed at the Sarutobi clan ninjas who were blocking their way. Seeing Uchiha Yen and others drawing their ninja swords without hesitation, ready to fight at any time, these Sarutobi clan ninjas who blocked the road were all a little scared. You know, the security forces have been very arrogant during this period. They even dared to attack Konoha's elder Danzo Shimura, let alone these ordinary ninjas. They had no doubt that if they continued to block them, the guards would attack them without hesitation. "Let's go." Seeing these frightened ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha Yen immediately grabbed them and left Sarutobi Hiruzen in a high-profile manner. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan looked at each other as the guard team left, and no one dared to stop them. "What should I do now?" "Report to the third master immediately. The security team is here to arrest someone from our Sarutobi Hiruzen clan." The Sarutobi clan ninjas had no choice but to report what happened here to the Hokage. What did you say?" "The security forces have captured members of our Sarutobi clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very angry when he heard that his people had been captured. "Yes, Lord Sandaime. The security team has captured Sarutobi Otake, Sarutobi Kawasui, and Sarutobi Omori. The Sarutobi clan members spoke immediately. Wait, the three of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked when he heard the names of these three people. Others don't know the situation of these three people, but as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows it very well. These three people were the ones he secretly ordered to spread rumors about Heitake Sakumo. Although, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know why the guards captured the three of them, but this is definitely not a good thing. Umbu team, follow me immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately led a team of Umbu to chase after him. In Heitake Sakumo's residence, Heitake Sakumo looked at Baya warily. He really couldn't understand why Baya came to see him. It seems that he doesn't have much friendship with the Uchiha clan. Also, why did the Uchiha clan invite me to join the guard? What is the Hokage's conspiracy? Now Heitake Sakumo's mind is very confused. Unlike Heitake Sakumo, who was confused, Baya was looking at the little brat Heitake Kakashi. Are you the son of Konoha White Fang? Baya looked at the little kid and asked. Yes, I am Heitake Kakashi. I want to be a great ninja like my father, Heitake Kakashi said with admiration. At this time, Heitake Kakashi always took his father as his role model and was proud to be the son of Konoha White Fang. Haha. Very impressive. However, the name Heitake Kakashi doesn't suit you. I think you should be called Heitake Gagakai. Byakuya looked at Heitake Kakashi and said with a smile. If Baya remembered correctly, Kakashi Heitake did become a powerful ninja when he grew up, and he can fight with anyone. From the final boss Kagayaheim to the junior ninja leaders Abusa, and then to the members of the Akatsuki organization in the middle, Kakashi Heitake can defeat any of them. It can be said that it is a 50-50 reputation. Heitake 5-5. What kind of name is that? My name is Heitake Kakashi. After hearing what Baya said, Heitake Kakashi said very confusedly. However, for some reason, he felt that the name was full of attraction. At this moment, a sound of manipulation was heard outside. It seems that Yan and the others have returned. Baya looked outside. Sure enough, I saw Uchiha Yan holding three people from the Sarutobi clan and rushing over from a distance. Lord Baya, we have captured the person you want. These three guys. Uchiha Yan directly threw these three Uchiha clan members in front of Baya. Sarutobi Otake, Sarutobi Kawasui, Sarutobi Omo. Damn it, what are you arresting them for? Do you want to threaten me with them? Seeing the three people captured by Uchiha N, Heitake Sakumo asked angrily. The three people in front of him were all his Umbu subordinates. Captain Sakumo. When they saw Heitake Sakumo, the three of them kept avoiding his gaze, as if they had done something wrong and did not dare to face Heitake Sakumo's gaze. It seems that you value your subordinates very much. However, your men don't care about your life or death. Looking at the excited Heitake Sakumo, Baya came to the three of them. Do you want to say it yourself, or do you want me to make you say it? Baya looked at the three of them and said in a bad tone. What do you want us to say? We don't know. Let us go immediately. We are from the Sarutobi clan. The third generation master will not let you go. That's right, even you, the security team, can't arrest people arbitrarily. The three of them still spoke in a very tough tone, although they knew very well what Baya was asking, but the three of them are still pretending to be stupid. You won't tell me, right, Yan? I'll leave him to you, Baya said to Uchiha Yan. Yes. Lord Baya, leave it to us, we'll make them talk soon. Uchiha Yan and several guards clenched their fists and attacked the three men violently. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing? How dare you attack a ninja from the same village? Seeing the guards beating up his own men, Heitake Sakumo was very excited. He rushed forward with a short blade in hand, trying to save his men who were being beaten. Seeing the excited Heitake Sakumo, Baya immediately drew out his ninja sword and blocked him. Bang! With a crisp sound, the two men's weapons collided with each other, making a crisp collision sound. At the same time, the immense force caused Heitake Sakumo to take several steps back. Don't be so excited, you'll soon be in no mood for excitement. Seeing the emotional Heitake Sakumo, Baya couldn't help but say. Then he shouted loudly at Uchiha Yan. Yan, faster. I understand, Lord Baya. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan beat the three people even more crazily and used illusion at the same time. Finally, under the dual attack of body and mind, the three men collapsed. It hurts so much, don't fight me anymore, I'll tell you everything. These rumors were spread by Hokage-sama. This is none of our business. I don't know why Lord Hokage asked me to spread these rumors. The three devastated people immediately told everything they knew. What did you say? Hearing what these three people said, Heitake Sakumo was very excited and looked at them with disbelief. I'm sorry, Master Sakumo, these rumors in Konoha village were spread by Lord Hokage. This is none of our business. The three of them looked devastated, lowering their heads in shame. How could this be possible? After hearing what the three people said, Heitake Sakumo couldn't accept it for a moment. As the head of the Umbu, the person who controls the entire Umbu, Heitake Sakumo can be said to have worked diligently for Konoha and always protected the third Hokage. However, he did not expect that the rumors in Konoha village were actually spread by the third Hokage. For a moment, Heitake Sakumo's three views collapsed. Right here at this moment, the Hokage and the Umbu rushed over angrily. Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing as a security team? How dare you arrest people at random? As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived here, he started to question the security team. Haha, Master Sandaime, you've arrived just in time. I just captured 3 traitorous ninjas who destroyed Konoha village. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was furious and wanted to call for an explanation, Baya said with a mocking tone. When Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, he saw the collapsed Sarutobi trio and the appearance of Heitake Sakumo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself that something was wrong. Damn, it's too late. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to arrive early and snatch the 3 people from the guards. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Baya's speed would be so fast. The thing I was most worried about happened. No, we must turn everything around immediately. Seeing the situation in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted very quickly and immediately changed his tone. Who is it? How dare you destroy Konoha village? Anyone who dares to destroy Konoha village will be unforgivable. Captain Baya, I don't know where the rebel ninja you mentioned is. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a look of deep sorrow. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden change in expression, Baya couldn't help but admire him. He is worthy of being the old conspirator who can become Hokage. This ability to tell lies with eyes wide open is something that ordinary people really can't learn. It's these 3. Baya pointed at the 3 people from the Sarutobi clan and said, assholes, how dare you betray Konoha village? The entire Sarutobi clan will be ashamed because of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen started cursing at the 3 of them. Hokage-sama, we. The 3 of them were about to speak, but were interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just shut up. As the 3rd Hokage, I declare you to be traitorous ninjas. The Leaf Village will judge you. Fearing that the 3 of them would reveal information that would be detrimental to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give them a chance to speak and directly announced their identity as traitors. Well, Hokage-sama, what you said is very good. In that case, the opportunity to execute these 3 people is now given to Hokage-sama. Baya handed the ninja sword to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with a smile, this. Execute them. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the ninja sword handed to him by Baya, he was confused for a moment and didn't react. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, he first defined the 3 people in front of him as traitorous ninjas and took control of the situation. Then, let the Umbu take the 3 of them away. So, whether to release or deal with the 3 of them is up to you. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect was that Byakuya actually handed him a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to react for a moment when he was asked to execute them on the spot. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Shouldn't all rebel ninjas be killed without mercy? Could it be that Lord Hokage has other ideas? Baya looked at the confused Sarutobi Hiruzen and said threateningly. Baya's meaning is very clear. He is now forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to kill the 3 people in front of him personally. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood this. If he didn't kill the 3 people in front of him, Baya would not let this matter go easily. You're right. Traitorous ninjas should be killed without mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, took the ninja sword from Baya's hand, and looked at the 3 people from the Sarutobi clan. The 3 members of the Sarutobi clan became a little flustered when they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Hokage-sama, please don't kill us. Hokage-sama, we are all following your orders. The 3 men were about to speak, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give them any chance to refute and chopped them directly with the ninja sword in his hand. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere and the 3 of them fell directly to the ground. Well, Lord Hokage's swordsmanship is very good. He's really good at killing his own people. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said sarcastically. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed not to hear Byakuya's mocking words, and instead looked towards Heitake Sakumo. Sakumo, are you okay? Don't worry about the rumors in the village. The village is always on your side. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that Heitake Sakumo, the head of the Umbu, was still very important to the entire Konoha village. Now he must immediately correct his image in front of Heitake Sakumo. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was performing, Byakuya suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya. Hearing Baya's laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned pale, and he stared at Baya with angry eyes. Don't worry about me, just keep going. Keep performing. Baya said heartlessly. Sakumo, the Umbu still needs you. I don't know when you will be able to continue to manage the Umbu. The Umbu cannot lose you as its leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and continued to look at Heitake Sakumo kindly and asked, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I feel that I am not capable enough that you should give the position of Umbu captain to someone else, Heitake Sakumo said with a very calm expression. After this incident, Heitake Sakumo was completely disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He diligently led the Umbu and protected the Hokage, but what he got in return was a conspiracy. Why would I become the captain of the Umbu? Are you looking for death? Is that so? Then you should have a good rest. If you ever want to go back, Captain Umbu will always keep it for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen still looked kind and was not angry because of Heitake Sakumo's rejection. He still looked kind. After rejecting Sarutobi Hiruzen, Heitake Sakumo looked at Byakuya again. Captain Baya, I wonder if your invitation still counts. Of course it counts. What? You want to join our guard team? Byakuya looked at Heitake Sakumo and asked. Yes. Captain Baya, please take good care of me from now on. Heitake Sakumo looked at Byakuya and said. Heitake Sakumo was very clear that he had offended the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, he might deal with me in the future. Although Heitake Sakumo is not afraid of death, he is worried about his son Heitake Kakashi. And in the entire Konoha village, the only one who can fight against the Hokage, the only one, is the Uchiha clan. Now, there is no other choice but to join the security team. Upon hearing that Heitake Sakumo was going to join the guard team, Uchiha N and others were very excited. Really, Konoha White Fang has joined our security team. Haha, this is really great. Konoha White Fang, don't worry, our security team doesn't have any messy conspiracies. Yes, our duty as a guard is to protect Konoha village and the Will of Fire. The Uchiha clan couldn't help but say, damn it, let's go. Seeing that his Umbu chief had joined the guard team, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry. But now he has no choice. Haha, take care, Hokage-sama. By the way, Hokage-sama, you'd better keep an eye on your Sarutobi clan. If there's another rebellious ninja from your Sarutobi clan, then our security team will be rude. Baya looked at the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued to speak provocatively. Snort. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted angrily and quickly left with the Umbu. His conspiracy this time was really a double-edged sword. Not only did he fail to ruin Heitake Sakumo's reputation, but he pushed Heitake Sakumo into the Uchiha clan's guard team. It's all Uchiha Byakuya's fault. If it weren't for him, my conspiracy wouldn't have failed. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is so cruel that Byakuya is itching to bite him. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 500 negative energy, illusion plus 30. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 600 negative energy, taijutsu plus 32. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 700 negative energy, chakra plus 35. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 800 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 40. With the joining of Heitake Sakumo as an example, ninjas from other families also joined the guard team one after another. The number of security forces has been expanded and their strength has been greatly improved. Although he is still unable to fight against the entire Konoha high-level forces, at least he is not suppressed by them. Now the entire Konoha village knows that the Uchiha clan's guard team is extremely powerful and even the Hokage does not take them seriously. Moreover, with the management of the security team, the business of Konoha village has become more orderly. No ninja dare to easily bully ordinary people's stores anymore. Any ninja who dares to bully a store will be arrested by the security team. Even ninjas from high-ranking Hokage families such as the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan will be captured by the security team. For a time, the reputation of Uchiha and the guard team quickly increased in the hearts of ordinary people. These people found that paying protection money to the security team was a good idea. At least the security forces ensured their safety. Moreover, Baya's protection fee system not only did not hit Konoha village's business, instead, it made business more prosperous. Countless ordinary people came to Konoha village to do business. It is even said that in order to obtain the protection of the Uchiha clan, these people chased the security team and gave them money, and opened a store near the Uchiha base. This made the business of Konoha village unprecedentedly prosperous, and it can be said that everything can be bought in Konoha village. Master Baya, is this the commercial street managed by our security team? It looks great. Uchiha Mikato followed behind Baya and said with some surprise. It was the first time that Uchiha Mikato saw such a prosperous commercial street. Of course, this is the power of our Uchiha clan, Baya also said very proudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, only knows how to intrigue and scheme, and has no idea about development. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was really powerful, he would not have caused such chaos in Konoha village. As a time traveler, Baya has experienced the era of information explosion in his previous life. Although, Baya is not a professional developer. However, if you just pick out a few systems, they are several versions ahead of the world. Master Baya is truly amazing. Uchiha Mikato looked at Baya with admiration. Of course, although Byakuya systems promoted the development of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, and the Konoha high-level officials could not be happy at all. Because, all this is thanks to the Uchiha clan. The stronger and better the Uchiha clan becomes, the angrier they become. It can be said that Byakuya can get a lot of negative energy from them every day. Just as the two were shopping, a flurry of operating sounds came from the distance. Catch her, catch that guy, don't let her get away. How dare you cause trouble in front of our security team? We must not let her escape. Accompanied by a burst of panic, a little loli with blonde hair and twin ponytails ran over in a panic from a distance. The little loli with blonde hair and twin ponytails, with a pair of bright eyes, is constantly observing her surroundings. While no one was paying attention, he hid under a small snack stall next to Byakuya. A moment later, several ninjas from the security team caught up. Master Bai, Miss Mikato. The guards saw Byakuya and Mikato and greeted them quickly. What are you doing? Byakuya asked curiously. Lord Byakuya, we are arresting the criminal. Someone is causing trouble in the casino and refusing to pay his debts. We are hunting him down. The guards said hurriedly. Who is that? They're causing trouble in front of the security team. Byakuya asked very confusedly. Ever since he took control of the security team, few people dared to serve on the security team. I don't know, this guy moves very quickly. We only saw that he had blonde hair. We are about to go to the vicinity of the Yamanaka clan to see if there are any ninjas from the Yamanaka clan. The guard continued. I understand. Please continue. Anyone who dares to destroy Konoha village must not be spared. Byakuya waved his hand, and the guards immediately left and continued to pursue their target. Casino, golden hair. Could it be her? It should be her. A big fat sheep with blonde hair appeared in Byakuya's mind. And this big fat sheep is undoubtedly Tsunade. If Byakuya remembered correctly, Tsunade liked to gamble, and she was often chased for debt because she had no money. Of course, Tsunade is also very experienced in avoiding debt collection. Every time, she used transformation skills to turn into a little blonde girl to avoid debt collectors. Interesting, Tsunade. Byakuya suddenly became interested. Thinking of this, Byakuya walked towards the small stall. Hey. Little girl, don't hide anymore. The people chasing you have already left. Byakuya couldn't help but say. I'm dying of suffocation. Hearing Byakuya's voice, the blonde loli with twin ponytails crawled out from under the stall. Thank you. You are such a kind person, the little blonde girl said innocently. Of course, we Uchiha clan are all good people, Byakuya said with a smile. Uchiha clan, you are from the Uchiha clan. Hearing Byakuya's words, the little blonde girl frowned. At this time, she also saw the Uchiha clan emblem on Byakuya's clothes. At the same time, Byakuya also felt a wave of negative energy coming towards him. Ding, feel the Ganghan's disdain, plus 50 negative energy. As expected, this little blonde loli is Tsunade. Byakuya looked at the little blonde girl in front of him with ill intentions. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the three ninjas, is not only powerful but also very beautiful. It can be said that Tsunade is also a rare beauty. However, as a beautiful woman, Tsunade has no other hobbies except gambling. Whenever she has time, Tsunade would go to the casino to play a few rounds, but her luck in gambling was very bad, and she always lost miserably. She was nicknamed the legendary Big Fat Sheep by everyone. Today, Tsunade went to the casino to gamble as usual and lost everything, and also borrowed a lot of foreign debt. If it were in the past, Tsunade would have just walked away. Tsunade is the princess of Konoha and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Who dares to make things difficult for Tsunade? The people in the casino could only swallow the loss and let Tsunade owe the money. But now it's different. With the rise of the Uchiha clan guard, the casino owner also has a backer. Upon hearing that someone dared to owe money here and not pay it back, the security team rushed over immediately. Seeing the guards, Tsunade didn't hesitate at all and chose to escape. As a person who is often in debt, Tsunade is also very experienced in escaping. While no one was paying attention, she turned into a little blonde girl and hid herself. Although, with Tsunade's strength, she can easily defeat these guards. However, for the honor of the Senju clan, Tsunade would not dare to do these things. Therefore, it is better to hide. However, Tsunade did not expect that after she had just escaped the pursuit of the security team, she actually met a member of the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were enemies and had been fighting for generations. However, with the cooperation between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan eased to establish Konoha village. However, the fight between the two families is not over yet. When Tsunade was a child, she often fought with the Uchiha clan. Therefore, she also dislikes people from the Uchiha clan. So, when Tsunade sees Byakuya now, she feels very disgusted. Little sister, my name is Uchiha Bai, are you okay? Byakuya looked at the little blonde girl in front of him, pinched her little face and said teasingly. Although Byakuya had already confirmed that the blonde loli in front of him was Tsunade, he did not expose her. Besides, Tsunade looked pretty cute when she was a child. How could Baya let go of such an opportunity to tease Tsunade? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, big brother. Although Tsunade was very depressed, she could only pretend to be innocent in order to prevent her identity from being exposed. Little sister, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Where is your home? Let me take you home, Baya said as he looked at the little Tsunade in front of him. No need, I know the way. Little Tsunade quickly refused and wanted to leave here quickly. But how could Baya let her leave so easily? Baya suddenly grabbed Tsunade, who was about to leave. Little sister, since you say I'm a good person, then I'll be a good person and take you back, Baya said enthusiastically. Mikato, how do you feel? I have no objection. It's really too dangerous for her to be alone. Although Mikado felt very strange that Baya insisted on sending the little girl home, she did not think much about it. Forward. Seeing that Byakuya and Mikato insisted on sending her home, Tsunade felt very depressed and annoyed. Today is really a bad day for me. First he lost all his money and was chased by the security team. There was no other way but to use transformation to become a little lowly to avoid being chased. However, she didn't expect that she had just escaped the pursuit of the security team. I met another person from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this Uchiha clan member was very enthusiastic and wanted to send him home directly. When did the Uchiha clan become so enthusiastic? Even if you want passion, don't come to me. This made Tsunade very depressed, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Ding, sensing Tsunade's depression, plus 100 negative energy, gaining the sage body, incomplete. As the system adapted, Baya felt that the chakra in his body increased sharply. Sage's body, I never thought I'd get a sage's body from Tsunade. Baya was also surprised when he felt the changes in his body. Baya just felt that little Tsunade was very interesting and wanted to tease her a little, gaining some negative energy from her. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain, and I actually obtained the body of an immortal. The immortal's body is not only strong, but also extremely strong. The only pity is that this is not a complete immortal body. However, even so, it is of great help to Baya. I was able to obtain the sage body from Tsunade. I wonder if I can get anything else. Thinking of this, Baya continued to look at the little Tsunade in front of him and asked, Little sister, where is your home? Let me take you home. My home. After hearing Baya's words, Tsunade was confused and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Of course, her home is at the Senju clan's headquarters. However, if I really say that my family is from the Senju clan, then I will be exposed. Therefore, in response to Baya's questioning, Tsunade could only naively pretend to have forgotten. Big brother, I forgot where my home is. Forgot, that's right, you're so young now, you might not know the way home. Then let me help you find. Let's go home. Baya didn't care whether Tsunade was willing or not, and pulled little Tsunade away. Faced with Baya's actions, Tsunade also tried to resist. It can even be said that with Tsunade's own strength, she could easily break free. However, if Tsunade really breaks free, her identity will be revealed. She was the dignified princess of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 ninjas, but she turned into a little girl to avoid debt collectors. This is a very embarrassing thing. She had no shame, especially not in front of the Uchiha clan. Just like that, with Tsunade's reluctance and resentment, Baya pulled her little hand and walked away. Ding, sensing Tsunade's depression, plus 50 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 2. Ding, sensing Tsunade's depression, plus 60 negative energy, Chakra plus 3. Ding, sensing Tsunade's resentment, plus 70 negative energy, Ninjutsu plus 4. Since Tsunade wants to play a trick on me, I will play it with her to the end. Baya did not expose Tsunade, but instead enthusiastically stopped Tsunade and Mikato from shopping. Faced with such enthusiasm, Tsunade did not dare to resist and could only follow Baya depressedly. Little girl, are you hungry? Let me treat you to some candied haws. Baya asked little Tsunade. I won't eat, Tsunade was in no mood to eat candied haws now. She just wanted to escape from Baya's clutches as soon as possible. However, before she could finish her refusal, Baya stuffed a candied haws into her mouth. Woo, perhaps Baya's actions were too rough, and little Tsunade let out a cry of surprise. Little girl, how is it? It tastes good, right? Looking at Tsunade's appearance, Baya said with a smile. After hearing Baya's words, Tsunade did not answer. Instead, she took the candied haws and started eating it in big mouthfuls with some anger. This thing tastes pretty good. Hee. Seeing Tsunade like this, Baya felt amused. There are not always opportunities to bully Tsunade. Especially this kind of bullying where she doesn't dare to fight back is even more rare. Little girl, try this, mung bean cake. It tastes good too. Baya took out another snack and stuffed it into Tsunade's mouth without waiting for Tsunade to answer. Woo, the rough action made Tsunade exclaim again. At the beginning, I was a little resistant to Baya's rough actions. However, Tsunade gradually adapted and even began to ask for it. Big brother, I want more. I want to eat this, and this is also delicious. At this moment, Tsunade seemed to have forgotten her identity and really regarded herself as a little loli. When Mikato saw such a cute little loli, her maternal instinct was aroused. I bought various small accessories and started dressing up the little loli Tsunade. As the sky gradually darkened, little Tsunade already had various snacks in her arms. Even his face was covered with crumbs of various snacks. Various short videos are also hung on her hair and clothes. Brother Baya, I have remembered where my home is. I'm leaving, Tsunade said while holding the snacks, still looking innocent. Tsunade didn't expect that she would actually pretend to be a brat for a whole day, and he was acting like a brat in front of the Uchiha clan. Thinking about her behavior today, Tsunade felt a little ashamed. However, fortunately, this guy didn't notice, and I was finally leaving. It's all about to end. To be honest, I didn't suffer any loss today, but at least I ate a lot of snacks. Haha, go away, where are you going? At this time, Baye's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at little Tsunade in front of him with ill intention. I was going home. Tsunade hadn't noticed anything was wrong yet and still looked innocent. Go home, your home seems to be over there. That's where the Senju clan is stationed. Baye pointed in another direction and said. When Tsunade heard Baye's words, her eyes narrowed. What did you say? I don't know what you're talking about. What's Senju clan? Tsunade said with some shock. You really don't know. How long are you going to keep pretending, Senju Tsunade? Baye directly revealed her identity. What did you say? What Senju Tsunade? I don't even know who she is. Little Tsunade was shocked, looking a little flustered and scared. What, Senju Tsunade? Master Baye, you said this little girl is Master Senju Tsunade. Uchiha Mikato also looked at the little girl in front of her with shock. Of course, didn't you realize that this is a transformation technique? Baye said with a smile. Hearing Baye's words, Mikato immediately opened her Sharingan. What a transformation jutsu! This is truly Tsunade-sama. Relying on the power of the Sharingan, Mikato was able to see through Tsunade's transformation technique. She didn't expect that the little girl she had just carefully dressed up was actually Lady Tsunade. I think I even pinched Lady Tsunade's face. When Tsunade heard Baye reveal her identity, she stopped pretending and immediately cancelled her transformation technique. Puff. After a puff of smoke, the cute little loli disappeared, and a blonde lady with twin ponytails appeared in front of Baye. When did you discover my identity? Tsunade Senju looked at Baye with an ugly expression. When? I saw you when you were hiding from the guards. No one can hide from the Sharingan, Byakuya said while looking at Tsunade. You damned bastard. Hearing Baye's words, Tsunade suddenly felt ashamed. Originally, she thought she had hidden herself very well and Baye did not discover her identity. However, Tsunade never expected that Baye not only discovered her identity, and he knew his identity very early on. When Tsunade thought about how she had spent the entire afternoon acting cute in front of Baye, she felt ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the rock to crawl into. Seeing Baye's playful smile, Tsunade's shame quickly turned into anger. You bastard, how dare you play tricks on me, go to hell. The angry Tsunade didn't hesitate at all, clenched her fists and attacked Baye. There is only one angry Tsunade now. The thought was to beat Baye up. This guy clearly knew that he had seen through his transformation, yet he still treated him like that. This is so shameful and humiliating, but how can I face people in the future? Facing Tsunade's attack, Byakuya and Mikato reacted very quickly and dodged quickly. Boom! With a loud crash, Tsunade's huge fist slammed into the ground. The ground suddenly exploded, and a large pit quickly spread into the distance. Hey Tsunade, what are you doing? Are you going to kill someone? Seeing Tsunade's fierce attack, Baye said with some fear. Baye had no doubt that if this punch landed on him, even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. That's right, I'm going to kill you. The angry Tsunade attacked Baye fiercely again. At this time, Tsunade had not yet experienced the death of her brother, so she did not suffer from hemophobia. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 400 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 12. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 500 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 13. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 600 negative energy, Chakra plus 20. Haha, if you want to kill me, then I'll have to see what you're capable of. Facing Tsunade's attack, Baye was not afraid at all, but continued to provoke Tsunade. The angrier Tsunade gets, the more negative energy Byakuya gets, and the more excited Byakuya becomes. Tsunade is very angry now, extremely angry. He was the current patriarch of the Senju clan and one of the three great ninjas of Konoha, but he was actually fooled by a member of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade felt extremely ashamed when she thought about herself acting cute in front of Baye. However, the shame in his heart soon turned into anger. Tsunade now has only one thought in mind, which is to beat Baye violently, beat him half to death, and vent her resentment. You damned Uchiha bastard, die. Today, I will kill you. Kill you. The angry Tsunade waved her fists and continued to attack Baya. Faced with Tsunade's attack, Baya did not sit still and wait for death, but dodged quickly. While dodging the attacks, Baya continued to provoke Tsunade with words. Tisk tisk. Is this the power of the Senju clan? It's just this much. Hey. Tsunade, is this all you have? Baya easily dodged Tsunade's attack and said with great disdain, go to hell, I'm going to kill you. Hearing Baya's provocative words, Tsunade's anger suddenly boiled over like a volcano. Veins popped up on his forehead, his fists clenched, and he attacked Baya even more frantically. As one of the three ninjas, Tsunade is extremely powerful. Especially the strange power punch, which looks like a very ordinary attack but has extremely terrifying destructive power. Every punch he landed could create a big hole in the ground. Faced with Tsunade's fierce attack, Baya did not dare to resist. However, relying on the powerful ability of the Sharingan, Baya was able to dodge. I can't hit it, I can't hit it. You just can't hit. You look like you have big breasts, how can your strength be so weak? Your nutrients aren't all going to your breasts. Baya dodged quickly and said meaningfully. You damn Uchiha, you've completely pissed me off. Today, I must kill you. Tsunade attacked Baya angrily. If I say that I showed some mercy just now because Baya was a Konoha ninja. So, after Baya's verbal teasing, Tsunade was completely furious. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 700 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 20. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 800 negative energy, taijutsu plus 30. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 900 negative energy, illusion plus 40. The angry Tsunade no longer cared about the ninjas from the same village. He now had only one thought, which was to kill Baya. Let Uchiha Bei in front of you know why his flowers are so red. Heavenly pain kick. Tsunade jumped high, gathered chakra at her feet, and stomped hard towards Baya. Facing Tsunade's fierce attack, Baya reacted very quickly, moving his body to the side. Easily dodged Tsunade's attack. Boom! Tsunade stomped her foot hard on the ground, and the ground collapsed instantly, and a powerful impact spread in all directions. Countless pieces of gravel spread out in all directions along with the impact and fell around Baya. But, is Tsunade's attack over just like that? Obviously not possible. Sealing technique. Tsunade suddenly made a seal, and a black inscription suddenly emerged from the ground, like a rope, wrapping around Baya's feet and hands. What is this? A sealing technique? When could it be the impact just now? Looking at the inscriptions on his body, Baya quickly understood that this was a sealing technique. Moreover, when he dodged Tsunade's attack just now, some rubble fell around Baya. At first, Baya didn't care. Now it seems that this is not ordinary rubble, but a sealing technique released by Tsunade. You damn Uchiha, you can't escape now. Looking at Baya who was trapped there, Tsunade smiled. Master Baya, let me help you. Seeing that Baya was controlled by Tsunade, Mikato immediately came to support, but he was stopped by Baya. Mikato, no need for support. This big-breasted, brainless guy can't hurt me. Although Baya is now controlled by the sealing technique, he still looks fearless. You damn bastard. Who are you calling big-breasted and brainless? Hearing Baya's words, Tsunade suddenly became even more annoyed. Haha, I'll pick on whoever has the biggest breasts. Baya stared at Tsunade and said meaningfully. You Uchiha bastard, today I'm going to smash your mouth. Originally, after controlling Baya, Tsunade's anger had subsided by half. However, after Baya's few words, Tsunade's anger was aroused again. The angry Tsunade clenched her fist and smashed it directly into Baya's chest. Tsunade's punch was full of hatred, so she did not hold back. The fist, which looked white, made a sound of breaking through the air. Moreover, even if Baya was injured, Tsunade was confident that she could heal him. But, will Byakuya really allow Tsunade to attack him? Obviously not possible. Divine power. When Tsunade's fist was about to hit Baya, Baya immediately launched his own eye technique, Kami-sama. Baya's body instantly hid in a different space. Tsunade's fist easily passed through Baya's body. Baya also instantly broke free from the constraints of the seal. What's going on? You did what? How could you possibly dodge my attack? After the attack failed, Tsunade looked at Baya in shock. Tsunade was very sure that she had definitely hit Baya just now. However, I don't know what method Baya used to avoid his attack. Could it be an illusion? Tsunade immediately calmed herself down and checked the changes in her chakra. However, the chakra flow in his body was very stable, and it didn't look like he was under an illusion at all. Haha, do you want to know? I won't tell you. Baya looked at Tsunade and continued to speak provocatively. Tsunade is worthy of being a cage-level strongman, her strength is indeed very powerful. Facing Tsunade's attack, relying solely on ordinary strength is not enough, and one can only use the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the first time that Baya has seriously used the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique since he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Asshole, no matter what ability it is, I will definitely beat you up today. Faced with Bai Ye's provocation, Tsunade continued to attack Bai Ye angrily. Now Tsunade doesn't care what ability Bai Ye uses. She has only one thought in mind, which is to beat Bai Ye up. Although Tsunade's strength is very powerful, the Akiazai technique is even more powerful. Every time Tsunade's powerful punch was about to hit Bai Ye will unleash his divine power. Tsunade's attack easily passed through Bai Ye's body. But this is not the end yet. He reached into Tsunade's golden hair with his right hand. Bai Ye grabbed the hair tie that Tsunade used to tie her ponytail. Tsunade's golden ponytail suddenly fell down. Tisk tisk. Tsunade, what's that hairstyle of yours? It's quite unique. Bai Ye held Tsunade's hairband, looked at Tsunade with disheveled hair, and said provocatively, "Ah, bastard, bastard, you damn bastard. I must kill you today. Kill you." It was a great insult that Bai Ye had snatched away her hairband. The angry Tsunade continued to rush towards Bai Ye, but unfortunately, Tsunade's attack still had no effect. Tsunade's fierce fist pierced through Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye took the opportunity to flick Tsunade's forehead with his index finger. "Damn it, it hurts. You Uchiha bastard, you dare to shoot my head," Tsunade said angrily, holding her forehead. Patting the forehead is something that only elders would do to younger people. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, he was actually flicked on the forehead by a kid from the Uchiha clan. This is a shame, a huge shame. Haha, I just played it, what can you do? Not only will I flick your forehead, I'll also dare. Bai Ye's hands looked like dragon claws. As for what Bai Ye was talking about grabbing, it was self-evident. "You bastard." Seeing Bai Ye's actions, Tsunade also understood what Bai Ye meant. Tsunade suddenly felt angry and ashamed. Ding, feeling Tsunade's anger, plus 1000 negative energy, chakra plus 50. Ding, feeling Tsunade's shame and anger, plus 1100 negative energy, gaining Palm Immortal Technique. Ding, feeling Tsunade's shame, plus 1200 negative energy, obtain Chakra Scalpel. Ding, feeling Tsunade's shame, plus 1300 negative energy, gaining medical experience. Ha, I actually got Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, Bai Ye thought with some excitement in his heart. You know, Tsunade is known as a medical genius. In the entire ninja world, if we only talk about medical skills, no one can compare to Tsunade. And now, by angering Tsunade, Bai Ye obtained Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and medical experience. Bai Ye instantly became a medical expert. I just don't know if I can get something better from Tsunade if I continue. Now, Bai Ye's eyes became hot when he looked at Tsunade. In Bai Ye's mind, Tsunade's whole body is full of treasures. "You bastard, what are you looking at?" Tsunade also felt Bai Ye's fiery gaze and asked with some shame. "Haha, of course it depends on you. Tsunade, you have so many good things." Bai Ye stared at Tsunade and couldn't help but say, "Asshole, you damned Uchiha." Hearing Bai Ye's provocative words, Tsunade attacked Bai Ye even more angrily. But unfortunately, no matter how Tsunade attacked, it was useless. Under the powerful Space Eye technique of Kamui, Tsunade, who has no space ninjutsu, is no match for Bai Ye at all. In a series of attacks, Tsunade not only failed to hurt Bai Ye at all. Instead, Bai Ye took advantage of him in various ways. Damn it, this is a spatial ability. This damn Uchiha used space ninjutsu. After a fight, Bai Ye took advantage of her in various ways, and even touched her almost all over her body. Tsunade now understood that Bai Ye's ability was space ninjutsu. Tsunade also has some understanding of space ninjutsu. His second grandfather, Tobirama Senju, once developed a space ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama defeated Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Tsunade has also thought about practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, in order to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, one needs extremely high spatial talent. Tsunade obviously doesn't have this talent. But what Tsunade did not expect was that Uchiha Byakuya actually mastered space ninjutsu. Damn it, space ninjutsu is really difficult. Without space ninjutsu, there is no way to counter space ninjutsu. Facing Bai Ye's space ninjutsu, Tsunade was very clear that if she wanted to fight against space ninjutsu, she had to use space ninjutsu. Obviously, Tsunade doesn't know space ninjutsu. Tsunade had no way to deal with Bai Ye's space ninjutsu. "You damn Uchiha brat. I'll spare you today." Although Tsunade was very angry, she was also very clear that without space ninjutsu, she was no match for Bai Ye. There is no point in continuing the fight, except for Bai Ye taking advantage of us. Tsunade wanted to leave here first and find an opportunity to deal with Bai Ye. "Want to leave? Haha, did I let you leave?" Bai Ye suddenly blocked Tsunade's way. "You Uchiha bastard, what are you doing?" Seeing Bai Ye blocking the way, Tsunade asked loudly. "Of course I'll take you back." Bai Ye looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but say, "I finally met Tsunade today and got a lot of good things from her. How could Bai Ye let her go so easily?" "What, bastard, you actually dare to arrest someone? I am the patriarch of the Senju clan, listened Tsunade questioned loudly after hearing Baiye's words. So what? I'm a member of the security team. In the name of the Uchiha Guard, Senju Tsunade, you have destroyed Konoha village, gambled and evaded debt, and seriously damaged the Will of Fire. Now you are under arrest. Baiye took out the security team's badge, put it on his body, and said in a stern manner, "Go to hell, you bastard." Hearing Baiye's words, Tsunade was immediately furious. When did I destroy Konoha village? Even with everything in front of me destroyed like this, I will still fight with you, a bastard. As for gambling to escape debt, it's not like he won't pay it back in the future. Now this bastard from the Uchiha clan in front of him actually wants to arrest him. Isn't this intentional trouble? Senju Tsunade, are you going to arrest me? Baiye easily dodged Tsunade's attack and said in a bad tone, "I'm just arresting you, what can you do to me?" Tsunade said without fear. "In that case, I won't be polite." Chakra's scalpel. Baiye's hands were glowing white as he reached directly towards Tsunade's thighs. Suddenly, the chakra scalpel cut the muscles on Tsunade's thigh. Oh no! This is a chakra scalpel. Just when Tsunade felt that something was wrong, Baiye's hands reached down and touched Tsunade's arms. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms were cut off by Baiye. After the muscles of her limbs were cut by Baiye, Tsunade's body became limp and she fell to the ground. Baiye grabbed Tsunade with his right hand and held her in his arms. "Asshole, you Uchiha clan guy, let me go. Where are your hands touching? I'm going to kill you, kill you." Falling into Baiye's arms, Tsunade continued to curse. "Haha, go ahead and curse as much as you want. I want to see how long you can keep scolding me." Looking at Tsunade in his arms, Baiye said nonchalantly. The harsher Tsunade scolded and the angrier she became, the more negative energy Baiye received. Just when Baiye was about to leave with Tsunade's Senju in his arms, a team of Umbu suddenly appeared and blocked Baiye's way. "Stop, where are you taking Tsunade-sama? Put down Lady Tsunade immediately." The Umbu members held their weapons one by one and questioned loudly. Sensing the battle here, the Umbu had already arrived. However, the person who saw the battle here was Tsunade's Senju, and these Umbu did not appear. Tsunade is the disciple of the third Hokage. How dare they control the disciple of the third Hokage? It was even said that after seeing that the person fighting Tsunade was Uchiha Byakuya, the Umbu applauded. You know, the Umbu has suffered a lot at the hands of Uchiha Byakuya during this period. How could they stop Tsunade? Not only would they not stop it, they even hoped that Tsunade would beat up Byakuya to vent the anger of the Umbu. However, what they didn't expect was that Tsunade not only did not beat Baiye, but was caught by Baiye instead. Their Umbu had to take action. Humph, Senju Tsunade destroyed Konoha village and has now been arrested by the security team. What are you Umbu doing? How dare you stop the security team? Do you also want to betray Konoha village? Baiye looked at these Umbu and said in a bad tone. This. Lady Tsunade is the Hokage's disciple. How to deal with Lady Tsunade should be left to Lord Hokage. Also, Lady Tsunade is the head of the Senju clan that you can't take Lady Tsunade away. And Umbu said without flinching. Humph, I don't care about the Hokage's disciple. Anyone who dares to go against the Will of Fire will be punished. Anyone who stands in my way is an enemy of the Will of Fire. Where are the guards? As the suggestion was made, a team of guards led by Uchiha Yen appeared behind Baiye. The security team responsible for the safety of Konoha village also sensed the battle here and rushed over. But without Baiye's order, they did not show up. Now hearing Baiye's order, they all came out immediately. Lord Baiye, the security team is here to report. Uchiha Yen saluted Baiye very respectfully. Excellent. Guards, at your command. Anyone who dares to destroy the Will of Fire will be killed without mercy. Yes. After hearing Baiye's words, all the members of the security team drew their ninja swords and pointed them at the Umbu in front of them. Captain, what should we do? The guards won't really do anything, will they? Lady Tsunade is about to be taken away. All the Umbu members looked towards their captain. Faced with these guards holding ninja swords, the Umbu really didn't know what to do. Don't act rashly. The captain of the Umbu is now facing the guard team and it is Alexander. The Umbu captain had no doubt that if he made any unusual moves, these guards would take action without hesitation. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, Baiye carried Tsunade away. Damn it, Tsunade's people were captured by the security team. What should we do? The security forces are really too arrogant now, the Umbu said very unwillingly. In the past, the Umbu had the final say in the entire Konoha. The guards simply didn't dare to disobey the orders of their Umbu. However, now with the rise of Baiye and the guard increasingly ignores them, the Umbu. The Umbu also felt that they were becoming increasingly useless. It can even be said that sometimes, the words of the guards are more useful than those of the Umbu. This made all the Umbu feel dejected. Stay alert, I'll report what happened here to the Hokage. The Umbu captain thought about it and couldn't help but say, Be it Baiye or the guard, neither of them can afford to offend the Umbu. Apart from reporting to the Hokage, the Umbu, had no other choice. What did you say? Byakuya has captured Tsunade. Has Uchiha Byakuya's strength reached this point? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised when he heard the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear about the strength of his disciple Tsunade Senju. Tsunade is not only very skilled in medical ninjutsu, but also very powerful in physical skills, especially the super strength fist, which can easily break mountains and rocks. It can be said that Tsunade Senju's strength is definitely at the level of Kage. Even if he took action himself, he might not be able to defeat Tsunade. And now, the Umbu actually reported that Byakuya defeated Tsunade. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be surprised? Yes. Hokage-sama. Lady Tsunade was easily defeated by Uchiha Byakuya. Uchiha Bai has mastered space ninjutsu. The Umbu quickly recounted the battle between the two. Space ninjutsu, this damn Uchiha. Hearing the words of the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept cursing. Originally, Uchiha Byakuya's strong attitude made it very difficult for him to deal with. I didn't expect that Baiye's strength is so strong. This gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. Originally, after all these years, he had completely suppressed the Uchiha clan through various conspiracies and means. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that the hateful guy Byakuya would appear in the Uchiha clan. Not only did his plan fail, but he also suffered several losses at the hands of Baiye. Now, Whiteya had captured Tsunade again, which was truly outrageous. Well. Tell this news to the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and couldn't help but speak. You know, Tsunade is the leader of the Senju clan. Now that Tsunade has been captured by the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan will definitely not sit idly by. However, after the Second Ninja War, a large number of Senju clan ninjas died on the battlefield. This caused the Senju clan to decline, and their strength was no longer as strong as before. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the Senju clan's foundation is still there. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to use the Senju clan to fight against the Uchiha clan. As for myself, of course I am just sitting back and reaping the benefits. When the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are both suffering losses in their fight, it is time for me to take action. You damn Uchiha, what on earth are you trying to do? Throughout the journey, Tsunade never stopped holding Baiye's arms. Even after Baiye brought Tsunade to his room and threw her on the bed, Tsunade's cursing still did not stop. Baiye was not only not annoyed by Tsunade's constant scolding, but rather enjoyed it. This is not to say that Baiye has any special hobbies. However, the angrier Tsunade became, the more negative energy Byakuya gained. Baiye now wishes Tsunade would be angry. However, after cursing at Baiye, he found that Baiye did not react at all. Tsunade also shut her mouth. Swear, why don't you just stop swearing? Baiye looked at Tsunade, who was lying on the bed in a special posture, and said with a smile. At the same time, he squeezed Tsunade's body hard with his right hand. Not to mention, as a medical ninja, Tsunade takes very good care of her body. It is big where it should be big, and thin where it should be thin, and it feels very good. You. Uchiha bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Feeling Baiye's movements, Tsunade shouted angrily. Kill you? It would be a shame to kill a beauty like you. Baiye pinched Tsunade's pretty face and continued to speak provocatively. You. Damn Uchiha, damn bastard. At this time, the muscles of Tsunade's limbs had been cut off by Baiye. Faced with Baiye's teasing, I couldn't resist at all. I'll bite you to death. Although Tsunade's limbs had their muscles severed and she couldn't move, her neck was able to. The angry Tsunade bit Baiye's fingers hard. However, Baiye's reaction was also very quick, and he pulled it back quickly. Are you born in the year of the dog? You actually want to bite me? Baiye looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but say. Snort. Hearing Baiye's words, Tsunade snorted coldly. Tsunade now understood that Baiye was deliberately provoking her and making her angry. The angrier he became, the happier Baiye became. Now that she knew Baiye's purpose, Tsunade simply ignored him. Seeing Tsunade like this, Baiye knew that the negative energy had almost been collected. Now, even if he did something to Tsunade, he couldn't squeeze out any negative energy from her body. Senju Tsunade, can you now confess your crimes? Byakuya said while looking at Tsunade. What crime have I committed? Tsunade looked completely unconcerned. Senju Tsunade, you destroyed Konoha village and owed a debt. What, could it be that the Senju clan leader is afraid to admit what he did? Baiye looked at Tsunade and asked in a stern tone. You. Okay, I admit that I did it all. After hearing Baiye's words, Tsunade said helplessly. If Tsunade was alone, it wouldn't matter if she didn't acknowledge her, because she was alone anyway. But now it's different. Baiye directly moved the Senju clan out. Tsunade had to admit it. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, Tsunade may not care about her own face, but she cannot bring shame to the Senju clan. Tisk tisk. I never thought the Senju clan leader would do such a thing. I don't know. After Senju Hashirama knows these things, will he jump out of his coffin? Baya looked at Tsunade and said sarcastically, "You bastard." Hearing Baya's words, Tsunade became angry again. However, now there is a chance to make amends. Baya looked at Tsunade and continued. What chance? Baya couldn't help but ask. We, the Uchiha clan, are short of medical ninjas. As long as you help our Uchiha clan train medical ninjas, your debt, we Uchiha clan will pay for you, Byakuya said while looking at Tsunade. This is Baya's purpose. Although the Uchiha clan's combat effectiveness is very strong, however, there is a severe shortage of medical ninjas. Now that Tsunade, the medical genius, is in his hands, how can Baya let her go? Baya plans to rely on Tsunade to help the Uchiha clan train medical ninjas. You want me to train medical ninjas for your Uchiha clan? This is impossible. I would rather die than serve your Uchiha clan. After hearing Baya's words, Tsunade refused without thinking. I am the patriarch of the Senju clan, how could I possibly work for the Uchiha clan? Besides, he had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Baya, so how could he possibly work for Baya? Haha, Tsunade, you actually dare to refuse. Do you want everyone in Konoha village to know that the Senju clan leader is refusing to repay his debts and is destroying Konoha village? Byakuya said threateningly while looking at Tsunade. You bastard. Hearing Baya's threat, Tsunade was also full of anger. Tsunade may not care about her own reputation, but she cannot ignore the reputation of the Senju clan. I remember you have a younger brother named Shenshu. He seems to be the only male of your Senju clan of this generation. Tsunade, you don't want anything to happen to your brother, do you? Baya looked at Tsunade and continued threateningly. What are you going to do to the rope tree? Tsunade was very excited when she heard Baya's words. You know, Tsunade is very caring towards her younger brother Senju no Waki. Now, hearing that Baya was planning to attack her own brother, how could Tsunade not be angry? What? That depends on your choice. If you agree to my proposal, not only will your brother be safe, but the security team will also protect him. If you agree, then it's hard to say. Our guard is the steadfast guardian of the will of fire. Anyone who dares to violate the will of fire will be punished. Even if he is the Hokage's grandson, we will not let him go, Baya said with a righteous look. However, in Tsunade's eyes, Baya did not look majestic at all. Instead, he looked like an evil demon, constantly threatening her. Okay. I agree to help your Uchiha clan train medical ninjas. In the end, Tsunade was defeated and agreed reluctantly. Very good. Wait, you won't take this opportunity to take revenge on our Uchiha clan. Baya remembered something again and said to Tsunade with distrust. Tsunade is a medical ninja with very powerful medical skills. If Tsunade really did something, he really wouldn't be able to find out. Asshole, who do you take me for? I'm a medical ninja, I only use my medical skills to heal and save people. Seeing that Baya didn't believe her, Tsunade said very angrily. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Hearing that Tsunade agreed to his proposal, Baya smiled and grabbed Tsunade's long legs. You damned fellow, what are you doing? I have agreed to help your Uchiha clan train medical ninjas. Feeling Baya's movements, Tsunade screamed in panic. Don't move, I'm treating you. Baya held down the struggling Tsunade and immediately used the palm fairy technique to heal the severed muscles on Tsunade's thigh. How do you know the medical ninjutsu of our Senju clan? Tsunade asked in surprise upon seeing Byakuya's method of treatment. Although there are many people in Konoha village who know medical ninjutsu, everyone's medical ninjutsu is different. Therefore, Tsunade was very sure that the medical ninjutsu used by Baya was exactly the same medical ninjutsu used by the Senju clan as her own. How could Tsunade not be surprised when the medical ninjutsu of their Senju clan appeared on a member of the Uchiha clan? Who knows, maybe our Uchiha clan and your Senju clan were once one family. Hearing Tsunade's question, Baya said indifferently. As a time traveler, Baya is very clear that whether it is the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, their power comes from the Six Paths Sage. However, it was because of Black Zetsu's instigation that they became two hostile families. The Senju and Uchiha were once a family. How is this possible? Obviously, Tsunade didn't believe what Baya said. Believe it or not, your injury has healed, Byakuya said to Tsunade. After hearing Baya's words, Tsunade tried to stand up and stretch her body. It's really healed. This guy really knows our Senju clan's ninjutsu. How is this possible? Could it be that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan really have some connection? Tsunade thought suspiciously. Although Tsunade still doesn't believe that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have any relationship. However, she also remembered Baya's words and planned to find time to study them carefully. In this way, Tsunade became the medical captain of the Uchiha clan and began to help the Uchiha clan train medical ninjas in the Uchiha clan's hospital. With the guidance of Tsunade Senju, the medical genius, the Uchiha clan's medical level improved rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade's arrival in the Uchiha clan made many people restless, especially the people of the Senju clan. Release our clan leader. What are you Uchiha clan members doing? Why are you imprisoning Tsunade-sama? You Uchiha clan have gone too far. A group of Senju clan members were shouting loudly at the Uchiha clan's residents. As for their purpose, it is very simple, which is to rescue their clan leader Tsunade Senju. Everyone of the Senju clan, I told you long ago. Our security team did not imprison Tsunade Senju. Now she is the medical director of our Uchiha clan, helping our Uchiha clan train medical ninjas. Uchiha Yin looked at these Senju people and explained. However, it was obvious that these people from the Senju clan did not believe what Uchiha Yin said. In the eyes of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan must be torturing their clan leader by capturing Tsunade Senju. What happened here? At this moment, Baya came rushing over from a distance. Looking at the chaotic situation here, he couldn't help but ask, Lord Baya, they are all from the Senju clan. They asked us to release Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Yin looked at Baya and said quickly, let Tsunade go, are you kidding me? Tsunade is now a member of our Uchiha clan. How could we let her go? Baya couldn't help but say. Baya values Tsunade, a powerful medical ninja, very much. Now that Tsunade has come to their Uchiha clan, how could Baya let her go easily? You are Uchiha Byakuya. A member of the Thousand Hands tribe who looked to be in his 70s, with wrinkles all over his face and a broken arm, looked at Baya and asked, yes, I am Uchiha Byakuya. Who are you? Baya asked curiously. My name is Senju Tsunami, the old man from the Senju clan said. Senju Goma, you are Senju Hashirama's brother. Baya was also very surprised when he heard this name. If Baya remembered correctly, the members of the Senju clan of the same generation as Hashirama Senju all had the character Jian in their names. It can also be said that they are all people of the Jian generation. Therefore, when Baya heard the name of the Senju old man, he was sure that he was from the same period as Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is my cousin, the old man said with pride. The entire Senju clan is proud of Senju Hashirama. As the cousin of Senju Hashirama, he also feels very proud. I never thought that Senju Hashirama still had other brothers alive. I thought you were all dead. Baya also said in surprise. Snort. Hearing Baya's words, Senju Tsuyoshi snorted coldly. Uchiha Byakuya, let go of Tsunade immediately. Otherwise, our Senju clan will not let you Uchiha clan go. Hearing what Senju Tsuyoshi said, Baya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, don't let us go. Just you, do you, the Senju clan, still have the strength to fight? Baya said with great disdain. What did you say? Don't you feel sorry for our Senju clan? Hearing Baya's words, Senju Tsunami was very angry. What, did I say something wrong? Your Senju clan only has a few old, weak, and sick people left. What qualifications do you have to fight against our Uchiha clan? Baya continued to speak mockingly as he looked at the masters of the Senju clan in front of him. The Senju clan members in front of him were either disabled old men or some half-grown kids. Baya didn't even need to take action, a few guards could easily deal with them. Asshole, don't underestimate our Senju clan. We, the Senju clan, will never admit defeat. After hearing Baya's words, the people of the Senju clan became even more angry. Tisk tisk. I didn't underestimate the Senju clan. However, your Senju clan is no longer the Senju clan of the past. This is all thanks to Senju Tobirama's good disciple. If it weren't for them, your Senju clan wouldn't have become like this. Baya continued. After hearing Baya's words, these people from the Senju clan became even more angry. Ding, feeling Senju Yumi's anger, plus 600 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 20. Ding, feeling Senju Yua's anger, plus 700 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 30. Ding, feeling Senju Iso's anger, plus 800 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 40. Seeing the increasing negative energy, Baya suddenly felt happy. Another good wave of leaks. However, what is strange is that Senju Tsunami did not bring any negative energy to himself. How could he not be angry when he saw how I looked down upon the Senju clan? As a ninja who survived the Warring States period, Senju Goma must have many powerful abilities. Originally, Baya wanted to take advantage of him, but why can't I pull this leak out? Could it be that Senju Tsunami is really, as his name suggests, a tough leak? Uchiha Bei, what do you know? Senju Tsunima asked with an unprecedented serious expression. Haha, I know so much. What caused the mass death of Senju clan ninjas during the Ninja War? What was the process of the Senju clan's decline? I just don't know what you want to ask. Baya looked at Senju Tsunima and said, stop talking. Uchiha Byakuya, if you really dare to hurt Tsunade, I will not let you go. Let's go. Senju Gangjian shouted loudly, waved his hand and walked away with all the people of the Senju clan. Tisk. The more you don't let me hurt you, the more I'm going to do it to Tsunami. I'm going to beat her up now. Seeing Senju Tsuyoshi walking away, Baya, who didn't believe in evil, immediately retorted. After hearing Baya's words, Senju Gangjian paused for a moment, but still left with the Senju clan. However, from the prompt sound ringing in his ears, Bai Ye knew that Senju Tsunami was not so calm. Ding, feeling Senju Tsunade's anger, plus 50 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu water style, water dragon bullet technique. Tisk tisk. I can cut even the hard leaks. Let's meet at midnight tonight? What on earth is this old guy trying to do? It turned out that when Senju Itama left, Senju Itama told Bai Ye in a voice that only the two of them could hear. He will come to see Bai Ye at midnight today. This made Bai Ye feel very strange. An old guy from the Warring States period, what does he want to do with me? The sky gradually darkened. After a busy day, Tsunade returned to her small courtyard in the Uchiha clan. As soon as I opened the gate, I saw Bai Ye sitting in the middle of the yard drinking tea. Hey. Bai Ye, why are you here? What are you drinking? Give me one too. I'm so tired. I really regret agreeing to train you a medical ninja. Tsunade said with some complaints, walked straight to Bai Ye, grabbed the cup and started drinking. Why is it tea? I thought it was wine. Tsunade took a sip and immediately spat it out, saying with some disgust, it's not good for old people to drink alcohol. Bai Ye looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but say, old man, there are no old people here, you're not talking about me, are you? Tsunade clenched her fists in anger and was about to punch Bai Ye. Ahem. Tsunade, he's talking about me. At this moment, Senju Tsunami appeared not far away. Grandpa Gangjian, why are you here? Did this bastard arrest you? I'm going to teach him a lesson now. Tsunade, who had just lowered her fist, raised it again. Little Tsunade, you are a ninja now, you should be more calm. I came here on my own. I have something to discuss with Bai Ye. Senju Goma looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, haha, so that's how it is. In that case, let's chat. I'm going to rest first. Tsunade yawned and walked towards her room. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Tsunade lost both her parents when she was young and had no one to discipline her. That's why she developed this personality. Senju Gangjian came to sit in front of Bai Ye, picked up a teacup and took a sip. I don't think you came to me late at night just to tell me these things. Bai Ye also took a sip of tea and said to Senju Tsunima, well, how do you feel about Konoha village now? Senju Tsunami looked at Bai Ye and asked, very good, live and work in peace and contentment, prosper and become powerful, all Konoha ninjas are immersed in the will of fire. Bai Ye said indifferently, yes, the current Konoha village is indeed very good. However, amidst the prosperity, our Senju clan declined. Senju Tsuna said with a self-deprecating look on his face. That's wonderful. If your Senju clan continues to decline, the most powerful family in the entire Konoha village will be our Uchiha clan. Bai Ye said gloatingly. Has anyone told you that what you said is very infuriating? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Senju Tsunami said a little annoyed. Haha, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. I'm not like that old scoundrel like Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't have time for intrigues with you. Bai Ye continued. We, the Senju clan, are here to seek your cooperation. Senju Gaji continued. Cooperate. Bai Ye looked at Senju Tsunami with some surprise. That's right, it's cooperation. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracy, our Senju clan fell into decline. Senju Tsunami said in a somewhat lonely tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, once a young boy of the Sarutobi clan, was as agile as a monkey. He was eventually noticed by the then second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and was accepted as his disciple. Senju Goma had also seen the young man Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is even said that Senju Tsunami also guided him in his training. However, what Senju Tsuyoshi did not expect was that after the death of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage and started to attack the Senju clan. I never thought there would be someone understanding among the Senju clan. I thought you Senju clan were all brainwashed by the will of fire. Bai Ye looked at Senju Tsunami with some surprise. Haha. Unfortunately, I found out too late. As someone who lived in the same period as Senju Hashirama, Senju Goma is not stupid. With the outbreak of the Second Ninja War, a large number of ninjas from the Senju clan were sent to the battlefield, and a large number of them died. Senju Goken immediately realized that something was wrong. He also wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, it was too late. All the powerful ninjas in their Senju clan are dead. The rest are the old, weak, and sick. If the Senju clan does not make changes, the entire Senju clan may disappear in a few decades. At this moment, the Uchiha suddenly appeared with great force and continued to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. This gave Senju Tsuniyama an idea. He could unite with the Uchiha clan to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen and save the Senju clan. As for Tsunade Senju, forget it. Tsunade Senju had long been brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. This is all your fault, the Senju clan. The heir chosen by this guy, Tobirama Senju, is actually targeting your Senju clan. How ironic. I wonder if that Senju Tobirama guy will crawl out of the cemetery if he finds out. Bai Ye still said sarcastically. You bastard, can't you just talk properly? Is it really that interesting to mock our Senju clan? Senju Tsunami said, a little annoyed. I clearly came here to seek cooperation, but why does Baya always make sarcastic remarks and make me angry? Is it really so interesting to mock our Senju clan? Haha. Don't worry about these details. Go on. How do you want to cooperate with our Uchiha clan? Baya looked annoyed. Senju Tsuyoshi said with a smile. Our Senju clan needs protection. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, Senju Tsunima continued. As long as you, the Uchiha clan, protect our Senju clan, we, the Senju clan, can support you, the Uchiha clan. We, the Senju clan, have countless properties, shops, and settlements. All of these can be given to you, the Uchiha clan. Senju Tsunami looked at Baya and couldn't help but say. Although, the Senju clan has now declined. However, as a once wealthy family, the Senju clan's heritage cannot be underestimated. He owns a lot of assets in Konoha village. Senju Tsunima was also very clear that the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan and other families had long coveted the assets of the Senju clan. Senju Tsuniyama had no doubt that once the Senju clan truly declined, these assets would eventually be swallowed up by the families of Konoha's top leaders. Rather than being swallowed up by these families, it is better to give it to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Senju Tsuna planned to use these assets to seek protection from the Uchiha clan. Protect your Senju clan. This is too much trouble. Why don't all of you Senju clan members just move directly to our Uchiha clan's residence? In response to Senju Tsuniyama's proposal, Baya thought about it and spoke directly. What, move your Uchiha clan here? No way. Senju Tsuyoshi refused without a second thought. Why are you afraid that we, the Uchiha clan, can't make arrangements? Don't worry, we Uchiha clan have plenty of places to live. There will be absolutely no problem arranging arrangements for your Senju clan. As for the assets of your Senju clan, we, the Uchiha clan, can help you manage them, Baya said with assurance. The Senju clan has now declined, with only a few dozen people left. There is absolutely no problem for the Uchiha clan to arrange them. No, absolutely not. Senju Tsuniyama still refuted. Why, you're reluctant to part with your Senju clan's property? Baya couldn't help but say. No, our Senju clan's property, if you want it, we can give it to you. However, if you do this, you will become the target of public criticism in Konoha village, and all the families will attack you, the Uchiha clan. Senju Tsunami couldn't help but say. He really didn't value the assets of the Senju clan. As long as the Senju clan can continue, it is worth it even if we have to give up all our assets. However, Senju Tsuyoshi was also very clear that if the Senju clan really moved to the Uchiha clan would take over all the assets of the Senju clan. The ninja family headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely be jealous and attack the Uchiha clan. By then, the Uchiha clan will become the target of public criticism, and that will be difficult to deal with. Haha, what are you afraid of? If they dare to come, then let them come. We, the Uchiha clan, are not afraid of any challenge, Baya said nonchalantly. Baya was hoping that these ninja families would attack, so that he could get more negative energy. Although your Uchiha clan Sharinan is extremely powerful, but you, the Uchiha clan, can't fight against the entire Konoha village, Senju Tsunima couldn't help but say. Senju Tsunami only came to the Uchiha clan to seek protection, but he did not expect that Baya would be so radical and plan to confront the entire Konoha village. Senju Tsunima also admitted that the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline Sharinan is extremely strong. However, he also did not think that the Uchiha clan could fight against the entire Konoha village. Haha, I wonder if the Mangekyo Sharinan can fight against the entire Konoha. As Baya's voice fell, Baya's eyes turned red, and 3 Megatamas spun rapidly in his eyes. Soon, the 3 Megatama merged together and formed a special pattern. Mangekyo Sharinan, how is this possible? You actually opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Seeing Baya's eyes, Senju Tsunami stood up in shock and looked at Baya with disbelief. As a ninja who came from the Warring States period, Senju Goma has seen the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, especially the Mangekyo opened by the brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. For the Senju clan, it was a disaster. That kind of terrifying power is simply not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. Many members of the Senju clan had died at the hands of these two men. The only power that can counter the Mangekyo Sharinan is Hashirama Senju's would release. Originally, with the deaths of Uchiha Madara and Yangzuha Izuna, the Mangekyo Sharinan had disappeared. However, what he didn't expect was that he actually saw the Mangekyo Sharinan again. The power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, I never thought it would happen. Decades later, the Uchiha actually had the Mangekyo Sharinan again, Senju Tsunami said with some emotion. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan appeared again, but where was their Senju clan's would release? Their Senju clan has really declined. Okay, you can go back now. Tomorrow, our Uchiha clan will help your Senju clan relocate. Baya looked at Kinju Gangjian and directly ordered him to leave. After hearing Baya's words, Senju Gangjian didn't say anything else and walked away. I never thought that the Senju clan would actually seek cooperation with our Uchiha clan. How interesting. I just don't know how Sarutobi Hiruzen will respond tomorrow. Looking at Senju Tsuyoshi in the distance, Baya said with a smile. The reason why Baya agreed to the cooperation with Senju Tsuyoshi was not only because he valued the assets of the Senju clan. More importantly, Baya also wanted to provoke Konoha high-level officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know if they will be angry or upset. The angrier they are, the more negative energy Baya gets, and the more excited he becomes. After walking out of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tsunema stopped and looked back at the Uchiha clan's residence. I hope my choice is not wrong. This is for the Senju clan. The figure of Senju Gangjian rushed towards the Senju clan's base. The next day, early in the morning, under Baya's order, all members of the security team gathered together. Lord Baya, I wonder what action will be taken today. Uchiha Yen came to Baya and said eagerly. Uchiha Yen was very clear that Baya's gathering of the guard team must be for a major operation. Well, everyone follow me to the Senju clan. Take over all the assets of the Thousand Hands clan. Baya looked at Uchiha Yen and said, take over the assets of the Senju clan, really? The Senju clan will agree. Uchiha Yen was stunned when he heard Baya's words. Now the Senju clan has declined. Instead of guarding these assets, why not hand them over to our Uchiha clan? As for the Senju clan, he will agree. Baya said in a very affirmative tone. Lord Baya, I understand. Guards, follow me. Let's take over the assets of the Senju clan. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yen didn't ask any more questions. He took the security team and began to take over the assets of the Senju clan in Konoha village. The guard team's high-profile actions soon attracted the attention of the Umbu. Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. All the security forces are taking action. An Umbu appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and said hurriedly, all security forces mobilized. What are they going to do? Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked. The guard team is now completely under the control of the Uchiha, and its strength has been greatly improved. Now the strength of the guard team is no less than that of the Umbu. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been thinking about how to weaken the power of the guard team, but I haven't come up with a good solution yet. Therefore, when he heard that all the security forces were dispatched, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so surprised. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is planning a coup? The guards are taking over the Senju clan's assets. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried about a coup in the Uchiha clan, the Umbu immediately spoke. That's a good thing. It's not a coup. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it was not a coup. However, when he heard that the security team was taking over the assets of the Senju clan, he couldn't help but frown. Take over the Senju clan's assets. Will the Senju clan agree? Why should the Uchiha clan take over the assets of the Senju clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen also coveted the assets of the Senju clan. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do it openly. He planned to wait until the Senju clan was completely down and then seize their assets. By then, no one else will have anything to say. However, the Uchiha clan actually took action now, which was something Sarutobi Hiruzen had not expected. At this moment, Utain Koharu and Mito Kato rushed in angrily. Sarutobi, do you understand? The security forces are taking over the assets of the Senju clan. Several of my stores were robbed by the security team. The security forces must be stopped. Utain Koharu and Mito Kato said with angry expressions. Both of their families were small families, and when they joined Konoha village, they had very little assets. The reason why their two families developed was that they relied on the power of means to continuously encroach on the assets of other families. Among them, the family they invaded the most was the Senju clan. Damn it, the Uchiha clan is too presumptuous. Let's go, I want to see what the guards are going to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen also said with a very gloomy expression. The assets of the Senju clan have always been his goal. It must not fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. The commercial street was in chaos at this time. The security team was counting the houses and constantly driving people away. Damn it, what are you doing? This is the Mito family's shop. Your guards are being too presumptuous. Several people from the Sarutobi clan who were driven out shouted angrily. Humph, what Mito clan? This is clearly the property of the Senju clan. Now we take over. Uchiha Yen said very rudely. Damn it, you can't do this. Why do you, the Uchiha clan, take over the assets of the Senju clan? Even if we take over, it should be handed over to our Mito clan. That's right, the head of our Mito clan was once the bodyguard of the second Hokage. These assets should belong to our Mito clan. These people from the Mito clan still did not intend to give up these assets and kept shouting there. However, Uchiha Yen did not tolerate them and directly drew out the ninja sword from his back. When they saw the ninja sword in Uchiha Yen's hand, the people from the Mito clan immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato Utain Koharu and the Umbu rushed over. When these people from the Mito clan saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and others coming, they immediately rushed over and started to complain. Hokage-sama, leader of the Minion clan, the Uchiha clan is robbing our store. They must be stopped. Mizuta Manyan was very angry when he heard what his tribesmen said. Damn it, what are you Uchiha clan members doing? Take them down immediately. Midaman N shouted loudly. Yes. Upon hearing the order, this team of immediately grabbed their weapons and prepared to launch an attack. Let's see who dares. You are you planning to betray the village? At this moment, Baya walked over from a distance, looked at these and shouted loudly. When they saw Byakuya appear, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato suddenly felt a surge of anger in their hearts. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 500 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 20. Ding, sensing Utaten Koharu's anger, plus 500 negative energy, taijutsu plus 30. Ding, feeling Midaman's anger, plus 500 negative energy, illusion plus 40. In the past, they had the final say in the entire Konoha village, and no one dared to resist their orders. However, ever since Baya appeared, they have suffered losses everywhere. Because of Baya, each of their families suffered a blow. Now that they have seen Baya again, how can they not be angry? Feeling this negative energy, Baya couldn't help but smile. Guys like Sarutobi Hiruzen are really perfect leaks. Uchiha Bei, what are you Uchiha clan doing? They're actually trying to steal other family assets. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Baya very angrily and asked. Haha, that's hilarious. You guys are the bad guys who are complaining first. It's you who are clearly trying to steal the assets of the Senju clan. We, the Uchiha clan, are helping the Senju clan recover their assets, Baya said with great disdain. Damn it, what does the Senju clan's assets have to do with you? Yes, you Uchiha clan are clearly trying to rob our family's assets. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato also spoke very angrily. Keep your eyes open and watch me. Baya opened a scroll and placed it in front of them. This is the agreement reached between our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. From now on, all the assets of the Senju clan will be managed by our Uchiha clan. The scroll clearly states that all the assets of the Senju clan are handed over to Uchiha clan. There is also the family emblem of the Senju clan on it. Damn it, how could this happen? No, this isn't true. How could the Senju clan hand over all its assets to you, the Uchiha clan? Even if the Senju clan wants to give away assets, they should give them to our family. Yes, we are the guards of the second Hokage. Your agreement is fake. We don't agree to it. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato said in disbelief. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very ugly when he saw this agreement. You know, they have been coveting the assets of the Senju clan for a long time. In normal times, he would use various excuses to embezzle the assets of the Senju clan. Now, the Senju clan actually handed over these assets to the Uchiha clan. How can they not feel sad and angry? I didn't expect you to agree. I just came to inform you. I don't care whether you are from the Sarutobi clan or the Mito clan. Everyone, get out. Otherwise, our security team will make you get out, Baya said with great disdain. Asshole, this agreement is fake. You forged it, that's not true. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato jumped up and grabbed the scroll in Baya's hand. You two are courting death. Seeing the two people rushing towards him, Baya quickly counterattacked. Bang. Bang. With two loud bangs, Utane Koharu and Midaman N were kicked out by Baya. Uchiha Bei, you are too presumptuous. How dare you attack the Konoha elders? Listen to my orders, capture them. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly gave the order to attack. Although, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that now was not the time to go to war with the Uchiha clan. However, what the Uchiha clan is doing now is really too much. Moreover, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to easily give up so many assets of the Senju clan. Yes. Hokage-sama. After hearing Baya's words, these drew their weapons one by one without any hesitation. Assholes, you want to fight. We, the Uchiha clan, are not afraid of you. Seeing that the were about to take action, Uchiha Yan and other members of the security team also took out their weapons. For a moment, the situation here was tense and a war could break out at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you sure you want to fight me? Baya opened his Sharingan, and in his dark eyes, 3 Megatama quickly rotated and merged together. At the same time, a powerful chakra burst out from Baya's body. These who were about to attack Baya were all shocked when they felt the power erupting from Baya's body, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dot your eyes. How is this possible? Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling Baya's power and seeing Baya's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared with wide eyes, his face full of shock. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he is also very aware of the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, which has the power to destroy the world. That's right, it's the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. Do you want to see the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan? Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a bad tone. At the same time, the chakra erupting around Baya became more intense. There is no doubt that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen makes any unusual movement, Baya will immediately launch an attack. Mangekyo Sharinan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. This is also the first time that Baya has displayed the Mangekyo Sharinan in public since it awakened. Its powerful strength completely shocked everyone present. Damn it, Mangekyo Sharinan. This damn Uchiha actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was also dark. As for Utane Koharu and Maidamanen, who were kicked away by Baya, their faces turned pale with fright when they saw Baya's Mangekyo. Obviously, they all knew very well the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan. This is a power that only the first Hokage can resist. Faced with the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, they did not dare to act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you still doing here? Do you want to start a war with our security team? Who are you? You want to betray Konoha village? Baya looked at the people who were shocked by him and said in a bad tone. Damn, let's go. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry now and wanted to kill Baya immediately. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't dare to give the order to attack, so he could only wave his hand and leave with all the umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear about the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan. Let's not talk about whether the battle will destroy Konoha village. Secondly, the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan is extremely terrifying, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has no confidence in fighting against it. Therefore, facing the powerful Baya, they could only leave in disgrace. Tisk. As expected, the ninja hero has become a coward. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen leaving, Baya said with great disdain. When they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others leave, all the Uchiha clan ninjas were extremely excited and looked at Baya with fanatical expressions. Wow. Lord Baya, is this true? Mangekyo Sharinan, you really opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. Great, Lord Byakuya has opened his Mangekyo Sharinan. Mangekyo Sharinan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha brothers Madara once relied on this power to dominate the Warring States period. Throughout the Warring States period, only the Senju clans would release could compete with the Mangekyo Sharinan. However, with the death of the Uchiha brothers Madara and Madara Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharinan also became a thing of the past. Unexpectedly, they saw the Mangekyo Sharinan again. Lord Baya actually opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. How could these Uchiha clan members not be excited and fanatical? Especially Uchiha Yan, now he looks at Baya as if he is looking at a god. I've said it before, Lord Baya will definitely lead our Uchiha clan to rise. In the past, Uchiha Yan followed Baya, believing that Baya could lead the entire Uchiha clan to rise. Now, seeing Baya's Mangekyo Sharinan, he became even more convinced of this idea. Yes, Yen still has good vision. Master Baya will definitely lead us Uchiha to rise. We always follow Lord Baya. The Uchiha clan ninjas also shouted one after another. Good. Very good. This is the aura that our Uchiha clan should have. Now, immediately take over all the assets of the Senju clan. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Seeing a fanatical Uchiha clan ninja, Baya couldn't help but say, yes. Lord Baya. The Uchiha clan ninjas took action one by one with great enthusiasm. A dark figure emerged from a tree branch that no one noticed. Mangekyo Sharinan. I really didn't expect that besides Uchiha Madara, there is actually someone who has opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. I just don't know if he can help me realize my plan. Black Zetsu muttered to himself. Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind the entire battlefield in the Naruto world, is also the backup plan left by Kaguya Otoki before she was sealed. Under his constant instigation, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan became enemies for 1,000 years. He was also the culprit behind the feud between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Over the years, Black Zetsu has been observing the Uchiha clan in secret, looking for targets that can help realize his plans. However, what he didn't expect was that he actually saw the Mangekyo Sharinan. This surprised Black Zetsu greatly. Ding, feeling Black Zetsu's surprise, plus 10 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 1. Black Zetsu is here. Feeling this negative energy, Baya immediately became alert. As a time traveler, Baya is very clear about Black Zetsu's identity. Unexpectedly, he actually attracted the attention of Black Zetsu. It seems that I need to be more careful in the future. Hokage office building. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just returned and sat down in his seat, angrily punching the conference table in front of him. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, how could he awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan? How could the Uchiha clan still have such power? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly in anger. Originally, Uchiha Byakuya was against him every day and was a huge threat. However, in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take action against Byakuya because he did not want to cause too much damage to Konoha village. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect was that Byakuya actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no need to talk about getting rid of Baya now. It would be good enough if Baya doesn't attack him. Sarutobi, what should we do now? Yes, say something. Our family has a lot of all the property was taken away. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and asked with very grim expressions. In the past, he relied on the power in his hands and his status as the bodyguard of the second-generation Hokage. They have seized a lot of assets from the Senju clan. Due to their status, other families did not dare to object. But Uchiha doesn't care about that. Just throw all their tribesmen out. It can be said that the losses of their two families were extremely serious. After hearing what the two said, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became very solemn. Not only their family, but also the Sarutobi clan to which Sarutobi Hiruzen belonged suffered severe losses. Now the people of their Sarutobi clan are also very complaining. However, facing Byakuya who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no good solution. Unless he wants to destroy the entire Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions studied for a long time but could not find a way to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, Danzo Shinmura walked in. Sarutobi, Uchiha is too presumptuous. The Uchiha clan must be eliminated immediately. Danzo Shinmura had just walked in and said with a very ugly expression. Obviously, he also learned that Baya had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What good ideas do you have? Uchiha Byakuya has opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of powerful force is simply not something that ordinary forces can resist, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at Danzo. Who said we don't have the power to resist the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sarutobi, this is what I was going to say. Give me the body of the first Hokage. Danzo Shinmura said while looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What, you want the first Hokage's body? What are you going to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised when he heard Shinmura Danzo's request. Of course, we study would release. Only would release can counter the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Give me the body of the first Hokage, and I will quickly develop would release. Shinmura Danzo couldn't help but say. Sarutobi, Danzo is right. We need the power of would release. Sarutobi, just agree to Danzo's request. After hearing Danzo's words, Utane Koharu and Mightaman N couldn't help but echo him. Now they just want to defeat the Uchiha clan and get their things back. Since the Uchiha clan possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, they also need to have the power to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, what power can counter the Mangekyo Sharingan? Without a doubt, it is the wood release of the Senju clan. Although, no one in the Senju clan has awakened wood release now. However, Hashirama Senju's body is still here. As long as you study the corpse of Hashirama Senju, you will definitely be able to obtain the power of wood release. Well then, the first Hokage's body can be handed over to you. You must treat the first Hokage's body seriously. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed. Uchiha Byakuya and the Mangekyo Sharingan put too much pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, he can't care so much. He needs to gain the power to fight against the kaleidoscope as soon as possible. Sarutobi, don't worry. I will quickly research the power of wood release. Shinmura Danzo said very excitedly. This is all for Konoha village, for the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked out the window, feeling deeply moved. However, when he saw the countless patrolling Uchiha clan ninjas on the commercial street, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly became gloomy again. Damn Uchiha. Damn Uchiha Byakuya. Ding, feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, plus 1000 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu lightning release, Thunderbolt. Ding, sensing Uchiha Koharu's anger, plus 1200 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu earth release, Earth and Rock Spear. Ding, feeling Mightaman's anger, plus 1400 negative energy, gaining the ninjutsu water release, Flood Rush. Ding, feeling Shinmura Danzo's anger, plus 2000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 60. Not bad, not bad. You guys are angry. The angrier you get, the faster my strength will increase. Lord Baya, we have completely taken over the assets of the Senju clan. Now 1/3 of Konoha village's assets are under the control of our Uchiha clan. Also, this is the money we got back from the embezzlement of assets, about 50 million. Uchiha Yen handed a storage scroll to Baya. Very good. Baya couldn't help but smile. Although, the ninja world is a world that values strength above all else. Strength is extremely important to ninjas, but money is also very important to ninjas. How can I eat without money? How can I buy ninja tools? How can I buy the resources I need for training? Therefore, now the Uchiha clan has obtained 1/3 of the assets of Konoha village. Their Uchiha clan also has sufficient funds and more resources to train ninjas. Regarding the arrangements for the Senju clan, Baya continued to ask. Master Baya, don't worry. Since the Senju clan seeks the protection of our Uchiha clan, we, the Uchiha clan, will never treat them unfairly. Everyone from the Senju clan has been arranged in the center of the base, Uchiha Yen couldn't help but say. Although, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were once enemies. However, now the Senju clan is using all their assets to seek protection from their Uchiha clan. What does this mean? This means that the Senju clan has admitted defeat and defected to the Uchiha clan. There is no need for the Uchiha clan to fight against the Senju clan anymore. The Uchiha clan did not make things difficult for the surrendered Senju clan. In other words, the Uchiha clan was too disdainful to attack the surrendered Senju clan. This is the pride of the Uchiha clan. Very good. The security team must be on high alert during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not give in so easily, Baiya said to Uchiha Yan. Yes. Lord Baiya, if anyone dares to cause trouble, our security team will not let him go. Uchiha Yan clenched his fists and said with a very serious expression. Their Uchiha clan was just about to rise. Anyone who dares to stop the rise of the Uchiha clan will pay the price. Not long after Uchiha Yan left between, Tsunade, with an angry look on her face, rushed over angrily from a distance. Baiya, you bastard! Tsunade yelled angrily at Byakuya. Today, Tsunade was guiding medical ninjas in their training in the Uchiha clan's hospital as usual. I accidentally learned that the Uchiha clan has taken over all the assets of the Senju clan. This made Tsunade very confused. Although Tsunade doesn't usually take charge of things, she is still the patriarch of the Senju clan. How come in the blink of an eye, all the assets of their Senju clan became the property of the Uchiha clan? Then she, as the clan leader, would have nothing. The angry Tsunade went to Baiya without any hesitation. Tsunade, you're just in time. This is the money our security team has reclaimed for you, Senju. Seeing Tsunade coming, Baiya directly handed the storage scroll to Tsunade. Money, money. Tsunade, confused, didn't think much about it and directly took the storage scroll and opened it. Puff, after a puff of smoke, countless banknotes gushed out from the storage scroll. With a cry of surprise, Tsunade was directly submerged by countless banknotes. What's going on? How can there be so much money? Tsunade crawled out from the pile of money and looked at the amount of money in front of her with some surprise. But then, he stared at the money with shining eyes. Even though Tsunade is the leader of the Senju clan, this is the first time she has seen so much money. Don't you know, this is all your Senju clan's money. Many family shops are assets of your Senju clan. Now that all these assets have been handed over to our Uchiha clan, we must of course collect the rent we've paid over the years, Byakuya said while looking at Tsunade. What? How come I didn't know? These damn guys didn't even give me any money in these years, Tsunade said with an annoyed look on her face, clenching her fists. At the same time, he quickly put the banknotes away. With this money, I can gamble for a long time. Tsunade, you should be at work now. How did you find time to come to me? What's going on? Seeing Tsunade collecting money there, Baiya continued to ask. Nothing. I'm going to work now. Tsunade took the storage scroll and left quickly, as if she was afraid that Baiya would take the money back. It wasn't until she returned to the hospital that Tsunade remembered it. I came here to settle the score with Baiya, so why am I back? However, when Tsunade saw the storage scroll in her hand and the amount of money inside, she immediately put it away. Forget it, I'll find this bastard later. Boom! In a prosperous commercial street in Konoha village, an explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, countless scarlet chakras burst out. These scarlet chakras quickly condensed and turned into a huge tail, continuously attacking in all directions. What's going on? What happened? Damn it, who is it? How dare they destroy Konoha village? Guards, follow me. Uchiha Yan, who was training, was very angry when he saw the explosion not far away, and quickly rushed over with the security team. When he arrived at his destination, he found a red-haired girl going crazy. Countless boiling scarlet chakras burst out from the girl's body, attacking the surroundings indiscriminately. Such terrifying chakra. Could she be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Yan looked at the Sharingan and saw the terrifying chakra erupting from the girl. His face was also very shocked. And in the entire Konoha village, there is only one person who has such terrifying chakra. That is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina, the new generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Because she had just become a Jinchuriki not long ago, Kushina was unable to master the power of the Nine Tails. The power of the nine-tailed fox would occasionally emerge from her body, causing her to go berserk. Therefore, in normal times, Kushina usually stays in a small valley far away from Konoha village, with Umbu watching her 24 hours a day. However, Kushina is a person who can't sit still. If you stay in a valley for a long time, you will get bored in just a few days. While the Umbu weren't paying attention, Kushina sneaked out of the valley and came to Konoha village. Seeing the prosperous Konoha village, Kushina was also very excited and started to have fun quickly. However, what she didn't expect was that at this moment, the power of the nine-tailed fox suddenly erupted. The powerful Nine Tails chakra eroded her will, causing her to go berserk and begin to madly destroy everything around her. At this moment, the Umbu who sensed the movement here also rushed over. Oh no, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Quick, suppress the Nine-Tailed Fox's power immediately. Why are the security guards here? Get them out of here right now. The Umbu members were also shocked when they saw Kushina running wild. However, they did not immediately suppress the out-of-control Kushina, but instead expelled the guards immediately. There's nothing we can do about it, since the guards are all from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan Sharinan has the power to control the Nine Tails. These Umbu were also afraid that someone from the Uchiha clan would control the Nine Tails. Guards, leave immediately. Leave this to our Umbu. The Umbu captain began to drive away the surrounding guards. If it were in the past, he would have faced expulsion from the Umbu. The Uchiha clan could only swallow their anger and leave. But now it's different. With Baiye's presence, the strength of the security team has been improved, and they are no longer afraid of the Umbu. What qualifications do you, Umbu, have to order us around? Our duty as a guard is to protect Konoha. It's you Umbu who should leave, Uchiha Yen said with great disdain. Assholes, you guards actually dared to disobey our orders. Hearing Uchiha Yen's words, the captain of the Umbu was very angry. This Umbu captain has been leading the Umbu to protect Kushina, staying away from Konoha village, and has no idea what has happened in Konoha village during this period. I thought that their Umbu could easily suppress the security team. However, he didn't know that the guards were no longer afraid of the Umbu. You Umbu, get out of here right now. Don't disturb us from protecting Konoha village. Uchiha Yen looked at the security captain with disdain, and led the security team directly to the area where Kushina was. Only the confused Umbu captain was left here. Captain, what should we do now? And Umbu asked the captain. Since they're looking for death, then just ignore them. Set up the barrier and start sealing the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Umbu captain said, very annoyed. Attack, stop her quickly. We must not let her continue to destroy Konoha village. Others, save the wounded. Uchiha Yen shouted loudly and led the guards to attack the runaway Kushina. At the same time, other members of the security team began to treat ordinary people around them. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Uchiha clan are usually quite arrogant. However, when it comes to protecting Konoha village, there are really few families that can compare with the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan is one of the two major families that founded Konoha village. However, in the past, due to the suppression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan had no chance to show their abilities. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Thunder Release, Thunder Spear Piercing. Wind style, Man of the Gale. The guards formed seals with their hands and attacked the rampaging Kushina with countless ninjutsu. Boom! A series of explosions continued to sound. However, these fierce attacks not only failed to defeat the out-of-control Kushina, but instead made Kushina go crazy. Roar! A wild beast-like roar escaped Kushina's mouth. A faster and more violent chakra burst out from Kushina. The violent chakra turned into 5 huge tails, attacking frantically in all directions. Several members of the security team who failed to dodge in time were directly knocked away. Boom! A scuffle ensued between the guards and the rampaging Kushina, and the entire area was suddenly engulfed in a series of massive explosions. Although the security personnel are very powerful, especially the members of the Uchiha clan, they have all opened the Sharingan, and each of them has the strength of a Jonin. Various powerful fire techniques were used to attack the out-of-control Kushina. Every time a ninjutsu was cast, there was a huge explosion. However, the out-of-control Kushina is even more powerful than them. These fire techniques could not cause any harm to the out-of-control Kushina. The violent chakra coat surrounding Kushina's body easily blocked attacks from various ninjutsu. At the same time, the 5 tails behind the chakra coat kept waving, and each dance could easily knock a ninja away. Damn it, Captain, the Jinchuriki is too powerful. Our attacks have no effect at all. The guards said this with very grim expressions. Continue the attack. We must stop her from wreaking more havoc. Our duty as a guard is to protect Konoha village, Uchiha Yen said with a firm look. Yes. Everyone follow me and attack. After hearing Uchiha Yen's words, more than a dozen Uchiha clan ninjas attacked the runaway Kushina. However, these attacks not only did not cause any harm to Kushina, but made Kushina even more violent. Roar! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, the 9 tails chakra in Kushina's body began to boil again. The violent chakra quickly condensed, and the tails behind Kushina turned into 6. In other words, Kushina has now entered the state of the 9-tailed fox with 6 tails. In the state of 6 tails, the runaway Kushina's strength increased several times again. At the same time, her body began to change under the 9 tails chakra. His face became ferocious, with traces of the 9-tailed fox's whiskers appearing on his face, and his hands turned into sharp claws. I saw the 6 tails swung hard, and a powerful impact erupted. All the attacking guard ninjas were sent flying backwards. Roar! Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a roar from the out-of-control Kushina, she attacked the guards like a wild beast. No, stop him quickly. Earth escape, earth current wall. Seeing Kushina rushing over, the Uchiha clan ninjas immediately released ninjutsu. Countless earth walls were quickly erected in an attempt to stop the runaway Kushina. But, unfortunately, Kushina is extremely powerful when she is in the vulpic state. These seemingly solid earth walls were easily destroyed as if they were rotten wood, and at the same time, the offensive continued to rush towards them. Just when they were about to die at the hands of the rampaging Kushina, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Susanoo. A violent chakra burst out, and the violent chakra quickly condensed and turned into a piece of dark blue bone, like a shield, easily blocking the attack of the runaway Kushina. What is this? We survived. It was Lord Baya. Lord Baya saved us. Great, Baya certainly blocked the attack for us. All the Uchiha ninjas who survived the disaster cheered excitedly. You retreat and be alert all around. Leave this to me. Baya shouted loudly to all members of the security team. When Baya heard the noise, he rushed over immediately. Seeing the out-of-control Kushina, Baya didn't hesitate at all and directly used Susanoo. He blocked Kushina's attack and saved the security members. Yes. Lord Baya, quick. Retreat. Be alert all around. After hearing Baya's words, the guards quickly retreated, leaving Baya with space to fight. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly to prevent others from disturbing Baya's battle. Roar! Finding that someone blocked her attack, the furious Kushina let out a beast-like roar, while her sharp claws continued to attack Baya. Just in time. Facing the rushing Kushina, Baya immediately activated the ability of Susanoo. I saw that the chakra bones surrounding Baya quickly rose up and turned into a huge skeleton palm. Be quiet. Under Baya's control, a huge palm fell from the sky and slammed the runaway Kushina to the ground. The enormous force caused the entire ground to shake violently. The out-of-control Kushina was pinned to the ground by a huge hand. But was the rampaging Kushina dealt with just like that? Obviously not possible. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Kushina's chakra began to boil again. The number of tails behind him increased from 6 to 7. At the same time, Kushina's chakra increased several times again, exploding in all directions like a shock wave. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and Baya retreated continuously. Under the huge impact force, cracks appeared on Baya's Susanoo. So strong, this is the power of the nine-tailed fox, so powerful. Just the power of 7 tails can actually shake Susanoo. Baya thought in shock. You know, Susanoo's defense is very strong and can easily block any attack. However, Baya did not expect that Kushina's unleashing of the power of the 7 tails of the 9-tailed fox could actually shake Susanoo. It seems that with my strength, I can only fight against the 9-tailed fox in the state of the 6-tailed fox. It is very difficult to defeat the 9-tailed fox. In that case, Baya immediately released Susanoo and rushed towards the runaway Kushina. Seeing Baya rushing towards her, the furious Kushina didn't think much about it. The tail of the tailed beast behind her stabbed towards Baya like a sharp blade. Faced with the attack, Baya did not dodge, but instead unleashed his divine power. In an instant, Baya's body entered a different space. These tails, like sharp blades, easily pierced through Baya's body without causing any harm to him. Soon, Baya rushed in front of Kushina. At this moment, Kushina's eyes were red, and only the madness of a beast remained. Seeing Baya coming in front of her, Kushina reached out to Baya with her hands like sharp claws. Illusion. Just as Kushina's claws were about to attack Baya, Baya directly launched an illusion. I saw that the crazy Kushina suddenly stood there like a statue. Baya's consciousness was in a trance for a moment, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark space. This is a space like a sewer. At the end of the space, there is a huge cage. Inside the cage, there was a 9-tailed fox imprisoned. There is no doubt that this is the sealed space in Kushina's body where the 9 tails is sealed. Relying on the powerful power of the Sharingan, Baya directly broke into the sealed space in Kushina's body. At this time, terrifying chakra continued to burst out from the 9-tailed fox's body and rushed towards Kushina in front of the prison door. Under such violent chakra, Kushina had completely lost consciousness. Who is it? Who is there? At this moment, the 9-tailed fox seemed to sense something and roared. Are you the 9-tailed fox? Baya walked over at this time, looked at the huge 9-tailed fox, and couldn't help but say, the 9 tails, the most powerful of the 9-tailed beasts. Ever since being sealed in Kushina's body, the 9 tails has been seeking a chance to break the seal. Today, while Kushina was visiting Konoha village, the 9 tails seized the opportunity and immediately controlled the chakra to attack the seal. Countless Kyuubi's chakra emerged from the seal and poured into Kushina's body. Kushina suddenly lost consciousness and went into a rampage. It can be said that as long as the 9-tailed fox continues to attack like this, it will definitely be able to break through the seal and regain its freedom. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and interrupted him. It's you, those eyes. Damn it, I remember these eyes, this evil bloodline. Seeing Bai Yes Mangekyo Sherinan, the nine-tailed fox roared angrily. Jue will never forget that he was once controlled by such a pair of eyes, which forced him to fight to the death with a wooden man. In the end, he was sealed and stayed in such a sudden sewer-like place. Now seeing the Mangekyo Sherinan again, how could he not be angry? Ding, feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 3,000 negative energy, chakra plus 70. Ding, feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 4,000 negative energy, chakra plus 80. Ding, feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 4,000 negative energy, chakra plus 90. Bai Ye was a little surprised to see the increasing negative energy. Bai Ye came to seal the space just to wake up Kushina. However, Bai Ye did not expect that he would gain an unexpected benefit and obtain so much negative energy. Kuwabai. You are such a good fellow. Bai Ye stared at Kuwabai with excited eyes. I didn't expect Kuwabai to have so much negative energy towards me. You damned fellow, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Seeing Bai Ye staring at him with shining eyes, Jue became even more angry. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 4,000 negative energy, chakra plus 100. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 5,000 negative energy, chakra plus 110. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 6,000 negative energy, chakra plus 120. Because of anger, the chakra in the nine-tailed fox's body continued to boil and kept crashing in this prison. Jue now wanted to kill Bai immediately, but unfortunately, the seals around it completely blocked the power of the nine-tailed fox. No matter how angry the nine-tailed fox was, it could not hurt Bai Ye. However, Kushina was in a miserable state. Kushina is the nine-tails Jinchuriki, but she is connected to the nine tails. Now the nine-tailed fox is roaring madly, and countless violent chakras are constantly colliding with the entire seal. Kushina's face twisted immediately. At the same time, the nine tails chakra began to erode her more crazily. I almost forgot about the important matter. Bai Ye looked at Kushina, who looked in pain, and then he remembered. The purpose of sealing the space was for Kushina. Nine-tailed fox, I'll take this little girl away first. When I have time, I will come to see you again. Bai Ye directly cut off the connection between Kushina and the nine tails and took Kushina out of the sealed space. At the same time, Bai Ye regained consciousness. At the same time, the nine tails chakra on Kushina in front of Bai Ye also quickly dissipated. Without the nine tails chakra, Kushina fell unconscious. Bai Ye hugged Kushina directly in his arms. Seeing that the battle here was over, Uchiha Yen rushed over. Master Bai Ye, is the battle over? That's right, the nine tails Jinchuriki's rampage has ended. You continue to maintain public order here and restore order as soon as possible, Bai Ye said to Uchiha Yen. Yes. Lord Bai Ye, we will restore this place as soon as possible, Uchiha Yen said with assurance. As for Kushina in Bai Ye's arms, Uchiha Yen didn't ask any more questions. Just when Bai Ye was about to leave with Kushina in his arms, the Umbu immediately appeared and blocked Bai Ye's way. People of the Uchiha clan, put down the nine tails Jinchuriki immediately. The leading Umbu captain couldn't help but say. Originally, the Umbu captain was very angry about the Uchiha clan's interference in the affairs of the nine tails Jinchuriki. He also stood by and watched when the out-of-control Kushina was fighting with the Uchiha clan ninjas. He wanted the nine tails Jinchuriki to beat up the Uchiha clan ninjas and make them suffer a great loss. However, he did not expect that the Uchiha clan's ninjas would be so powerful. The Umbu captain had never expected that he could subdue the runaway nine tails Jinchuriki. Therefore, the Umbu captain immediately rushed over with the Umbu, stopped Bai Ye, and asked him for Kushina. Roll. Looking at the Umbu blocking the way, Bai Ye spat out a word with great disdain. As for Kushina in his arms, Bai Ye would of course not hand her over. There is the nine-tailed fox in Kushina's body. She is Bai Ye's new target. How can Bai Ye let her go easily? Damn it, Uchiha ninja, what are you doing? How dare you disobey the orders of our Umbu? Hearing Bai Ye's impolite words, the Umbu captain became extremely angry and drew his ninja sword directly. The other Umbu members all drew their weapons in unison upon seeing their captain's actions. What are you going to do? How dare you draw your sword against me? Bai Ye said with some surprise after seeing the actions of the Umbu captain. During this period, Bai Ye beat up many Umbu. Now the Umbu of Konoha village hide far away when they see the guards. Bai Ye didn't expect that there was such a brave Umbu who dared to challenge him. Humph, what's so great about you Uchiha clan? In Konoha village, you must obey our Umbu. The Umbu captain said this without flinching. This Umbu captain and the Umbu he leads are the team specifically responsible for guarding Kushina. He spent all this time in the valley outside Konoha village, watching over Kushina. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened in Konoha village during this period. He still thought that Konoha village was still under the control of Umbu as before. What did you say? You damned fellow, how dare you look down on our Uchiha clan and the security forces? Uchiha Yan, who was standing not far away, was immediately filled with anger when he heard the words of the Umbu captain. Lord Baiya, leave this guy to me. I want him to know how powerful our security team is. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Yan attacked the Umbu captain directly. Faced with Uchiha Yan's attack, the Umbu captain was suddenly confused. When did the Uchiha clan's guards become so bold? He actually dared to attack their Umbu. Bang! The two men's weapons collided with each other, and the Umbu captain flew backwards immediately, taking more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Although the Umbu captain looks strong, his strength is not that good. As soon as the two of them fought, their strength became very obvious. You actually dared to attack the Umbu. You want to betray Konoha. The Umbu captain shouted loudly. Humph, it's you who betrayed Konoha village. You actually allowed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to destroy Konoha village. I suspect you have betrayed Konoha village. Catch them for me. Baiya shouted loudly. No matter what conflict occurs, first label the person a traitor. After hearing Baiya's words, the guards around all drew their weapons and aimed at these Umbu. The security team. How dare you? Seeing the security forces surrounding them from all sides, all the Umbu were extremely confused. When did the guards become so bold as to threaten their Umbu? If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Otherwise, our security team will not be polite. Uchiha Yan said threateningly. Asshole, we are Umbu. How dare you attack our Umbu? The Umbu captain continued to shout. It seems you don't intend to surrender. In that case, guards, follow me and attack. Uchiha Yan was the first to rush towards the Umbu. Seeing Uchiha Yan launching the attack, the other members of the security team did not hesitate at all and also attacked the Umbu. Although, the Umbu looks very strong. However, if we really talk about combat effectiveness, they are no match for the Uchiha clan ninjas. Amidst a series of screams, these Umbu were being beaten up by the guards one by one. At this moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu hurried over from a distance. Originally, today Sarutobi Hiruzen was discussing with Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato and how to curb the development of the Uchiha clan. However, at this moment, the Umbu came to report that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was running wild in Konoha village. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked and immediately rushed over with the Umbu. But what he didn't expect was that when he arrived here, he saw the guards beating up the Umbu. Although he didn't know what was going on, he couldn't just watch the Umbu get beaten up. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately spoke out to stop it. You all stop it. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the guards still showed no intention of stopping and continued to attack these Umbu. Their guard team only obeys by yes orders. Who do you think you are, Sarutobi Hiruzen? What gives you the right to order them around? Damn it, what are you security team doing? How dare you attack the Umbu? Seeing that the guards didn't pay any attention to his orders, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. I want to ask you this. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen going to do? You actually let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki run rampant in Konoha village's bustling commercial street. Are you planning to destroy Konoha village? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Baiya immediately asked loudly. This. Hearing Baiya's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly paused, and for a moment he really didn't know how to answer. As for the matter of the nine-tailed fox, he had just learned about it. Originally, he placed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina in a canyon far away from the village, so that even if the Nine Tails went berserk, it would not destroy the village. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Kushina actually sneaked into the village. What Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect was that the nine-tailed fox went berserk. This is all a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explain, but was interrupted by Byakuya. What misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding here. Now Konoha village has suffered losses because of you, you must be responsible. Baiya said in a very serious tone. I understand. I will be responsible for the losses here. Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly accepted it. Very good, you admit your mistakes and correct them, you are still a good Hokage. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Baiya continued. You damn bastard. Hearing Baiya's tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very annoyed. What's with that tone? Do you think you're an elementary school student? However, he didn't dare to get angry. Now he has more important things to do. That is to get Kushina back from Baiya. Kushina is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and an important fighting force of Konoha. Therefore, there must be no mistakes. It can't fall into the universe in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Yan, don't forget to ask for compensation from the Hokage. Baiya said to Uchiha Yan, who was beating up the Umbu. Don't worry, Lord Bei, I will find Lord Hokage to ask for money as soon as possible. Uchiha Yan said with assurance. In that case, I feel relieved. Baiya was holding the unconscious Kushina and was leaving. Wait, leave Kushina behind. Kushina is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we will take good care of her. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stopped Baiya and couldn't help but speak. Leaving it to you, impossible. What do you want to do? Continue to use her to destroy Konoha village. Uzumaki Kushina, our Uchiha clan wants. Baya said in a very firm tone. Since Kushina fell into his hands, why would Baya hand her over? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually wanted to take Kushina back from him, but he was simply dreaming. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is extremely important to the entire Konoha village. Therefore, no matter what the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never give up the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that the Uchiha clan Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. Once upon a time, Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and attacked the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. If someone from the Uchiha clan mastered the power of the Nine Tails, it would be a disaster for him. So, hearing Baya's rejection without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became very serious. What did you say, Uchiha Bei? Don't forget your identity. You are only the captain of the guard team. I am the Hokage of Konoha village. Hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately used his identity as Hokage. He wanted to use his status as Hokage to overpower Baya and take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back from Baya. But unfortunately, this is of no use to Baya. I said, from now on Uzumaki Kushina belongs to our Uchiha clan. Baya said fearlessly while holding Kushina. Uchiha Byakuya, are you really going to betray Konoha village? How dare you disobey the Hokage's orders? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to shout in a very stern voice, intending to accuse Baya of betraying Konoha village. But unfortunately, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Baya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, you actually didn't think highly of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You allowed Kushina to be beaten up and destroyed Konoha village. It was you who betrayed Konoha village. Since you are not capable of being the Hokage, then leave it to us, the Uchiha clan. Everything is for the will of fire. Baya knew that if it came to political eloquence alone, he might not be a match for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen can easily turn black into white, and use the will of fire as an excuse, so no one can find fault with him. Therefore, Byakuya didn't even give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to finish his words. Don't you like using will of fire? Then I can use it too. I'd like to see what to do. After hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even darker. Everything is for the will of fire, isn't that what I said? You took away my words, what else do you want me to say? Uchiha Byakuya, put down the Nine Tails Jinchuriki immediately. This is an ultimatum. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a gloomy voice. I said, Uzumaki Kushina is now our Uchiha clan. No one can take Uzumaki Kushina away. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with disdain, damn it, Umbu, listen to my orders. Retrieve the Nine Tails Jinchuriki for me immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu around him. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Byakuya possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength was extremely powerful. Before he finds a way to deal with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will never easily come into conflict with Baya. But now it's different. Baya actually wants to take away the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This was something he could never tolerate. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want a conflict with Byakuya, he had to fight now. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbu around him drew their weapons one after another. What are you Umbu doing? How dare you attack the guards? Do you want to betray Konoha village? Baya looked at these Umbu and said in a bad tone. At the same time, the guards around were also holding their weapons tightly. I'm the Hokage, whether or not someone is a traitor is up to me. Attack, take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer in the mood to put on a show, and simply tore off his usual kind disguise. Now, he just wanted to take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki immediately. Yes. Attack. Upon hearing the order, the Umbu attacked Baya without any hesitation. It seems that you really want to betray Konoha village. If that's the case, I'll judge you with the consciousness of fire. Guards, listen to my orders, eliminate all the Umbu. Baya also directly gave the order to attack. Yes. Upon hearing Baya's order, the Uchiha clan ninjas on guard did not hesitate at all, drew their weapons and attacked the Umbu. Although, the ninjas who are able to join the Umbu are all elite ninjas of Konoha village and their strength is extremely powerful. However, the Uchiha clan ninjas in the guard team are even stronger than them. In particular, the Uchiha clan ninjas who have opened the Sharingan are not someone that the Umbu can easily fight against. Relying on the powerful ability of the Sharingan, the guards easily crushed the Umbu. This is the power that Uchiha should have. Seeing the Uchiha clan ninjas beating up the Umbu, Baya couldn't help but think in his heart. The ninja world, after all, is a world where power is supreme. In the ninja world, the easiest way to improve your strength is to have a powerful bloodline. A ninja with bloodline can easily crush an ordinary ninja with the same combat power. Even if there are a few ordinary ninjas who can rival the bloodline ninjas through life-threatening training, they are rare. Baya really couldn't understand. Konoha obviously had powerful blood-inherited families, but there was no need to maintain good relationships with these blood-inherited families. Instead, they targeted the blood-inherited families everywhere, fearing that the strength of these blood-inherited families would increase. In the end, all the people of Konoha died. Good. The largest ninja village was in a state of transition. Relying solely on Nagato's 6 paths of pain, he directly destroyed Konoha village. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's mouth-to-mouth trick in the end, it would still be unknown whether Konoha village would still exist. Damn it, damn Uchiha. We can't go on like this, the battle must end immediately. Seeing his Umbu men beating up the Uchiha clan ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked very ugly. He knew very well that the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Now, we must immediately take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back from Baya's hands and end the battle. Swish. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate at all. He pulled off the Hokage robe on his body, revealing his sturdy ninja uniform. When he heard that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had gone berserk, he prepared for battle and put on his combat uniform. However, what he didn't expect was that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina was actually subdued by Baya. However, the preparations were not in vain. Now he would take action himself and snatch the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from Baya's arms. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, Sarutobi Hiruzen used a flash technique and appeared in front of Baya, grabbing Uzumaki Kushina in Baya's arms. Now, he doesn't care about whether it is a sneak attack or not, and he doesn't care about his face anymore. The key is to get the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to catch Kushina, a scene that surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's right hand passed directly through the bodies of Uzumaki Kushina and Byakuya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the air. What's going on? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, Baya kicked him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also blocks quickly. However, the enormous force still caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to fly backwards. He took several steps back before he managed to steady himself, staring at Baya with his eyes. What is this, space ninjutsu? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also remembered that Baya mastered space ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wrong in his guess. At the critical moment, Byakuya used Kamui to transfer Kushina and himself to another space, thus avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's sneak attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you doing? As the Hokage, you actually dared to attack the ninjas from the same village. Are you going to betray Konoha village too? Baya shouted loudly. You bastard, I'm the Hokage, how could I betray Konoha village? I'm doing this all for Konoha village. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even angrier. He is the Hokage of Konoha village, but Baya, a junior, keeps calling him a traitor. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry and upset? Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 1000 negative energy, chakra plus 60. Don't even think of quibbling. Since you intend to expel Konoha village, then as the guards protecting Konoha village, we absolutely cannot let you go. Baya first activated Kamui and temporarily transferred the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina to another space. Then, Baya rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kunao in his hand. Facing Baya's attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen also took out a kunao and met him. Bang! The two kunao collided with each other. Then, both of them kicked towards each other at the same time. Konoha Gale. Konoha Gale. Bang! With a loud crash, the two attacks collided. The powerful force made the two of them retreat quickly. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, he quickly formed seals with his hands. A huge fire dragon suddenly appeared and attacked Baya quickly. Well done. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Baya also used a ninjutsu to meet the attack. What surprised him was that although Byakuya and Sarutobi Hiruzen used the same fire release, however, the fire dragon released by Byakuya was twice as large as the one released by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! With a huge explosion, two fire dragons, one big and one small, collided with each other. Immediately afterwards, Byakuya's larger fire dragon swallowed Sarutobi Hiruzen's smaller fire dragon, and at the same time attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen without reducing the offensive. No, how is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked when he saw the same ninjutsu and his own ninjutsu was defeated by Baya's ninjutsu. However, now is not the time to be surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a seal with his hands and used the body flickering technique to avoid the fire dragon's attack. How could this damn Uchiha have such a terrifying level of ninjutsu? You can actually block my ninjutsu so easily. The surprise in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart could not disappear for a long time. You know, Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the most powerful Hokage. Of course, he gave himself this title. However, this fully demonstrates Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence in his own strength. Especially in the field of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in all ninjutsu of Konoha village and is proficient in using ninjutsu of 5 attributes. He also calls himself ninjutsu professor. Regardless of the title, it shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely powerful in ninjutsu. However, he did not expect that when he and Baya released the same ninjutsu, his own ninjutsu was actually defeated. This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen had never expected. How could Baya, at such a young age, have such advanced ninjutsu skills? Could it be because of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not wrong. The reason why Baya's ninjutsu is so powerful is indeed because of the Mangekyo Sharingan. To be precise, it should be the Mangekyo Sharinganzai technique, Butsumayuhun. Under the power of pupil technique Butayahan, any of Baya's abilities are greatly enhanced. With the same ninjutsu, Baya can easily crush anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you doing? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, Baya appeared in front of him and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Rising Wind. Baya kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen hard on the chin with a fierce kick. Ah! With a scream, Sarutobi Hiruzen flew backwards and rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he quickly got up. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth was full of blood and there was a footprint on his chin. Tisk tisk. Is this the strongest Hokage? How can you be so weak? I think you must be the weakest Hokage. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said mockingly, "Damn it, don't be so arrogant, now I'll let you see how powerful the Hokage is." Hearing Baya's mocking words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry. At the same time, he bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. The art of spiritual communication. After a puff of smoke, a huge monkey wearing ninja clothes and a Konoha forward protector appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoned beast, the Monkey King, Monkey Demon. "Hiruzen, what do you want from me?" the Monkey King asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ape Demon, I need your help. The enemy is extremely powerful." Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Monkey King. Is this Konoha village? The enemy is the Uchiha clan. What's going on? Isn't the Uchiha clan a family from Konoha village? The Monkey King looked around and asked curiously. "I'll explain this later. I need the Vajra Rui stick." Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Monkey King. "Understood. Transform, Vajra Rui stick." The Monkey King jumped high up, and then there was a burst of smoke. The Monkey King transformed into a giant club and fell into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Carrying the huge stick transformed from his summoning beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his confidence. "Uchiha Bei, I must deal with you today. Let me show you how powerful the Hokage is." Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily and attacked Baya waving his huge stick. Don't be fooled by the fact that this stick is very thick and looks very heavy. But in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was extremely flexible. He wielded it with great power and attacked Baya with overwhelming force. In addition, the stick would constantly expand and contract, which indeed posed a great threat to Baya for a while. Divine power. Faced with this kind of attack, Baya had no choice but to use his divine power. I saw dense stick shadows passing through Baya's body without causing any harm to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is the power of the Hokage you mentioned. This is really weak. If the first and second Hokage knew that the third Hokage was only this powerful, would they die with regrets? Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued to speak mockingly. "Damn it, damn Uchiha." Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry, and countless negative energies continued to fall into Baya's hands. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 1500 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 90 Hiruzen, what's going on? The attack clearly hit him, how did he dodge it? Even the Monkey King, who had turned into a stick, was very confused when he found that his attack did not hit Baya. As the stick wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Monkey King was very clear that the previous attack definitely hit Baya. However, Baya somehow managed to dodge their attacks. "This is space ninjutsu," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very serious expression. "Space ninjutsu, this is a bit troublesome. By the way, Hiruzen, I remember that your second Hokage knew space ninjutsu. As a disciple, didn't you learn space ninjutsu?" The Monkey King seemed to remember something and asked. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face couldn't help but turn red. Although he was known as the ninjutsu professor and was proficient in all the ninjutsu of Konoha, he knew nothing about space ninjutsu. Ahem, now's not the time to talk about this, Monkey King. Let's first find a way to break his space ninjutsu. In order to ease the awkwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed the subject. Understood. We continue to attack. Any ninjutsu will have flaws. The Monkey King also said immediately, and the two of them continued to attack Baya together. Does Baya's pupil technique have divine power? Of course it does. Like Obito's Kamui, Byakuya cannot hide in the alien space for a long time. Baya can stay in the alien space for a maximum of 5 minutes. However, it is not so easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to force Byakuya out of the alien space. Whoosh, boom, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his attacks, but no matter how he attacked, he could not hurt Byakuya. Moreover, with his continuous attacks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical strength was severely depleted, and he began to gasp for breath. "Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you dying? I didn't expect you to be that strong. You even look a little kidney weak." Baya continued to speak sarcastically as he looked at the panting Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Good opportunity, the Rui stick extends." Seeing Baya talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stretched out the stick in his hand and smashed it towards Baya. Bang! With a loud bang, the stick hit Li Bei hard. However, at the critical moment, Baya activated Susanoo to block the attack. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are so shameless that you actually launched a sneak attack," Baya said with great disdain. Baya also understood at this time that Sarutobi Hiruzen's show of weakness just now was just to confuse him and prepare for a sneak attack on him. This is also because Baya reacted quickly and activated Susanoo at the critical moment to block the attack. This is a case of deception. "There's no need to show mercy to an enemy like you," Sarutobi Hiruzen said without blushing at all. All he wanted now was to defeat Baya and recapture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. To achieve this goal, he would resort to conspiracy and trickery. "You are so shameless. I think you should not be called the strongest Hokage, but the most shameless Hokage." Baya said this with great disdain, and at the same time, with a thought, Susanoo quickly condensed and turned into a long sword, slashing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Stop it for me." Facing Baya's attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately raised the stick in his hand to block it. Bang! Boom! With a loud crash, the stick in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand successfully blocked Baya's attack. He actually blocked it. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some surprise. "The ape demon possesses a body of diamond that you can't break the ape demon's diamond body." Sarutobi Hiruzen said very confidently that he was still very confident in the strength of his summoning beast. He had teamed up with his summoned beast many times to defeat countless powerful enemies. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that the two of them could defeat Byakuya by joining forces. "Really? I want to see how hard you are." Pupil technique due to soul control. Baya once again controlled Susanoo and raised his sword, attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, Baya not only used the power of Susanoo, but also used the ability of the pupil technique Butsuyahun. With the power of pupil technique, Baya's seemingly ordinary attack suddenly increased several times. Bang! There was a huge crash, followed by a scream. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt an invincible force coming towards him. As he pounced forward, the stick in his hand slipped out of his hand, and at the same time, the stick exited its transformed state and turned into the appearance of a monkey. "This. How is it possible? You actually broke the ape demon's diamond body." The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face quickly changed from confidence to surprise. "Ape demon, are you okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately looked towards his summoning beast. Puff! The ape demon first spurted out a mouthful of blood, then said listlessly, "Hiruzen, I can't do it anymore. All my ribs are broken. I can't fight anymore." The ape demon said simply, then turned into smoke and disappeared. The injuries of the ape demon were so severe that he could no longer maintain his spiritual state. "Damn it, is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Seeing his summoning beast disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even uglier, and he stared at Baya's eyes in disbelief. Although he knew that the Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful that it could destroy his summoning beast with just one move. Without his summoning beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost a great helper. Coupled with Baya's unpredictable space ninjutsu, it can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely fallen into a disadvantage. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, your monkey is gone, now it's your turn." After Baya finished speaking, he controlled Susanoo and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Boom! There was a huge explosion and countless smoke filled the air. Is it solved? But when the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Sarutobi Hiruzen left, only a broken log. Did he run away? Although his strength isn't that great, he ran away pretty fast. As expected, he is the most shameless Hokage, Baya said with disdain in his heart. As the Hokage of Konoha village, he actually left all the Umbu behind and escaped by himself. If this isn't shameless, what is? At this moment, Baya felt a sharp pain in his eyes and he immediately released Susanoo and closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that before opening the Eternal Mangekyo, you must not overuse the Mangekyo Sharingan. After the fierce battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Baya's eye power was severely depleted. If the fight continues, Baya's body will not be able to take it. The only way to solve the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan is to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Baya's mind moved, and the attribute light curtain appeared in front of him. 70W negative energy. This is what Baya has gained during this period, that he is not far from 1 million negative energies. He will be able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan soon and use the power of his eyes at will. At the same time, with countless attribute points, Baya's abilities were also upgraded to S level. It can be said that Baya is now a complete cage level powerhouse, and even among the cage level, he is also a top existence. Just after Baya had defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen, On the other side, the members of the security team led by Uchiha N also successfully defeated all the Umbu. Master Baiya, how should we deal with these Umbu? Uchiha Yin looked at Baiya with admiration. Just now, when fighting with the guards, he also noticed the battle between Byakuya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. We saw Byakuya using the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to beat up Sarutobi Hiruzen until Sarutobi Hiruzen escaped. Uchiha Yan was also extremely excited. See, this is the power of the Uchiha clan, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of Lord Byakuya. What is the strongest Hokage? What ninjutsu, professor? In front of Lord Baiya, he could only flee in embarrassment. These Umbu are all traitors. Ordinarily, they should all be killed, Baiya said as he looked at the Umbu who were defeated by the guards and pinned down one by one. After hearing Baiya's words, all the Umbu members became a little panicked. Uchiha Byakuya, you can't kill us, we are Konoha ninjas. We did not betray Konoha village. We are merely following the orders of the Hokage. The Umbu shouted one after another. They were simply attacking the guards in the name of the Hokage. Even if you guys are looking for trouble, you should go to the Hokage. Why are you killing us? If I had known that becoming an Umbu means fighting against members of the Uchiha clan, I would rather kill them than become an Umbu. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Master Baiya, you are right. These traitorous ninjas should all be killed. Uchiha Yen stepped hard on the head of an Umbu, holding a ninja sword in his hand. As long as Baiya gave the order, he would chop down without hesitation. However, simply killing them would be too easy for them. Uchiha N, take them to find the Hokage, see if the Hokage is willing to redeem these rebellious ninjas. Baiya thought for a moment and said, I understand, but what price should we make Hokage-sama pay? Uchiha Yen retracted his ninja sword and continued to ask. Whatever, money, ninjutsu, secret techniques are all fine. And don't forget to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for the damage caused by the destruction of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Baiya said indifferently. Baiya has no shortage of money, ninjutsu and secret techniques. The reason why Baiya asked Uchiha Yan to find the Hokage was to anger him and make him furious. As for Baiya, of course he would go back and study the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina carefully. Baiya was full of curiosity about the nine-tailed fox in Kushina's body. Yes. Lord Baiya, I promise to complete the task. Uchiha Yen responded and waved his hand. Everyone, bring the Umbu with you and follow me. We are going to the Hokage building. Yes. After hearing Uchiha Yan's words, the guards escorted the Umbu and rushed towards the Hokage building in a mighty manner. After escaping from Baiya's hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned his friends, the three elders of Konoha village. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's summons, although they were very confused, they still came to the Hokage building as soon as possible. Sarutobi, what's going on? Are you hurt? Who is it? They actually managed to injure you. Is there an enemy invasion? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen in a disheveled and with injuries all over his body, Danzo Shimura, Kohariyutain, and En of Mitokato were all very surprised. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, get hurt? I haven't heard of any enemies invading Konoha village. It was Uchiha Byakuya. I was injured by Uchiha Byakuya. Moreover, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was snatched away by Uchiha Byakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very grim expression. What, Sarutobi, what did you say? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki has fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Damn it, how could this happen? This is simply a disaster. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the three of them suddenly stood up. Obviously, they were also very clear about the fate of the Uchiha clan after they got the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In particular, Uchiha Madara once used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, which made them very worried. If the Uchiha clan controlled the power of the Nine Tails like Uchiha Madara, it would be a disaster for the entire Konoha village. When they thought of this, they all felt terrified. Sarutobi, I'm going to gather all the root members right away. We must directly attack the Uchiha clan and take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Shimura Danzo said hurriedly and was about to leave. Danzo, stop right there. Don't I want to take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? My injury was caused by Uchiha Byakuya. His Mangekyo Sharingan is extremely powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stopped Danzo Shimura, fearing that he would impulsively deliver food to Byakuya. Now, they absolutely cannot afford to lose combat effectiveness for no reason again. How so? Is Uchiha Byakuya really that powerful? He can actually injure you. The other three also looked at Sarutobi in surprise. You know, among the four of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed the strongest in terms of combat alone. Otherwise, why didn't the other three object when he called himself the most powerful Hokage? Originally, they all thought that Byakuya had stolen the Nine Tails Jinchuriki through conspiracy and trickery. However, what they didn't expect was that Baiya was the one who snatched the Nine Tails Jinchuriki directly from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Shimura Danzo stopped. Danzo Shimura was very clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to snatch the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back from Byakuya. There will be no results if you do it yourself. Is that the end of it? Yes, we must not let the Uchiha clan master the power of the Nine Tails. The Uchiha clan deserves to die, the three of them said with great sorrow. Danzo, how's the wood release research going? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo. After witnessing Byakuya's powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen now urgently needs the power of wood release. Only the power of wood release can counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi, I'm already studying the corpse of the first daimyo. However, the cells of the first Hokage are full of powerful vitality. I have failed in multiple transplants. Shinmura Danzo couldn't help but say, we must speed up the process. If you need anything, I will fully support you. I feel that the Uchiha must have made some big moves recently. We need the power of wood release to fight against the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very urgently. I understand that I will speed up my research on wood release. Shinmura Danzo also said immediately. Hokage-sama, something's wrong. The Uchiha clan's security team is here. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside the house. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo and the other three old conspirators were discussing how to deal with the Uchiha clan. Now we hear that the Uchiha clan has arrived under the Hokage building. All four of them looked terrified. What are the Uchiha clan going to do? Are they really going to launch a coup? Damn Uchiha clan, they can't even wait a moment. What should Sarutobi do now? The Uchiha clan is coming. Damn Uchiha clan, are they really going to destroy Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinmura Danzo, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato were all at a loss for a moment. Through Sarutobi Hiruzen's description, they already knew the power of Byakuya and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen is no match for Byakuya, then they are no match for Byakuya either. Now the Uchiha clan has actually come to the Hokage building. In their opinion, this must be the Uchiha clan launching a coup and seizing the position of Hokage. When they thought that they were about to lose power in Konoha village, their faces became very ugly. Hokage-sama, the deputy captain of the security team, Uchiha-en, led the security team and escorted the Umbu to the bottom of the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, would you like to see them? The ninja outside the door continued. Uchiha-en, didn't Uchiha-bei come? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have grasped something key and asked hurriedly. Report to Lord Hokage, the captain of the security team, Uchiha Byakuya, did not come. The only one who came was Uchiha-en, the deputy captain of the security team. The ninja outside continued to report. It doesn't look like a coup. Hearing that Uchiha Byakuya did not come, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other three all breathed a sigh of relief. If the Uchiha clan really wants to launch a coup, Baya, the strongest fighter in the Uchiha clan, will definitely come. Since Baya did not come, it means that the Uchiha clan is not planning to launch a coup now. They don't have to worry about losing power immediately. Let's go. I want to see what the Uchiha clan is going to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door and walked out with his usual relaxed demeanor. Although, he suffered a loss at the hands of Baya and was beaten away by Baya. However, he is still the Hokage of Konoha village and should have the necessary temperament. As for Danzo Shinmura, Koharu Utane and Mito, they did the same and followed Hiruzen Sarutobi out. As soon as I walked out of the Hokage building, I saw the Uchiha clan escorting countless half-crippled Umbu. Secondly, there were many ordinary people in different situations who came to watch the fun and had already filled the street in front of the Hokage. What are you all doing here? This has seriously affected the order of Konoha village. Umbu, disperse the people around and be alert all around. Although he didn't know what the Uchiha clan ninjas were here for, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that the Uchiha clan must have had no good intentions. In order to prevent himself from being embarrassed and seen by all the people of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen first dispersed the crowd around him. Yes. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, countless Umbu ninjas took action. Soon all the roads in front of the Hokage building were cordoned off. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha-en with a bad tone and shouted, Uchiha clan, what are you doing? You actually dared to attack the Umbu, do you want to rebel? Release all the Umbu immediately. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was very afraid of the power of the Byakuya Mangekyo Sharingan, but Baya is not here now, and there is only Uchiha-en, so what is he afraid of? Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to give Uchiha-en a warning first. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Shinmura Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato took the opportunity to speak and make their presence felt. You Uchiha are too presumptuous. Release the Umbu immediately, and surrender. That's right, members of the Root Organization, listen to my orders, capture the Uchiha clan at any time. But unfortunately, Uchiha-en didn't buy it at all. What's so scary about you, a Hokage who was just chased away by Lord Baya? Hokage, what are you talking about? They are obviously all traitors. Come here, kill them all. As Uchiha-en's voice fell, all the guards drew their weapons and slashed at the Umbu. Seeing that these Umbu were about to be killed by the guards, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't bear it, immediately spoke up to stop them. Wait, stop it. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke very quickly, the guards did not listen to him at all and chopped down with the ninja swords in their hands. Puff, blood splattered everywhere, and the heads of several Umbu members rolled directly to the ground. Get lost, didn't I tell you to stop? Seeing the death of the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry and distressed. You know, the duty of the Umbu is to protect the safety of the Hokage. In order to absolutely trust the Umbu, most of these Umbu are ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan was not a powerful ninja family in the past, and there were not many strong people among them. These masters of the Sarutobi clan and the Umbu were all specially trained by him after he became Hokage. It can be said that the more they die, the less they will be. Now seeing the guards killing without hesitation, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry? How could he not feel distressed? Did Hokage say anything? Why didn't I hear you? Next time, please speak louder. Since Lord Hokage has spoken, all of you should stop right now. Uchiha Yen waved his hand, and the other guards, all the ninja swords were taken back. Seeing the reactions of the guards, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even uglier. He now understood that the security team was completely beyond his control. Uchiha Yen, what do you want to do to let them go? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly with a dark expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid either. He knows very well that Uchiha Yen brought these Umbu here for negotiations. It's just that he wanted to give Uchiha Yen a warning and suppress him, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Yen didn't buy it at all. Not only was his show of force useless, but it also resulted in the loss of several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. This is a case of trying to be cool but getting slapped in the face. Hokage, can you give the Hokage to our lord Baya? Uchiha Yen said surprisingly. What did you say? Your Uchiha clan wives are being presumptuous. Hearing Uchiha En's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without a second thought. How is it possible to give the position of Hokage to Baya? No matter what the reason, he will never let go of the position of Hokage. Even if he dies, he will die in the position of Hokage. Since the Hokage is unwilling to give up the position of Hokage, then all positions in the entire Konoha village should be handed over to our Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha clan, will protect Konoha village. Uchiha Yen continued. No. Hearing Uchiha En's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again refused without thinking. If all the positions in Konoha village were handed over to the Uchiha clan, wouldn't I, the Hokage, be left alone? Hokage, you don't agree with this, and you don't agree with that. Then what are we talking about? Come here, chop them all up. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected two conditions in a row, which made Uchiha En very unhappy, and he was about to order the guards to continue to kill the Umbu. Wait, we can continue talking. Seeing Uchiha En so reckless, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Shouldn't negotiation be about asking for a high price and paying back a low price? Why don't you follow the rules, just kill people? Faced with Uchiha En, a man who doesn't follow the rules, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that his political tactics were not very effective. What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? Are you going to give us the position of Hokage, or all the positions in Konoha village? Uchiha Yen couldn't help but say. You have these two requests, I can't possibly agree to them. However, I can give you, the Uchiha clan, other rights. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say. Other rights? What rights? Uchiha Yen asked curiously. Soon, the two began talking. Every condition Sarutobi Hiruzen said made him feel heartbroken. At the same time, he cursed Baya in his heart that if it weren't for Baya, he wouldn't have lost so much blood. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 2000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 100. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, plus 2500 negative energy, taijutsu plus 110. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 3000 negative energy, illusion plus 120. HMM.it looks like Uchiha En is doing a good job. Feeling countless negative energies, Baya smiled in his heart. Baya only asked Uchiha En to use these half-crippled Umbu to blackmail Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Yen did a good job and brought himself so much negative energy. However, Baya now has more important things to do. That is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Baya couldn't help but smile as he looked at the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina lying beside his bed. Hopefully, I can get something good from her. Master Baya, is this the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? I never thought that the powerful nine-tailed fox could be sealed in such a petite body. Uchiha Mikato also looked at Uzumaki Kushina with some surprise. It's really unbelievable, the Uzumaki clan's physique is indeed extraordinary, Baya couldn't help but say. However, Baya brought Uzumaki Kushina here for a more important reason, and that was the nine-tailed fox. Mikato, protect me. I'm going to see Kuobai, Baya said to Mikato beside him. Master Baya, be careful. After hearing Baya's words, Mikato came out and stood guard at the door, and Baya lifted up Kushina's shirt. There is a complicated sealing technique on her white lower abdomen. There is no doubt that this is the seal of the nine-tailed fox. Baya placed his hands on the seal and moved his mind. Baya appeared again in the nine-tailed fox's sealed space. At this time, the nine-tailed fox was curled up in the sealed cage. Who is it? Hearing someone coming, Kuwabai immediately raised his head. Nine-tailed fox, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Baya looked at Kuwabai and said with a smile, "Oh, it's you, damned fellow. How dare you, and Uchiha, come here. I'm going to kill you, kill you." After seeing Baya, the nine-tailed fox roared angrily and kept hitting the sealed cage. But, unfortunately, this seal is very strong, and no matter how hard it hits, the nine-tailed fox cannot break through the seal. But Baya looked at the angry nine-tailed fox with great interest. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 4,000 negative energy, plus 200 chakra. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 5,000 negative energy, plus 210 chakra. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 6,000 negative energy, plus 220 chakra. Seeing the increasing negative energy, Baya was very excited. Not only that, when Baya looked at the angry Kuwabai, he also felt that he became a little cute. The current nine-tailed fox is like a large samoyed with 9 tails. Roar, boom, he kept barking for a while, maybe he was tired. Kuwabai glanced at Baya and lay down again. Hey, Nine Tails, why aren't you barking anymore? Keep on yelling. Seeing that Kuwabai was no longer moving, Baya couldn't help but speak. If you are not angry, where does your negative energy come from? Thinking of this, Baya immediately used Susanoo, turned it into a huge palm, passed through the gap in the ceiling fence, and slapped Kuwabai directly in the face. Roar. You damned Uchiha, how dare you hit me? Go to hell. After being slapped suddenly, Kuwabai became furious and started barking at Baya. The angry nine-tailed fox once again brought a lot of negative energy to Baya. But soon, Kuwabai found that his roar was useless. Because of the seal, no matter how angry he was, he could not attack Baya. Kuwabai paused again. But how could Baya let the nine-tailed fox stop like this? Baya used Susanoo again and slapped the nine-tailed fox on the head. This was done 5 or 6 times in a row. Kuwabai also realized that something was wrong. This hateful Uchiha in front of him was just trying to provoke his anger. Nine-tailed fox, why don't you scream? Scream, get angry. Baya controlled Susanoo and condensed it into a huge cat toy, constantly teasing the nine-tailed fox. However, no matter how Baya teased, although Juwei was very angry and his eyes were red, he did not roar, because he knew very well that no matter how much he roared, it would be useless. You damn Uchiha, what on earth are you going to do? Kuwabai looked at Baya and asked through gritted teeth. What are you doing? Of course, it's because you're angry. Aren't you the Nine Tails, the most powerful tailed beast? I provoked you like this, and you're not angry at all. You're truly unworthy of the title of the most powerful tailed beast. Baya looked at Juwei and continued to speak provocatively. After hearing Baya's words, Juwei was extremely angered. He wished he could tear the Uchiha in front of him to pieces immediately. However, he also knew very well that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. The powerful seal has completely imprisoned himself here. Kuwabai simply stuck its head into its own tail. Out of sight, out of mind. Kuwabai, you're actually a coward. Seeing Juwei's appearance, Baya knew that he had almost gotten enough benefits from Juwei today. Not much. No matter how he provoked her, Kuwabai would ignore him. Nine-tailed fox, I'm leaving first. I'll come to see you again later. Baya said hello to Kuwabai and left immediately. Just as Baya left the nine-tailed fox's sealed space, the unconscious Kushina slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself in a strange room with a strange man beside her. What kind of place is this? Who are you? Just when Uzumaki Kushina was confused, Baya said with a smile on his face. Kushina, you're awake. It's a boy. Baya suddenly said something shocking. What? I gave birth. Hearing Baya's words, Uzumaki Kushina covered her stomach and screamed in shock. The seal of the nine-tailed fox was on Kushina's belly button, and because the nine-tailed fox was running wild, her belly button had been aching slightly. Now hearing Byakuya say it was a boy, with Uzumaki Kushina's thick nerves, she really thought she had given birth. Feel Kushina Uzumaki's fear, plus 50 negative energy, gain Uzumaki sealing technique. It's actually the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Baya was stunned when he saw what he got from Kushina. Baya was just joking just now, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected gain and actually obtained the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Is the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique strong? Not only is it strong, it is also very strong. This is a sealing technique that can seal away powerful tailed beasts like the Nine Tails. Baya even speculated that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed because its powerful sealing technique was feared by villages everywhere. This is how they suffered a devastating disaster. Kushina, don't worry, you didn't give birth to a child. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's panicked look, Baya couldn't help but laugh. No child, that makes me feel relieved. I don't have any plans to raise a child yet. Why am I here? I clearly remember that I was shopping in Konoha village. Kushina looked at Byakuya and Mikoto curiously as they asked and answered each other. At this moment, Kushina's consciousness was still on shopping. She only remembered that she was strolling in Konoha village and then saw a fox. Then I lost consciousness. Oh no, the nine-tailed fox has gone berserk. Kushina also suddenly remembered that her consciousness was controlled by the nine tails. The nine-tailed fox ran amok in his own body. Don't worry, I've already dealt with the nine-tailed fox. Baya looked at the somewhat flustered Kushina and continued. Really, you really defeated the nine tails? You're amazing. Hearing Baya's words, Kushina looked at Baya in surprise. She knew very well that the nine-tailed fox could be very powerful when it went berserk. Every time, more than a dozen Umbu attacked at the same time, but they were still unable to subdue the berserk nine-tailed fox. Of course, I don't even take a little nine-tailed fox seriously, Baya said very confidently. Baya, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, is naturally able to counter the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts that are powerful to others are nothing to Baya. It was even said that Baya had just entered the sealed space of the nine-tailed fox and teased it. Kushina was not very old at this time, a few years younger than Mikoto, and was at an innocent age. Otherwise, that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have been easily tricked into becoming the nine tails Jinchuriki. So, now that she heard that Baya had easily controlled her out-of-control self, Kushina looked at Baya with admiration. Kushina, you can stay in the Uchiha clan peacefully from now on. As long as you stay in the Uchiha clan, I can guarantee that the nine-tailed fox will never hurt you, and you can do whatever you want, Byakuya said while looking at Kushina. Really, I can do whatever I want from now on. Hokage-sama will agree. Kushina was very excited when she heard Baya's words. At Kushina's age, she enjoys being busy and can't sit still. Staying in the valley every day, the nine-tailed fox would go berserk from time to time, which was a torture for Kushina. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sneaked out of the valley. Therefore, Kushina was so happy when she heard Baya say that as long as she stayed in the Uchiha clan, she could do anything. Certainly. As for your so-called Hokage, don't worry about him, he will definitely agree. Baya looked at Kushina and said with certainty. Whether the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees or not is none of Katsuya's business. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, he couldn't stop Baya. If Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to stop him, Byakuya would not be polite. Great, in that case, I will join the Uchiha clan. Kushina didn't think much about it and agreed directly. In other words, as a person from another village, Kushina has no idea about the relationship between Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. More importantly, in order to better control Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want too many people to come into contact with her. Therefore, Kushina doesn't have many friends in Konoha village. Very good. Kushina, from now on, you are a member of our Uchiha clan. Then Byakuya introduced Kushina to Mikoto. Mikoto, this is Kushina. From now on, she is a member of our Uchiha clan. After hearing Baya's introduction, Mikoto also greeted Kushina with a smile. Kushina, welcome to the Uchiha clan. Misaki-ne, you're so beautiful, Kushina said with a sigh as she looked at Mikoto. Sister Kushina, you are also very beautiful, Mikoto also said with a smile. Misaki-ne, let's go shopping. I haven't been shopping for a long time, Kushina said invitingly. Kushina was a person with a thick nerve to begin with, and she quickly put the nine-tailed fox's rampage behind her. Now she just wanted to go shopping and have fun. Master by Is this possible? Mikoto asked Byakuya for advice. Sure. Baya nodded in agreement without hesitation. Great, let's go. After getting Baya's consent, Kushina excitedly pulled Mikoto outside, and Baya followed behind the two women. Soon, they arrived at a busy commercial street. There were many Uchiha guards patrolling the commercial street, and they were very surprised to see Kushina appear. Look, that girl. The red-haired girl, she must be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I heard that a whole city was destroyed by the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's rampage. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see where Lord Baya is? Yes, Lord Byakuya possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Really, is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan that strong? Of course, Uchiha Madara once used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. It seems that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is a powerful helper to our Uchiha clan. Needless to say, just imagine Lord Baya with his Mangekyo Sharingan and riding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, how domineering that is. For a moment, the way the Uchiha clan ninjas looked at Kushina changed. From the initial fear, it turned into friendliness. And Kushina felt the friendly gazes around her and couldn't help but smile. Ever since he came to Konoha village and became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she endured the strange looks from all around her, and everyone looked at her with vigilance and fear. She hadn't felt such friendly gaze for a long time. Is this the Uchiha clan? This family looks awesome. You are Kushina, why are you here? At this moment, Senju Tsunema, who was strolling around, looked at Kushina and shouted in surprise. Ever since the Senju clan moved to the Uchiha clan's base, their lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did the living environment improve, but with the help of the Uchiha clan, life also became more prosperous, and the children of the Senju clan also grew up peacefully. Seeing that the Senju clan had finally settled down, he felt relieved and began to live a retired life. On weekdays, I also go shopping and drink tea. However, he didn't expect that he would see Kushina today. Isn't Kushina the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? According to the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, in order to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would never let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki act alone, let alone let her go shopping. Grandpa Gangjian, you are playing here too. I have now joined the Uchiha clan. Seeing Senju Goma, Kushina couldn't help but say, you joined the Uchiha clan. Hearing Kushina's words, Senju Tsunema was stunned, but when he saw Baya beside Kushina, Senju Tsunema seemed to understand something. I see, Uchiha Byakuya, what a clever trick. Senju Tsunami said with emotion. Senju Goma knew very well that Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharinan could control the power of the Nine Tails. Now that Kushina has joined the Uchiha clan, isn't it equivalent to the Uchiha clan mastering the power of the Nine Tails? Now Senju Tsunami could only sigh that the Uchiha clan was so lucky that a strong man like Baya had appeared, so as not to let the Uchiha clan decline. Why hasn't there been someone like Baya in their Senju clan? Otherwise, their Senju clan would not have declined like this. Now Senju Tsunami can only sigh helplessly. Now he has no interest in the glory of the Senju clan. The entire Senju clan is almost gone, so what glory are we talking about? Now he only hopes that the name of the Senju clan can be passed down. During the day, Byakuya and Mikato accompanied Kushina shopping and sightseeing. After midnight, Kushina came to Baya's room wearing very thin clothes. Baya, can you really help me suppress the nine-tailed fox? Kushina asked Baya with some disbelief. Kushina was very clear about the nine-tailed fox in her body. It was a very terrifying monster. Even I, although I possess powerful sealing skills, don't dare to contact him easily. Every time he wanted to have a good rest, the nine-tailed fox would take the opportunity to leak out its chakra, control him, and make him go berserk. Therefore, Kushina was so surprised to hear that Baya could solve the problem of the nine tails. Don't worry, leave it to me. Now take off your clothes, Byakuya said to Kushina with confidence. How could Baya easily let go of Juwei, a leak that could be fleeced? Baya planned to go to Juwei every day to fleece him and make the most of his money. I see. Hearing Baya's words, Kushina immediately revealed the seal on her stomach. Baya pressed his hands on the seal, and suddenly both of them became dazed. When he regained consciousness again, Baya and Kushina had already appeared in the nine-tail sealed space. It's you two! Roar. You two damn bastards, die. Seeing Byakuya and Kushina appear in front of him, Kyuubi roared angrily at them. Kushina and Byakuya. One is the one who sealed the nine-tailed fox, and the other is the one who constantly provokes him. Now that two enemies appeared in front of him at the same time, how could Kyuubi not be angry? How terrible. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's roar, Kushina hid behind Baya in fear. Don't be afraid, it can't hurt you anyway. Just treat her like a large dog, Baya said to Kushina behind him. A big dog. Hearing Baya's words, Kushina popped her head out from behind Baya and looked at the nine-tailed fox that was roaring continuously. You know what, if you eliminate your fear of the nine-tailed fox and look at it again, you will find that it is not only not scary at all, but rather a bit cute. Baya, you are right. He's just a big dog. He really is like a barking dog. Dog, stop barking, Kushina said very boldly as she looked at Kyuubi. Assholes. Who are you calling a dog? I'm not a dog, you two damn bugs. Hearing Kushina calling him a dog, the nine tails became even angrier and kept roaring. But unfortunately, the seals around it were too strong, and no matter how the nine-tailed fox struggled, it was useless. The nine-tailed fox could only rage helplessly here. It can be said that in the following days, Baya would accompany Kushina shopping and playing during the day, and in the middle of the night he would go into Kushina's body with her to tease the nine-tailed fox. In this way, half a month passed. After teasing the nine tails in Kushina's body for half a month, the nine tails looked like it had lost all desire to live. Faced with the provocation of Baya and Kushina, Kyuubi simply ignored them. Hey, little dog, Baya and I are here again. Why don't you scream? Kushina came to the sealed prison and stretched out her hand to pinch the nine tails. Faced with Kushina's actions, the nine-tailed fox swung its tail in annoyance, knocking Kushina down. Baya, what's going on? Why isn't he barking? Is he sick? Kushina asked Baya in confusion. During this period, Baya would enter her body late at night every day and tease Juwei with her. This has become Kushina and Byakuya's bedtime exercise. However, today, Kuwabai was silent. Sick? Impossible. He's a tailed beast, how could he be sick? Baya also came to the sealed prison, released Susanoo, and turned it into a huge palm to slap the nine-tailed fox. Hey. Kuwabai, are you okay? You're not really sick, are you? Baya couldn't help but ask. Jue, this is the best leak that Baya has found right now, he can't let anything happen to it. Roll. In response to Baya's actions, Jue uttered a word. Baya, it seems that Kuwabai really ignores us. What should I do now? This is so boring, Kushina said with a frustrated look on her face. If it were in the past, Kushina would have wished that the Nine-Tails would be more obedient. But now, every night, he keeps teasing Kuwabai. Kushina is no longer afraid of the nine-tailed fox, and instead treats it like a pet. She couldn't sleep well if she didn't tease Kuwabai every day. Don't worry, leave it to me. Baya suddenly thought of a way to anger the nine-tailed fox, and then shouted loudly at the nine-tailed fox. Hey, nine-tailed fox, do you want to be free? I can unseal you. Baya shouted loudly to Kuwabai. Unseal? Will you really release the seal for me? Hearing Baya's words, Kuwabai immediately became interested and looked over with its huge head. Of course, but you have to promise me that after I remove the seal for you, you won't attack us, Baya said while looking at Kuwabai. As long as you unseal it for me, I won't attack you, Kuwabai said with a smile. But the nine-tailed fox really won't attack Byakuya and Kushina. Obviously not possible. The nine-tails now wanted to kill the two damn humans, Baya and Kushina. The two of them actually teased me every night and called me a dog. What else can a man endure? As soon as I regain my freedom, I will kill these two damn humans first. Of course, I can't show my murderous intention now. I need to remove the seal from this human first. Baya, do you really want to unseal the nine-tailed fox? Kushina asked, a little worried. Of course. Kushina doesn't believe me. I doubt. Of course I believe in Baya, do whatever you want. Although Kushina was still a little worried, she chose to believe Baya. Nine-tailed fox, get ready. I will unseal you now. Baya made a seal with his hands and then directly peeled off the seal on the cage. Without the seal, the sealing effect of the entire cage disappeared directly, and the huge cage opened directly. At the moment the sealing cage was opened, the chakra in the nine-tails body boiled and rushed out directly. Ha 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 ha. You actually broke the seal. Roar, ahh. After breaking out of the cage, Kuwabai roared excitedly. Kuwabai originally thought that Baya was just playing a trick on him and would not really open the seal. But what Kuwabai didn't expect was that Baya actually broke his own seal. Kuwabai, don't forget what you promised us. Looking at the nine-tailed fox in front of him who was excited because he had come out of the seal, Baya couldn't help but speak. Hearing Baya's words, the nine-tailed fox's huge head looked towards Baya. Haha, what did I promise you? What did I promise you? You two damn bastards, go to hell. Without any hesitation, the nine-tailed fox raised its huge claws and slapped towards Baya. Baya's reaction was also very quick. He immediately hugged Kushina and quickly moved to the side, easily avoiding the nine-tailed fox's attack. Nine-tailed fox, you are so dishonest. Baya couldn't help but say as he held Kushina in his arms and looked at the nine-tails. There's no need to keep my word with you, those damned humans. Die. Nine-tailed fox snorted coldly and continued to attack Baya. Nine-tails, since you don't keep your word, then I won't be polite either. Baya looked at Jue and said in a bad tone. The reason why Baya dared to unseal the nine-tailed fox was that he was confident that he could subdue it. Haha, you're welcome, but I want to see how you can be rude. Today, I must kill you two damn guys. Baya laughed and said nonchalantly. Now the nine-tailed fox has broken the seal and can fully exert its full strength. Therefore, Kuwabai is not afraid of Baya at all now. And Kuwabai didn't think that Baya had the power to fight against him. Sealing technique, diamond seal. Facing the rushing nine-tailed fox, Baya formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. Suddenly, countless chakra chains appeared and wrapped around the nine-tailed fox's limbs and tail from all directions. This is Baya's confidence in facing the nine-tailed fox, the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. What? This is a sealing technique? Damn it, you actually know how to seal. As tailed beasts, powerful chakra-intensive creatures, each tailed beast can easily become immune to most attacks. Even if they suffer severe damage, they can recover quickly with time. Therefore, the tailed beasts are not afraid of powerful attacks, the only thing they fear is sealing techniques. Because the sealing technique can seal the power of the tailed beasts. Even the nine-tailed fox is the same. Therefore, facing Baya's sealing technique, the nine-tailed fox suddenly became panicked and kept struggling. But unfortunately, no matter how hard I struggled, it was useless. Soon, countless chains wrapped around Kuwabai's body. The huge nine-tailed beast was tied up like a dumpling, lying on the ground, unable to move at all. Nine tails. You bastard. I clearly unlocked the seal for you, but you actually broke your promise. I gave you a chance, and you made good use of it. Baya came to Jue, who was tied up like a dumpling, patted his head, pointed and said, You damned human. Looking at Baya in front of him, Jue's eyes were red and stared at Baya as if spewing flames. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 6,000 negative energy, chakra plus 100. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 7,000 negative energy, chakra plus 120. Feeling the nine-tailed fox's anger, plus 8,000 negative energy, chakra plus 130. Seeing the rapidly increasing negative energy, Baya couldn't help but smile. Kushina, the nine tails has been subdued. Do you want to touch the nine-tailed fox? It feels pretty good, Byakuya said to Kushina. Really? Is this really possible? After hearing Baya's words, Kushina also cautiously moved towards the nine-tailed fox. Feeling Kushina's movements, Kyuubi also wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, his whole body was tied up by ceiling chains, and he looked like a dumpling, and he couldn't struggle even if he wanted to. WOW.IT feels really good. So furry. Seeing that the nine-tailed fox didn't react, Kushina became bolder, grabbed the nine-tailed fox's hair, and crawled towards him. The huge nine-tailed fox is now like a large plush toy, being constantly played with by Baya and Kushina. After some playing around, I got a huge amount of negative energy. Baya released another sealing technique. A huge sealed prison fell from the sky, and the nine-tailed fox was imprisoned in the sealed prison again. Nine-tailed fox, since you didn't seize the opportunity, then just stay here. Baya said something to the nine-tailed fox, and left with Kushina. Only Kyuubi was left here, growling angrily. At the gate of Konoha village, two dusty ninjas rushed over from a distance. Master Jiraiya, Minato Jonin, you are back. The Konoha ninja guarding the gate saw the person coming and greeted him quickly. That's right, the two people in front of him are Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, and his disciple Minato Namikaze. I'm finally back. Konoha village is still the best. It's really not a life for human beings in Mayaboku Mountain, Jiraiya said with emotion as he walked into Konoha village. During this period, Jiraiya stayed in Mayaboku Mountain with Minato Namikaze, guiding Minato Namikaze in his training. Mayaboku Mountain is where the toad family lives. They eat insects and it's a bug. Now when they saw the green things, they felt nauseous. Unfortunately, I have disappointed Jiraiya-sensei. I haven't fully mastered the Mayabokuzen Sage mode yet, Namikaze Minato said apologetically. During this period, under the guidance of Jiraiya and the Sage of Mayabokuzen, Minato Namikaze has been practicing the Sage mode. But unfortunately, it took Minato Namikaze too long to gather the Senjutsu chakra, and the duration was limited, so it could not be used in actual combat at all. Haha, Minato, don't worry about it. You are already very impressive for being able to extract Senjutsu chakra. Jiraiya patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder encouragingly. Although Minato Namikaze did not master the Sage mode, Jiraiya was still very satisfied with his disciple Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya and Minato soon arrived at a nearby commercial street. Seeing the commercial street more prosperous than before, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but say, Teacher Jiraiya, have you noticed, Konoha village seems to have become more prosperous than before. It's definitely become a lot more lively. The old man's ability to manage the village is still admirable, Jiraiya said with pride. As for who is the old man Jiraiya mentioned, it is undoubtedly his master, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Jiraiya's opinion, the reason why Konoha village has become more prosperous than before is all due to the wise management of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third generation is truly amazing. An expression of admiration also appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. I wonder how Kushina is doing now. Minato, don't worry, the old man will take good care of Kushina. Let's go to the Hokage building to meet the old man first. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze soon arrived at the Hokage building and met Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, Minato, you two are back. Seeing his disciple Jiraiya and his grand-disciple Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Now is a critical moment, and the return of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze is just the right time to improve his own strength. Hey old man, what's wrong with your face? At this moment, Jiraiya discovered that there was something wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. There seemed to be a shoe print, and it looked like someone had kicked him hard. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but touch his face. What happened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face? Of course, it was kicked by Byakuya. Of course, he would not say such an embarrassing thing himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed the subject. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, you two are back just in time. The situation in Konoha village is very serious now. Konoha village needs you too. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Jiraiya didn't think much about it and just patted his chest and said, Don't worry, old man, leave any important tasks to us. Third Sama, how is Kushina these days? Can I meet her? Minato Namikaze took the opportunity to ask. Well, Minato, Kushina's condition is not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and spoke in a deep tone. Third Sama, what happened to Kushina? Did something happen to Kushina? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Namikaze Minato asked nervously. Old man, please tell me now, don't keep me in suspense. What happened to Kushina? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. Kushina fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan. You should know that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can control the tailed beasts. Kushina may be in great danger now. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say. As for how Kushina is doing now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no idea. Ever since Kushina joined the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have valued Kushina very much and protected her. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the Umbu to investigate Kushina's situation, he couldn't do it. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Kushina's situation, he could make it up. Anyway, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze don't know the specific situation of Kushina. What? Kushina fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan. No, I have to rescue Kushina immediately. Namikaze Minato said anxiously. Minato Namikaze has great trust in the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen said that Kushina is in danger at the hands of the Uchiha clan, then Kushina must be in danger. Minato, wait. Jiraiya grabbed the impulsive Minato Namikaze and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, what on earth is going on? How did Kushina fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan? Well, during this period, Konoha village has undergone drastic changes. The Uchiha clan and the security forces are planning a coup. It took me a lot of effort to suppress them. And maintain the stability of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without blushing or beating his heart. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen was beaten up by Byakuya and was almost killed by Byakuya, and he escaped from Byakuya's hands in a panic. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, it seemed as if he was the one who defeated Byakuya and suppressed the guard team. But Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato believed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words very much. Sure enough, after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were filled with hatred towards the Uchiha clan. No, now that the Uchiha clan is planning a coup, I must rescue Kushina. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's description, Namikaze Minato could already imagine it. Now Kushina must be imprisoned in a secret laboratory by the Uchiha clan. In order to obtain the power of the Nine Tails, he constantly tortures Kushina. Thinking of this, Minato Fuba left the Hokage's office quickly without any hesitation. Minato, I'll go with you. Damn Uchiha clan, he's really too presumptuous. Jiraiya immediately chased after him. The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence. Who is it? Stop, this is the Uchiha clan's headquarters. Immediately, a ninja from the Uchiha clan stopped them. So it's Master Jiraiya and Minato Jonin. I wonder what brings you to our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan ninjas also quickly recognized the identities of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. One is one of the three ninjas, and the other is the apprentice of one of the three ninjas. They are both celebrities in Konoha village. It would be very embarrassing not to know them. I want to see Uchiha Byakuya, Jiraiya said immediately. Through Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya also knew that the entire Uchiha clan was now completely controlled by Uchiha Byakuya. Moreover, Kushina also fell into the hands of Uchiha Byakuya. I want to see our captain. Wait a moment. A ninja from the Uchiha clan immediately reported what happened here to Baya. Well, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze want to see me. They should be doing this for Kushina. After hearing the report from the Uchiha clan ninja, Baya couldn't help but think. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, the future fourth Hokage. They must have a lot of good stuff on them. Since they have come to my door, I won't be polite. There is no doubt that Baya regarded Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze as new leaks that were delivered to his doorstep. I hope to get some negative energy or powerful ninjutsu from both of them. At this time, Minato Namikaze was waiting anxiously at the door of the Uchiha residence. When he thought about the fact that Kushina was now trapped in the Uchiha clan and was suffering all the time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Minato, don't worry, I will definitely help you rescue Kushina. Jiraiya looked at the anxious Minato and said soothingly. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Hearing Jiraiya's words, a smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's anxious face. Just when Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were discussing how to save Kushina, Byakuya walked over from a distance. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, I heard you were looking for me. What's going on? Baya couldn't help but look at Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. These two people can be said to be important figures in the entire Naruto world, and many things are triggered by them. Because Jiraiya believed in the prophecy of the so-called Toad Sage, he began to search the world for the so-called Child of Prophecy. In the end, he captured Nagato, the creator of the Akatsuki organization, and died at the hands of his own disciple Nagato. And the other Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage. However, when fighting against the Nine Tails, it seemed that no one in the entire Konoha village came to help, and he eventually died at the hands of his own disciple Uchiha Obito. It seems that there is a tradition in Konoha village of disciples killing their masters. Uchiha Byakuya, we are here for Kushina. Please leave Kushina to me, Jiraiya said straight to the point, looking at Baya. Kushina, impossible, Kushina is already a member of our Uchiha clan. No one can take her away. Baya refused without hesitation. Not to mention that Kushina has already fully joined the Uchiha clan and become a member of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, the nine-tailed fox in Kushina's body is too important to Baya. Every night, Baya would enter Kushina's body. How could Baya hand over Kushina? Hearing that Baya was not going to hand over Kushina, Namikaze Minato seemed very excited. What are you going to do to Kushina? I must rescue Kushina. Minato, don't get excited. This is the Uchiha clan. Leave it to me. Seeing the excited Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya immediately grabbed him, gave Minato Namikaze a confident smile, and then spoke to Baya. Uchiha Byakuya, we are here on behalf of the Hokage. Don't you Uchiha clan even obey the Hokage's orders now? In Jiraiya's view, his teacher is the Hokage. Now that he has come to the Uchiha clan to ask for Kushina, it represents the order of the Hokage. Moreover, through the words of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya also learned that the Uchiha clan had been very dishonest during this period, and it was his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen who spent a lot of effort to suppress the Uchiha clan. If that is the case, if the Uchiha clan wants to stay in Konoha village, they should hand over Kushina. As long as he brings up his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, the Uchiha clan should surrender and hand over Kushina. However, the situation was completely different from what Jiraiya had imagined. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, all the Uchiha clan ninjas around him burst into laughter. Puchi. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Yeah, you actually brought up the Hokage to scare Lord Baya. Doesn't he know that Lord Baya just beat up the Hokage a while ago? Yes, the Hokage you mentioned was already defeated by Lord Bai. When Jiraiya heard what the Uchiha ninjas around him were talking about, his expression suddenly changed. What did you say? The old man was defeated. How is this possible? Obviously, Jiraiya couldn't accept the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was defeated. Not only Jiraiya, but even Minato Namikaze looked very unhappy when they heard the ridicule from all around. You know, Minato Namikaze has always been his target. Now the Uchiha clan ninjas are constantly slandering the third Hokage in his mind, and he feels very uncomfortable. Jiraiya, stop wasting your breath. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen is unable to control the Nine Tails' power, then the Nine Tails should be handed over to us, the Uchiha clan. As for Kushina, she is staying with our Uchiha clan, Baya said in a very affirmative tone. Damn it, how could you, the Uchiha clan, do this? How dare you, the Uchiha clan, disobey the Hokage's order? You are too presumptuous. Jiraiya looked at Baya with anger. You know, his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. Although he usually called him old man, he respected Sarutobi Hiruzen very much in his heart. Therefore, when Jiraiya heard the Uchiha clan members belittling his teacher in this way, he was very angry. Feeling Jiraiya's anger, plus 100 negative energy, plus 8 taijutsu, gaining Sage Mode. Seeing his new ability, Baya was stunned, and then he felt ecstatic. I didn't expect that my luck was so good that I got the Sage Mode from Jiraiya. Sage Mode, this is an extremely powerful ability. Not only is it powerful, but it is also very difficult to practice. It requires not only guidance from people, but also special methods. If you are not careful, you may be assimilated by the fairy chakra and turned into stone. But now it's different. Baya got the Sage Mode from Jiraiya. Baya can now easily enter the Sage Mode and use Sage Chakra. This made Baya's gaze towards Jiraiya even more passionate. Jiraiya, it seems like you, an idiot, don't understand anything. Another idiot brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baya looked at Jiraiya like this and said with great disdain, what did you say? Your family not only did the guy scold me, but he also dared to scold the old man. Hearing Baya mocking his teacher again and again, Jiraiya suddenly became furious. Although Jiraiya is always laughing and joking, as he is one of the three ninjas, he will not allow others to bully him. Jiraiya, what are you going to do? Are you planning to act recklessly in front of our Uchiha clan? Byakuya looked at Jiraiya with a bad tone. Upon hearing Baya's words, the Uchiha clan ninjas around them quickly drew out their ninja swords and pointed the sharp blades at Jiraiya and Nagato. It can be said that as long as the two of them make any unusual movements, they will take action. Teacher Jiraiya, what should we do now? Namikaze Minato also held his kunao tightly, looking vigilantly at the Uchiha clan ninjas around him. Damn it, how could the Uchiha clan become like this? Facing these powerful Uchiha clan members, Jiraiya was also very surprised. In the past, Jiraiya had come into contact with people from the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan members are very arrogant, they obey the orders of the Hokage very well. Since when did the Uchiha clan become so presumptuous? Not only did they disobey the Hokage's orders, but they also didn't care about the old man, the Hokage, at all. Facing these powerful Uchiha clan ninjas around him, Jiraiya knew that he could not get Kushina back this time, and Jiraiya discovered that there seemed to be something he didn't know about. Jiraiya planned to go back with Minato first to discuss with the old man how to save Kushina. Damn Uchiha, Minato, let's go back first. Jiraiya wanted to leave, but Baya had no intention of letting him leave. Baya waved his hand, and immediately two Uchiha ninjas blocked Jiraiya and the other's way. Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing? Jiraiya frowned and looked towards Baya. Namikaze Minato, you can leave. As for Jiraiya, you are under arrest in the name of the security forces. Baya pointed at Jiraiya and issued an arrest warrant. Arrest me? What gives you the right to arrest me? Anger welled up in Jiraiya. You hateful Uchiha, not only did you slander your teacher, but now you want to arrest me. You really treat me as a soft persimmon. Why, someone reported you for peeping into the women's bathhouse. Is that reason enough? When Jiraiya heard Baya's words, his expression suddenly froze. Because of this incident, he did it. Not only did I do it, but I did it several times. Do you have any evidence? Jiraiya planned to deny it to the death. You want evidence, right? Once we capture you, I'll prepare the evidence for you. Catch him for me. Baya waved his hand and the ninjas from the security team immediately rushed up to capture Jiraiya. Jiraiya certainly would not surrender, and he quickly dodged the attack of the guards. Uchiha Bei, I don't have time to bother with you. I'm going to find the old man and find out what's going on. Minato, let's go. Jiraiya shouted loudly at Minato Namikaze. Although, Jiraiya still hasn't figured out the situation, but it was impossible for him to sit there and wait for death. Therefore, Jiraiya planned to leave here first. You want to run, can you escape? Uchiha Flame Formation. Baya slapped the ground, and suddenly a huge curtain of flames rose up, directly blocking Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Oh no, Jiraiya-sensei, this is a barrier. We are trapped here. Minato Namikaze looked at the rising barrier and his expression suddenly changed. Damn Uchiha. Why did they even use the barrier? Jiraiya's face also looked very ugly. Jiraiya, you lecherous thief, you can't get away now. Baya looked at Jiraiya and said, at the same time, the Uchiha clan ninjas around him also rushed up quickly. Baya certainly knew that Jiraiya would not sit still and wait for death, so Baya prepared the barrier here in advance. Hateful. Teacher Jiraiya, let me help you. Minato Namikaze stood beside Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato, what are you going to do? Do you also want to betray Konoha village and become a traitorous ninja? Baya looked at Minato Namikaze and said in a bad tone, I am a traitor. When Minato Namikaze heard that Baya suddenly put such a big blame on him, he was stunned and didn't react for a while. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing? If you want to catch me, I'll catch you. What does this have to do with Minato? Jiraiya also looked at Baya very angrily and questioned. Treason, this crime is too serious. Jiraiya didn't want his disciple Minato Namikaze to be charged with treason. Was I wrong? Jiraiya, you lecherous thief actually dared to arrest me. You are now a traitor. As a Konoha ninja, Minato Namikaze is actually helping the rebel ninja. He is naturally a rebel ninja. Baya said righteously. You. Jiraiya was extremely angry when he heard Baya's words, but he still couldn't refute it. Jiraiya had no choice but to raise his hands. Uchiha Bei, I surrender. Facing the powerful Baya, Jiraiya was very clear that he could not escape today. Instead of fighting with the Uchiha clan ninjas, it is better to surrender directly and save his apprentice Minato. Capture him. Two Uchiha clan ninjas immediately stepped forward and grabbed Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya being captured, Minato Namikaze asked worriedly, Don't worry, I'm the old man's disciple after all, so the Uchiha shouldn't make things too difficult for me. You'd better tell this old man what happened here as soon as possible. How did Konoha village become like this? At this moment, Jiraiya felt that Konoha village was extremely unfamiliar. Was this still the Konoha village in his mind? I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato Namikaze turned into a stream of light and disappeared here in an instant. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. The moment he saw Minato Namikaze disappear, Baya immediately recognized that this was the space ninjutsu developed by the second generation Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. When Minato Namikaze appeared again, he had already arrived at an open space in a training ground in Konoha village. In a hidden place in the open space, there was a specially made kunao. This is exactly the spatial coordinate where Minato Namikaze launched the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Teacher Jiraiya was actually captured by the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze thought very uncomfortably. Originally, Minato Namikaze and his teacher Jiraiya went to the Uchiha clan to save Kushina, but he didn't expect that Kushina hadn't seen it yet, but instead got her teacher Jiraiya involved. No, we must tell the Hokage what happened here. Hokage-sama will definitely find a way to save Jiraiya-sensei. Without any hesitation, Minato Namikaze immediately went to find the Hokage boss, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Teacher Jiraiya was captured by the Uchiha clan ninja. Go and save Teacher Jiraiya. As soon as Minato Namikaze saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he started shouting. What, Minato, what did you say? Jiraiya was captured by the Uchiha clan. How could this happen? Aren't you going to save Kushina? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked when he heard what Namikaze Minato said. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen stupid? Of course he is not. Not only is he not stupid, he is also very politically savvy. Otherwise, a good Konoha village would not have been tormented by him for many years without collapsing. The once powerful Senju clan was decimated by him. As for why he allowed Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze to go to the Uchiha clan, the purpose is also very simple, which is to find a way to rescue Kushina. In order to better control Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen strictly controls the people in Konoha village who come into contact with Kushina. Therefore, Kushina had even fewer friends. Among them, Minato Namikaze is the friend that Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately arranged for Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to rely on Namikaze Minato to completely control Kushina. He was able to plan this when Minato Namikaze and Kushina were very young. It is even said that when they were very young, they performed a heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. Let the Umbu pretend to be the Cloud Ninja and kidnapper, and then let Minato Namikaze rescue Kushina. That's right, the battle between the two was all fake, arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, do you think the Kumo shinobi could sneak into the heavily fortified Konoha village? Are Konoha's Umbu just for show? Even if the Cloud Ninja could sneak into Konoha village, their powerful strength would not be something that Minato Namikaze, a ninja student who had not yet graduated at the time, could contend with. It is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that a bond has been formed between Namikaze Minato and Kushina. Relying on the bond, Minato Namikaze will definitely be able to rescue Kushina. Even if Kushina cannot be rescued, the power of the bond will make her explode when she sees Minato Namikaze. It was even said that it would cause the Nine Tails to go berserk again and destroy the entire Uchiha clan. Besides these, there is Jiraiya. Jiraiya is one of the three great ninjas of Konoha, and his strength is definitely at the level of Kage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was telling the Uchiha clan that although you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, you are extremely powerful. But the strength of Konoha's top leaders is also not weak. Especially now that Jiraiya, a powerful Kage-level warrior, has returned, the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen has increased dramatically. Even if you, the Uchiha clan, really want to launch a coup, you should think carefully. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a veteran in conspiracy. He has come up with so many things just with Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected this. Jiraiya was actually captured by the Uchiha clan. Damn it, Uchiha is too presumptuous. What right did he have to arrest Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly asked Minato. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan arrested Jiraiya on the charge of peeping into the women's bathhouse. Namikaze Minato said a little embarrassedly. Spying into the women's bathhouse? This guy Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was stunned. As Jiraiya's teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that Jiraiya did have a habit of peeping, especially in the women's bathhouse. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take it seriously. However, unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan actually captured him using this excuse. Hokage-sama, what should we do now? We must save Jiraiya-sensei. Namikaze Minato said very anxiously. Don't worry Minato, Jiraiya is my disciple, I will definitely rescue Jiraiya. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said it very relaxedly, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, because he knew very well that Byakuya captured Jiraiya in order to deal with him. If he wanted to rescue Jiraiya from Byakuya, he would have to pay a heavy price. On the other side, Jiraiya, who was captured, felt relieved when he saw that Minato Namikaze had left. Then he looked at Byakuya with a bad tone and said, Humph, you Uchiha clan actually captured me. Where are you planning to imprison me? Jiraiya said in a bad mood. Although, Jiraiya was arrested by Byakuya on the charge of peeping, but Jiraiya didn't take it seriously at all. He is one of the three ninjas and also a disciple of the Hokage. Even if someone from the Uchiha clan captured me, what would happen? Could they torture and interrogate me? It's nothing more than detaining yourself for a few days. The old man knows the situation here and will definitely come to rescue me as soon as possible. Haha. A peeping Tom like you, if you're just imprisoned there, it would be too easy for you. Uchiha-en, take Jiraiya out for a parade first, and let the people of Konoha village take a good look at our Konoha village's lecherous toad Jiraiya-sama. Byakuya looked at Jiraiya and said with ill intention, the negative energy that can be obtained from Jiraiya by simply imprisoning him is too little. Therefore, Byakuya planned to parade Jiraiya through the streets as a warning to the public. What, parade, Uchiha Byakuya, don't go too far. Jiraiya's face flushed red when he heard Baiye's words. This damn Uchiha actually wants to parade himself through the streets. Does he still want to maintain his reputation? How can he survive in Konoha village in the future? Is that too much? Nothing is too much when dealing with a pervert like you. Yan, bring me a sign. Baiye ignored Jiraiya and asked Uchiha Yan to get him a wooden sign. Lord Baiye, this is the wooden sign you requested. Soon, Uchiha Yan brought a sign to Baiye. Baiye wrote on the sign with a big stroke, and a few big words appeared on it. Konoha pervert Jiraiya, charge, peeping into the women's bathhouse. You bastard. This immortal will never go swimming street. Seeing the words written by Baiye, Jiraiya finally couldn't help it that he immediately broke free from the Uchiha clan ninjas around him and was about to escape from here. Anyway, Minato Namikaze has already left, so even if the Uchiha clan wants to threaten him, there is no one left. You want to run. Sealing technique. Baiye seemed to have anticipated that Jiraiya would want to escape, and immediately cast a sealing technique on Jiraiya. Suddenly, all the chakra in Jiraiya's body was sealed. Jiraiya suddenly lost his chakra and his whole body went limp, falling to his knees on the ground. What did you do to me? You actually sealed my chakra. Jiraiya also felt that something was wrong with his body. Having lost his chakra, Jiraiya is now no different from an ordinary person. Baiye ignored Jiraiya, shoved the sign in his hand against his neck, and waved at Uchiha Yan. Take him and parade him through the streets immediately. Let Konoha village know the fate of perverts. Yes. Lord Baiye. You too, hold Jiraiya up and let's parade him through the streets. Uchiha Yan gladly accepted the task and called on the ninjas from the security team to carry Jiraiya. Let me go right now, I don't want to go. Even though Jiraiya's chakra was sealed, he was still struggling, because parading in the streets is too shameful. Asshole, you dare to yell at me? Beat him up first. Seeing the dishonest Jiraiya, Uchiha N was not polite at all and punched Jiraiya. Seeing Uchiha N taking action, the other Uchiha ninjas also punched and kicked Jiraiya. The Uchiha people are not afraid of the three ninjas or the Hokage's disciples. After a series of beatings, Jiraiya soon became bruised and battered. You damn Uchiha, you actually dared to hit me. Jiraiya, with a bruised face and nose, never imagined that the Uchiha clan would be so cruel and not care about his identity at all, and beat him up violently. Now you're behaving yourself. Take him and parade him through the streets. After a beating, several Uchiha ninjas paraded the bruised and battered Jiraiya through the streets. Jiraiya had his chakra sealed and was beaten up again. Jiraiya now has no ability to resist. He could only allow the Uchiha clan ninjas to tie him to a cross, put a sign written by Baiye on the ground, and bring him to the bustling commercial street. As soon as Jiraiya arrived here, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, what's going on over there? I don't know. It seems to be the Uchiha clan's ninjas. It looks so lively. Let's go. Let's go take a look. A few curious Konoha ninjas pushed through the crowd and rushed over quickly. However, when they saw the situation here, they all exclaimed in surprise. This is Master Jiraiya. It's really Jiraiya-sama. What are you Uchiha clan ninjas doing? How dare you treat Master Jiraiya like this? These Konoha ninjas immediately rushed up and asked loudly. These Konoha ninjas had followed Jiraiya on missions many times and had received help from him. Therefore, when they saw Jiraiya being captured by the Uchiha clan's ninjas, they were so excited that someone even drew out a kunai to save Jiraiya. Humph, what are you doing? How dare you release an important criminal from Konoha village? Uchiha Yan looked at these Konoha ninjas and said in a bad tone. Criminal? How is this possible? How could Jiraiya-sama be a criminal? Yes, Jiraiya is the Hokage's disciple, he can't be a criminal. You, the Uchiha clan, have made a mistake. Obviously, none of them believed that Jiraiya was a criminal in Konoha village. You know, Jiraiya is the disciple of Hokage. How could the Hokage's disciple be a criminal? How could our Uchiha clan make such a mistake? Jiraiya has peeped into the women's bathhouse many times, and there's solid evidence. What else do you have to say? Uchiha Yan said while looking at these Konoha ninjas. After hearing what Uchiha Yan said, these Konoha ninjas were really speechless for a moment. If it were other charges, they would have to refute them, because they didn't believe that Jiraiya would do anything to destroy Konoha village. However, peeping into the women's bathhouse was something they really couldn't refute, because basically everyone who knows Jiraiya knows that he can really do this kind of thing. Even if Jiraiya peeped into the women's bathhouse, there's no need to do this. Yes, these Konoha ninjas wanted to fight for Jiraiya, but were interrupted by Uchiha. Humph, what did you say? We, the guard, are here to protect Konoha village and uphold the will of fire. Anyone who dares to go against the will of fire will be struck by our guards. No matter who he is, even if he is the Hokage's disciple, as long as he makes a mistake, our guard team will not show mercy. As Uchiha Yan's voice fell, it immediately caused cheers from all the Konoha people around him. Well said. Excellent. As expected of an Uchiha clan ninja. Well done to the security team. I hate perverts the most. I didn't expect that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, would be such a guy. I've heard that Jiraiya is a bit of a lecheayer, but I never thought he'd do something like this. How dare you Pete. Sisters, let's teach this guy a lesson together. Several plump fairies ran out and started to attack Jiraiya. Jiraiya's whole body was sealed with chakra at this time, and he was tied up here, unable to resist at all. Soon Jiraiya's long white hair was torn off and his face was scratched. Seeing these women take action, the other men couldn't help themselves. Peeping into the women's bathhouse, what if their wives were seen? Soon, they all joined the camp. Countless rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs were thrown at Jiraiya. Faced with these angry people, the Konoha ninjas knew that it was useless for them to say anything now, so they could only retreat silently. Feeling Jiraiya's anger, plus 2000 negative energy, chakra plus 110. Feeling Jiraiya's anger, plus 3000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 140, obtain Senjutsu Gomen. Feeling Jiraiya's anger, plus 2000 negative energy, illusion plus 170, obtained immortal technique, 1000 needles. Baya was standing in the distance, watching this farce, and seeing the increasing negative energy, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Not bad, I actually got a few immortal techniques. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 300 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 20. The negative energy from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baya couldn't help but look towards the direction of the Hokage building. Baya discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching everything in front of him through the window. When he saw Baya, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reveal anger in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me add some ingredients for you. Baya took out a kunao and shot it at Jiraiya, who was parading in the streets. Who threw the kunao? Jiraiya, who was parading in the streets, screamed as a kunao suddenly pierced his vital points. Although these rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs are harmless, they are extremely insulting, but the pain is undeniable, and it can be fatal. Now Jiraiya's whole body is checked. Kara was sealed and her body was tied there, making her a sitting duck. If you want to kill Jiraiya, it's not that difficult. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen on the Hokage building was shocked when he saw Baya's actions. He snorted angrily and retreated directly. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, plus 400 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 20. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 500 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 25. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, plus 600 negative energy, illusion plus 30. This is so interesting. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, Baya couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the Hokage building, seeing his teacher being paraded through the streets, Minato Namikaze was also very anxious. Hokage-sama, let's go and rescue Jiraiya-sensei. In response to Minato Namikaze's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head this time. If Jiraiya was imprisoned, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely spare no effort to save him. But things are different now. Jiraiya has been paraded through the streets, and it is difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, to show up. Originally, during this period, with the rise of Byakuya, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation suffered a blow. If I show up again, Baya will definitely not give up this opportunity to attack me. He didn't want his reputation to suffer any more damage. For the sake of my own reputation, I can only suffer for a while. Let Jiraiya learn this lesson. As a ninja, you're not doing your job every day. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say this, while calmly putting away the crystal ball on the table. After being paraded through the streets, Jiraiya was imprisoned in the guard cell. Late at night, a yellow-haired kid sneaked into the Uchiha clan's residence. This person was none other than Minato Namikaze. During the day, he was unable to save his teacher Jiraiya and could only watch his teacher being paraded through the streets. It was now late at night, and he planned to rescue his teacher Jiraiya while it was still dark. Relying on the powerful space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato Namikaze easily sneaked into the guard team cell without alerting anyone. In the dark prison, Minato Namikaze kept groping and finally came to the cell where Jiraiya was imprisoned. Teacher Jiraiya, are you okay? Minato Namikaze said softly while looking at Jiraiya in the prison. Minato, why are you here? It's dangerous here. Jiraiya was very surprised to see Minato appear in the prison. Teacher Jiraiya, don't worry. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to get in, and no one noticed me. Minato Namikaze said very confidently, just as he was about to pick the lock. The originally dim prison suddenly became brightly lit. Okay, Namikaze Minato, you really want to be a rebel ninja? Countless Uchiha clan ninjas walked out from the darkness. Oh no, there's an ambush. Flying Thunder God technique. Realizing that he had been tricked, Minato Namikaze wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. But unfortunately, no matter how he used the Flying Thunder God technique, it was useless. At this moment, the Flying Thunder God technique was completely ineffective. At this time, Minato Namikaze also noticed that there were countless barrier inscriptions around the prison. Since they knew that Minato Namikaze could use the Flying Thunder God technique, how could the Uchiha clan not be on guard? The Uchiha clan ninjas had already set up a space sealing barrier around the prison. As long as Minato Namikaze enters the cage, they will directly activate the barrier, seal the entire space, and make all space ninjutsu ineffective. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze's combat effectiveness suddenly dropped by half. Soon, Minato Namikaze was captured by the Uchiha clan ninjas, his chakra was sealed, and he was imprisoned in a cage. Minato Namikaze is really miserable. The last time, he sacrificed his master Jiraiya to save Kushina. This time, in order to save his master, he sacrificed himself. Tisk. What Hokage's apprentice? As expected, snakes and rats all come from the same nest. They are all thieves who like to steal. The Uchiha clan looked at Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato and said with disdain. The next day, early in the morning, Baya walked out of Kushina's room with a satisfied look on his face. Last night, Baya entered Kushina's body again. By constantly provoking the Nine Tails, Baya once again obtained the boss's negative energy and various attributes. Baya discovered that Kushina was simply a treasure girl. It seemed like she had countless treasures in her body, waiting for Baya to continue to develop. Master Bai, as you expected, Minato Namikaze sneaked into the prison last night and wanted to rescue Jiraiya. However, we made arrangements in advance. Now Namikaze Minato has also been captured by us. Uchiha Yen reported to Baya with excitement. Lord Baya, how should we deal with these two? Uchiha Yen continued to ask. Well, go find Sarutobi Hiruzen. And see if he still wants his apprentice. If he doesn't want it, then he will continue to be detained here. Baya couldn't help but say. I understand, Lord Baya. I will take care of this matter. After hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yen also understood what he meant. It was nothing more than blackmailing Sarutobi Hiruzen, something he was very familiar with. The last time, Uchiha Yen used some half-crippled Umbu to extort a lot of things from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Baya, I'm getting some clues on the matter you asked me to investigate. The genius puppeteer of the Sand Village, Scorpion, has betrayed the village. He is now hiding in a cave in the Land of Wind. Uchiha Yen continued, handing a scroll to Baya. I understand. Baya took the scroll from Uchiha Yen's hand and waved his hand. Why did Baya want to investigate the news about Scorpion? Of course, it was to prepare for the upcoming Third Ninja War. As a time traveler, Baya knew very well that the beginning of the Third Ninja War was when Scorpion of the Red Sand ambushed the third Kaze cage of the Sand Village. The disappearance of the third Kaze cage of Sand Village made Sand Village suspect that it was the work of other ninja villages. Thus broke out the Third Ninja War. Since he knew that the third Kaze cage would die, Baya would certainly not miss this opportunity to obtain negative energy. Therefore, Baya plans to seek cooperation with Scorpion of the Red Sand, directly kill the third Kaze cage. Baya believed that if he did this, it would definitely arouse the anger of the entire Sand Village and gain a huge amount of negative energy. Thinking of this, Baya briefly explained the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to everyone, Byakuya activated Kamui and disappeared into the Uchiha clan. When Baya appeared again, he had already arrived in the Kingdom of Wind. As soon as we arrived in the Kingdom of Wind, a gust of wind and sand blew towards us. Is this the Kingdom of Wind? The environment is truly terrible. Stepping on the desert and feeling the dry climate around him, Baya couldn't help but speak. It is indeed very difficult to survive in such an environment. No wonder the Sand Village launched wars many times, attacked the Land of Fire, and seized its resources. According to the intelligence, the Red Sand Scorpion should be in a cave not far ahead. Baya looked at the information in his hand and walked towards the distance on the desert. In a hidden cave in the desert cliffs, Scorpion of the Red Sand is playing with his own puppet. Scorpion, as a genius puppeteer, is very skilled in making puppets. In particular, the development of human puppets allows puppets to be made from corpses, allowing the puppets to retain their strength in life. Who is it? At this moment, Scorpion seemed to sense something, and half a kunao suddenly appeared in his hand. It turned out that at some point, there was one more person in his cave. And who this person is undoubtedly Baya. Are you Scorpion of the Red Sand? Is this the puppet you made? Baya ignored the vigilant Red Sand Scorpion and instead looked at the puppets around him. Seeing Baya suddenly appear, Scorpion didn't know who Baya was. However, since he was able to break into his base quietly, his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, Scorpion of the Red Sand attacked Baya directly without any hesitation. Immediately, the Red Sand Scorpion moved his fingers slightly, and several puppets suddenly came to life, holding sharp blades in their hands and stabbing towards Baya fiercely. However, facing the attacks of these puppets, Baya did not dodge at all. The sharp blade easily penetrated Baya's body without causing any harm to him. What? How is this possible? Seeing that his attack had no effect, Scorpion of the Red Sand was shocked. At the same time, his hands moved quickly, and all the puppets in the entire base were activated by him. Don't get so excited, I mean no harm. I'm here to work with you. Baya looked at Scorpion of the Red Sand and said, "Cooperation, what do you want to cooperate with?" Scorpion of the Red Sand asked warily. How about killing the third Kaze cage?" Baya looked at Scorpion of the Red Sand and said. One day later, in the desert outside the sand village, the two people walked side by side. And these two people are Baya and Scorpion of the Red Sand. Although the two are in the same industry, Scorpion has always secretly kept a certain distance from Baya and is very wary of Baya. Scorpion of the Red Sand did intend to kill the third Kaze cage. However, this is a very confidential matter, and Scorpion has never told anyone. This person who suddenly appeared not only knew that he was going to assassinate the third Kaze cage, but also wanted to cooperate with him. This feels very strange no matter how you look at it. Faced with a strange person like Baya, Scorpion's first reaction was to kill Baya, but unfortunately, Baya's strength is too strong. Scorpion of the Red Sand used up all his puppets but still couldn't cause any harm to Baya. Scorpion had no choice but to agree to Baya's request for cooperation. However, along the way, Scorpion of the Red Sand was always wary of Baya. The two of them moved very quickly, and after a moment, a huge village appeared before them. "We have arrived, that is the sand village. If we want to kill the third Kaze cage, we need to lure him out first," Scorpion of the Red Sand said as he moved his puppet. "Draw it out. No need. Let's attack directly," Baya said directly. Baya's purpose in killing the third Kaze cage was to get negative energy. And how to get the most negative energy is, of course, to make all the ninjas in the sand village angry. Therefore, Baya planned to eliminate the third Kaze cage in the sand village. Let everyone in the sand village see the shadow of their own village being killed. Attack directly, are you kidding me? Sagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, with countless powerful ninjas. If we get surrounded, it will be troublesome, Scorpion of the Red Sand asked in surprise. As someone who betrayed the sand village, no one knew the strength of the sand village better than him, although he is quite confident in his puppetry skills. However, it would be very troublesome if you were surrounded by sand ninjas. Therefore, in order to kill the third Kaze cage, Scorpion made a detailed plan. The first step of the plan was to lure the third Kaze cage out of the village. "Haha, are you scared? If you're scared, just stay here, I'm going to attack," Baya said nonchalantly, took out a mask and put it on his face, then walked straight towards the sand village. This guy, is he confident in his own strength, or is he not afraid of death? Seeing Baya walking directly towards the sand village, Scorpion of the Red Sand frowned, then also hid his figure and followed. Just as Baya was approaching the gate of the sand village, 2 sand ninjas blocked Baya's way. "Stop, who are you? What are you doing in the sand village?" "Haha, I came to the sand village to kill your third Kaze cage," Baya said as he looked at the 2 sand ninjas. "What, asshole, do you want to die? How dare you say such words?" Hearing Baya's words, the 2 sand ninjas were stunned at first, and then became angry. "It should be you two who die. Fire style, great fire dragon technique." Facing these 2 sand ninjas, Baya did not hesitate at all and directly launched the ninjutsu. A huge fire dragon suddenly appeared, and the 2 sand ninjas didn't even have a chance to react before they were swallowed by the fire dragon. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was a huge explosion, the fire dragon exploded, and the gate of the entire sand village was directly destroyed. What's going on? What happened? Oh no, enemy invasion, go support. 2 enemies are coming from the front gate of sand village. Countless sand ninjas approached quickly and attacked Baya. Well done, wind style, wind cutting technique. Facing these sand ninjas rushing over, Baya released a wind style. Countless strong winds hit the sand ninja like blades. Suddenly, a series of screams rang out. Feel the fear and pain of the sand ninja, gain 500 negative energy, ninjutsu +5. Feel the fear and pain of the sand ninja, gain 600 negative energy, taijutsu +6. Feeling the fear and pain of the sand ninja, gaining 700 negative energy, taijutsu +7. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to get negative energy. After easily dealing with these sand ninjas, Baya continued to walk towards the sand ninja village. At this time, because of Baya's attack, the entire sand village was in chaos. Countless sand ninjas were moving quickly between the houses. Hurry! A powerful enemy is invading. Evacuate ordinary people to shelter. Others, follow me and fight the enemy. Such a big commotion in the sand village soon alarmed the third Kaze cage. What's going on? What happened? A sand ninja came in front of the third Kaze cage. Report to Lord Kaze cage, enemies are invading our sand village. The enemy is extremely powerful. Many of our sand shinobi have been defeated. The sand ninja reported quickly. Enemy invasion, how many enemies are there, who are they? The third Kaze cage was also very surprised when he heard the news of the enemy invasion. You know, their sand village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. What are the 5 major ninja villages? These are the names of the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world. Who is this person? How dare they attack the sand village? There's only one intruder. We can't confirm the intruder's identity yet, Sand Ninja continues said. Alone, come on. Take me to see. I want to see who is so bold as to attack our sand village. The third Kazekage said very angrily, and rushed towards Baya quickly with a team of sand ninjas. At this time, the ground around Baya was filled with sand ninjas. Before they died, these sand ninjas brought a lot of negative energy to Baya. Behind Baya, Scorpion of the Red Sand was selecting corpses suitable for making human puppets and putting them into the scroll. While collecting the corpses, Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Baya and said, "You should be from Konoha village. What are you doing in Konoha village? You're actually trying to assassinate the third Kazekage. Aren't you afraid of provoking a ninja war?" Scorpion of the Red Sand asked curiously. "Haha, who knows?" Baya answered the question irrelevantly. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can get the third Kazekage's body." Seeing that Baya didn't answer, Scorpion of the Red Sand didn't ask any more questions. Scorpion of the Red Sand was not interested in Byakuya's purpose of assassinating the third Kazekage. There is only one thing that interests Scorpion now, and that is eternal art. Boom boom boom, the battle between Baya and Sand Ninja continues. Although there are a large number of ninjas in the Sand Village, it is a pity that their strength is too weak compared to Baya. Before they could get close to Baya, they were directly knocked away by Baya's ninjutsu. Every time Baya attacked, countless sand ninjas flew backwards screaming. These sand ninjas who flew backwards also brought a lot of negative energy to Baya because of their screams and pain. Feel the pain of the sand ninja, gain 400 negative energy, chakra plus 10. Feel the hatred of the sand ninja, gain 500 negative energy, illusion plus 11. Feeling the sand ninja's pain, gaining 600 negative energy, taijutsu plus 12. As for the red sand scorpion, it followed Baya around, constantly collecting useful corpses and leading Baya on the way. Seeing Baya easily defeat the attacking sand ninja, Scorpion was secretly amazed. What a powerful strength. I never thought that such a terrifying guy would appear in Konoha village. I hope this guy can really give me Feng Ying's body when the time comes. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Baya and couldn't help but think in his heart. Just when Baya was killing everyone, the third Kazekage came rushing over from a distance. Seeing Baya constantly killing sand ninjas, he suddenly became angry. Damn it, stop it. Seititsu Shiger. The third Kazekage released his bloodline without any hesitation. Countless black gravel appeared around the third Kazekage. These gravels quickly gathered together and shot towards Baya and the red sand scorpion like bullets. Be careful. Get out of the way. This is the bloodline of the third Kazekage, Sandy. Facing the attack of the third Kazekage, Scorpion of the Red Sand warned loudly and dodged at the first opportunity. Sand Iron, this is the puppeteer's nemesis. Any puppet hit by iron sand will completely lose its ability to move. However, facing the attack of these sand irons, Baya did not dodge and allowed them to attack him. But, can these iron sands really hurt Baya? Obviously not possible. The iron sand easily passed through Baya's body and hit the sand behind him. Boom boom boom, a series of dense explosions created small holes on the sand surface. What kind of ability is this? The third Kazekage frowned when he found that his attack did not hit Baya. He was very sure that his attack just now had definitely hit Baya. I just don't know how Baya avoided his attack. Are you the third Kazekage? You've arrived just in time. Go to hell. Baya's target is the third Kazekage. Since Feng Ying appeared, Baya attacked him directly without any hesitation. Humph, you should be the one to die today. Looking at Baya rushing towards him, the third generation seal suddenly became furious. He is the Kazekage of the Sand Village, known as the most powerful Kazekage. Everyone who sees me is respectful. Even people from other villages have to give me some face when they see me. The person in front of him not only dared to attack the Sand Village alone and killed a large number of sand ninjas, but also threatened to kill him. This is really outrageous. He simply doesn't take himself seriously at all. Out of anger, the Kazekage immediately released his bloodline ability, Magnetic Release. I saw the iron sand in the surrounding sand pits floating up again, surrounding the third generation Kazekage. Sand Iron Spikes. Under the control of the third Kazekage, countless iron sands quickly condensed and turned into countless spikes, attacking Baya. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Facing the rushing sand iron, Baya immediately used a fire escape to meet it. Call. The blazing fire dragon roared towards them. The extremely high temperature directly melted all the iron sand, turning it into molten iron that dripped down continuously. What? Such a powerful fire escape. It can actually melt my iron sand. The third Kazekage was also shocked when he saw the power of the fire release released by Baya. But Feng Ying's surprise was not over yet. Wind Style, Wind Cutting Technique. At this moment, Baya released another ninjutsu. A wind blade condensed from the strong wind quickly attacked Feng Ying. Sand Iron Shield. The third Kazekage reacted very quickly and immediately used new iron sand to condense a shield around him. But, can this really stop Baya's attack? Obviously not impossible. Tear, with a tearing sound, the wind blade easily cut through the sand iron shield. At the same time, he continued to attack the third Kaze cage. What? How is this possible? The third Kaze cage was also shocked to see his sand iron shield being easily destroyed. As the wind shadow, his reaction was also very quick, and he dodged quickly. However, it was still a step too late. The wind blade directly cut off his right arm, and the intense pain made Feng Ying couldn't help but let out a scream. My arm. Feng Ying looked at his broken arm in disbelief. He really couldn't understand how an ordinary wind escape could have such powerful power and easily destroy his sand iron. Ordinary wind blades are indeed no match for the wind shadow's iron sand. However, the ninjutsu released by Bai Ye was not an ordinary ninjutsu. Under the power of Bai Ye's eye technique Buddha Yahan, even a very ordinary sea-level ninjutsu can unleash extremely terrifying power. Just like now, the wind escape technique released by Bai Ye is obviously a very ordinary ninjutsu, but it has extremely terrifying power. It can easily defeat the third Kazecage's bloodline limit of magnetic sand iron. Is this the strength of the Kaze cage? That's all, you can die now. Bai Ye looked at the third Kaze cage and said with disdain, "Asshole, don't underestimate Feng Ying's strength." Magnetic style, sand iron realm technique. The angry third Kaze cage directly launched his most powerful attack. Under the strong magnetic force, all the iron sand was suspended in the air, and then exploded under the action of the magnetic force. Countless iron sands spread rapidly around like a spider web, destroying everything around and directly swallowing up Bai Ye. This guy should be dead now. Watching Bai Ye being swallowed by his own iron sand, the third Kaze cage couldn't help but think in his heart, "Death, you should be the one to die." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the third Kaze cage, and then the Kaze cage felt a pain in his chest, and a kunao pierced through his chest. How is it possible? The third Kaze cage collapsed with a look of disbelief on his face. In this way, the third-generation seal, who was known as the most powerful, eventually died in his own hands. Is the third Kaze cage strong? Of course it is very strong, especially his Kekkei Genkai magnetic release sand iron, which is extremely powerful. Otherwise, the third Kaze cage would not be called the most powerful Kaze cage. But unfortunately, he met Bai Ye. Bai Ye is extremely powerful in both his strength and the eye technique of his Mangekyo Sharinan, and is simply not something the third Kaze cage can contend against. Relying on the powerful eye technique brought by the Mangekyo Sharinan, Bai Ye can easily crush the third-generation seal. In the end, he killed the third Kaze cage, who was known as the strongest Kaze cage. When the Kaze cage died, all the sand ninjas were shocked. How is it possible? Lord Feng Ying was killed. How is this possible? Lord Kaze cage is known as the most powerful Kaze cage. How could he be killed by someone? I don't believe it. Lord Kaze cage. How could Lord Kaze cage be killed? This is all fake, this is an illusion. That's right, this is an illusion, it's not real. Quick. Remove the illusion. Seeing the Kaze cage lying on the ground, all the sand ninjas were filled with grief and anger. Their most beloved Kaze cage was killed by the invaders. For a moment, all the sand ninjas found it hard to accept. It is even said that many sand ninjas suspect that this is an illusion. He wanted to break the illusion in front of him by disrupting the chakra in his body. But unfortunately, no matter what they did, the fact that Feng Ying was killed by Bai Ye could not be changed. Master Kaze cage. Lord Kaze cage was killed by invaders. The damned invader actually killed Master Feng Ying. To avenge Lord Kaze cage, kill him and avenge Feng Ying. Soon, the grief and indignation in the hearts of these sand ninjas turned into anger. The sand ninjas had red eyes, weapons in their hands, and rushed towards Bai Ye with anger. Haha, what are you sand ninjas going to do? Seeking death? Then I will help you. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Facing the sand ninjas rushing over, Bai Ye formed seals with his hands, and a blazing flame attacked these sand ninjas like a wave. These sand ninjas didn't even have the chance to react before they were engulfed by the flames and turned into ashes while screaming miserably. Let's go. Bai Ye greeted the red sand scorpion not far away, then took the body of the third Kaze cage and slowly left the sand village. The Uchiha's goal is to kill the third Kaze cage, cause chaos in the sand village, and thus gain negative energy. Now that the third Kaze cage has been killed by himself, there is no point in staying here any longer. After Bai Ye left the area of Sand Village, he turned around and looked in the direction of Sand Village. The entire Sand Village was still engulfed in flames. At the same time, countless negative energies continued to gather towards Bai Ye. Soon, Bai Ye's negative energy increased to 1 million. 1 million negative energies finally accumulated enough. It's time to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. The excited Bai Ye directly threw the body of the third Kaze cage to Scorpion of the Red Sand, and then disappeared here. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at the corpse of the third Kaze cage in front of him with a confused look on his face. I got the Kazecage's body so easily. Even Scorpion found it unbelievable that he got the Kazecage's body so easily. However, Scorpion of the Red Sand did not stop at all that he sealed the body of the third Kaze cage, came to a nearby base, and began to transform the Kazekige's body into a human puppet. At the same time, Baya had returned to the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha village. System, consume 1 million negative energy for meat. I want to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. Ding, consume 1 million negative energy. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan opens. As the system's voice fell, Baya suddenly felt a powerful force rushing into his eyes. Baya couldn't help but open his Mangekyo Sharinan. I saw that in the center of the hollow triangular windmill pattern in Baya's Mangekyo Sharinan, a hexagram pattern condensed again. At the same time, Baya felt that a restraint in his eyes disappeared. Endless pupil power surged in Baya's eyes, and everything in front of Baya suddenly became extremely clear. It feels like I have a new pair of eyes. Is this the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan? Not only has my pupil power increased, but I can now use the pupil techniques of both eyes without restrictions. Feeling the power of his eyes, Baya thought excitedly in his heart. In the past, although Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharingan's technique was very powerful, however, every use is a consumption for Baya. Baya did not dare to overuse the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, but now it's different. Baya has opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, and it is difficult for Baya to use the power of his eyes. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan was activated, and Baya's strength increased again. However, this is not the end, but just the beginning. As a time traveler, Baya knows very well that above the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan there is the Rinnegan and the 9 Magneto Rinnegan. Opening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan is just a small goal. The third Kaze cage was killed in the Sand Village. This shocked and angered the entire Sand Village. At the same time, through the analysis of the Sand Ninja, they can be very sure that the invaders who attacked the Sand Village must be Konoha ninjas. Therefore, the Sand Village gathered its troops and launched an attack directly on the Land of Fire. Muye Village also felt very uncomfortable with the sudden attack on Sand Village. Very shocked. Through Konoha's investigation, they discovered that the reason why the Sand Village attacked Konoha Village was all because the third Kaze cage of their village was killed. This made Konoha even more confused. The Kaze cage of your Sand Village was killed. Why are you attacking our Konoha Village instead of looking for the murderer? What? The one who killed your Kaze cage was from Konoha Village. Bastards, you are making false accusations. Our Konoha Village has always protected the Will of Fire. How could we attack your Wind Shadow? Faced with the unreasonable Sand Ninja, Konoha Village had no choice but to fight back. Seeing the Sand Village and the Hidden Leaf Village fighting, the Cloud Village and the Uegakure Village could no longer sit still. Because of the territorial issue, the Cloud Village and the Iwa Village started a fight. For a time, the entire ninja world was engulfed in the smoke of war. The Third Ninja War broke out and the entire Konoha village was mobilized. Master Baya, the Umbu has sent a message. Invite us Uchiha to the Hokage Building's conference room to attend the combat meeting. Uchiha Yin came to Baya and couldn't help but speak. A war meeting. I see. I want to see what this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to do. Baya received the news and walked directly towards the Hokage office building. When Baya walked into the conference room, he found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at the head seat at a huge conference table. Sarutobi Hiruzen was flanked by two of Konoha's elders, Utain Koharu and Mito Kato En. Below them are the patriarchs of the major ninja families in Konoha village. Seeing Baya walk in, everyone present looked over. As the patriarchs of the major families in Konoha village, they have also heard about what Baya has done during this period. They were also very curious about the person who dared to challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. The representative of the Uchiha clan, you are here, hurry up and take your seats. Seeing Baya's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. It seemed as if he didn't care at all about what Baya had done before. This also fully demonstrates the cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old conspirator. However, Utain Koharu and Mito Kato En, who were beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not have such cunningness and could not help but reveal expressions of disgust on their faces. It was all because of that bastard Baya that their two families suffered serious losses. They now wished they could kill Baya right now and take back everything that Baya had taken away from him. But, unfortunately, Baya is too powerful. Faced with the powerful Baya, they now have no choice but to get angry. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Baya looked towards his seat. Baya discovered that the position representing the Uchiha clan was at the very end of the conference table. It seems that this was done intentionally. Or rather, this was done intentionally. As for the purpose? It's nothing more than deliberately making things difficult for the Uchiha clan in order to suppress them. If you had met a weak Uchiha, you would have probably endured this kind of suppression long ago. However, Baya is not the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Baya ignored this seat and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, move aside, I've got my eye on your seat. Baya's words shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Baya in shock. What did they hear? Byakuya actually asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to give up his seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. Not only everyone present, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, was looking at Baya in astonishment. Uchiha Byakuya, what did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked very ugly. What, is your hearing not good? In that case, I'll say it again. Please stand up, Hokage-sama, and go somewhere else. I have my eyes on your position. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but say, you. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. Is this a matter of giving up position? This is a matter of face. If I really gave up my seat, how can I become Hokage in the future? Uchiha Bei, don't go too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at Baya with gritted teeth. Too much, haha, if you don't give up your seat, do you believe there will be something even more outrageous? Baya's eyes turned red, he opened his Sharingan, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen threateningly and said, you. Facing Baya's threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry and his face was very ashen. However, he didn't dare to act rashly now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubt that if he didn't let him do it, Byakuya would really do it. Finally, after some thought and weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and stood up. I walked to the end and sat in the very last seat. And Baya sat directly in the first seat. The Hokage seat is pretty good. Baya sat down and said with a smile. Then, Baya couldn't help but frown when he saw Utane Koharu and Mito Kato sitting next to him. Why are you two old guys here? Get out of here right now, I'm getting annoyed just by the sight of you two. Baya looked at the two of them with disgust and said, asshole, Uchiha Bei, don't go too far. We are the elders of Konoha village. Hearing Baya's words, Utsun Koharu and Mitaman N immediately shouted angrily, Konoha elder, what the hell? Does Konoha village have such a position? You two, are you going to leave by yourselves, or should I help you leave? Baya looked at the two of them and said with great disdain, asshole, someone come here. Where are the Umbu? Where are the Umbu? Catch this lunatic immediately. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato both shouted loudly. It seems you don't plan to leave on your own. If that's the case, then I'll help you get out. Looking at the two people shouting, Baya raised his hand and slapped them without any hesitation. Two huge slaps came down, and Utane Koharu and Mito Kato were directly slapped away by Baya. You actually dared to hit us. You are so presumptuous. The two men fell to the ground, each covering their swollen faces, looking at Baya in disbelief. Although they both knew that Baya was very presumptuous. But I didn't expect Baya to be so presumptuous. How dare he hit them in front of so many people? Outrageous, believe it or not, there are even more outrageous things. Baya looked at the two of them and said in a bad tone, you. Seeing Baya's appearance, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato pointed at Baya, shaking with anger. Just at this moment, two Umbu walked in after hearing the noise in the conference room. Hokage-sama, I wonder what happened here. Seeing the Umbu appear, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato were about to shout. However, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Umbu, two elders are injured. Take them to the hospital first. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, although the Umbu were very confused, they still helped the two men up from the ground. Asshole, we're not hurt. Umbu, capture Baya for me. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato still wanted to shout, but he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xiaochun, Minion, you two should stop talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that they were bound to be humiliated today. What they need to do now is how to save face. And Utane Koharu and Mito Kato are so persistent, aren't they embarrassed enough? Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to deal with Byakuya. However, Baya's strength is too strong. If the Umbu were to launch an attack rashly, not only would they fail to defeat Baya, but they would also suffer even greater embarrassment. Sarutobi, we got it. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, the two were very unwilling, but still followed the Umbu out. Although they are both elders of Konoha, they usually follow the lead of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just after Utane Koharu and Mito Kato walked out, the entire conference room was filled with a strange atmosphere. What happened today was so incredible and unpredictable. Baya actually snatched the position of Hokage directly. Not only that, but he also beat up two Konoha elders. What made them even more unbelievable was that despite Baya's presumptuousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, did not dare to get angry. Hey. Why aren't you talking? Aren't we going to hold a war meeting? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, why are you mute? Baya couldn't help but say you. Hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little angry again. Are you the Hokage or am I the Hokage? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and delivered his opening remarks that he had prepared long ago. I think everyone has received the news. Just a few days ago, the Sand Village attacked our Konoha village. For the will of fire, we must unite and let the Sand Village know how powerful our Konoha village is, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with great emotion. He quickly recounted what had happened. In short, it's just one sentence. Now that the ninja war has broken out, as the ninja family of Konoha village, it is time for you to contribute your manpower and manpower. If it were in the past, all the family heads would have been speechless in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. Even though they knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would use this to weaken their family, they had no way to do anything. Konoha village and Sand village are at war. As a ninja family from Konoha village, they must contribute manpower. This is an open conspiracy. Even though they know it is a conspiracy, the clan leaders can only agree to it reluctantly. Seeing the clan leaders looking pensive, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he was back to the time when he was in control of Konoha village. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not interested in weakening these ordinary families now. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's main target is the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made up his mind to send the Uchiha clan's ninjas to the dangerous battlefield when the time comes. Some even said that they would directly reveal the Uchiha clan's whereabouts on the battlefield and use the strength of other villages to weaken the Uchiha clan's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very good at this kind of thing and does it very easily. The former Senju clan was weakened by Sarutobi Hiruzen using this method. Eventually, the former Senju clan declined. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that he could use this method to deal with the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, what you said is very good. In that case, then Lord Hokage will lead all the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan to meet the attack of the Sand village. At this moment, Baies suddenly said, "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused when he heard Baies' words. "How come this is different from what I thought? Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? Am I wrong?" Hokage-sama is known as the most powerful Hokage, and the Sarutobi clan is now the most powerful ninja family in Konoha village. Shouldn't Lord Hokage set an example? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's confused look, Baies couldn't help but speak. As a time traveler, Baies is of course wondering what Sarutobi Hiruzen is planning to do. Baies spoke directly, disrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. "No, this is a battle between Konoha village and Sand village. How can we, the Sarutobi clan, withstand the attack of the Sand ninja?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say, "What, Lord Hokage, are you scared?" Baies looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Not afraid, I'm the Hokage, how could I be afraid?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retorted, "Since the Hokage is not afraid, then you go ahead. You are known as the ninja hero, let the Sand village see the strength of our Konoha ninja hero." Baies continued, "I am the Hokage, and I am related to the entire Konoha village." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "It seems that Lord Hokage is still afraid, so even Lord Hokage can be timid sometimes." Baies continued, "Asshole, Uchiha Bei, did you listen to me?" Hearing Baies repeatedly saying that he was scared made Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely angry. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed afraid, he couldn't say it so bluntly. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can guarantee what will happen. No matter how powerful you are, there is a possibility of being surrounded and killed. The former second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was extremely powerful, but he eventually died on the battlefield. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also afraid that he would be surrounded and killed if he went to the battlefield. As for taking the Sarutobi clan's ninjas to the battlefield, that is even more impossible. The Sarutobi clan had worked so hard to develop, how could they possibly suffer losses on the battlefield? It's better to leave the task of going to the battlefield and fighting to other families for now. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't express these thoughts directly. "Haha, of course I'm listening to Lord Hokage. Hokage-sama, this is because he is afraid and doesn't dare to go to the battlefield. In that case, then Lord Hokage should just hide in Konoha village. As for defeating the invaders, leave it to us, the Uchiha clan." Baies stood up, said something to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and was about to walk outside. As he walked out of the house, Baies glanced at the other families. By the way, if other families are afraid, they can also hide in Konoha village like the Hokage. As for those who are not afraid, you can follow us, the Uchiha clan, to the battlefield. After saying that, Baies left the Hokage building directly, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other in disbelief. After Baies' commotion, a strange atmosphere filled the entire conference room. "Hokage-sama, what should we do next?" Sensing that the atmosphere in the room was not right, Nara Shikaka spoke first. "It seems that the Uchiha clan wants to take the lead in this ninja war. In that case, the task of facing the enemy head-on will be left to the Uchiha clan. As for the battles in other areas, I will send the missions to your families," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. It seemed that he was not angry at Baies' arrogance. Although, Baies was indeed very arrogant, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen lose face. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved his goal. Since the Uchiha clan wants to fight the Sand Ninja, let the battle be left to the Uchiha clan. Faced with the fierce attack of the Sand Ninja, the Uchiha clan will definitely suffer heavy losses. By then, the Uchiha clan will be at his mercy. Compared to weakening the Uchiha clan, losing a little face is nothing. As for whether the Uchiha clan would defeat the entire Sand Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never thought about it. Come on, this is a ninja war. All the ninjas in the Sand Village launched an attack on Konoha Village. Such a fierce battle is simply beyond the ability of one family to handle. Even though the Uchiha clan's ninjas were extremely powerful, Uchiha Byakuya opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen also didn't think they could stop the attack of the entire Sand Village. Understood. Hokage-sama, we'll take our leave first. Let's go prepare first. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply, the patriarchs of the ninja family said goodbye and left one after another. They need to prepare for the upcoming war. Shikaku, this is the current battlefield situation. Please leave it to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll and handed it to Nara Shikaku. Yes. Nara Shikaku took the scroll and couldn't help but ask, Hokage-sama, are you really going to leave the battle to the Uchiha clan? This is an attack from the entire Sand Village. If you are not careful, you may cause irreparable losses. After hearing what Nara Shikaku said, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and then asked, Lu Ju, you are right, this does require some caution. What do you think? The Nara clan has always been known for their high IQ. Therefore, as the current head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, in addition to being the leader of the Jonin squad, he also serves as Konoha's military advisor. Whenever Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered many difficult decisions, he would always listen to Nara Shikaku's advice. Hokage-sama, it would be best if you could send a few ninjas to act together with the Uchiha clan. If anything happens on the battlefield, we can be informed immediately. And react immediately. Nara Shikaku thought for a moment and suggested, Your suggestion is good. Who should we send to carry out the Uchiha clan operation? You should know very well that the Uchiha clan is not easy to get along with. Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed very much with Nara Shikaku's idea. However, who should be sent to follow the Uchiha clan? This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel troubled. Anyone sent to follow the Uchiha clan must be absolutely trustworthy and must not attract the attention of the Uchiha clan. This is a bit troublesome. Lord Hokage, we, Ino Shikajo, can take on this task. Nara Shikaku volunteered. Upon hearing what Shikaku said, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi were stunned. However, he also said it quickly. Lu Ju is right. We, Zulu Dai, can take on this task. Yes, we, Pig, Deer and Butterfly, can do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Ino, Shika, and Joe, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Well then, in that case, I'll leave this mission to you, Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. Sarutobi Hiruzen still trusts the three families of Ino, Shika, and Joe. It is just right to let these three families carry out this task. Hokage-sama, did I promise to complete the mission? Pig, Deer, and Butterfly responded with consecutive victories. It was not until he returned to his family's residence that Shu Daeting Zuo could not help but ask, Lu Ju, what do you mean? Why should we accept this mission? Yes, this mission is too dangerous. This is clearly a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan. Yamanaka Inoichi also asked with great confusion. The Uchiha clan went alone to meet the attack of the Sand Ninja, which was obviously an action of no return. Anyone can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen is plotting against the Uchiha clan. That the two of them really can't understand why Shikaku would accept this mission when he knew he would lose. What do you think of Uchiha Bei? Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say, yeah, this is an arrogant guy, Yamanaka Hiichi said immediately. Yeah, Uchiha Byakuya is too arrogant, he doesn't even give the Hokage any respect. Akimichi Choza also spoke immediately afterwards. You're right, Baya is indeed an arrogant guy. But what's strange is that such an arrogant guy has never suffered any loss. On the contrary, the top leaders of Konoha have suffered losses at the hands of Baya. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say, Really, the Uchiha clan has been acting very high profile lately. After hearing what Nara Shikaku said, Akimichi Choza and Yamaguchi Zhonghai also noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, a person as arrogant as Baya should be suppressed by the Hokage everywhere, or even killed by the Hokage directly. However, what made them feel strange was that such an arrogant person like Baya not only did not suffer from suppression, but lived better and better. It is even said that even though Baya slapped the Konoha high-level officials in the face in public, the Konoha high-level officials did not take any action against Baya. Lu Ju, what's going on? Come on. Yes, what did you find out? Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't help but ask. Well, in this world, there are only two kinds of arrogant people. One is an idiot, and the other is someone who is confident in his own abilities. Obviously Baya is not an idiot. Nara Shikaku continued. You mean, Baya is confident that he can defeat the attacking sand ninja? How is this possible? This is a whole village of ninjas. Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Choza said in surprise. The Uchiha clan is strong, yes, they are very strong. Especially his bloodline Sharingan, which is a first-class powerful bloodline. In a one-on-one fight, few people can defeat a ninja from the Uchiha clan. It is precisely because of this that the Uchiha clan is also known as the richest family in Konoha village. However, no matter how powerful the Uchiha clan is, this time they are facing the entire Sand village. Obviously, neither Akimichi Chozen nor Yamanaka Inouchi believed that the Uchiha clan had the strength to fight against the entire Sand village. For a ninja family to fight against a ninja village. This really seems incredible. But what if the Uchiha clan really did it? What if the Uchiha clan really defeated the Sand ninja's attack? Nara Shikaku couldn't help but ask back. The whole Konoha village is about to change. The Uchiha clan will definitely not let the Konoha high-ranking officials go. Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Choza's expressions suddenly became serious. They both knew very well that the Konoha high-level officials had been constantly suppressing the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is always looking to settle accounts with the Konoha high-level officials. The two of them could already imagine what would happen if the Uchiha clan really defeated the attack of the Sand village. Then the Uchiha clan's reputation will reach its peak in the entire Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials of Konoha will definitely be severely suppressed by the Uchiha clan. As for those families that once followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan, their situation will not be much better by then. Lu Ju, I understand. So you're trying to get in touch with the Uchiha clan in advance. At this time, Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Choza also suddenly realized and understood Nara Shikaku's intention. This is to make friends with the Uchiha clan in advance and prepare for the great changes that will take place in Konoha village in the future. If the Uchiha clan is defeated, we just need to follow the mission requirements and report the Sand ninja's attack to the Hokage. If the Uchiha clan wins, we must prepare in advance. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. Obviously, Nara Shikaku has made preparations for both scenarios. On one side, the Sand ninja defeated the Uchiha clan, and on the other side, the Uchiha clan defeated the Sand ninja's attack. In this way, no matter what major changes happen in Konoha village, their three tribes of Ino, Deer, and Jo will be able to survive well. Who should we send then? This mission is extremely important. It concerns the future of our family. After listening to Nara Shikaku's analysis, Yamanaka Inouchi and Akimichi Choza also understood the importance of this mission and thought about who in the family should carry out this mission. Well, I plan to carry out this mission myself. Nara Shikaku thought about it and couldn't help but say. Lu Ju, are you planning to go there yourself? In that case, I'll go too. Yamanaka Hai couldn't help but say. How can the pig, deer, and butterfly combination be without me? Shu Daeting Zuo couldn't help but say it. In the end, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inouchi, and Akimichi Choza decided to follow the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. Among the Uchiha clan, many ninjas of the Uchiha clan also received the news that they would have to fight against the attack of the Sand village alone. Lord Bei, are we, the Uchiha clan, really going to fight the attack of the Sand village alone? Uchiha Yin looked at Baya and asked with a serious expression. That's right, what, are you scared? Looking at Uchiha Yan with a serious expression, Baya couldn't help but say. Afraid? What am I afraid of? At worst, I'll just die. But the Sand ninja is also very powerful. I'm worried. As a hawkish member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yan is very confident in the strength of the Uchiha clan. He believed that no family in the entire ninja world could rival their Uchiha clan. However, what we are facing now is the Sand village, an entire village of ninjas. Uchiha Yan also became a little worried. There's nothing to worry about. What you need to do now is to gather the team. I will lead you to defeat the Sand ninja's attack. Baya said very confidently. Doesn't Baya know the strength of the Sand ninja? However, Baya was not afraid at all. Now Baya has opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and possesses the strength of a super shadow. What is a super shadow? It is an existence that transcends the shadow level. Once upon a time, Uchiha Madara relied on the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress the entire Iwagakure village. Could it be that Baya is unable to defeat the Sand village with the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? I see. Lord Baya, I will gather the team immediately. Seeing Baya's confident look, Uchiha Yan's worries were swept away. Lord Baya is not worried, so why should I worry? Not long after Baya left, Tsunade also walked in from outside. Baya, do you really want to lead the Uchiha clan to fight against the Sand ninja's attack alone? Tsunade couldn't help but say as she looked at Baya. Of course, what's wrong? Baya replied casually. Are you an idiot? Do you know how cruel the ninja war is? That kind of brutal battle is simply not something a single family can handle. Do you want to lead the Uchiha clan to their deaths? Tsunade said unhappily as she looked at Byakuya. In Tsunade's opinion, Byakuya's behavior was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. That he had never experienced a ninja war and had no idea how cruel a ninja war was. That kind of fierce battle is simply not something a ninja family can control. Hee, Tsunade, you concerned about me? I never thought that someone from the Senju clan would start to care about me, a member of the Uchiha clan. Baya looked at Tsunade and said teasingly, "Asshole, you're still in the mood to joke. Do you know what you are doing?" Seeing Baya's appearance, Tsunade said very angrily, "Haha, of course I know what I'm doing. I am leading the rise of the Uchiha clan." Baya said confidently, clenching his fists. I really can't do anything with you. Add me to the action tomorrow." Tsunade looked at Baya and said helplessly, "Tsunade, do you also want to protect the will of fire with our Uchiha clan? Welcome. You will be proud of your decision today." Baya couldn't help but say, "Humph, I just don't want to see you die like this," Tsunade said and left. Early the next morning, countless Uchiha clan ninjas gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. Baya, can I really join the battle? Can I leave Konoha village too? Uzumaki Kushina, who was in the team, said excitedly. Ever since she became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Umbu had been watching her every day, not letting her out of their sight. As for leaving Konoha village, that is even more impossible. She felt that the entire Konoha village was like a prison. Therefore, Uzumaki Kushina was so excited when she heard that she could leave Konoha village. "Of course. This time you have to stay by my side," Byakuya said while looking at Kushina. In this operation, Baya not only brought Kushina, but also Mikato. As for the dangers on the battlefield, isn't it dangerous to stay in Konoha village? In other words, in Baya's view, it is easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. No matter how dangerous the battlefield is, Baya is confident that he can protect them both, and they are not weak either. Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Mikato has opened the Three-Magatama Sharingan, so both of them have considerable combat power. As for staying in Konoha village, it seems very safe, but who knows what that old scoundrel Sarutobi Hiruzen might do. Therefore, after much thought, it is better to take them to the battlefield. It can be said that it is not just the two of them. Baya planned to take all the Uchiha clan followers to the battlefield. No matter how dangerous the battlefield is, it is safer than staying in Konoha village. As for the current Uchiha clan, let them be protected by those dovish Uchiha clan members. If he can't even do this, then Baya can consider whether to keep these guys. Very good. Hearing Baya's words, Kushina jumped up excitedly. "Kushina, don't be too happy too soon. We are going to fight, not to play." Seeing Kushina like this, Baya couldn't help but say, "Haha, I understand. As long as I can go outside, I can do anything," Kushina said with a silly look on her face. "Mikado, take care of Kushina when you go to the battlefield." Seeing Kushina like this, Baya couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, leave Kushina to me," Mikado said while holding Kushina's hand. After spending so much time together, Kushina and Mikato have become good sisters who can talk about anything. "Lord Baya, I'm late. Please let me take part in this operation." At this moment, Heitake Sakumo walked over and said to Baya. Heitake Sakumo was also very clear that the Heide clan had now completely defected to the Uchiha clan. If something happens to the Uchiha clan, it will be a huge blow to the Heite clan. Therefore, when he heard that Byakuya was planning to lead the Uchiha clan to fight the Sand Ninja's attack alone, Heitake Sakumo also planned to join the action. "Sakumo, you're just in time. Welcome to join." Baya was also very welcome to Heitake Sakumo's arrival. Although Byakuya did not need Heitake Sakumo's power, the fact that Heitake Sakumo came meant that his rescue was not in vain. "Baya, you bastard. You actually intend to lead the Uchiha clan to fight the Sand Ninja's attack alone. Can you do it?" Tsunade also came over at this time and said to Baya with great concern, "Haha, how can a man say no? Tsunade, just wait and see how powerful our Uchiha clan is." Baya looked at Tsunade and said very confidently, "I hope so. Leave the medical matters to me. I am very familiar with your Uchiha clan's medical system," Tsunade said, looking at Byakuya. During this period, Tsunade has been busy and has established a complete medical system in the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Zu, Lu, and Dai came rushing over from a distance. "Master Bei, this is the mission scroll that Master Hokage asked me to give you. It records the latest movements of the Sand Ninja. Also, the three of us, Inoshikacho, request to join Lord Byakuya's team to fight against the Sand Ninja's attack." Nara Shikaka came in front of Baya and said, I never thought you, Inoshikacho, would actually be participating in this operation. You are here to monitor our Uchiha clan under the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Baya looked at Zu, Lu and Dai and said with some surprise. Baya was very surprised that Zu, Lu, and Dai wanted to follow him. Baya knew very well that Ino, Shika, and Joe were Sarutobi Hiruzen's men. From this perspective, there is only one possibility, that Inoshikacho was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Baya, stop joking. We are all Konoha ninjas, how could we possibly see you? Nara Shikaku said with a smile. Although, Baya was right, the reason they joined the Uchiha clan was because they followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to monitor the Uchiha clan. However, Nara Shikaku would not admit it. You're not spying on the Uchiha clan, you've seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, is doomed, and you want to join us, the Uchiha clan. Baya said something shocking again. After hearing Baya's words, Zu, Lu, and Dai looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Baya was not wrong. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was really unable to do it, they did plan to join the Uchiha clan. However, they will not admit it themselves. White Lord, yeah, let's discuss the battle deployment. Unable to respond to Baya's words, Nara Shikaku immediately changed the subject. Not long after Inoshikacho arrived, a team of Hyaga clan ninjas arrived. Master Bei, Hyaga Hisashi requests to join the team. The leading Hyaga ninja came in front of Baya. Hinata Hayashi, the younger brother of the Hyaga clan leader, as expected of a wealthy Hyaga family. Seeing the arrival of the Hyaga clan ninjas, Nara Shikaku also understood. The Hyaga clan also holds the same idea as himself. Otherwise, the Hyaga clan leader would not have sent his younger brother to join the war. Time passed by little by little. Apart from the Inoshikacho and Hyaga clans, no other families arrived. There is no doubt that other families are not optimistic about Baya's actions this time. Tisk tisk. As expected, the people of Konoha village are all short-sighted. Let's leave these insects to that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baya couldn't help but think of it in his heart, and then Baya waved his hand. Set off. Under the leadership of Baya, the Uchiha clan ninjas left Konoha village in a mighty force. On the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the Uchiha clan walking away. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen are Utain Koharu, Mito Kato and Shinura Danzo. It seems that the Uchiha clan has begun to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette and couldn't help but speak. Sarutobi, since the Uchiha clan has begun to act, let's start our plan as well. Yes, this time we must destroy the Uchiha clan. Utain Koharu and Mito Kato couldn't help but say. The two of them now hate Baya so much that they wish to destroy Baya and the entire Uchiha clan immediately. As for the plan they both mentioned, it was undoubtedly a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan. As for what the conspiracy is, it is also very simple. That is to reveal the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan to the Sand Ninja. Let the Sand Ninja attack the Uchiha clan, and it would be best if they could inflict heavy damage on the Uchiha clan. Well, Danzo, I'll leave this matter to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then looked at Shimura Danzo and said. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was eager to get rid of the Uchiha clan immediately, he still didn't intend to get involved in such dirty work and left it all to Shimura Danzo. Don't worry, our root organization will complete this task, Shimura Danzo said very confidently. Obviously, he is very familiar with doing these things. How's the wood release research going? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. After witnessing the powerful force of Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen now urgently needs the power of wood release. I've got an idea. Now there are people who can withstand the power of wood release, Shimura Danzo said with a smile. If it were in the past, if Danzo had secretly studied the power of wood release on his own, it would probably take him an unspecified time to master it. But now it's different. With the strong support of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo can conduct research without any worries. I have no money left. Ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for it. There is no one left, ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for it. Through such crazy research, Danzo actually developed wood release. Excellent. Keep up the pace. We need the power of wood release, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say. By the way, what is the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Is there anyone worth winning over? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. Since he wanted to deal with the Uchiha clan, as a qualified conspirator, he would certainly not miss any opportunity to strike the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen now plans to win over people within the Uchiha clan and divide the Uchiha clan. At the same time, it also prepares for Baya's defeat. Well, we found someone who can be used by us. This person is called Uchiha Fugaku. Utain Koharu couldn't help but say. Uchiha Fugaku, this is the successor once designated by Uchiha General, but unfortunately, he was defeated by Baya and is now imprisoned in the security team cell. Maitaman briefly explained the situation of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, this is the person we are looking for. Find a few opportunities to rescue him and let him take control of the Uchiha clan. After hearing about Uchiha Fugaku's situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was the person he was looking for. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that with the help of Uchiha Fugaku, he could definitely fight against Uchiha Byakuya and suppress the Uchiha clan. Byakuya led the Uchiha clan ninjas forward quickly. At this moment, Byakuya seemed to sense something and immediately opened his Sharingan. The ninja who was lying in ambush not far away appeared in front of Byakuya in full view. Everyone be careful, there's an ambush ahead. Fire style, great fireball technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Byakuya took the lead in launching an attack. A blazing fireball hurtled toward a patch of bushes. Boom, the fireball exploded, causing a huge explosion, mixed with the screams of countless ninjas. Oh no, our whereabouts have been exposed. Launch an attack directly. The sand ninjas hiding in the dark found that their whereabouts were exposed, and they jumped out one by one and launched an attack. The Uchiha clan ninjas reacted very quickly and opened their Sharingan one by one. It's the sand ninja. Attack. Destroy them. Soon a melee broke out between the two sides. Although the sand ninja had ambushed here in advance, Byakuya and the Uchiha clan were too powerful. Apart from sending some negative energy to Byakuya, these sand ninjas did not cause any harm to Byakuya at all. What's going on? Why would the sand ninjas ambush here? How did the sand ninja know our route? After dealing with these sand ninjas, Uchiha Yen said very confusedly. Not only Uchiha Yen, everyone felt very strange about this attack. You know, they haven't stopped at all since they set out from Konoha village until now. Even if the sand ninjas conducted advance reconnaissance, they would not be able to know their route so quickly, let alone ambush them here. Haha, what's so strange about this? Someone just leaked our information. Byakuya smiled and said nonchalantly, who the hell is that? They actually leaked our information. This is simply an act of betrayal. Uchiha Yen asked very angrily. Nara Shikaku, do you know who leaked the information? Byakuya looked at Nara Shikaku and asked. Forward. Nara Shikaku was stunned when he heard Byakuya's question. Although Nara Shikaku didn't know who leaked it, the information was revealed, but with Nara Shikaku's intelligence, he could guess it very easily. The one who leaked the information was of course the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always wanted to destroy Byakuya and the Uchiha clan, and how could Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of such a good opportunity for a ninja war? Of course, Nara Shikaku would never say these words. Without evidence, we cannot determine who leaked the information. However, since our intelligence has been leaked, I suggest changing our route immediately. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. I agree with Shikaku's suggestion. Tsunade also came over at this time and couldn't help but speak. Since our information has been leaked, the sand ninja must have set an ambush. If we continue to move forward, we might be ambushed again. If he were an ordinary ninja, he would follow the advice of the two without hesitation. However, Byakuya is no ordinary ninja. No, keep going. Since these sand ninjas want to die, then let them do it. Byakuya said nonchalantly. If an ordinary ninja knew there was an ambush ahead, he would definitely change his route immediately. However, Byakuya is not an ordinary ninja, he is a time traveler with a golden finger and has opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Byakuya is very confident in his own strength. Byakuya didn't care about the sand ninja or the ambush. It can even be said that in Byakuya's opinion, these sand ninjas who ambushed him were simply seeking death, they were the ones who brought negative energy to him. But others don't understand. When Tsunade and Nara Shikaku heard what Byakuya said, they were both stunned. What? Keep going. Do you know how to lead a team? Keep going. Are you planning to die? Tsunade was the first to scream when she heard Byakuya's words. Obviously, Tsunade was very opposed to Byakuya moving forward. Lord Byakuya, I also suggest changing the route. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say so. Although, Nara Shikaku joined Byakuya's team under the order of the Hokage to keep track of the movements of Byakuya's team. But now Byakuya actually wants to lead the team and directly ignore the sand ninja's ambush. Isn't this courting death? Even Nara Shikaku couldn't help but remind him. No need, just keep moving forward. If the sand ninja dare to ambush us, we will kill them directly. Byakuya still spoke in a very firm tone. But, Nara Shikaku wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Byakuya. No need to say more. Just follow the order. Byakuya said in a very firm tone. Well. Seeing Byakuya being so tough, Nara Shikaku said nothing more and began to organize the team. Shikaku, what's going on? Should we change our route? Yamanaka Inoichi looked at Nara Shikaku and couldn't help but ask. Byakuya didn't agree. We continue to move forward along the original route. Luju couldn't help but say. Keep going, isn't he afraid of the sand ninja's ambush? This is a very dangerous thing. Akimichi Choza also asked in surprise. Even someone like Akimichi Choza who didn't like to use his brain much could realize that there must be an ambush from the sand village ahead. The best option now is to change route immediately. I don't know either. However, since Byakuya has chosen to continue moving forward, we can just follow his orders. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. Nara Shikaku was also very confused about Byakuya's order. Knowing there was a trap, instead of avoiding it, he went straight into it. Isn't that just courting death? Although Nara Shikaku was very confused about Baiye's behavior, he still had to obey Baiye's orders, who made Baiye the highest commander of the entire team. After a rest, the team, led by Baiye, prepared to move forward again. At the same time, while everyone was not paying attention, Nara Shikaku summoned a flying eagle, tied a piece of information to the eagle's legs, and then threw it, and the eagle flew up. This is how Nara Shikaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen passed on information. However, just when the eagle was about to take off, Baiye suddenly appeared and caught the eagle. Lord Bei. Nara Shikaku was shocked to see Baiye suddenly appear. However, his reaction was also very quick. Lord Baiye, I am reporting our losses to the village. This is a necessary process in battle. Nara Shikaku was afraid that Baiye would blame him, so he hurriedly explained. Even Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi were shocked when they saw Baiye suddenly appear, and they couldn't help but clench their weapons tightly. No need to explain, I know what you are doing. You should be reporting information to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I don't care. Baiye said nonchalantly, and at the same time he let go of the eagle, which flew quickly into the distance. Lord Baiye. Seeing Baiye release the eagle, Nara Shikaku was also very confused. Originally, Nara Shikaku was also shocked when he saw Baiye catch his flying eagle. He even thought that Baiye was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to attack and take them down. However, what Nara Shikaku never expected was that Baiye seemed to not care at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen just likes to do these little tricks that are not presentable. I have no interest in this. After saying this, Baiye left. Lu Ju, what does Baiye mean by this? Yeah, I thought he was going to attack. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza said with some fear. At the same time, they were also very curious about what Baiye meant just now. It seems we all underestimated Baiye. This kind of magnanimity is simply not comparable to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen also received the information sent back by Nara Shikaku. Xiaochun, Minion, look quickly, this is the movement of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the information he obtained to Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato N. Sarutobi, is this information true? You're still moving forward knowing there's an ambush ahead. What is Uchiha Byakuya doing? Is he courting death? Yes, this is simply going to die. Obviously, both Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato N were very confused about Byakuya's behavior. This is the information Luju sent back. There is absolutely no problem. Uchiha Baiye discovered an ambush on the road, but I didn't change the route, instead I continue to move forward. Baiye is still young, and he really doesn't understand the situation on the battlefield. On the battlefield, strength alone is not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen took Byakuya's behavior as a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger, thinking that Byakuya had no idea about the situation on the battlefield. Sarutobi, it looks like Uchiha Byakuya is dead. Yeah, if you participate in a ninja war with this kind of personality, there's no way you'll survive. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato N couldn't help but smile. In their opinion, Baiye's childish command was no different from committing suicide. In other words, in their eyes, Baiye was already dead. That's right, this damn guy is finally going to die. Contact Uchiha Fugaku immediately and have him take control of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extremely excited. That damn guy Baiye is finally going to die. They can finally regain control of Konoha village and do whatever they want. Boom boom boom, attack, destroy these sand ninjas. Kill them, let these sand ninjas see how powerful our Uchiha clan is, let's go together. Along the way, under the leadership of Baiye, many ninjas of the Uchiha clan launched a crazy attack on the sand ninja. Although, the sand ninja had prepared an ambush in advance. However, with the powerful insight of the White Knight Eternal Kaleidoscope, any ambush will be exposed. Every time, Baiye could easily find the traces of the sand ninja. Therefore, these ambushing sand ninjas not only did not pose any threat to Baiye, but were killed by Baiye without leaving a single one. Even Ino, Shika, and Joe couldn't help but show expressions of surprise on their faces when they saw the Uchiha clan ninjas madly killing the sand ninjas. Is this the power of Uchiha Byakuya? Is this the strength of the Uchiha clan? He's so strong, no wonder he wasn't afraid of the sand ninjas' ambush. If, in the past, Baiye chose to advance along the original route, they would have thought that Baiye did not understand battlefield command at all and that he was giving blind commands. Now, seeing Baiye leading the Uchiha clan to frantically kill these sand ninjas, they finally understood. It's not that Baiye doesn't understand anything, but that Baiye doesn't take these sand ninjas seriously at all. Baiye's strength is really too strong. With every move, a sand ninja would be killed. Damn bastard, go to hell. At this moment, a sand ninja rushed to Baiye, holding a huge axe in his hand, and chopped towards Baiye. But at this moment, Baiye's eyes widened and an illusion was released instantly. The sand ninja who was originally attacking suddenly froze in the daytime. Immediately afterwards, the kunao in Baiye's hand easily pierced the neck of the sand ninja. The sand ninja fell down, holding his bleeding neck. After dealing with this sand ninja, Baiye rushed towards the other sand ninjas again. It can be said that Baiye is now like a tiger among wolves, madly killing the sand ninjas. Seeing how powerful Baiye was, the other members of the Uchiha clan rushed towards the sand ninja as if they were injected with chicken blood. Damn it! The enemy is too strong. Retreat quickly, report the situation here to Master Cho. Faced with the Uchiha clan's crazy attack, the sand ninjas were unable to resist at all and could only flee in all directions. We won! We won! What sand ninja? It's just like this. Yes, under the leadership of Lord Bai, we will definitely be able to defeat the sand ninja's attack. Long live Lord Baiye! Seeing the defeated sand ninja, all the Uchiha clan members cheered. Lu Ju, what's the situation now? After defeating the sand ninja's ambush, Baiye asked Nara Shikaku. Although, Baiye knew that Nara Shikamaru was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Baiye was also very clear that Nara Shikaku was a smart man and knew what to choose. Therefore, Baiye would still ask Nara Shikaku about some situations on the battlefield. Lord Baiye. Hearing Baiye's question, Nara Shikaku immediately took out the map and started looking at it. Based on our route and speed, we have arrived at the border area of the Fire Country. We still have 1 day to go, and we should be able to see the Sand Ninja camp. Nara Shikaku told everything he knew without holding back. Very good. Everyone, rest here. Tomorrow, we will go and defeat the Sand Ninja. Baiye said commandingly. Yes. Lord Baiye. This time no one had any objections. Baiye led them to defeat the Sand Ninja's ambushes many times in a row, and now their fighting spirit is high. It can be said that they will do whatever Baiye asks them to do. Baiye, you guy, your strength is so strong. Tell me honestly, what is your current strength? Just at this moment, Tsunade walked over and asked Baiye if, in the past, he was still worried about Baiye. Now, after witnessing Baiye's powerful strength, Tsunade was also shocked. At the same time, he was also very curious about how strong Baiye was. My strength, I should be equivalent to Uchiha Madara in the past. Baiye thought about it and couldn't help but say, what, just like Uchiha Madara, are you kidding me? Tsunade asked in shock after hearing Baiye's words. Uchiha Madara, who was once able to fight against Hashirama, possessed extremely terrifying strength. Now, Tsunade was so surprised when she heard Baiye say that he had the same strength as Uchiha Madara. I'm not kidding. If your grandfather were still alive, I would be able to fight him now. Baiye looked at Tsunade and said with certainty. The reason why Uchiha Madara was so powerful in the past was because he possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, Baiye has the same eyes as Uchiha Madara, and Baiye is confident that his strength is not inferior to the former Uchiha Madara. If Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, were still alive, Baiye would really like to fight him. The Sand Ninjas camp. These Sand Ninjas who escaped back immediately reported their encounter with Byakuya to the current Sand Ninja leader, Cho. What? Your ambush failed. How is this possible? Cho was also very surprised when she heard the report from the Sand Ninja. This time, in order to occupy the Fire Country, the Sand Ninjas have made careful arrangements for the fertile soil. Not only did he get the route of the Konoha Ninja, but he also set up an ambush on the Konoha Ninja's route. In Cho's opinion, even if these ambushes could not defeat the Konoha Ninjas, they should be able to inflict heavy damage on them. However, according to the news brought back by the Sand Ninja who escaped, their deployments had failed. Master Cho, the strength of the Konoha Ninja is very powerful. All our ambushes have failed. We suffered heavy losses. The Sand Ninja immediately recounted the battle situation in a quick manner. I understand. Go and rest first. Cho waved her hand, signaling the Sand Ninja to retreat. Luo Xia, do you have any good suggestions? Cho asked a red-haired young man next to her. Raza is a cage-level warrior in the Sand Village, and is also the person with the highest voice in the Sand Village to become the 4th Kaze Cage. Cho is also very optimistic about Luasha. It can be said that after this ninja war, as long as no major mistakes occur, Raza will be able to become the 4th Kaze Cage. According to our intelligence, the Konoha ninjas involved in this operation are from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses extremely powerful insight. It's understandable that our ambush failed. As long as we defeat the Uchiha clan's ninjas in the next battle. Luosha thought about it and couldn't help but say, well, the Uchiha clan's ninjas, their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. I heard that a genius appeared in the Uchiha clan. Tomorrow's battle, Luosha, is up to you. If absolutely necessary, we can let Fenfu take action. Cho thought about it and couldn't help but say, who is Banfuku? This is the current one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Both Cho and Raza attach great importance to this ninja war. If he wins, not only can he obtain the fertile land of the Land of Fire, but Raza can also accumulate merits and become the 4th Kazekage. Therefore, in this ninja war, only success is allowed and failure is not allowed. In order to ensure victory in the ninja war, the Sand Village directly brought the one-tailed Jinchuriki this time. So when Cho heard that the Uchiha clan ninjas were attacking, she had already made up her mind. If you really can't defeat him, send out the one-tailed Jinchuriki. I understand. I will defeat the Uchiha clan ninja. Occupy the land of the Fire Nation, Luo Xia said very confidently. Luo Xia knew very well that this ninja war was extremely important to him. This is related to whether he can become the 4th generation Kazekage. Very good. Raza, from now on, the Sand Village will be handed over to you. Cho is also very optimistic about Luasha. Raza not only inherited the magnetic escape technique of the 3rd Kazekage, but also developed gold sand based on it. His strength is also top-notch in the entire Sand Village. As long as he performs outstandingly in this ninja war, it is a foregone conclusion that Raza will become the 4th Kazekage. The next day came quickly. The Sand Ninja camp has entered a state of alert. Always keep an eye on your surroundings to prevent attacks from Konoha ninjas. At the same time, not far from the Sand Village camp, Baiye arrived with the Uchiha clan ninjas. Master Baiye, that's the Sand Village's camp. According to the Hyaga clan's investigation, the entire Sand Village has entered a state of complete alert. It's very difficult to capture it. Nara Shikaka said to Baiye. Difficult? I want to see how difficult it is. Everyone follow me and attack. Baiye rushed out first without any care. Attack, follow Master Baiye and attack. Let these sand ninjas see how powerful we are. Seeing Baiye rushing out, the other members of the Uchiha clan did not hesitate at all and rushed out as well. This guy is so reckless. Isn't he afraid of an ambush? Seeing Baiye rushing out like this, Tsunade said with some concern. Maybe Lord Baiye doesn't take these sand ninjas seriously at all. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. If it were in the past, seeing Baiye rushing out like this, he would have strongly disapproved and thought Baiye was very reckless. However, after seeing Baiye madly killing sand ninjas along the way, Nara Shikaku finally understood. It's not that Baiye is reckless, but that Baiye doesn't take these sand ninjas seriously at all. The situation was just as Nara Shikaku had thought. Baiye, who had opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, really did not take these sand ninjas seriously at all. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Baiye took the lead and attacked the Sand Ninja camp. 5 fire dragons attacked the Sand Ninja camp from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a huge explosion was heard in the Sand Ninja camp. Oh no, the camp was attacked. It's a ninja from Konoha. Quick, counterattack immediately. Defeat the attack of the Konoha ninja. Faced with the attack, the Sand Ninja, who had been well prepared, reacted very quickly and immediately organized the ninjas to launch a counterattack. But can they really stop Baiye's attack? Obviously not possible. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Baiye released another fire escape technique, and at the same time, with the amplification of the pupil technique, the power of this fire escape technique increased several times. I saw the scorching flames sweeping over like a wave, rushing towards the sand ninjas quickly. This. Such a terrifying fire escape. Quick. Stop them immediately. Unleash water jutsu together. Block this ninjutsu. Faced with the boiling hot flames, the sand ninjas were also shocked. However, their reaction was also very quick. They quickly released water escape to counterattack and tried to block Baiye's fire escape. However, there are not many people among the sand shinobi who are proficient in water jutsu. Moreover, this place is close to the desert, so the power of water escape is greatly weakened. Therefore, these water techniques are simply unable to stop Baiye's flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as the blazing flames and water came into contact, the flames directly swallowed up the water. Amidst countless erosions, the water jutsu released by these sand ninjas were directly swallowed by the flames. Not good, this fire escape is too powerful. We can't stop it. Hurry. Run. Seeing that their water jutsu was unable to block Baiye's fire jutsu attack, these sand ninjas suddenly became panicked. They want to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. The scorching flames swarmed over and directly engulfed the sand ninjas. These sand ninjas didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes in the flames. Master Baiye is so strong, we can't fall behind. Attack. Kill these damn sand ninjas. Seeing Baiye's great power, the Uchiha clan members were also full of fighting spirit and also attacked the sand ninja camp. Boom boom boom. Soon, the entire sand ninja camp fell into chaos, with countless explosions heard in the midst of the chaos. What's going on? What happened? Such a big commotion in the camp soon alarmed Cho and Raza. Lord Cho, Lord Luasha, our camp was attacked. The strength of the Konoha ninja is very strong, we can't bear it anymore. A seriously injured sand ninja came in front of Luasha and said in shock. What? The camp is about to be captured. How is this possible? Both Raza and Cho had surprised expressions on their faces. They had already anticipated the news that Konoha was going to attack the camp. It was even said that they had made elaborate deployments around the camp, determined to ensure that the Konoha ninjas would never return. However, how could they not be surprised that their carefully deployed camp was defeated so quickly? At this moment, Uchiha Yen rushed over with 2 Uchiha clan ninjas. After seeing Luosha, Uchiha Yen did not hesitate at all and led his men to rush forward. They should be the commanders of the Sand Ninja camp. Attack, take them down. Uchiha Yen attacked Luosha with a kunao. The other 2 Uchiha ninjas did not hesitate at all and also attacked Raza. Damn Konoha ninjas! How dare you attack my camp? All of you stay here. Magnetic escape. Placer gold. Seeing Uchiha Yen and others rushing over, Luosha also activated his own ability. Countless golden gravels emerged from the ground and attacked Uchiha Yen and others. As a candidate for the 4th Kaze Cage, Raza's strength can be said to be extremely powerful. Especially after seeing the camp being captured, Luosha became extremely angry. You know, this ninja war is related to whether he can become the Kaze Cage. Now that the camp has been captured, he must kill all the Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, how can I be the Wind Shadow in the future? Therefore, Luosha did not hold back at all and fully released the ability of magnetic style, Gold Sand. Countless golden gravels emerged from the ground and continuously attacked the Uchiha clan ninjas. What is this? Magnetic escape. Use fire style to melt this gold dust. Faced with Luosha's attack, the Uchiha ninjas led by Uchiha Yen did not sit idly by and wait for death, but they all released fire escape techniques to fight back. The scorching flames bombarded the golden sand, and soon the gold sand was melted by the high temperature. Success! Seeing that his attack was effective, Uchiha Yen couldn't help but show an excited expression on his face. However, the smile on his face did not last long. I saw that the melted gold sand gathered together again and continued to attack the Uchiha clan ninjas. Oh no! Get out of the way! Uchiha Yen realized that something was wrong and dodged quickly. However, the Uchiha clan ninjas around him were not so lucky and were directly knocked away by the gold sand. Damn it, what's going on? Uchiha Yen looked at the gold sand that was gathering again with a serious expression. My magnetic escape technique controls gold dust, which is heavier than sand and possesses extremely strong stability. Even if it melts, it can recover quickly. Your fire escape has no effect on me, you will die here today. Magnetic escape. Alluvial gold burial. Under Luosha's manipulation, the surrounding gold sand began to boil again, like a wave, attacking the many ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Such a powerful attack. Oh no, there's no way to dodge it. What should I do? Faced with the whistling golden sand waves, the Uchiha clan ninjas were also shocked. They also wanted to dodge, but the attack range of the golden sand waves was too wide, and they had nowhere to hide. It seemed that they were about to be buried in the golden sand waves. At this time, Baya rushed over from a distance. 8-foot Megatama. Seeing Luosha's golden sand wave attack, Baya immediately activated Susanoo, condensed 3 huge Megatama, and attacked the golden sand wave. Boom, 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 there were 3 huge explosions, and the huge sand waves in front of them were directly defeated by Baya's Susanoo Megatama. We're saved. It's Lord Baya. Master Baya saved us. Great, Lord Baya is here. All the Uchiha clan members who survived the disaster looked at Baya with admiration. If Lord Baya had not appeared just now, they might have died long ago. You guys step back, leave this to me. Baya said something to Uchiha Yen and others, then looked at Luosha. I really didn't expect to meet the 4th Kaze Cage here. No, he is not the 4th Kaze Cage yet. In other words, since he met me, he would never be able to become the Kaze Cage in this life. Are you Uchiha Byakuya, the commander of Konoha Ninja? Luosha looked at Baya and couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's me, Baya replied casually. Haha, that's really great. As long as we defeat you, the Konoha ninja will collapse on their own. Luosha looked at Baya and laughed excitedly. Although, this time the Konoha ninja captured the Sand Ninja's camp, putting him at a disadvantage in the war. However, as long as the Konoha commander Baya can be eliminated, the Konoha ninja will collapse. Haha, you want to defeat me? Unfortunately, you don't have this ability. Baya looked at Luosha and said with disdain. Whether you have the ability or not, we'll only know after we fight you. Magnetic escape private gold cube. Luosha snorted coldly, and immediately controlled the surrounding iron sand to condense into a huge golden cube, smashing towards Baya fiercely. Facing Luosha's attack, Baya did not dodge and just stood there. Bang! With a loud crash, the huge golden cube hit Baya hard. Did it succeed? Is he dead? Luosha was stunned when he saw his attack hit Baya. He didn't expect that he could deal with Baya so easily. But, could Baya really be solved so easily? Obviously not possible. I saw the huge cube being grasped by a huge skeleton hand. The skeleton's palm continued to extend, quickly condensed, and finally turned into a huge half-skeleton giant. This is exactly the first stage of Baiye's Susanoo. As for Luosha's golden cube that attacked Baiye, it was currently being held in Baiye's Susanoo's hand. Is this your attack? It's so weak. I'll return your attack to you. Baiye controlled Susanoo and weighed the golden cube, then quickly threw it towards where the sand ninjas gathered. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden cube fell heavily among the crowd of sand ninjas. As for the sand ninjas who died, their number was countless. Oops, it went astray. I think I accidentally killed quite a few of you sand ninjas. Baiye looked at Luosha provocatively and said, "You damn bastard." Seeing that Baiye actually used his own ninjutsu to smash the ninjas in his own village to death, Luosha was suddenly extremely angry. Luosha's anger was converted into negative energy and fell into Baiye's hands. Feeling Luosha's anger, gaining 1000 negative energy, chakra plus 100. Feeling Luosha's anger, gaining 2000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 100. Feeling Luosha's anger, gaining 3000 negative energy, and obtaining the bloodline limit magnetic release. At the same time, Baiye felt a special chakra rapidly emerging from his body. This chakra has a strong magnetic force. It was actually Raza's bloodline limit magnetic escape. Magnetic escape, it's actually magnetic escape. I actually got a bloodline limit. Baiye was also surprised to see his new reward. This was the first time Baiye received a bloodline reward. Is magnetic escape powerful? Of course it is very powerful. Otherwise, the third Kazekage who possesses the magnetic escape technique would not be called the most powerful Kazekage. If Raza did not possess the magnetic release technique, he would not have been considered a candidate for the fourth Kazekage. And now, by making Luosha fall into negative emotions, Baiye also obtained the bloodline limit of magnetic escape. Seeing countless sand ninjas being killed by Baiye, Luosha was extremely angry. Because of anger, Luosha activated his magnetic escape ability again without any hesitation. This damn guy, magnetic escape alluvial gold realm method. Under Luosha's control, countless golden gravels gathered together and then suddenly exploded. These golden sands were like sharp bamboo joints, stabbing towards Baiye quickly. Luosha's attack can be said to be extremely powerful and has a very wide range. Along the way, any rocks and buildings were destroyed by his golden sand. However, facing Luosha's attack, Baiye did not defend himself at all, but instead couldn't help but smile. Just in time to try out the magnetic escape power I just acquired. Stop everything. Seeing the golden sand swarming towards him, Baiye immediately launched his magnetic escape. I saw that these fiercely attacking gold sands suddenly stopped when they were about to hit Baiye. What's going on? What did you do? Why is my gold dust out of control? Luosha's expression was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but ask with a frown. Because, at this moment, he found that his gold sand was suddenly out of control. Haha, do you want your gold dust? Give it back to you. Baiye once again released his magnetic escape ability, and the golden sand quickly condensed in Baiye's hands, constantly deforming, turning into countless sharp spikes, attacking Luosha. What? How is this possible? How can you use magnetic release? After dodging Baiye's attack in a panic, Luosha looked at Baiye in shock. As the master of magnetic escape, Luosha was very sure that Baiye had just used the power of magnetic escape. Could it be the Sharingan's copying ability? Luosha guessed in his heart. He knew very well that the Sharingan did have the ability to copy, and no ninjutsu could escape the Sharingan. However, what he used was the bloodline limit magnetic escape. Could it be that the Sharingan can even copy the bloodline limit? Hee, do you want to know? I won't tell you. Magnetic release golden Shiger. Baiye said provocatively, while controlling the gold sand around him to gather together again. Then the gold sand gathered into small balls and attacked the sand ninja like bullets. A series of screams rang out. Many sand ninjas didn't even have the chance to react before being beaten into pieces while screaming in agony. Damn it, stop it. Seeing Baiye's attack, Luosha was very angry. At the same time, he also controlled the gold sand around him to block Baiye's attack. Haha, you still want to use magnetic escape in front of us. Your gold dust is mine now. Seeing the gold sand controlled by Luosha, Baiye immediately used the eye technique Buddha to instantly enhance the power of his magnetic escape. Under the power of the pupil technique Buddha, the power of Baiye's magnetic escape suddenly soared several times. Baiye's magnetic escape instantly controlled Luosha's gold sand. How is it possible? How come your magnetic escape is more powerful than mine? Feeling that he had lost control of the gold sand again, Luosha's face showed even more shock. Originally, it was surprising enough for him that Baiye possessed the same magnetic escape technique as himself. Unexpectedly, Baiye's magnetic escape is even more powerful than his own. Baiye instantly took control of his gold sand. Magnetic release, what a great bloodline. You sand ninjas should also feel the power of magnetic release. Magnetic escape. Alluvial gold burial. Baiye controlled the gold sand that he had snatched from Luosha and attacked the sand ninjas. This is a desert area, and the thing that is most abundant is sand and gravel. Therefore, magnetic escape can exert extremely terrifying power here. Under Baiye's control, these golden sands attacked the sand ninjas like an overwhelming wave. Faced with the incoming sand gold, all the sand ninjas were thrown into chaos. Originally, magnetic release was the bloodline of their sand village, but now, this gold sand has become their nightmare. Help. What's going on? Isn't this the bloodline of Raza-sama? Why did Lord Luasha attack us? Countless sand ninjas screamed in agony. They really couldn't understand why Lord Luasha's bloodline would attack them. Damn it, how could this happen? Luosha also wanted to use his magnetic escape technique to regain the gold sand. However, unfortunately, his magnetic escape technique is too weak compared to the magnetic escape technique enhanced by the Byakuya technique. Therefore, with his magnetic escape ability, he was unable to snatch the gold sand back from Baiye's hands. At this moment, the entire sand village camp is about to be swallowed by the gold sand. Boom! Roar! A huge explosion was heard, and then a huge monster that looked like a civet cat appeared in the camp. It was Shukaku, the one-tailed fox from the sand village. The one-tailed Shukaku swung its huge arm vigorously, and the golden sand waves in front of it were directly broken apart. This is the power of the tailed beast. With its huge size, even the slightest movement of its body has extremely terrifying power. This is Shukaku, the one-tailed beast. The sand village actually sent out the tailed beasts. Baiye was also surprised to see the one-tailed Shukaku appear on the battlefield. Luosha, are you okay? What happened just now? Why would your gold dust attack the ninjas of your own village? At this moment, Cho rushed over and asked Luosha in confusion. Cho has been controlling the puppets to resist the attacks of the Konoha ninjas. However, he has also been observing the situation on Luosha's side. Seeing that something was wrong with Raza, Cho didn't hesitate at all and immediately went to find the one-tailed Jinchuriki Banfuku and asked him to release the power of the one-tail. This guy's strength is extremely strange. He can actually use magnetic escape, and it's even more powerful than mine. Luosha immediately quickly recounted Baiye's situation. The Uchiha clan's ninja actually knows magnetic escape. Cho was also very surprised to hear the news. However, when she saw the huge tail, she said it nonchalantly. No matter what this guy is. Now we have mobilized the power of the tailed beasts, we can definitely defeat him, Cho said very confidently. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast of the sand village. This is also the trump card that the sand village has used to be confident in defeating the Konoha ninja. Although the strength of the Konoha ninja is very strong this time, Cho believes that she can defeat the Konoha ninja by relying on the powerful force of the one-tail. Not only Cho thought so, but even Raza, looking at the huge size of Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, regained confidence on his face. You are right, with the power of the one-tail, we will definitely defeat the Konoha ninja. Luosha had fought against the runaway Ichibai many times, so he was well aware of Ichibai's horror. All sand ninjas, listen up, withdraw from the battle area and let the one-tail attack Konoha. Cho shouted loudly, ordering the surrounding sand ninja to retreat. She was very clear about the power of the tailed beasts, and the aftermath of the battle alone was not something an ordinary ninja could withstand. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, the sand ninjas must retreat first. Leave enough fighting space for the battle between the two. Upon hearing the order, the sand ninjas on the battlefield retreated quickly without any hesitation. There was only one terrifying giant raccoon cat left, attacking the Konoha ninja. What is this? What a terrifying size. Is it a summoned beast? No, this is a tailed beast. Damn it, the sand village actually used the tailed beasts. Attack, stop him. Seeing the huge one tail, the Konoha ninjas were also shocked. Several Uchiha clan ninjas launched several fire techniques and attacked the one tail. Although their fire escape techniques are extremely powerful, they are too small compared to the one tail's enormous size. The attack hit the tail, but did not cause any harm to it at all, just like a tickle. On the other hand, a huge claw slapped the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly shook like an earthquake, causing a violent impact. Countless Konoha ninjas didn't even have a chance to resist before they were blown away by the impact. This is the power of the tailed beast, which is simply not something an ordinary ninja can resist. Uchiha Yan, take everyone away. Leave this to me, Baiye said to Uchiha Yan. Ordinary ninjas are no longer useful in fighting against terrifying creatures like the tailed beasts. If they stay here, they will not only be of no help, but will only increase casualties. Yes. Lord Baiye, everyone, follow me, and retreat. This place is left to Lord Baiye. After hearing Baiye's order, Uchiha Yan led all the Konoha ninjas to evacuate quickly. However, they still did not leave the battlefield, but remained at the edge of the battlefield, watching the battle here. One-tailed Shukaku, I never thought I'd meet you here. I just don't know if you can bring me negative energy. Looking at the huge beast, Baiye was not afraid at all. Instead, he was thinking whether the beast in front of him could bring him negative energy. Roar! Practice blank artillery. Yaiwei roared angrily and opened his mouth wide. A huge ball of wind suddenly condensed and attacked Baiye fiercely. Flash, facing the attack from Yaiwei, Baya jumped up quickly and easily avoided the attack from Yaiwei. A huge ball of wind hit the ground, instantly creating a big hole in the ground. What a powerful attack! Susanoo, Baya, who dodged the attack of One Tail, immediately activated Susanoo in midair. Countless violent chakras gathered around Baya's body, stared quickly, and suddenly turned into a giant, landing not far from Yaiwei. At this time, Baya has already activated the third stage of Susanoo, the Susanoo giant form. Slash, the energy in the hands of the Susanoo Titan gathered and turned into a huge sword, which slashed fiercely at the body of the One Tail. Boom! Roar! The huge sword fell and immediately smashed the one-tailed beast to the ground, causing it to scream miserably. Immediately afterwards, a huge tail lashed towards the huge body of Susanoo. The enormous force caused the Susanoo giant to take several steps back. Roar! Then one of them roared and rushed towards Baya with its fangs and claws bared. Good job! Facing the attack of the One Tail, Baya also controlled Susanoo to meet it. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Soon, the two behemoths started fighting here. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains collapsed. With its huge size and powerful strength, it continuously attacks Baya. Facing the attack of the One Tail, Baya also controlled Susanoo to meet it. Every time the two collided, there was a huge explosion. Every explosion will cause a powerful impact. The huge impact hit the ground, and countless huge deep pits were instantly blasted out on the ground. This fierce battle directly shocked the ninjas watching around. How terrifying! Is this the power of the tailed beast? Master Bei is so strong. Can Master Bei defeat the tailed beasts? Of course you can. Don't forget, Lord Baya is the one who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You're right, Lord Baya will definitely win. The Uchiha clan ninjas thought very confidently. Although Yaiwei's strength is extremely terrifying, they believe that Baya can definitely defeat Yaiwei. On the other side, Cho and Raza looked very solemn when they saw the battle between Byakuya and Ichibai. Damn it, how could this guy be so powerful? He actually blocked the attack of the tailed beast. Can he defeat the tailed beasts? No, impossible, no one can defeat the tailed beasts. Originally, Cho and Raza thought that they could easily defeat the Konoha ninjas by using the power of the One Tail. However, they never expected that Baya's strength would be so strong that he could actually block Yaiwei's attack. However, they still firmly believe that no one can defeat the tailed beasts. Relying on the power of the tailed beasts, we can definitely defeat the Konoha ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of continuous attacks, Baya's Susanoo hit the One Tail hard. However, what surprised Baya was that even though he beat Yaiwei so violently, Yaiwei did not produce any negative energy at all. What's going on? Won't Ichibai be angry? Baya looked at Yaiwei in confusion. Negative emotions are emotions that any conscious creature will have. Baya can improve his strength by collecting these negative emotions. Once, when Baya first saw the Nine Tails became angry because it saw his Mangekyo Sharingan, which brought him a lot of negative energy. Therefore, after seeing the One Tail, Baya did not hesitate at all and directly activated Susanoo, beating the One Tail violently. Originally, Baya wanted to gain negative energy from Yaiwei, but Baya never expected that no matter how hard he beat Yaiwei, he did not gain any negative energy from Yaiwei. Just when Baya was wondering, he saw a person appear on Yaiwei's head. What is that? A bald monk. Baya immediately activated the powerful insight ability of the Sharingan and observed the monk. With the power of the Sharingan, Baya could clearly see that the chakra of this monk and the One Tail were connected together. In other words, it was the power of a tail that was constantly being released from the monk's body. I see, he is the One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Seeing the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, Baya also understood. The One Tail in front of him was not the real One Tail, but the power of the One Tail released by the Jinchuriki. This also explains why Yaiwei still did not have any negative emotions even after being beaten so badly by Baya. Because, at this time, the consciousness of the One Tail is still sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki. Ichibai, let me let you out. Baya temporarily released Susanoo, jumped up, and landed in front of the head of the One Tail, the Jinchuriki. Seeing Baya appear in front of him, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki Bunfuku was stunned, and then without any hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the tailed beast, and a cloud of yellow sand flew up and attacked Baya. But can these hurt Baya? Obviously not possible. Baya dodged with Kuja's body and easily avoided the attack of the yellow sand. At the same time, a palm hit Fenfu's chest hard. The seal is lifted. In an instant, Baya lifted the seal of the tailed beast on the One-Tailed Jinchuriki Bunfuku. Baya possesses the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so it is easy for him to unseal the One Tail. What have you done? The seal of the tailed beast has been lifted. No, I can no longer control the power of the tail. Feeling that the seal of the tailed beast in his body had been released, Fofuku was also shocked and wanted to suppress the power of the One Tail in his body. But the power of the tailed beasts is so enormous that without the seal, he cannot suppress it at all. And the tail in his body would not miss this opportunity to escape from his control. Ah, no. With a scream, a violent chakra surged out from Fenfuku's body. The violent chakra directly tore through Fenfu's body, quickly condensing, and countless yellow sands also quickly gathered together. Finally, a more solid and violent one-tailed Shikaku appeared there. Roar. Roar, I'm finally free. The one that had just broken through the seal let out an excited roar. Yaiwei is very excited now, extremely excited. He was sealed in the sand village for 100 years. He was always thinking about how to break the seal and was attacking the seal every day. It is precisely because of this that the one-tailed Jinchuriki cannot rest properly and often has black circles on his body. However, the seal was too strong and no matter how hard Ichibai attacked, he could not break through it. Even if he occasionally controlled the Jinchuriki and let him beat him up, he was quickly suppressed. But today, someone suddenly broke the seal. How could Yaiwei miss this opportunity? Therefore, the one tail immediately released all of its power and broke free from the control of the Jinchuriki. The one that has regained its freedom is now barking excitedly. Oh no! This is a tail. That's right, how could a one-tail possibly break the seal? Didn't we check the seals on the tailed beasts before the battle? When they saw the one-tail breaking the seal, both Raza and Cho's faces looked very ugly. Originally, they wanted to rely on the one-tailed Jinchuriki to inflict heavy damage on the Konoha ninjas. However, they did not expect that the one-tail actually broke through the seal and was released directly, completely out of their control. Now, let alone defeating the Konoha ninja, it is still unknown whether the one tail can be retrieved. Yaiwei, stop barking, it's so noisy. Looking at the one in front of him who was shouting excitedly, Baiye couldn't help but say. Hearing Baiye's words, a huge star-like eye also looked over. You were the one who helped me remove the seal. Since you helped me remove the seal, I will spare your life but you can leave now. Yaiwei glanced at Bai and said with great contempt. Haha, Ichibai, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? Baiye looked at Yaiwei and said in a cold tone. What? You damned little thing. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm kind enough to spare your life, but you don't appreciate it. In that case, you'd better die for me. After hearing Baiye's words, Yaiwei didn't think much about it and slapped Baiye directly. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a huge claw fell down fiercely. This little thing should be dead. After Ichibai's attack, he thought very confidently. But, can Yaiwei's attack really hurt Bai? Obviously not possible. At this moment, a violent burst of chakra burst out from under the feet of the one tail. These violent chakras quickly condensed and turned into a huge palm, directly pushing the claws of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, out. Even the one-tailed Shikaku was forced to take several steps back due to its powerful force. This is Baiye who activated Susanoo. What's going on? What is this thing? Ichibai steadied himself and looked at Baiye who activated Susanoo with a stunned expression. Wait. This thing looks familiar. At this moment, Yaiwei suddenly remembered. Decades ago, a man used the same power to beat himself up and then sealed himself. Damn it, I remember. It's this abominable power again. Die. Recalling what had happened to him, Yaiwei suddenly became furious and rushed towards Baiye. Seeing the beast rushing towards him, Baiye was not afraid at all and also controlled Susanoo to meet it. Bang. Boom. The two attacks collided with each other, causing a huge crash. Immediately afterwards, a huge creature flew backwards. The fat body, like a civet cat, rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before it stopped. Ah, it hurts. You actually hurt me. Go to hell. Wind style, sand shot. Yaiwei let out a loud cry, crawled up from the ground, and gathered countless gravel to attack Baiye. Bang, 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 the gravel hit Baiye's Susanoo hard, making a series of collision sounds. However, Susanoo's powerful defensive ability easily blocked the attack of these sand and gravel. 8-foot Megatama. At the same time as the one tail was attacking, Baiye was also controlling Susanoo and attacking the one tail. Boom, 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 accompanied by a huge explosion, 3 huge Megatama slammed heavily into the body of the one tail. Yaiwei suddenly let out another scream, and 3 big holes were blown out of its huge body. However, as tailed beasts, they are all aggregates of chakra. Even if you suffer a powerful attack, you can still recover. The yellow sand around it gathered together, and the big hole on the tail's body was instantly restored. However, the severe pain still made Yaiwei scream continuously. You damned fellow, you hurt me so much. Today I will definitely beat you to pieces. Yaiwei rushed towards Baiye again. Facing the attack of the one tail, Baiye also controlled Susanoo to meet it. Bang, 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 boom, soon the two of them started fighting. Although the one tail has been unsealed now, its strength has increased several times compared to when it was in the one-tailed Jinchuriki state just now. However, Baiye, who possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, is even more powerful. You know, Uchiha Madara once relied on the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan to subdue the Nine Tails. Now, Baiye, who also possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, can easily beat up the one tail. Every time Baiye's attack landed, Yaiwei would let out a scream. At the same time, a powerful negative energy burst out from Yaiwei's body and fell into Bai's hands. Feeling the anger of the one-tailed Shikaku, gaining 1000 negative energy, Taijutsu plus 100. Feel the anger of Shikaku, gain 2000 negative energy, Ninjutsu plus 200. Feeling the anger of Shikaku, gaining 3000 negative energy, Chakra plus 300. Seeing his increasing negative energy, Baiye couldn't help but smile. The Uchiha clan members around were all excited when they saw the powerful tailed beast being beaten by Baiye. Look, Lord Baiye is beating up the tailed beast. Yes, Lord Baiye's strength is really too strong. Baiye is so powerful. With Lord Baiye's leadership, our Uchiha clan will surely rise. The Uchiha clan ninjas shouted with their blood boiling. Not only were the Uchiha clan ninjas surprised at Baiye's strength, but even Tsunade was shocked when she saw Baiye beating up the one tail. I can actually beat up the tailed beasts. Such a powerful tailed beast is like a toy in Baiye's hands. Could it be that he really possesses the same power as Uchiha Madara? Tsunade Senju couldn't help but think in her heart. If in the past, when Baiye said that he had the same power as Uchiha Madara, Tsunade would just smile and think that Baiye was joking. Who is this Uchiha Madara? This is the man who could fight against his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and was said to be the ninja who ended the troubled times. How could Baiye have the same power as Uchiha Madara? But now, Baiye was seen beating up a beast. Tsunade suddenly realized that what Baiye said might be true. He really possesses the same power as Uchiha Madara once did. While Tsunade was surprised at Baiye's powerful strength, she also felt a little disappointed. A person as powerful as Uchiha Madara appeared in the Uchiha clan. When will the Senju clan be able to use would release? When Tsunade thought about the current situation of her Senju clan, she felt sad. Zu, Lu, and Joe were also shocked as they watched Baiye beat up Ichibai. Shikaku, did you see that? Baiye is beating up the tailed beast. Baiye's strength is too terrifying. This is a tailed beast. Along the way, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi have already witnessed Baiye's powerful strength. However, they did not expect that Baiye's strength was even stronger than they imagined. This is a tailed beast, an extremely terrifying tailed beast. Now they were easily beaten by Baiye. They couldn't even imagine how powerful Baiye was. Baiye's strength is truly incredible. It seems that Konoha is about to change. We have to prepare early. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. Nara Shikaku was very sure that with Byakuya's powerful strength, the entire Sand Village would not be able to resist at all. This time the ninja war between Konoha and Sand Ninja is basically over. When Baiye returns to Konoha village, his reputation will reach its peak. Baiye will also attack the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the strength of the entire Konoha high-level officials, they are simply unable to compete with the current Baiye. Entire major changes are about to take place in Konoha village. They, pig, deer and butterfly, need to make preparations in advance. This is also the way of survival for small families such as pig, deer and butterfly. They will depend on whoever is stronger. Now the Uchiha clan represented by Baiye possesses extremely terrifying strength, so of course they, Inoshikacho, are dependent on the Uchiha clan. Unlike the cheers from the Konoha ninjas, the Sand ninjas all looked very ugly when they saw Byakuya beating up the one-tailed Shikaku. Damn it, how could this damn Uchiha be so powerful? He actually suppressed Yaiwei so easily. Luo She thought very unwillingly. Originally, he wanted to rely on the power of the one-tail to defeat the ninjas of Konoha, but now it seems that his plan has failed. Luo She, we have already lost this war. Immediately organize the ninjas and retrieve the one-tail. We will retreat immediately. Cho also said with a very ugly expression. Cho was very clear that with Byakuya beating up the one-tail, their Sand village had completely lost hope of victory. What they have to do now is to retrieve one immediately and then retreat to preserve their strength. I see. After hearing Cho's words, although Luasha was very unwilling in his heart, he also knew very well that this was the best choice for them, the Sand Ninja. Cho and Raza, however, confidently led the one-tailed Jinchuriki to attack the Hidden Leaf village in the Land of Fire. But unfortunately, he met Baiye. Baiye relied on his powerful strength to completely shatter their confidence. They knew very well that with Baiye's terrifying power in beating up the tailed beasts, their Sand village was no match for him. They no longer have any thoughts of invading the Land of the Fire Nation. Now, they just want to take back one tail to recover the loss and retreat to the Wind Kingdom to preserve their strength. Ninjas from the Ceiling class, follow me. Let's go retrieve one. Raza and Cho, along with a dozen Sand ninjas who were good at sealing, rushed towards the direction of one tail. At this time, Yaiwei had been completely suppressed by Baiye and was beaten up. Ah, it hurts so much, you damned fellow, you hit me so hard. No, this guy is extremely powerful, I'm no match for him. After being beaten by Byakuya for such a long time, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, did not die thanks to the characteristics of the tailed beast. However, the severe pain still made him scream continuously. After being beaten up by Byakuya, Shukaku, the one-tailed fox, realized that he was no match for the man in front of him. If he continued to stay here, he would only be beaten up, so Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, thought of retreating. "You damned fellow, I'll spare you today." Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, said something harsh, then without any hesitation, turned around and ran away. "You have to run, Byakuya's strength is too strong. It doesn't want to stay here and continue to be beaten. You want to run. Can you escape? Stay here." Byakuya gained a lot of negative energy from the one-tailed beast Shukaku. Byakuya would not let him get away so easily, so when he saw the fleeing one-tailed Shukaku, Byakuya immediately controlled Susanoo to chase after it. Slash, the huge sword in Susanoo's hand slashed towards the fleeing one-tailed beast Shukaku. Boom! Ah! Byakuya's long sword slashed fiercely on the body of the one-tailed Shukaku, and the one-tailed Shukaku immediately let out a scream. The huge body of the one-tailed Shukaku was cut in half by Byakuya. Although these attacks could not cause any substantial damage to the one-tail, they still caused Shukaku to suffer great pain. You bastard, what on earth are you going to do?" Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, yelled at Byakuya. "Haha, what for? Of course I'm going to beat you up." Byakuya said this, and the sword in his hand attacked Yaiwei again. The intense pain caused Yaiwei to scream again. At this moment, Cho and Raza arrived with the sealed sand ninja. "Hurry! While Yaiwei is weak. Seal the one-tail immediately." Cho and Raza didn't care whether Byakuya was willing or not, and directly brought the sealing ninjas to launch the sealing technique against the one-tailed Shukaku. Countless black curse seals burst out and wrapped around Ichibai's body. "No, this is a sealing technique. Damn it, you guys don't even think about sealing me." One Tail kept struggling and roaring. He had finally escaped from the seal, and he didn't want to be sealed again. But unfortunately, the seal was too strong, and no matter how hard the beast struggled, it could not break free from the seal. "Hurry up! Work harder. The one tail will be sealed soon," Cho shouted loudly. But when Byakuya saw that these sand ninjas ignored him and sealed the one tail directly there, he immediately felt unhappy. You know, one tail is their target, so why would these guys seal one tail? Thinking of this, Byakuya took decisive action. "All of you guys, get out of here." Byakuya controlled the long sword in Susanoo's hand and swung it hard, and a powerful impact burst out. All the sand ninjas who were sealing the one tail were hit by the impact. With a scream, he flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. "Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing?" Seeing Byakuya break the seal, Cho questioned loudly. I should ask you this. What are you doing?" Byakuya stood on Susanoo, looked down at Cho and said. The oppressive feeling was so strong that even Cho, who had experienced many ups and downs, felt a tremor in her heart. "We, the Sand Ninjas, admit defeat in this ninja war. Once we have sealed the one tail, we will retreat back to the Kingdom of Wind." Although Cho was very unwilling, they, the Sand Ninja, had no other choice except using ninjutsu. What a joke. "Give up. Did I allow you to give up?" Hearing Cho's words, Byakuya burst out laughing. "What do you mean?" When Cho heard Byakuya's words, her expression suddenly changed. "I refuse your surrender," Byakuya said without hesitation. "Fight if you want to, surrender if you wanted. Do you really think that the battlefield was started by you Sand Ninjas?" Faced with Cho's surrender, Byakuya refused decisively without hesitation. "What, rejection? How could you refuse to surrender?" Cho was also shocked when she heard Byakuya's refusal. Cho is also someone who has experienced the Great Ninja War. In a ninja war, as long as one side chooses to surrender, the battle is basically over. The remaining time is for both parties to negotiate terms. This was the first time Cho had met someone like Byakuya who refused to surrender. "Why not? At this moment, the battlefield is dominated by me. You don't have the surrender." Byakuya controlled Susanoo and continued to attack the Sand Ninja. Boom! Susanoo's fierce attack fell, and countless Sand Ninjas died without even having the chance to participate. "Damn it, Elder Kyande, what should we do now?" Faced with the attack of Byakuya Susanoo, neither Raza nor Cho could resist. This damn Uchiha, he actually refused to accept surrender. "Retreat, leave here immediately," Cho cried out in grief. "What should we do with that one? We haven't even recovered one yet," Luo She said unwillingly. "No, not for now. With Byakuya here, we can't take back a single one. I'll find a chance to retrieve one later." Although the one tail was not sealed again, Cho was very unwilling to accept this. But she also knew very well that now was not the opportunity to take back one. Byakuya's strength is really too strong. If the Sand Ninjas continue to stay here, they may be in danger of being wiped out. Therefore, now they have no choice but to retreat. Retreat. All retreat. Return to the Wind Kingdom immediately. After hearing Cho's words, Luo She immediately gave the order to retreat. Upon hearing the order, all the Sand Ninjas abandoned their camp and fled quickly towards the Wind Kingdom. Seeing the Sand Ninjas fleeing in disarray, all the Konoha ninjas cheered. We won, we won. Great, we defeated the Sand Ninja's attack. See, this is the power of our Uchiha clan. Our Uchiha clan is the most powerful. Long live Lord Baya. Lord Baya is mighty. Among the many Konoha ninjas, the most excited were the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. You know, this time, most of the Konoha ninjas are led by their Uchiha clan. What does this mean? This shows that they can defeat the invaders and protect Konoha village by relying solely on the Uchiha clan. As for other ninjas, they will only hide in Konoha village. Seeing all the Sand ninjas running away, Baya also released Susanoo. Seeing Baya's return, all the Konoha ninjas looked at him with admiration. Master Bai, congratulations on defeating the Sand Ninja's attack. I don't know what we should do with Yaiwei. Nara Shikaku was the first to rush up, looking at Baya very actively and asked. Nara Shikaku is a smart man. He is very sure that with such powerful strength as Byakuya, no one in the entire Konoha village can resist him. Even the Konoha high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen were no match for Baya. When Baya returned to Konoha village, it was time to settle accounts with the Konoha high-level officials. Therefore, Nara Shikaku is now planning to join Baya. Seeing the very active Nara Shikaku, Baya didn't say anything, but looked towards Ichibai instead. I almost forgot about this big guy. At this time, after being beaten badly by Baya and sealed by the Sand Ninja, the One Tail was extremely weak. Now Yaiwei was like a dead cat, lying there, wriggling constantly, looking for an opportunity to escape. Haha, you want to run? Stay here. The tailed beast seal. Baya formed seals with his hands and immediately used the sealing technique. Countless sealing spells quickly spread towards Yaiwei's body. Under the power of the sealing technique, Yaiwei's body shrank rapidly and eventually became the size of an ordinary raccoon cat. I never expected that. The sealed One Tail looks kind of cute. Baya directly grabbed a civet cat-sized tail and looked at it and said, "Asshole, what did you do? You actually sealed my power." Yaiwei kept struggling in Bai's hands. But unfortunately, the power of the One Tail had been completely sealed by Baya at this time, and it was only the size of an ordinary raccoon cat. The constant struggling and screaming of Yaiwei not only does not make people feel scared, but instead gives people a silly and cute feeling. Mikado, I'll leave this guy Ichibai to you for now. Baya directly threw the one to Mikado. Yes. Lord Baya. Mikado immediately caught one and kept rubbing it. You know what, Ichibai looks very cute at this moment, just like a furry toy. WOW.so cute. Kushina also rubbed her eyes at the One Tail. Bastards, what are you two doing? How dare you treat me like this? I am a tailed beast. Yaiwei kept struggling and screaming in the hands of the two women. However, without the one-tailed beast, such constant screaming would only make people feel stupid and cute. Lord Bai. We have defeated the attack of the Sand Village. When do we retreat? Nara Shikaku couldn't help but ask. In Nara Shikaku's opinion, the Sand Ninja's attack has been defeated by Byakuya, the mission has been completed, and it is time to retreat. Retreat? Why should we retreat? Now is the time to attack the Sand Village. Baya thought for a moment and continued. What, attacking the Sand Village? Hearing Baya's words, Nara Shikaku's expression was stunned. He heard something that Lord Baya was actually going to pass through the Sand Village. This must be a joke, I didn't hear it wrongly. That's right, we're attacking the Sand Village. Since the Sand Ninja dared to attack Konoha village, then there is no need for the Sand Ninja village to exist, Baya said in a very affirmative tone. Baya, you actually want to attack the Sand Village? Sagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages. Tsunade was also very shocked when she heard Baya's words. Attacking the Sand Village is something that we dare not even think about. Tisk. What are the 5 major ninja villages? They are nothing in front of me. I really don't understand. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, clearly had the power to rule the ninja world, so why did he divide the tailed beasts equally among the other ninja villages? Baya couldn't help but say. What did you say? How dare you speak of my grandfather like that? When Tsunade heard Baya's words, her face suddenly showed some anger. Tsunade Senju has great respect for her grandfather. Now, how could Tsunade not be angry when she heard Baya saying bad things about her grandfather? What, did I say something wrong? Your grandfather was just too naive. He wanted to use some kind of love to influence the ninja world, so he distributed the tailed beasts to other villages. I don't know whether the ninja world was reformed, but I do know that after your grandfather died, the ninja war broke out. Even your second grandfather, Tobirama Senju, died in the ninja war. Byakuya continued, looking at the angry Tsunade. After hearing Baya's words, Tsunade fell silent. Baya is indeed right that it seems that my attempt to influence the ninja world with love has failed. Not only did it fail to bring peace to the ninjas, but it actually triggered 2 major ninja wars. Could it be that my grandfather was really wrong? Since your grandfather's method didn't work, then use my method. Rely on powerful forces to defeat other ninja villages and unify the entire ninja world. Let's start with the Sand Village. Bai Ye couldn't help but say this. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade also fell into deep thought. Obviously, with Tsunade's wisdom, she couldn't be sure whether Bai Ye's idea was correct. Tsunade really couldn't understand, so she could only ask Nara Shikaku. Hey, Shikaku, aren't you known as Konoha's military strategist? Do you think Bai Ye's idea is right? Since Tsunade herself couldn't figure it out, of course she asked other people. Well, I don't know. However, the first generation's philosophy does have significant drawbacks. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say, really, I hope Bai Ye is right. Tsunade couldn't help but stare at Bai Ye with her beautiful eyes. Under the leadership of Cho and Raza, the Sand Ninja retreated very quickly. It's more like an escape than a retreat. In order to increase their speed, many Sand Ninjas simply discarded their heavy ninja tools. These Sand Ninjas, who had lost their weapons and armor, returned to the Sand Village in a panic, and their panicked hearts finally felt a little relieved. As soon as she returned to the Sand Village, Cho immediately issued an emergency order. Quick, Sand Village enters level 1 combat readiness, all ninjas, enter combat positions. Ordinary people should enter the shelter immediately. Under Cho's order, all the ninjas in the Sand Village took action. Everyone in the Sand Village was very confused about why the entire village suddenly entered a state of combat. Cho's younger brother Ebizo came to Cho and asked in confusion, "Sister, what's going on? Why is the village entering a state of war? And didn't you and Luosha lead the team to attack the Land of Fire?" Ebizo, Cho's younger brother, is also an elder of the Sand Village. When Cho and Raza went to attack the Land of Fire, he was temporarily in charge of the Sand Village. Now seeing his sister Cho and Raza returning in a mess and the Sand Village being under martial law, he was also very surprised. What exactly happened? The war is over, our Sand Village has been defeated. Seeing her younger brother Ebizo, Cho said in a very depressing tone. As soon as Cho finished speaking, all the Sand Ninjas present were stunned, and some were unable to react. Then, a beautiful female Sand Ninja stood up and asked loudly, "What? Our Sand Ninja village was defeated. How is this possible? Elder Cho, you are not kidding." This female Sand Ninja is called Yakang. She possesses the Kekkei Kai Scorch release and is one of the strongest in the Sand Ninja village. He is also a strong contender for the 4th Kaze cage. It's just that because she is a woman, not many people in the village support her. Otherwise, the opportunity to attack the Fire Nation, which would greatly increase his reputation, would not have fallen to Luosha. Although Ye Kang has some powerful strength, he can only stay in the Sand Village to protect the village. Now that she heard the news of their Sand Village's defeat, she was so surprised. It was not only Ye Kang who was surprised. The other high-ranking officials of the Sand Village were also in disbelief when they heard the news of their defeat and hurriedly asked questions. "Elder Cho, is this true? You are not kidding. How could our Sand Village be defeated?" "Yes, didn't the battle just begin? How could our Sand Village be defeated? Didn't we dispatch the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Even if we use the power of the tailed beasts, will we still lose?" The Sand Ninjas all spoke at once. Obviously, they didn't believe that their village would lose. You know, this time the Sand Village has made a careful plan to attack the Land of Fire, and even sent out the Jinchuriki. How could they lose? Moreover, the war has just started and it hasn't even been a month. Even if their Sand Village is defeated by Konoha Village, they won't lose so quickly. Everyone. I know this is hard to believe. But our Sand Village has indeed been defeated. Konoha is very powerful, especially Uchiha Byakuya, who has the power to beat up the One Tail. Cho said with an extremely serious expression. Although the defeat of Sand Village was a very shameful thing, but Cho was also very clear that the top leaders of the Sand Village must be made aware of the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Cho repeating the order again and again, these Sand Ninjas knew that Cho was not joking. Is this true? The war had only been going on for a few days, and they, the Sand Ninja, were already defeated. We lost, we really lost. Our Sand Village lost again. Damn Konoha Village, how could they be so powerful? Does our Sand Village have to hide in the desert? I'm not willing to accept this. Each of the Sand Ninjas said with grief and dejected look. You know, the Sand Village has been coveting the Land of the Fire country for a long time. In the past, the Sand Village had passed through the Land of Fire many times, but each time ended in failure. Now, they launched another attack on the Fire Nation, but unexpectedly failed again. For a moment, everyone present was very angry and lost. Now is not the time to be disappointed. There is something more important. Uchiha Byakuya will not accept our Sand Village's surrender. Our Sand Village could be attacked by Konoha at any time. Cho looked at the people in front of him and continued in a serious tone. You won't accept our surrender, get lost. What does Konoha Village mean by this? Does Konoha Village look down on our Sand Village? How dare Konoha Village attack our Sand Village? Then let them come. That's right, we must make sure that the Konoha ninjas never return. The Sand Ninjas said this angrily. Lose the war, then negotiate terms. This is standard procedure in a ninja war. Wars have been like this from the Warring States period to the present. As for attacking the 5 major ninja villages, this is simply impossible. What are the 5 great ninjas? These are the 5 most powerful villages in the ninja world. Each village has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and there are various barriers and defense facilities around the village. It can be said that no village has the confidence to capture one of the 5 major ninja villages. Even the 5 major ninja villages cannot capture other villages that are also among the 5 major ninja villages. And now Konoha not only refuses to accept their surrender, they are also attacking them. Sand Village. What does this mean? Is this looking down on the Sand Village, or rather, is this contempt for the Sand Village? Therefore, all the Sand ninjas were extremely angry, and they swore that if the Konoha ninjas really attacked, they would make the Konoha ninjas look bad. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded, and the entire Sand Village shook violently. The violent movement startled everyone. What's going on? What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Then, a Sand ninja ran in a panic. Master Cho, Master Luasha, something bad has happened and we are under attack. The Konoha ninjas are attacking our village. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They were just talking about the chaotic attack of Konoha on Sand Village, but they didn't expect that Konoha village would be so fast and had now started attacking their own village. Damn it, the Konoha ninja is too arrogant. Let's go teach the Konoha ninja a lesson. The Konoha ninjas actually dared to attack our Sand Village. I want him to know how powerful our Sand Village is. The Sand ninjas said this angrily. Unexpectedly, the Konoha ninja actually dared to attack their village. This is simply a disregard for their Sand Village. Boom, countless Uchiha clan ninjas are attacking the Sand Village. Around the Sand Village, a huge barrier enveloped the entire village. The solid barrier blocked the attacks of all Uchiha clan ninjas. At the same time, there are countless huge ninja tools like crossbow carts in the Sand Village. Various huge shurikens and kunai were shot towards the Uchiha clan ninjas. For a time, the Uchiha clan's ninjas could hardly move forward at all. Okay, that's it, block it for me. Keep shooting. These damn Uchiha ninjas actually dared to attack our Sand Village. Today, we must make sure they never return. The Sand ninjas looked at the attacking Uchiha ninjas and spoke angrily. For the Sand Village, their village is right behind them. They are now fighting a desperate battle. At this time, every Sand ninja has exerted 200% of his combat power. Faced with these crazy Sand ninjas, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were helpless for a while. Lord Bei, the defense of the Sand Village is truly formidable. We can't get in at all. Uchiha Yin came to Baiya and said, Lord Baiya, we are seeking support. With the strength of the Uchiha clan alone, it may not be enough to capture the Sand Village. Nara Shikaku also came to Baiya and made a suggestion. Although, Nara Shikaku had no objection to the capture of the Sand Village. However, now there is only one ninja family, the Uchiha clan. And the Sand Village they were facing was an entire village. It is indeed difficult for a ninja family to capture the Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninjas. Even though the Uchiha clan is known as the most powerful family in Konoha, it cannot be compared with the 5 major ninja villages. In Nara Shikaku's opinion, the best way is to ask for help from Konoha village. Wait for other ninjas from Konoha village to arrive as support before attacking Sand Village. Ask for help. No need. I don't even take a small Sand Village seriously. Yan, let everyone step back. Baiya said to Uchiha Yan. Yes. Lord Baiya. Everyone step back. Hearing Baiya's words, all the Uchiha clan ninjas quickly retreated. When they saw the Uchiha clan ninjas retreating, all the Sand ninjas showed joy on their faces. Look, the Konoha ninjas are retreating. Have we won yet? Yes, we won. The Uchiha clan's ninjas are just like this. In the eyes of the Sand ninja, the retreat of the Uchiha clan ninjas means that they have won. But, did the Sand ninjas really win? Or, did the Uchiha ninja really retreat? Obviously not possible. After all the Uchiha clan ninjas retreated, Baiya stepped forward. Look, a man is walking out of the Uchiha team. Alone? What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to attack our Sand Village alone? What a joke. We blocked the attacks of so many Uchiha clan ninjas. How could he possibly capture our Sand Village alone? That's right. As long as this guy dares to come close, we will let him know how powerful our Sand Village is. Obviously, these Sand ninjas didn't take Baiya seriously at all. In the eyes of these Sand ninjas, they even blocked the attacks of countless Uchiha clan ninjas. Are they afraid of one person's attack? Susanoo. When he arrived in front of the Sand Village, Baiya immediately activated Susanoo. A violent chakra burst out from Baiya's body. The violent chakra quickly gathered around Baiya and continued to condense. Soon Baiya entered the 3rd stage of Susanoo, transformed into the Susanoo Titan. What is this, such terrifying chakra? Is this a monster? Are we going to fight against this kind of thing? Seeing the Susanoo Titan appear before them, all the sand ninjas were stunned, because the Susanoo giant is so terrifying and oppressive. In front of the huge Susanoo, these sand ninjas felt like little ants. In particular, some perceptive ninjas were so frightened when they sensed the terrifying chakra emanating from Baya that they were stunned. Slash. Under Baya's control, a long sword condensed in Susanoo's hand and slashed towards the sand village. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a huge sword energy attacked the sand village. Quickly block it. Defensive ninjas, all maintain the barrier. We must block this attack. Seeing the huge sword energy coming at them, all the sand ninjas were shocked. The ninja maintaining the barrier also released chakra with all his strength to increase the barrier's defense. But, can this really stop Baya's attack? Obviously not possible. Bang. Boom. The huge sword energy easily tore through the defensive barrier. The moment the barrier was broken, all the sand ninjas who were maintaining it flew backwards spitting blood. At the same time, the sword energy continued to attack the sand village. Accompanied by a huge roar, a huge ravine appeared in the sand village. As for the collapsed buildings, there are countless of them. One strike, just one attack from Susanoo. The defense of the sand village was directly broken by Baya. At this moment, Cho, Raza, Hagura, Ebizo and other strong men from the sand village rushed over. Seeing the huge ravines and collapsed buildings in the village, everyone was extremely angry. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, how dare you destroy our sand village? Cho and others stared at Baya with great anger. You know, Sand Village is the village they are protecting. Now I see that the village has been destroyed by Baya. How could they not be angry? You've come just in time, now I'll give you a chance to submit to me. As long as your sand village submits to me, you can be saved from destruction. Baya couldn't help but say as he looked at Cho and other high-level officials of the sand village. Surrender and surrender are two completely different concepts. Surrender is merely admitting defeat, which means paying some conditions and benefits. Their sand village will still be the sand village. At worst, we can recover for a few years, continue to accumulate strength, and prepare for the next war. Submission means completely following the other party and doing everything according to their orders. It can even be said that the entire sand village was given to the other party. This is something Cho and the others cannot accept. Therefore, when they heard Baya's arrogant words, whether it was Cho, Luo Xia, Ye Kang and others, they were all extremely angry, staring at Baya with eyes as if spitting flames. Damn it, Uchiha Byakuya, you actually want us to surrender to the sand village? This is impossible. Don't underestimate our sand village. We, the sand village, will never surrender. Attack, let him know how powerful our sand village is. All the sand ninjas stared at Baya angrily. You have to know that they are the sand village, and like the Konoha village, they belong to the 5 great ninjas. How could their sand village surrender to Baya? Even though Baya was extremely powerful, he easily broke the defensive barrier of their sand village. However, they had no intention of surrendering. Is this your answer? If that's the case, then you'll just die. Baya said in a bad tone, while controlling the long sword in Susanoo's hand to raise it high, and then slashed fiercely towards the sand village. Quick, block it for me. Everyone, use ninjutsu to block it. Seeing Baya's fierce attack, Cho shouted loudly, commanding the surrounding sand ninjas to unite and defend. Earth escape, earth flow, rock wall. Under Cho's command, dozens of sand ninjas released ninjutsu at the same time. More than a dozen huge rock walls quickly rose up, blocking Baya's attack path. Bang. Boom. With a loud crash, the sword in Baya's hand hit the huge rock wall. The rock wall in front of me exploded rapidly and collapsed continuously. Hold on. Don't give up, I can definitely block his attack. Seeing the collapsing rock wall, Cho shouted loudly. Don't give up. Hearing Cho's words, the sand ninjas also roared loudly, constantly releasing your chakra. I saw that these collapsed rock walls were reunited and continued to block Baya. Boom, a series of heavy muffled sounds echoed in the sand village. However, the sand ninjas' desperate efforts are also useful. With their desperate release of ninjutsu, these rock walls surprisingly blocked Baya's attack. You actually blocked my attack. Baya was also very surprised. Although, this was just an ordinary attack from Susanoo. However, Susanoo's powerful strength is not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. Therefore, Baya was so surprised to see these sand ninjas working together to block his attack. Blocked, great. See, this is the strength of our sand village. Our sand village is very powerful. After blocking Baya's attack, all the sand ninjas cheered excitedly. Don't stop, keep attacking, let him see how powerful our sand village is, Cho continued to shout loudly. Upon hearing this, all the sand ninjas took action again. Wind style, wind rope technique. In an instant, countless strong winds swept up and quickly condensed, like ropes, directly binding Baya's Susanoo and restricting Baya's movements. What a great opportunity! Sandstorm squad attack. As Cho's voice fell, dozens of sand ninjas who were good at wind escape attacked at the same time again. Wind style, wind and sand technique. The strong wind swept the yellow sand and attacked the white knight fiercely. A huge amount of yellow sand quickly piled up, directly burying Susanoo's legs and further restricting Susanoo's movements. Ninja Tool Team, Fire. Immediately afterwards, countless huge ninja crossbows were launched, and various huge shurikens and kunao attacked Susanoo. However, relying on the powerful defensive ability of Susanoo, he successfully blocked the attacks of shuriken and kunao. However, the ropes connected to the back of the shuriken and kunao were wrapped around Susanoo, further controlling by Yes Susanoo. I can't move now, I'll leave Yakang to you. Having completely controlled by Yes Susanoo, Cho shouted loudly to Yakang beside her. Yakang possesses the bloodline limit of Scorch Release, which is a bloodline formed by the combination of Wind Attribute Chakra and Fire Attribute Chakra, and has extremely strong destructive power. Clear. Hearing Cho's words, Yakang stepped on the ground and rushed towards Bai Ye quickly. At the same time, the blazing fireball quickly condensed around her, transforming into an even blazing fireball. Shatter it. Scorching fireball. Yakang controlled the huge fireball and attacked the head of Susanoo, where Bai Ye was. Boom! There was a huge explosion and a blazing fireball exploded. The powerful impact directly shattered the Susanoo on the head, revealing Bai Ye's true form. Luo She. After hearing Cho's words, Luo She understood what he meant and immediately controlled the gold sand around him to rush towards Bai Ye, directly surrounding Bai Ye. At the same time, countless sealing talismans emerged from the gold sand. Luo She is very clear that Bai Ye's strength is very because of its power. Bai Ye could not be subdued by relying solely on the gold sand. Therefore, he also used sealing techniques on the gold sand. In the end, Bai Ye was surrounded by gold sand, and the sealing talisman paper sealed Bai Ye, leaving only his head still able to move. Haha, it worked. This is the strength of our sand village. Uchiha Byakuya, now you know how powerful our sand village is. He was so arrogant just now, but now he's our prisoner. The sand ninjas, led by Cho and Raza, saw that they had controlled Bai Ye, and each of them showed an expression of excitement on their face. They had suffered a lot at the hands of Bai Ye, and now that they had defeated Bai Ye, how could they not be excited? Even Cho and Raza were thinking about it. Now that they have defeated Bai Ye, can they take the opportunity to launch a counterattack and turn defeat into victory? However, when he saw that he was sealed and controlled, there was no panic on Bai Ye's face. I never thought that your sand village actually has such strength. This is really surprising. In that case, I will also use all my strength. Bai Ye couldn't help but say as he looked at the sand ninjas in front of him. Ever since Bai Ye opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, he has been full of confidence in his own strength. What Sarutobi Hiruzen, what Danzo, what Kaze Cage, Bai Ye didn't care about any of them. Even when Bai Ye attacked the sand village and fought against the entire sand village, he only used the third stage of Susanoo and did not use his full strength. In other words, these people are not worth Bai Ye's full effort. Bai Ye didn't take them seriously at all and just fought with them in a playful manner. However, Bai Ye did not expect that the sand village would actually show amazing combat power. They actually blocked the power of his Susanoo in the third stage. All I can say is that the Sand Village, as one of the 5 great ninjas, cannot be defeated so easily. Therefore, Bai Ye is not going to play around anymore and plans to use all his strength. Uchiha Bei, what are you saying? You have now been defeated by our Sand Village. Seeing that Bai Ye still looked fearless, Cho frowned. They have completely subdued Bai Ye. Does Bai Ye still have anything else to rely on? Haha. I don't plan to play with you anymore. I'm going to go all out from now on. As Bai Ye finished speaking, an even more violent chakra burst out from his body. The violent chakra burst directly broke through the gold sand and sealing talisman paper on his body. The boiling chakra continued to surge from Bai Ye's body, and Bai Ye's long hair also flew because of the boiling chakra. No matter how you, the Sand Village, resist or struggle, everything you do will be in vain. Under Bai Ye's violent chakra, Susanoo's momentum also suddenly increased. Whether it was the yellow sand, wind ropes, or ropes around, they were all blown away by the burst of chakra. Even some of the sand ninjas who were closer were sent flying screaming due to the powerful impact. Damn it. What's going on? What is this guy doing? Cho, Luasha and others relied on their powerful strength to stabilize their bodies and looked towards Bai Ye through the wind and sand. Suddenly everyone was stunned. I saw that this was an extremely huge Susanoo, wearing a Karasu Tengu armor, looking extremely domineering. So big.so scary. This terrifying chakra, is this really a power that a human can possess? Cho and the others were all shocked. Because of shock and panic, sweat involuntarily broke out on each of their faces. See, this is my true power, the power of the Uchiha clan. Bai Ye looked down at Cho and the others and said, the power of the Uchiha clan, such a terrifying aura. Could it be that he has obtained the same power as Uchiha Madara? Cho said with a serious expression. Cho is also a person who came from the Warring States period. Although she had never seen Uchiha Madara, she had heard of his legend. Therefore, when she saw Baiye's terrifying power, the first person she thought of was Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha Byakuya in front of us may have possessed the same power as the legendary Uchiha Madara. Are you scared now? It's not over yet. Certainly. Baiye clenched his right hand tightly. Susanoo stared at the violent chakra surrounding it quickly. At the same time, the Susanoo, which originally looked bulky, became more agile. As Susanoo's chakra was fully condensed, a Susanoo giant wearing armor and holding a long sword appeared in front of the sand village. An extremely terrifying feeling of oppression spread around. This is exactly the complete form of Susanoo. This is a powerful force that can only be used by activating the eternal Mangekyo Shurinan and unleashing the power of the eyes to the fullest extent. Facing the complete form of Susanoo, Cho and the others began to tremble as they spoke. The huge chakra has stabilized. Such a terrifying power. Do we really want to fight this guy? Can we really win? Faced with the complete form of Susanoo, all the sand ninjas had no courage to fight, because they found that the gap was so big that they could not resist at all. The Uchiha clan ninjas who were not far away were also paying attention to the battle on Baiye's side. When they saw Baiye being controlled by the sand village, many ninjas of the Uchiha clan were very nervous and wanted to go and rescue Baiye. However, what they didn't expect was that before they could take any action, an extremely terrifying chakra erupted from the sand village. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying giant appeared in the sand village. What the heck is that? Such terrifying chakra fluctuations. Yes, that level of chakra is even more terrifying than the tailed beasts. Wait. Look, that's Lord Baiye. It's really Lord Baiye. This is the power of Lord Bai, the power of our Uchiha clan. When seeing the complete form of Susanoo for the first time, no matter who it is, they will be shocked. Even the Uchiha clan ninjas are like this. However, when they saw clearly that this was Baiye's power, all the Uchiha clan ninjas cheered. Even Tsunade was shocked when facing Baiye's complete form of Susanoo. This kind of power, isn't it too terrifying? Is this the power that Uchiha Madara once possessed? My grandfather once had such a powerful force to fight against. Tsunade also thought it was very unbelievable. He really couldn't imagine how his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, could fight against such a terrifying force. This kind of power, damn bastard. This guy really possesses the power of Uchiha Madara. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast in Mikato's hand, saw Byakuya's power and started screaming. As the one-tailed Shukaku who was once beaten by Uchiha Madara, he is very clear about Uchiha Madara's power. Shukaku, the one-tailed fox, was very sure that Byakuya was using the same power as Uchiha Madara. Sitting on the head of the huge Susanoo, Baiye looked down at the entire sand village. Speaking of which, this is also an honor for your sand village. This is the first time I've used this power. Let you, the sand village, witness my true power. As Baiye's voice fell, Susanoo slowly grasped the long sword. The huge sword was slowly pulled out. Whoosh! Boom! Just as the sword was unsheathed, a terrifying sword energy burst out. The entire sand village was directly hit by the sword energy. Amidst the constant roar, the sword energy directly cut a huge gully in the center of the sand village. But this is not the end. The sword energy continues to spread far away. A high mountain in the yellow sand was directly destroyed by the sword energy, turning into ruins and scattered in the desert. At the same time, the collapse of the mountain created a powerful impact that quickly spread to the surroundings. Xianxiao, Luasha and others flew out for more than 10 meters and rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before they managed to stabilize their bodies. When they raised their heads and looked into the distance, they were stunned. What? That mountain disappeared. What kind of power is this? Can we really win against such a force? Seeing Baiye's terrifying power, all the sand ninjas were stunned. Even Cho and Raza, who were full of confidence just now had only fear in their eyes. Elder Kyande, what should we do now? Can we deal with this monster? Luo Xia and the others all looked towards Cho. Faced with Baiye's terrifying strength, Luo Xia had no choice but to look at Cho. Cho can be said to be the most senior person in the sand village. Therefore, facing the terrifying strength of Baiye at this time, they could only turn to Cho for help. Feeling the gazes from all around, Cho fell into silence. Because facing Baiye's terrifying power, Cho didn't know what to do. In other words, with Baiye's current terrifying strength, any strategy is completely useless. In the end, Cho made a difficult decision. That means giving up the sand village. Luo Xia, we abandon the sand village. Everyone follow me and retreat from the sand village. After hearing Cho's order, all the sand ninjas were shocked. What? Abandoning the sand village? How is this possible? Elder Cho, how can we abandon the village? Yes, this is our village. How can I abandon my own village? After hearing what Cho said, everyone found it hard to accept. You know, as sand shinobi, their goal is to protect the sand village. Now, Cho actually wants them to give up the sand village. How can they accept this? I know some of you may find it hard to accept. Do we have any other options? Such a terrifying strength is simply not something we can contend with. There's only one outcome for staying here, and that's being killed. Rather than sacrificing in vain, it is better to give up the sand village and preserve our strength. As long as we are alive, we still have a chance to rebuild the sand village. Cho also knew that it was difficult for these people to accept giving up the sand village. However, giving up the sand village is the best option now. Cho is constantly persuading these people. After hearing Cho's words, although they were very unwilling in their hearts, they also knew very well that Cho was right. Faced with Bai Ye, who is so powerful, they have no choice but to abandon the sand village. There is only one outcome for staying here, and that is to be killed by Bai Ye. I agree with Cho's suggestion, let's abandon the sand village and retreat. I agree. As long as we are alive, we have a chance to retake the sand village. Let's go. Retreat immediately. Let's go. The sand ninjas, led by Luo Xia, all fled in all directions. However, what is strange is that the female ninja Ye Kang did not leave. Ye Kang, why don't you run? If you don't run now, you won't have a chance. Cho, who was also prepared to abandon the sand village and escape, saw Ye Kang staying here without taking any action and asked in confusion, Elder Cho, please go. My ninja way is to protect the sand village. I will not abandon the sand village and run away on my own. Let me stay behind to cover your retreat. Ye Kang looked at the huge Susanoo in front of him and said with a firm look, Ye Kang, you. Hearing Ye Kang's words, Cho couldn't help but look at her with higher regard. In that case, I'll leave the Hakra sand village to you. After saying that, Cho quickly ran away. Bai Ye looked down at the entire sand village from a high position, watching that these sand ninjas not only did not attack him, but instead fled in all directions. This made Bai Ye very confused. What are these sand ninjas doing? Are they running away? Are they planning to abandon the sand village? Bai Ye thought with some surprise. Bai Ye did not expect that one of the 5 major ninja villages would choose to abandon the village and run away in the face of his own power. But, can you really escape? Seeing these sand ninjas running away, Bai Ye immediately controlled Susanoo and rushed forward, trying to stop them. But, just at this time, a blazing fireball attacked Bai Ye. Scorch escape, chain fireballs. The scorching fireball hit Bai Ye's Susanoo hard, causing a huge explosion. But unfortunately, although these fireball attacks were extremely powerful, they were unable to break Susanoo's defense. You are scorching release Ye Kang. You didn't run away. Bai Ye looked at the person who attacked him and asked in surprise. I am a ninja from the sand village. My duty is to protect the sand village. Ye Kang looked at Bai Ye and said in a firm tone, Haha, the sand ninjas are protecting the sand village, but now all the ninjas from your sand village are running away. So, by protecting the village, you mean running away? Bai Ye looked at Ye Kang and said mockingly, Damn it, you damned intruder, you have no right to comment on us sand ninjas. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Ye Kang said very angrily, Invaders, how funny. It was you, the sand village, who started the ninja war. Bai Ye looked at Ye Kang and said with a smile, Although, the third Kaze Cage was killed by Uchiha, it was because of the death of the third Kaze Cage that the sand village launched an attack on the Konoha village, thus causing the ninja war. However, Bai Ye would not tell these things. To this day, the death of the third Kaze Cage remains a mystery. Apart from the death of the third Kaze Cage, it seems that the ninja war has nothing to do with Bai Ye. The choices made by the sand village towards the Konoha village were all made by the sand village itself. Therefore, Bai Ye was not wrong when he said that it was the sand village that instigated the ninja war. What, am I wrong? It was your sand village that attacked our Konoha village first. Bai Ye looked at Ye Kang and couldn't help but say, this. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Ye Kang suddenly felt guilty. What Bai Ye said was indeed correct, that it was indeed their sand village that started the ninja war. Is it only you, the sand village, that can attack our Konoha village? Can't our Konoha village attack your sand village? Bai Ye continued to look at Ye Kang and said. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Ye Kang began to have doubts in his heart. It was indeed their sand village that took the lead in launching the ninja war and attacking the Konoha village. However, their sand village was no match for the Konoha village and was defeated by it. From this perspective, it seems that Bai Ye was right to attack their sand village. It can even be said that Uchiha's destruction of the sand village was the sand village's own fault. Damn it, why would I have such an idea? However, Ye Kang reacted quickly and shook off this thought from his mind. No matter what you say, I will protect the sand village. Ye Kang said this in a very firm tone, and at the same time continued to unleash the power of burning escape and attack Bai Ye. Although Ye Kang's burning escape ability is extremely powerful, and in order to stop Bai Ye Kang has already tried his best. But unfortunately, her strength is too weak compared to Bai Ye. The attack of burning escape looked very fierce, but it did not cause any harm to Bai Ye. It's useless. No matter how hard you struggle, it's all in vain. All of you, stay here. Uchiha Flame Formation. Seeing these sand ninjas fleeing, Baya formed a seal with his hands and immediately released a barrier call. Soon, huge flame curtains rose up and directly surrounded the entire sand village. Some sand ninjas who were not paying attention accidentally bumped into the flame curtain. Flames suddenly erupted from the light, and all the sand ninjas screamed. Damn it, this is a barrier. Master Cho, what should we do now? There are still many sand ninja who haven't escaped, they are all trapped in the barrier. Luo Xia looked at the barrier behind him and asked Cho with a grim expression. Raza, Cho and other high-ranking sand ninjas were extremely powerful, so they escaped the fastest and escaped from the sand village as soon as possible. However, the other sand ninjas did not have their strength and were not fast. Before they could escape from the sand village, they were stopped by Baye's barrier. What a strong barrier! Luo Xia, this is not something we can easily break. Let's retreat first. As for those who are left behind in the sand village, just abandon them. Cho glanced at the people in the village who were tied up in the barrier, sighed, and said helplessly. Cho knew very well that the barrier before them was very strong and they could not break it in a short time. Every minute they stay here is a minute in danger. If Baye really chased after them, then everything would be over for them. Therefore, their first priority now is to escape and get away from here. As for the sand ninjas trapped in the sand village, they had no choice but to give up. It's because they run slowly. If you could run faster, this situation would not happen. Give up, damn it, it seems like I have no choice but to give up on them. Let's retreat and ignore them. We carry the future of the sand village. Let's go. Luo Xia also knew very well that he had to escape from here immediately. These people are the future of the sand village, and they must not die here to save others. For the future of sand village, they had no choice but to abandon these people and escape quickly. How so, Elder Cho, Master Luo Xia, why did you run away? Have we been abandoned? When these sand ninjas trapped in the barrier saw that Raza and Cho ignored them and turned around and ran away, they all fell into despair. Damn it! This is a barrier, die. Ye Kang, who was trying to stop Baye, also saw the surrounding barriers and the sand ninja trapped in the barriers, and his face looked very ugly. At the same time, Ye Kang did not hesitate at all and launched an attack on Baye again. I told you so. Your resistance is in vain. Sealing technique. Seeing Ye Kang rushing towards him, Baye pointed at him. Suddenly a powerful seal was released. Countless black inscriptions appeared on Ye Kang's chest. These inscriptions quickly spread to their limbs. Soon, Ye Kang's entire body was covered with these black inscriptions. At the same time, Ye Kang suddenly felt that the chakra in his body had lost control, and his whole body became limp. Ye Kang, who was about to attack, just fell to the ground. Is this a sealing technique? My chakra is sealed. Ye Kang, who fell to the ground, quickly understood that I have been sealed and have completely lost my ability to fight. This is not the end yet. These sealing inscriptions continue to spread around and rush towards other sand ninjas in the entire sand village. What is this? Oh no, my chakra is sealed, I have no strength left. This is a sealing technique, don't get hit by it. Damn it, the sealing technique is too fast. Help. Faced with these spreading sealing spells, the ninjas trapped in the sand village also wanted to hide. However, the attack speed of these sealing spells is too fast. These sand ninjas had no time to dodge at all. Amidst the continuous shouting, one sand ninja after another was sealed all over their bodies and fell to the ground. In the end, all the ninjas in the sand village were sealed. Uchiha Byakuya, with his own strength, directly defeated the entire sand village. Now all the ninjas in the sand village are running away or being captured. After all the sand ninjas had their powers sealed by Baye, the Uchiha clan ninjas rushed up quickly, easily controlled the entire sand village. It can be said that at this time the sand village has been completely occupied by the Uchiha clan. It's incredible. Relying solely on the Uchiha clan's strength, they actually conquered the sand village. Tsunade Senju walked into the sand village and said with some emotion and disbelief. Originally, it was surprising enough for her that the Uchiha clan alone could defeat the attack of the sand village. However, what Tsunade Senju never expected was that the Uchiha clan not only defeated the attack of the sand village, but also directly captured the sand village. This is Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. It is a village of the same level as Konoha village. Now it has been completely occupied by the Uchiha clan. Thinking about the Senju clan, Tsunade Senju felt only loss in her heart. Yes, it's really unbelievable. Uchiha Byakuya's strength is truly terrifying. Nara Shikamaru also said this with great emotion. Although he had long known that Baye was extremely powerful, he had not expected that Baye's strength would be so terrifying. They actually captured the entire sand village and occupied Sand Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. Shikaku, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know the power of the Uchiha clan. Yes, such a terrifying power is simply not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-ranking officials can resist. Yamanaka High and Akimichi Dingzuo couldn't help but speak out as well. If it weren't for Nara Shikaku's plan, they wouldn't have followed the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. If they had not come to the battlefield, they would not have witnessed Baiye's terrifying strength. If they didn't know the strength of Baiye and the Uchiha clan, their fate would not be good when the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials attacked them. Lu Ju, what should we do next? We all listen to you. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but speak. Well, what we need to do now is to help Lord Baiye and take control of the entire Sand Village. Although Baiye is very powerful, it is not enough to just have strength to control the entire Sand Village. Lord Baiye needs our help. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. There is no doubt that after witnessing Baiye's powerful strength, Nara Shikaku has already planned to join the Uchiha clan. No problem, leave it to us. I know what I should do. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza couldn't help but speak out. Obviously, they had no objection to joining the Uchiha clan. After witnessing Baiye's powerful strength, they all knew very well that they could not contend with such a powerful person. Now there is no other way except to join the Uchiha clan. Feeling the Sand Ninja's anger, gaining 500 negative energy, chakra plus 50. Feeling the Sand Ninja's anger, gaining 1000 negative energy, taijutsu plus 80. Feeling the Sand Ninja's anger, gaining 2000 negative energy, illusion plus 110. It can be said that ever since Baiye captured the Sand Village, he has felt countless negative energies coming towards him. In the blink of an eye, Baiye gained 1 million negative energy. However, this is not the end, negative energy continues to increase rapidly. But, think about it, it makes sense. The Sand Village is the village of all the Sand Ninjas. Baiye has now occupied their village. How can these Sand Ninjas not hate Baiye? However, Baiye's negative energy is growing very quickly. However, Baiye needs more negative energy. Baiye has now opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of the Sharingan has been increased to the extreme. If you want to continue to improve your strength, you need to open the Rinnegan. However, it is not so easy to open the Rinnegan. To open the Samsara Eye, one not only needs the eyes of an immortal, but also the body of an immortal. As long as the power of the immortal body and the immortal eyes are combined, everything will be within reach, and the Samsara Eye that controls life and death will be born. Among them, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the Sage's Eye. What remains is the body of an immortal. Baiye obtained the Sage body from Tsunade, but unfortunately it was a broken and incomplete Sage body. However, Baiye is a person who possesses a system, and he can rely on negative energy to upgrade this incomplete immortal body into a complete immortal body. Of course, this requires a lot of negative energy. A full 5 million negative energies. With only 5 million negative energies, Baiye can upgrade his broken immortal body to a complete immortal body. Therefore, these 1 million negative energies are not enough for Baiye. Baiye needs negative energy now, a lot of negative energy. Lord Baiye, the entire Sand Village is now completely under our control. However, the ninjutsu scrolls and a large amount of ninja supplies from the Sand Village were taken away. They must have been taken away by the Sand Ninja who escaped. Secondly, we've captured a lot of Sand Ninjas. What should we do with them? At this moment, Nara Shikaku came to Bei and reported the situation of Sand Village to Bei. Now Nara Shikaku is very active in order to perform in front of Baiye. Ninjutsu scrolls and supplies, just useless stuff, Baiye said nonchalantly. Road. What powerful ninjutsu does the Sand Village have? Baiye has no interest in the ninjutsu of the Sand Village. As for the supplies of the Sand Village, Baiye was even less interested. The Sand Village was originally a poor village, so what supplies could it have? Baiye even suspected that the supplies of the entire Sand Village might not be as abundant as those of their Uchiha clan. However, when it comes to the Sand Ninja, Baiye has an idea. Well, go and bring Yakang up, Baiye said to Nara Shikaku. Yes, Lord Baiye. A moment later, Yakang, whose chakra was sealed all over his body, was brought in front of Baiye. Damn Uchiha. After seeing Baiye, Yakang stared at Baiye angrily with his beautiful eyes. It was this damn bastard who occupied his own village. Yakang, right, you have good eyes. Baiye looked at Yakang's angry eyes and said with a smile. What are you going to do? You want to kill me? Come on then. Yakang looked like he was ready to die bravely. The moment he was captured, Yakang was ready to die. Haha, do you really want to die? I still want you to be the Kaze Cage. Baiye looked at Yakang and said with a smile. Let Yakang be the Wind Shadow. This is what Baiye is thinking now. Although, Uchiha completely occupied the Sand Village. However, Baiye has no time to manage this village. Therefore, Baiye planned to find a Kaze Cage for this Sand Village. Let the Kaze Cage help him manage the Sand Village. Of course, this new Kaze Cage must absolutely obey his orders. And Baiye's candidate for the new Kaze Cage is Yakang. Kaze Shadow, what did you say? You want me to be the Kaze Cage? Yakang was stunned when he heard Baiye's words. That's right, you will be the Kaze Cage. And help me manage the Sand Village. Baiye looked at Yakang and said. Help you manage the sand village? Humph, do you want me to be your puppet? I refuse, so you might as well kill me. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Ye Kang refused without hesitation. Ye Kang is not stupid either. Bai Ye wants her to be a puppet to help him control the sand village. Therefore, Ye Kang decisively and straightforwardly refused. Even if Ye Kang was captured, she would not do anything to destroy the sand village. It's not good to be my puppet. I can help you change the sand village. Let everyone in your sand village escape this harsh environment. If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to destroy the entire sand village. Don't doubt my power. Bai Ye looked at Ye Kang and said threateningly, "You." Upon hearing that Bai Ye was going to destroy the sand village, Ye Kang became even more excited. Ye Kang never doubted whether Bai Ye had the power to destroy the sand village. That kind of power that can easily split mountains and break rocks and cut down high mountains can easily destroy a sand village. How about it? Are you willing to block the wind shadow and help me manage the sand village? Bai Ye continued to look at Ye Kang and said, I do. Although Ye Kang was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree in order to prevent Bai Ye from destroying the sand village. Very good. From now on, you are the Kaze cage. Bai Ye removed the seal on Ye Kang, and Ye Kang regained his strength. At the same time, Bai Ye took out a hat and put it on Ye Kang's head. After regaining his strength and looking at Bai Ye who was so close to him, Ye Kang had the idea of launching a sneak attack on Bai Ye. However, Ye Kang quickly gave up this idea. Because Ye Kang knew very well that Bai Ye's strength was extremely terrifying. Not only would his sneak attack fail to hurt Bai Ye, but it would anger him instead. Shikaku, hand over all the captives from the sand village to the Kaze cage Ye Kang. I think she knows how to handle it, the Uchiha said to Shikamaru. Yes. Lord Bai Ye. Ye Kang Fengying, please follow me. Soon, Shikamaru brought Yekara to the place where the sand ninja was imprisoned. Master Ye Kang, this is the Kazekige's hat. Master Ye Kang, what's going on? Lord Yekara, what will Konoha do to us? Seeing Ye Kang coming over wearing the Kazekige's hat, all the sand ninjas gathered around. Everyone, I am now the Wind Shadow. I want to help Uchiha Byakuya manage the sand village, Ye Kang said as he looked at the many sand shinobi. What, Lord Yekara? You betrayed the sand village. After hearing Ye Kang's words, all the sand ninjas were very excited and none of them could accept it. In their opinion, Ye Kang betrayed the sand village. No, I didn't betray the sand village, that I did this to protect it. If I don't become the Kaze cage, Byakuya will directly destroy the entire sand village. Do you want to watch the sand village being destroyed? We still have relatives in the village, Ye Kang said as he looked at the excited sand ninjas. After hearing Ye Kang's words, the originally excited sand ninja suddenly fell silent. Ye Kang was indeed right. Uchiha Byakuya was capable of completely destroying the entire sand village. By then, their relatives in the village will also die. Obviously, they didn't want the village to be destroyed, nor did they want their loved ones to die. Master Ye Kang, what should we do then? Yes, Lord Ye Kang, we will all listen to you. All the sand ninjas looked towards Ye Kang. Now Ye Kang is their backbone. Let's first restore the destroyed sand village. As for the future, let's talk about it later, Ye Kang also said helplessly. Obviously, he was also confused about what would happen in the future and didn't know what to do. Lu Ju, how has Ye Kang been these days? Bai Ye asked Lu Ju. Half a month has passed since Ye Kang became the Wind Shadow. The entire situation of the sand village has been fully grasped. Master Bai Ye, the Kaze cage Ye Kang has been leading the sand ninja to restore the village and treat the wounded. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, Nara Shikaku reported. It seems she is quite honest. By the way, how's the situation in the sand village that I asked you to investigate? Bai Ye continued to ask. Lord Bei, we have thoroughly investigated the situation in the sand village. The most important problem facing the sand village is the lack of water. Secondly, the sand village is very rich in mineral resources, especially some special chakra metals, which are exactly what our Konoha village wants. Lu Ju immediately reported to Bai Ye. Water shortage, that's a very easy problem to solve. Notify the Kaze cage immediately that I want to solve the water shortage problem in the sand village. Bai Ye thought for a moment and said, Yes, Lord Byakuya. Shikaku immediately left and went to find Ye Kang. A moment later, Ye Kang, Bai Ye and others arrived at the center of the sand village. Because of Bai Ye's attack, there is now a huge ravine in the center of the sand village. This huge ravine spans the entire sand village and is bottomless. Therefore, the sand ninjas have no way to deal with this ravine. Master Bai Ye, what do you want to talk to me about? Ye Kang came to Bai Ye and asked with a nervous look. Obviously, he was also very worried about Bai Ye suddenly coming to her, afraid that Bai Ye would do something bad to the sand village. Ye Kang, watch out. Your sand village will soon be free from water shortage. Bai Ye looked at Ye Kang and said, Escape the water shortage. Ye Kang looked at Bai Ye in confusion, not knowing what Bai Ye meant. The sand village is located in the land of wind and is surrounded by desert. For the sand village, the most critical problem is the lack of water. As long as the problem of water shortage can be solved, many problems in the sand village can be solved. That is why Ye Kang was so surprised when he heard Bai Ye say that he wanted to solve the water shortage problem in Sand Village. In the face of Ye Kang's puzzled expression, Bai Ye began to release ninjutsu, earth escape, earth splitting technique. Bai Ye formed seals with his hands and then slapped the ground hard. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the ravine below suddenly cracked and spread deep into the ground. That's right, this is Bai Ye's method. Although there is no water above the desert, there is water beneath the desert. Therefore, Bai Ye is now relying on earth escape to open up the underground, while relying on his perception to find underground water sources. Soon, Bai Ye perceived that countless water sources appeared underground. Found it. Water style, waterfall technique. Then Bai Ye formed seals again, and countless water sources underground began to boil, gushing out like fountains, and continuously scattered around the sand village. Is this water, really water? Is it raining? No, it's not raining, it's the water source Bai Ye used his ninjutsu to attract. Never mind, hurry up. Collect this water immediately. Seeing the water falling from the sky, the people of the sand village quickly took action. They constantly used containers to collect water. For the people of Sand Village, water was extremely precious. As for whether the water was brought in by the invader Bai Ye, they didn't care. Soon, the gushing water filled the ravine that spanned the sand village, forming a large lake. But this is not the end yet. Bai Ye took it again with both hands. Boundary technique. Bai Ye immediately cast a barrier to prevent the scorching sun from evaporating the fresh water, covering the entire lake. It's done. Now your sand village won't be short of water anymore. Bai Ye looked at the big lake in front of him and said with a smile. Relying on powerful ninjutsu, Bai Ye easily built a lake in the sand village. And because the lake is connected to groundwater, as long as the groundwater does not dry up, the lake will never dry up. This is the power of ninjutsu, and ninjutsu is the primary productive force in the ninja world. This is amazing. You actually created a freshwater lake for the sand village. Ye Kang looked at the huge lake in front of him and said in surprise. The sand village has been short of water for many years, and the former Kazekage had thought about using ninjutsu to change the situation of the sand village. But, unfortunately, their ninjutsu is too weak. Even if they mobilized all the ninjas in the village to attack together, they would not be able to compare with Bai Ye. Looking at the lake in front of him, Ye Kang suddenly realized that joining Bai Ye was not a bad idea. Ever since Bai Ye helped the sand village solve the water problem, Ye Kang no longer resisted Bai Ye. Lord Bai, the sand village has now fully recovered. I wonder how Lord Bai will deal with Cho, Luasha, and others. Ye Kang asked Bai Ye. They actually abandoned the sand village and ran away. Of course, they are now traitors. Do I need to tell you how your sand village will deal with the rebel ninja? Bai Ye glanced at Ye Kang and said, I understand. I will declare them traitors. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Ye Kang immediately said. Ye Kang was also full of resentment towards Cho and Raza for their escape. Not only Yekara, but all the sand ninjas in the sand village now have no good feelings towards Cho, Raza, and others who abandoned them and escaped. As a high-ranking official of the sand village, when faced with an attack from a powerful enemy, he not only did not fight to the death to protect the village, but instead fled. If this isn't traitorous, then what is? Therefore, the ninjas in the sand village really had no objection to Yekara announcing that Cho, Raza, and others were traitors. The area where the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of River meet. A group of disheveled sand ninjas hurried on their way. Although every ninja was very tired, no one dared to stop. Master Cho, we have left the territory of the Wind Country. Can we take a break now? At this distance, Bai Ye shouldn't be able to catch up. Luosha looked at Cho breathlessly. Not only Luosha, but all the sand ninjas are now exhausted and out of breath. Okay then, everyone, take a break. Cho looked around and couldn't help but say. Hearing Cho's order, all the sand ninjas fell to the ground, breathing in the air heavily. In order to prevent being caught up by Bai Ye, these sand ninjas dare not stop for even a moment. They were on their way non-stop, and Bai Ye put too much pressure on them. Only when they ran out of the Kingdom of Wind did they dare to rest. Maki, Yashimaru, the two of you go to the nearby city and find out what's going on, Cho said to the two sand shinobi. Yes. After hearing the order, the two sand ninjas quickly left and headed towards the nearby town. A moment later, the two returned with serious expressions. Maki, what happened to Yashimaru? How is the sand village doing now? Seeing the two people's ugly looks, Cho and Raza immediately came over and couldn't help but ask. Lord Cho, Lord Rasha, the sand village has now been completely occupied by Uchiha Byakuya, Maki said with a very grim expression. Damn it, this damn guy. The sand village has been occupied, our village is gone. We can't just let it go like this, we must take revenge. That's right, we must avenge the sand village. The sand ninjas spoke with great excitement. In their opinion, since the sand village was occupied by Byakuya, it would definitely be destroyed. Now that the sand village is gone, they, as the surviving sand ninjas, must avenge the sand village. The sand village wasn't destroyed. Seeing the sand ninjas who were excited and complaining, Yoshimaru continued. What? The sand village wasn't destroyed. When they heard what Yoshimaru said, the expressions of these excited sand ninjas all froze. Originally, they had all prepared for the destruction of the sand village, and their inner emotions were almost brewing. Now you actually say that the sand village has not been destroyed. What is this? Although the sand village was not destroyed, there are more serious things, Maki said with a still very grim expression. What's going on? All the sand ninja asked curiously. Is there anything more serious than the destruction of the sand village? Yabara has become the new Kaze cage. At the same time, a wanted order has been issued that we are now traitors to the sand village. Yoshimaru said with a very grim expression. Traitor nin? What? We've become traitor nins? How is this possible? Upon hearing the news that they had become traitors, all the sand ninjas present found it hard to accept. They are all ninjas from Sand Village, fighting for Sand Village all the time. This time it was because Baya was too powerful and they were no match for him, so they gave up on the Sand Village. The reason they fled was to preserve the strength of the Sand Village and prepare for a comeback in the future. How come they have become rebels of Sand Village? Not only these ordinary sand ninjas, but even Cho and Raza's faces froze when they heard the news. The traitors turned out to be themselves. The sand ninja, whose goal was to protect the Sand Village, has now become a rebel ninja. All these sand ninjas became at a loss and could only look at Raza and Cho. Lord Cho. Lord Raza, what should we do now? You have to know that it was Cho and Raza who gave the order to escape. Now that they have been defined as traitors by the Sand Village, shouldn't you two say something? Everyone, don't get excited. This is all Uchiha Byakuya's conspiracy. The Sand Village has now been occupied by Byakuya. The one who truly betrayed the Sand Village was Ye Kang. Now Ye Kang must have defected to Baya. Feeling the gazes from all around, Cho spoke quickly. Elder Tiande is right. Ye Kang must have obtained this wind shadow by joining Baya. Yakura is the traitor of the Sand Village. Luo Sha also said hurriedly. He was also very angry about Ye Kang becoming the Kaze cage. In the past, Luo Sha regarded Feng Ying as something in his pocket. But what he didn't expect was that he didn't become the wind shadow. But Ye Kang became the wind shadow. How could he not be angry? After hearing what Cho and Raza said, the originally panicked sand ninjas calmed down for a moment. Lord Cho, Lord Rasha, then what should we do? All the sand ninjas asked the two of them. Well, let's find a place to recover our strength. Think about how to retake the Sand Village. Cho thought for a moment and continued. I remember there was a nice town near Kawanakuni. With our current strength, we can definitely capture this town. I'll just rest here for a while. Luo Sha couldn't help but say as he looked into the distance. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Raza and Cho led the Sand Village and attacked the town of River Country. Relying on their powerful strength, these sand ninjas easily occupied the entire town. This is the ninja world. If you have the strength, you can get everything. This rule is also very applicable to the 5 major ninja villages. On the other side, Konoha Village. Ever since Byakuya led the Uchiha clan to meet the attack of the Sand Village, the Konoha high-level officials headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen have been very excited. Because Byakuya has already left Konoha Village, and most of the elites of the Uchiha clan have also left. No one in Konoha Village could match them, and the entire Konoha Village belonged to them again. No one dared to stand in their way now. More importantly, in their opinion, in this battle, Baya and the Uchiha clan's ninjas would never return. Therefore, the senior management, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately took action. Various means were used to regain the shops that were taken back by Baya. But this is not the end yet. In order to control the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen relied on his identity as Hokage to release Uchiha Fugaku, who was imprisoned by Byakuya, making him the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku also cooperated very well with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Always guard the will of fire controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter what Konoha Village does to harm the Uchiha clan, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen uses the will of fire as an excuse, Uchiha Fugaku agreed decisively. Some time ago, the prestige of the Uchiha clan that Baya had worked so hard to establish was directly destroyed by Uchiha Fugaku. In the conference room of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato and all had red glowing faces. Xiaochun, Minion, what's the current situation in Konoha Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N. Sarutobi, don't worry. Now Konoha Village is completely under our control. We have also taken back the things that Baya stole. The Uchiha clan is also under complete surveillance. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N couldn't help but say, that's good. After hearing the two people's reports, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. This is what the Konoha village should look like in my mind. Sarutobi, what's the situation on the battlefield? Yes, is Baiye dead? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato couldn't help but ask. They both knew very well that although they now controlled Konoha village, their enemy was Byakuya. If Baiye had not died and returned safely to Konoha village, everything they have now will be lost in an instant. They don't want to lose these things again. Therefore, they are also very loyal to Baiye's situation. Don't worry, even if Uchiha Bei doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. Do you think you can fight against a village with just the Uchiha clan's strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a nonchalant look on his face. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is not that great, he is still very confident in his political skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that after his own plan, by now Baiye must have been surrounded by the Sand Ninjas. Even if the Sand Ninja cannot defeat Baiye, he will definitely return seriously injured. In this case, Baiye would be at his mercy. That's right. No matter how strong Baiye is, he can't fight against the entire village. According to the time, Shikaku's information should be delivered soon. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato finally felt relieved. At this moment, an eagle flew over from a distance. Look, Shikaku's eagle is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eagle fall came down. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the scroll off the eagle's claws, but he did not look at it immediately. Instead, he confidently handed it to Utane Koharu and Mito Kato. Look, what good news! Sarutobi Hiruzen was very confident in his plan. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the information that had just been delivered. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the scroll only recorded the news of Baiye's defeat. There is no need to read information that you already know the outcome of. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the scroll to Utane Koharu and Mito Kato, asking them to read it first. He wanted to make them both happy first, and at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to show off the power of his methods. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato took the scroll, opened it, and started reading it. However, when they saw the content above, they both screamed in panic. What? How is this possible? This can't be true. Because of excitement, the two of them jumped up on the spot. What's wrong with you two? Even if it's good news, there's no need to get so excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette and said doubtfully while looking at the two excited people. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Byakuya had retreated, which would make the two of them very happy. However, they were both too excited. Sarutobi, something terrible has happened. Hurry and read the contents of the scroll. We're doomed. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato said loudly. Something happened. What could have happened? Could it be that Baiye is not dead? He must be seriously injured. With our strength, can we not deal with the seriously injured Baiye? Sarutobi Hiruzen said nonchalantly, smoking his pipe as he took the scroll. However, when he saw the contents of the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so excited that he used his right hand to break his pipe. What? How is this possible? Baiye defeated the Sand Ninja's attack and launched an attack on the Sand Ninja village at the same time. Finally, we occupied the Sand village. After seeing the contents of the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more excited than Utane Koharu and Mito Kato. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen doubted whether the contents of the scroll were false. Baiye actually led the Uchiha clan to defeat the attack of the Sand village. At the same time, he led the Uchiha clan ninjas to attack the Sand village. In the end, the entire Sand village was captured. Any one of these things made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel incredible. When did the Sand village become so weak that it was actually defeated by the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi, what should we do now? Yes, Sarutobi, Byakuya has occupied the Sand village. If he returns to Konoha village, then everything will be over. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato said nervously. The two of them knew very well that if Baiye returned to Konoha village, his subordinates would deal with them. With Baiye's strength and reputation for occupying the Sand village, they are really no match for Baiye. Don't panic. We still have a chance. As long as we can deal with Baiye and prevent him from returning to Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very panicked now, but he quickly thought of a solution. Sarutobi is right, we still have time. Baiye must not be allowed to return to Konoha village. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato also spoke very affirmatively. Bring Danzo here, we need Danzo's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say. A moment later, Danzo got the news and rushed over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the conference room, Danzo saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato all had very solemn expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what happened? You look so ugly. Danzo sat down in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked curiously. Danzo, take a look at this information first. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the information scroll to Danzo. Confused, Danzo took the scroll and immediately began to read it. Danzo also screamed in shock. Sarutobi, is this true? The Uchiha clan defeated the Sand Ninja's attack and occupied the Sand Village. How is this possible? Danzo asked loudly. It's hard to believe, but it might be true. This is the information Lu Ju sent back. And this kind of thing can't be faked out. As long as we do a little investigation, we can find out the specific situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very serious expression. Now he wanted to take a deep puff of cigarette, but he found that the pipe in his hand had been accidentally broken due to his excitement just now. Damn Uchiha Bei, damn Uchiha, how can their strength be so strong? Danzo also had a look of anger on his face. Danzo, now is not the time to be angry. We must stop the White Knight. How's your research on wood release going? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo. The wood release technique has yielded results. One person has been able to withstand the power of wood release. Although it's not as strong as the first generation, fighting is no problem. Danzo continued. With the strong support of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo has been madly researching wood release during this period. After countless people died, there was finally an experimental subject who could withstand the power of the first Hokage's wood release. Originally, Danzo planned to hide this experimental subject and make it his own private force. However, Danzo did not expect that the strength of Byakuya and the Uchiha clan would be so terrifying that they actually captured the Sand Village. Danzo knew he could no longer hide. Now we must deal with Baya and the Uchiha clan first. No Chang Hao. With the power of wood release, we will definitely take care of the Uchiha clan and Byakuya. Upon hearing that the wood release research was successful, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's panicked face. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, once defeated Uchiha Madara with the power of wood release. Although, Baya and the Uchiha clan are now very powerful. However, they believed that as long as they possessed the power of wood release, they would be able to defeat Byakuya and destroy the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, what should we do? Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. All root organizations must be mobilized to kill Baya. We must not let him return to Konoha village. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan will act with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at Danzo. Our Mito clan's ninjas will also contribute, and the ninjas from our Tenshin clan, they are all very positive at this moment, because they all knew very well that if they didn't deal with Baya, they would not have a good life in the future. After the affairs of the Sand Village were dealt with, Baya and many ninjas of the Uchiha clan set out on their journey home. Lord Baya, why should we reveal our whereabouts? The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, should be aware of our situation by now. They might send someone to attack us. Nara Shikaku looked at Baya and asked in confusion. Now Nara Shikaku has fully planned to lead the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans to join the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Nara Shikaku no longer intends to provide information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, what Nara Shikaku did not expect was that Baya would actually find him, ask him to report all the information about Sand Village to Konoha village. This made Nara Shikaku very confused. In theory, if Baya intended to attack Konoha's high-ranking officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he should hide his tracks. It would be best to launch a surprise attack and catch Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. However, what Nara Shikaku did not expect was that Baya had no intention of hiding anything. Instead, he openly delivered his information to Konoha village. According to Nara Shikaku's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen would never let Baya return to Konoha village so easily. It was even said that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely send someone to introduce them halfway. Haha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this useless guy who only knows how to plot. If they want to stop me, then come on, Baya said with great disdain. With Baya's current strength, no one in the entire ninja world can be his opponent. The only ones who could defeat Byakuya were the former Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Among them, Hashirama Senju is already dead. As for Uchiha Madara, he should be hiding in the dark now, relying on the Outer Path demon statue to survive. It seems that no one in the entire ninja world can be Baya's opponent. Baya can now be said to be invincible. What Hokage, what root organization, what Konoha high-ranking officials, Baya didn't care about any of them. Of course, in addition to the fact that Baya is not afraid of high-level figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, what is more important is that Baya wants to squeeze some negative energy from them. It was not long after Nara Shikaku sent out the intelligence scroll. Baya received a lot of negative energy. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's fear, gaining 2000 negative energy, chakra plus 170. Feeling Udaten Koharu's panic, gaining 3000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 180. Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's panic, I gain 4000 negative energy, and my illusion skill plus 200. Feeling Shinmura Danzo's rage, gaining 5000 negative energy, taijutsu plus 220. It can be said that ever since I sent out the information, along the way, Baya could feel the negative energy from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others at every moment. Seeing the increasing negative energy, Baya couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are really good leaks. After one crop is harvested, there is another crop. Just when Baya had just walked out of the territory of the Kingdom of Wind and entered a jungle, Baya seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped. Master Baya, what's wrong? Seeing Baya stopped, Nara Shikaku asked curiously. Baya did not answer, but shouted loudly towards the distance. Now that you're here, come out. I've already spotted you. After hearing Baya's words, all the Uchiha clan ninjas became alert. Is there an enemy nearby? Sharingan. After hearing Baya's words, the Uchiha clan ninjas immediately opened their Sharingan and kept observing their surroundings. Even the Hyuga clan's ninjas opened their Byakugan and observed their surroundings. But no matter how they observed, they found nothing unusual. You're not coming out, are you? Then I won't be polite. Fire style, great fireball technique. Baya smiled disdainfully and released a fire escape. The blazing flames quickly condensed into a huge fireball, attacking a jungle not far away. Boom! The blazing flames suddenly exploded, and countless masked people emerged from the darkness in a panic. Is this an invisibility barrier? Who are they? How could they use the invisibility barrier that is unique to our Konoha village? Seeing these people suddenly appearing, Nara Shikaka said in shock. Konoha village has two Ijutsu families, the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Therefore, Konoha village has the most powerful reconnaissance capabilities in the entire ninja world. Of course, in order to prevent being detected by others, Konoha village has also developed an extremely powerful invisibility barrier. Hiding within the invisibility barrier, not only could one avoid detection from the perceptive ninja world, but even the Sharingan and Byakugan would make it difficult to detect. It is precisely because of the power of the invisibility barrier that it is a secret of Konoha village. Very few people know about this barrier. However, as Konoha's military strategist, Nara Shikaka knows many secrets of Konoha village. This includes the invisibility barrier. Haha, of course they are Konoha ninjas. Haven't you already guessed it? Seeing Nara Shikaku's surprised look, Baya couldn't help but speak. I never thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, would actually do such a thing. Zu, Lu, and Dai sighed and said. Although, Nara Shikaku had long guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, would send people to attack them. However, when they were really attacked by Konoha ninjas, Ino, Shika, and Joe still felt sad in their hearts. They are Konoha ninjas, and have been serving Sarutobi Hiruzen wholeheartedly for many years. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen would directly launch an attack, regardless of their life or death. If we say that in the past, Ino, Shika, and Joe felt a little guilty about betraying Sarutobi Hiruzen and joining Sarutobi Hiruzen, so now they are completely disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the Hokage, he actually attacked the ninjas of his own village for his own selfish desires. What kind of Hokage is he? These masked ninjas who were lying in ambush at night were undoubtedly members of the root organization of Konoha village. Oh no, our whereabouts have been exposed. Act according to the plan. Clear. These members of the Wolf Root organization communicated with each other, quickly organized themselves, and launched an attack on Baya again. For Purple Flame Formation. First, the Root organization released the barrier. A purple light curtain rose up, surrounding Baya and all the Uchiha clan ninjas. Oh no, this is the 4 Purple Flame Formation. The barrier cast by 4 Jonin. The defense is extremely strong, we are trapped. Nara Shikaku also recognized the barrier at a glance. Trapped, haha. They should be the ones trapped. Baya looked at the members of the Root organization rushing over and said with great disdain. In addition to members of the Root organization, the ninjas who attacked Baya also included ninjas from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan, and the Mito clan. Their goal this time was only one person, and that was to kill Baya. In order to achieve this goal during the day, they also made detailed plans. First of all, they need to trap Baya and not let him escape. Therefore, before the battle, they first set up a barrier around them. For these members of the Root organization, the barrier is meant to trap Baya. However, for Baya, these barriers are of no use at all. Not only did this fail to trap Baya, but it actually helped Baya trap the members of the Root organization here. The barrier is deployed. Seeing that the barrier was deployed, all the attacking Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, now that the barrier has been deployed, Baya is trapped here and can't escape. They will definitely be able to get rid of this hateful Uchiha Baya today. As for whether they are Baya's opponents, they never thought about it. No matter how powerful Baya and the Uchiha clan are, they are just a ninja family. On their side are the Root organization, the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan and the Mito clan, and the number of their ninjas has completely surpassed that of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that with the strength of so many ninjas, they still can't defeat the Uchiha clan? Lord Baya, we are surrounded. What should we do now? Uchiha Yen asked Baya. Although they were surrounded, there was no sign of panic on Uchiha Yan's face. Because, Lord Baya is by his side. They believe that there is no one Baya cannot defeat. Even if they are surrounded now, Baya can still lead them through the siege. Haha, since they're here to die, then let them have their wish. As soon as Baya finished speaking, he rushed towards the members of the root organization. In Baya's opinion, these people are negative energy that comes to his doorstep. It was actually delivered to his door, how could Baya not accept it? Seeing Baya rushing over, the root organization ninjas immediately prepared for battle. The target rushed over. Prepare for battle and destroy the enemy. 3 members of the root organization, holding ninja swords in their hands, formed a V-shape and attacked Baya in a very coordinated manner. But, are they really Baya's opponents? Obviously not possible. Bang, 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 There were 3 collisions, followed by 3 screams. The 3 members of the root organization screamed and flew backwards. He fell to the ground, lifeless. Damn it, the target is very strong. Hurry. Let's go together. Seeing Baya instantly kill 3 members of the root organization, the others were also shocked. They also realized that Baya's strength was extremely powerful and could not be defeated by a single ninja team. Therefore, more than a dozen ninja teams attacked at the same time and continued to attack Baya. Haha, do you think having more people will help? Looking at the dozens of ninjas continuing to rush towards him, Baya still spoke with great disdain. At the same time, Baya quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Whoosh, boom, a huge, blazing fireball suddenly appeared and attacked the many root ninjas in front of them. Such a powerful fire escape. Quick. Release ninjutsu to block. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, water stream wall. Seeing Baya release the fire style, these root organization ninjas were also shocked and quickly released the water style, trying to resist Baya's ninjutsu. But, unfortunately, their ninjutsu is not at the same level as Baya's. The power of the water escape technique they released was too weak. As soon as it collided with Baya's fire escape, all the water escape was evaporated and turned into steam. At the same time, Baya's fire escape continued to attack without decreasing, directly engulfing these root organization ninjas. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes in the flames. After killing these ninjas, Baya did not stop at all and continued to attack the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Soon, a series of screams rang out. It can be said that whether it is the ninjas of the root organization, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, or the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the Mito clan, they are no match for Baya at all. The difference in strength between them and Baya was so great that they couldn't even withstand one of Baya's moves. Faced with Baya's attack, they had no choice but to scream. Their screams and fear also brought a lot of negative energy to Baya. While Baya was engaged in a crazy massacre, other Uchiha clan ninjas were not idle either. They were also attacking these ninjas madly. Although their strength is not as good as Baya's, they have no problem dealing with the root organization's ninjas by relying on the powerful ability of the Sharingan. Damn it! What's going on? They are all Konoha ninjas, why did you attack us? As one of the 3 Konoha ninjas, Tsunade is very familiar with the fighting style of Konoha ninjas. Through the ninjutsu used by these people and their fighting habits, Tsunade was very sure that the ninjas attacking them were Konoha ninjas. At the same time, he also saw several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. This is what makes Tsunade very puzzled. In Tsunade's naive understanding, the Konoha ninjas should all be a loving family. They are all staunch guardians of the will of fire. Therefore, after confirming that his ninja is a Konoha ninja, Tsunade was very confused. They're also Konoha ninjas, and they just returned victorious from battle. Shouldn't Konoha village welcome them like heroes? Why would they attack them? Haha, Tsunade, I really don't know whether you are stupid or naive. Hearing Tsunade's words, Baya said with a smile. Damn it, Baya, what the hell is going on? Hearing Baya's words, Tsunade asked hurriedly. Don't you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, is afraid that I will return and take his position as Hokage. So, someone was sent to assassinate me. Baya said it indifferently, and at the same time, with his right hand, a flying kunai was caught by Baya. Then, Baya swung the kunai with force, and it easily pierced the neck of a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. This ninja from the Sarutobi clan fell to the ground while struggling, holding his neck. Although Tsunade usually calls Sarutobi Hiruzen old man, in Tsunade's mind, she still respects Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. In Tsunade's view, Sarutobi Hiruzen is her teacher who taught her ninjutsu, and he is also the Hokage who inherited her grandfather's will of fire. Now, Baya actually said that these ninjas were sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack them. Tsunade couldn't accept it. What? Sarutobi-sensei did this? How is this possible? How could the old man do such a thing? Tsunade said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. That old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen is no good. Baya still said with great disdain. Don't underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. But I have to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to brainwash. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Atake would not have been made a filial son, and Uchiha Shisui would not have been willing to commit suicide. Just like Tsunade now. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen caused the entire Senju clan to decline. Tsunade actually thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was a good person. Impossible, how is this possible? I can't believe it. How could Sarutobi sensei do such a thing? Tsunade said with a trembling voice. Her own teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, actually sent people to attack her for the power in his hands. This was completely different from the Sarutobi Hiruzen she had in mind. Tsunade couldn't accept it for a moment. Tsunade-sama. Although it is extremely unbelievable, but it's all true, Nara Shikaku said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen would indeed do such a thing. Heitake Sakumo also walked over and said to Tsunade, "No, I don't believe it. You have no evidence, this is all just your speculation." Tsunade still refused to believe it and found a reason to convince herself. "You want evidence? Here you go. He's an elite ninja from the Sarutobi clan, so he should have the evidence you want." At this moment, Baya picked up a half-dead ninja from the Sarutobi clan and threw him in front of Tsunade. This ninja is a middle-aged man with good strength. He should have the evidence Tsunade needs in his head. Well, seeing this half-dead ninja from the Sarutobi clan, Tsunade was a little hesitant and didn't know what to do for a moment. She wanted to know the truth, but was afraid to know it. Tsunade is now in a dilemma. What? You can't do it. Yan, go help Tsunade. Baya looked at the hesitant Tsunade and continued. Yes. Lord Baya. Hearing Baya's words, Uchiha Yan rushed over immediately and cast a powerful illusion on the half-dead ninja of the Sarutobi clan. This half-dead Sarutobi ninja was already seriously injured and had no power to resist the illusion. Under the powerful illusion, the Sarutobi ninja suddenly became distracted and fell into the illusion. Nailed it. Tsunade-sama, you may ask anything you like now, Uchiha Yan said to Tsunade. Did Sarutobi sensei really give the order to attack us? Tsunade took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. Hearing Tsunade's question, the Sarutobi clan ninja who was trapped in the illusion continued without any hesitation. Yes. This is the order of the Hokage. Not only our Sarutobi clan, but also the Uchiha clan, the Mito clan, and the Root organization received the order to destroy the Uchiha clan. This Sarutobi ninja told everything without reservation. This Sarutobi ninja is a Jonin and is also an elite ninja among all Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, he knew many of the actions ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing the words of the Sarutobi clan ninja, Tsunade trembled all over, took a few steps back, and almost fainted. At this moment, her three views have completely collapsed. She never thought that her respected teacher, the third Hokage of Konoha village, would actually do such a thing. Tsunade-sama, do you have any further questions? This guy looks like he's dying. Uchiha Yan couldn't help but ask as he looked at the Uchiha clan ninja whose breath was weakening. But Tsunade seemed not to have heard what Uchiha Yan said. She just stood there blankly, as if she was dumbfounded. At this time, Tsunade's worldview collapsed, her ninja way collapsed, and her heart began to gradually close. It can be said that if no one stops her, Tsunade will fall into a psychological illness like hemophobia, just like in the original work. Eventually he became a fat sheep who only knew how to drink and gamble. And Baya obviously discovered this. Since Tsunade is his own now, Baya will certainly not let this happen to Tsunade again. Baya immediately appeared in front of Tsunade, grabbed Tsunade's chest and shouted loudly, "Senju Tsunade, what are you doing? Don't forget your identity. You are the patriarch of the Senju clan. Do you want to fall here, abandon the Senju clan?" Hearing Baya's words, Tsunade, who had originally wanted to close her heart, suddenly trembled. Yes, Baya is right. He is the patriarch of the Senju clan. How could I fall down here? I also want to make the Senju clan rise? Isn't he just a bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen? She actually lied to me for so long, I will make him pay. Tsunade, who figured everything out, immediately came out of her inner dilemma. Well. Baya, you bastard. Where are you putting your hands? Only then did Tsunade realize that something was wrong. Baya's hand was actually on her chest. I'm sorry. I didn't notice it just now. I'll go and destroy this ninja first. Baya apologized, left quickly, and killed the ninjas who were attacking from all directions. However, Baya couldn't help but look towards his right hand. You know what, it feels really good. As expected of Tsunade. After Baya's continuous massacre, both the ninjas of the Root organization and the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan suffered heavy losses. Damn it, the Uchiha clan is too strong. We are no match for them. Root organization, stop hiding and immediately release that person's seal. That's right, only that person's power can defeat the Uchiha clan. Understood. Members of the Root organization, break the seal immediately. Soon, members of the Root organization summoned a coffin that was more than 1 meter tall. This box is covered with sealing spells. What is this? What the hell did this guy Danzo come up with? Baya also looked at the coffin with great curiosity. This coffin, more than 1 meter tall, was standing upright there, with various seals on it. It seems that there is something very important in this coffin. Quick. Unseal immediately. We need his strength. A member of the root organization immediately came to the coffin and made hand seals. The sealing spell on the coffin quickly disappeared. Then, the coffin opened and a pale-faced man walked out of it. Just as the man's feet touched the ground, a burst of chakra involuntarily burst out from his body. Suddenly, a patch of weeds grew on the ground. What is this, such a huge amount of life force chakra? Baya looked at the pale-faced man in some surprise. Chakra of vitality, this is a special chakra, a powerful force that only a sage's body can possess when it is developed to the extreme. In the entire ninja world, there is only one person who possesses chakra with this characteristic, and that is the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It was precisely because of his huge vitality that Hashirama Senju was able to defeat Uchiha Madara. Wait. This guy couldn't have transplanted Hashirama Senju's cells. Baya couldn't help but think of it. If Baya remembered correctly, the top leaders of Konoha village had been studying Hashirama Senju's cells, especially Danzo of the root organization, who was extremely obsessed with the power of wood release. Some even said that he had a wood escapement arm transplanted directly. It seems now that the person in front of him should have been transplanted with Hashirama Senju's cells. I never thought that besides creating the future would release Ninja Yamato, someone else from the root organization also successfully transplanted Hashirama Senju's cells. Baya couldn't help but think of it. Not everyone can transplant Hashirama Senju's cells. Because of Hashirama Senju's powerful strength during his lifetime, even after his death, his cells still possess extremely terrifying life activity. If an ordinary person transplants Hashirama Senju's cells, not only will they not gain powerful strength, but they will be devoured instead. Only a very few people can withstand Hashirama Senju's cells and gain the power of wood release. What's going on? Why does he have the aura of Grandpa? Tsunade also felt the breath of wood release and rushed over immediately, staring at the person who walked out of the coffin with her beautiful eyes. Haha, do you even need to ask? He must have transplanted your grandfather's cells, the Uchiha said while looking at Tsunade. My grandfather's cells were transplanted. Damn it, how could they desecrate my grandfather's body? Tsunade's voice trembled when she heard Baya's words. As a medical ninja, she knew very well what was required for the transplant. The thought that his grandfather could not rest in peace after his death, but was instead dug out of the cemetery, cut into pieces and used to transplant cells from him made him feel sad. Tsunade couldn't accept it in her heart. Nothing is impossible. I told you long ago that Sarutobi Hiruzen and all the Konoha high-ranking officials are not good people. Baya looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but say, damn it, all of you go die. Tsunade was furious and clenched her fists as she attacked the root members. If we say that just now, Tsunade, because they were all Konoha ninjas, held back when attacking, but now, when I think about how they actually dug up my grandfather's grave and cut his body into pieces, Tsunade was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. Now she had only one thought, which was to kill the bastard in front of her. Super strength fist. Tsunade slammed her fist on the ground. Boom! A powerful force suddenly erupted and the ground exploded. Countless impacts spread rapidly in all directions. Number 13, attack quickly. Seeing the angry Tsunade, the members of the root organization spoke directly to this person in an order. This person is a wood release experimental subject, therefore, he has no name, only a code name. Subject number 13, codenamed number 13. At the same time, in order to better control this experimental subject, number 13 also has various sealing techniques in his mind. It can be said that subject number 13 is now a wood escape machine that only knows how to fight. Yes. After hearing the order, number 13 stretched out his right hand and pointed it at Tsunade. Suddenly, his right hand turned into countless trees, which grew rapidly and attacked Tsunade quickly. Damn it, this is my grandfather's wood release. Seeing no 13th's attack, Tsunade became even angrier. Tsunade recognized it at a glance. It was the unique wood release of her grandfather. Facing the trees rushing towards her this time, Tsunade dodged quickly. These wildly growing trees hit the ground, causing it to shake violently. But, is the wood release attack over just like that? Obviously not possible. If the attack of wood release is only like this, then wood release would not be qualified to be called a power that can counter Susanoo. After failing to hit their target, these trees grew rapidly and continued to attack Tsunade. This is the power of wood release, endless and continuous attacks. Faced with the attack of these trees that are like life, no one can resist. Not good. The first time Tsunade faced wood release, she was not careful and was directly knocked away by countless overgrown trees. But this is not the end, the trees continue to attack Tsunade. Just when Tsunade was about to be hit by these trees again, Baya took decisive action. Be careful. Susanoo. Baya immediately opened Susanoo to block Tsunade the wood release attack. Tsunade, go deal with the others first. Leave this guy to me, the Uchiha said to Tsunade. Baya, be careful. This guy has the same power as my grandfather. He is extremely powerful. Tsunade said to Bai Ye instructively. Don't worry, I don't even take a loser like him who gained wood release through cell transplantation seriously. Bai Ye said with great disdain. Is wood release strong? Not just strong, but very strong. Otherwise, wood release would not be called the power to pacify troubled times. However, the power of wood release also depends on who uses it. Just like in the original work, Yamato and Hashirama Senju both have wood release, but the effects are completely different. Hashirama Senju's wood release can pacify troubled times, while Yamato's wood release can only be used for greening. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't take this person seriously at all. I just wonder if this person's wood release is for landscaping, or is it for construction? Susanoo. Bai Ye directly activated Susanoo in the third stage. A terrifying aura spread around. When the Uchiha clan members on the battlefield saw Bai Ye's Susanoo, they were suddenly shocked. Look, that's Lord Bai's Susanoo. Haha. Lord Bai Ye has taken action, you are doomed. No matter how many times I see it, Lord Bai's Susanoo is always so amazing. All the Uchiha clan ninjas spoke excitedly. Unlike the excitement of the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of the Root Organization and the Sarutobi clan were all shocked when they saw the huge Susanoo in front of them. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying chakra! This is the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan. Don't be afraid, we possess the power of wood release. That's right, we have the power of wood release. The power of wood release will definitely be able to defeat the power of the Uchiha clan. Although Bai Ye's Susanoo made them very frightened. But when he thought about the fact that they possessed the power of wood release, his originally frightened heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Yes, although the Uchiha clan's power is terrifying, they do possess the power of wood release. They believed that wood release could definitely defeat the power of the Uchiha clan. Number 13, attack immediately. Destroy all the Uchiha clan ninjas. The members of the Root Organization immediately gave the order. Upon hearing the order, number 13 did not hesitate at all. His hands turned into countless wildly growing trees and attacked Bai Ye. Facing the attacking trees, Bai Ye immediately controlled Susanoo and condensed a long sword in his hand. The long sword slashed at the trees with force. Bang. Boom. With a huge explosion, these wildly growing trees were completely destroyed. Is this your wood release? This is so weak. It seems your wood release is only good for landscaping. Bai Ye said with great disdain. Wood release can indeed fight against Susanoo. However, this also depends on who is using wood release. Wood release will have different powers in the hands of different people. In the hands of Hashirama Senju, wood release is the power to pacify troubled times and can defeat Uchiha Madara. However, in Yamato's hands, wood release can only be used for construction and landscaping. Just like the experimental subject number 13 in front of us, although he has transplanted Hashirama Senju's cells, he has the ability to release wood release. However, his wood release cannot be compared with Hashirama Senju's wood release at all. Bai Ye's Susanoo can easily destroy these trees. Damn it, how is this possible? Wood release isn't the Mangekyo Sharinan that can defeat the Uchiha clan. Number 13, you didn't use your full strength. I command you to use all your strength, unleash the power of wood release, and destroy Uchiha Byakuya. The Root members shouted at number 13. Upon hearing the order, number 13 released the power of wood release again without any hesitation. Countless trees grew rapidly, and this time number 13 used all his strength, and the number of trees growing wildly around him doubled than before. But, unfortunately, the attacks of these trees are too weak compared to Bai Ye's Susanoo. It's useless, such a weak attack doesn't even qualify as wood release, Bai Ye said with great disdain. At the same time, he controlled the long sword in Susanoo's hand and swung it hard again. Boom, the long sword swept across, and all the trees were destroyed instantly. Compared to Hashirama Senju's wood release, this experimental subject's wood release is too weak. The weak Bai Ye can be easily destroyed. If that's all the strength you have, then you can go and die. After destroying these trees, Bai Ye's Susanoo used the long sword in his hand to attack directly towards the members of the Root Organization. Number 13. Block it. Seeing Bai Ye's attack, the members of the Root Organization shouted loudly. Wooden escape wood spindle wall. Subject number 13 quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, countless trees broke out of the ground, constantly winding and gathering together, forming a huge wooden shield. However, it is obviously impossible for this to really block Bai Ye's attack. Bang. Crack. As soon as the Susanoo sword touched the wooden shield, the shield shattered. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo's attack hit the ground. Suddenly the ground exploded and a powerful impact spread in all directions. As for the Death Root Organization and the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, there are countless of them. Ahem. Damn it, how is this possible? We clearly possess the power of wood release, so why can't we fight against the Uchiha clan? Didn't the first Hokage defeat Uchiha Madara with wood release? The Root Organization, the Sarutobi clan and many other families ninjas who were seriously injured one after another were unable to accept it. In their opinion, would release is the power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju once used this power to defeat Uchiha Madara. Now that they also have wood release, why can't they defeat Byakuya? Everyone was really confused and could only look towards the root ninjas. How did you guys in the root organization do that? Didn't they say that wood release could defeat Uchiha Byakuya? Why is your wood release so weak? Faced with the questions from many ninjas of the Sarutobi Hiruzen clan, the members of the root organization were also very confused. Force. It was because the ninjas from the root organization told them that they possessed powerful wood release and could definitely defeat Byakuya with the power of wood release that they followed suit. Is this the wood release power you mentioned? Is this the ability to destroy Byakuya you mentioned? Faced with the accusations from other ninjas, the members of the root organization were also very aggrieved. They also obeyed Danzo's orders. Wood release can destroy Byakuya, which is what Danzo told them. What does it have to do with them? The root organization members had no other choice but to question subject number 13. Number 13. What's going on? Why didn't you destroy Uchiha Byakuya? Hearing the questioning from the root organization, number 13 suddenly fell to the ground and screamed. Ah! As number 13 screamed, his body was wriggling rapidly. It looks like something in the body is about to explode. No 13. What's wrong with you? Quick. Report your situation. Seeing the number 13 test bench screaming there, the members of the root organization shouted loudly. But no matter how loudly the root members shouted, it was useless. No 13 was still screaming there. Ah! Finally, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the body of subject number 13 exploded. Countless wildly growing branches emerged from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions, attacking everything around him. Subject number 13, although he had the cells of Hashirama Senju transplanted into him, gained the power of wood release. But this is not his strength after all. Under normal circumstances, he can also control the power of wood release. However, during the battle with Baya, he overused the power of wood release, and coupled with Baya's fierce attack, he was seriously injured. Therefore, at this time, subject number 13 was no longer able to suppress Hashirama Senju's cells in his body. Therefore, Hashirama Senju's cells began to run wild and directly devoured the experimental subjects. At the same time, countless trees began to grow wildly, devouring everything around them. The first to bear the brunt are these members of the root organization. Ah! What is this? Help! Ah! Amidst a series of screams, more than a dozen unaware members of the root organization were directly swallowed up by these wildly growing trees. This is not the end yet. The wildly growing trees continue to attack in all directions. Whether it was the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, or the Mito clan, the ninjas were all swallowed by these crazy trees with screams. Damn it, what's going on? What are the members of the root organization doing? What a bunch of idiots. Retreat quickly. Retreat immediately. Originally, they were no match for Baya. Now, the experimental subject number 13 suddenly exploded, killing countless of their people and causing them serious losses. The remaining ninjas had no desire to fight anymore. Therefore, these ninjas, led by the Sarutobi clan, decisively chose to escape. Looking at these ninjas who were fleeing madly, Baya did not chase them. In other words, Baya simply didn't bother to pursue. It was even said that Baya planned to let them bring the news of their failure back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let them feel terror, let them feel despair. Only in this way can Baya obtain negative energy. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, in the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato-en, all of them had very solemn expressions as they waited for news from the front line. Sarutobi, what's going on? No news yet. Yes, what exactly is the root organization's actions like? Have you eliminated Uchiha Byakuya? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en couldn't help but ask. Since the root organization's actions, none of them had left the Hokage's office for a moment. They were also the first to receive the news that Baya had been eliminated. They couldn't sleep well for a moment until they heard the news that Baya had been eliminated. No news has come back yet, but, considering the time, it's almost time. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say this while smoking his new pipe. Don't worry. In order to eliminate Uchiha Byakuya, all members of our root organization are mobilized, as well as would release test subjects. This experimental subject has been transplanted with the cells of the first Hokage and can would release. He will definitely be able to destroy Uchiha Byakuya, Shimura Danzo said very confidently. That's good. People like Uchiha Byakuya shouldn't even exist in Konoha Village. After hearing Danzo's words, Utane Koharu and Maitaman felt much more at ease. Yes, this time, in order to eliminate Baya, they mobilized all the ninjas in the entire root organization, and at the same time, their respective families also sent many powerful ninjas. There are also experimental subjects who can use wood release. With such a powerful force, they could launch a major war and destroy some small ninja villages. There is no reason why Baya cannot be eliminated. They just need to wait here, and good news will definitely be delivered to them. After figuring it all out, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato's expressions relaxed a lot. They each picked up a cup of tea and savored it carefully. Bang! At this moment, the door of the conference room was opened rudely. The two men were so frightened that their hands trembled and the tea in the cup splashed directly on their faces. Assholes, what are you doing? Why didn't you knock when you came in? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato, both with tea on their faces, asked angrily. But the visitor paid no attention to the two men's angry curses, but spoke in great panic. Third generation, something bad has happened. Our plan has failed. Baiye's strength is too terrifying, we are no match for him at all. The visitor gasped and spoke hurriedly. This person is the ninja from the Sarutobi clan who had just been defeated by Baiye. He knew very well that their mission to kill Baiye had failed, and Baiye would definitely not let them, or even the entire Sarutobi clan, go. This ninja also realized the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, he did not dare to stop for a moment and rushed back to Konoha village without stopping. That he immediately told Sarutobi Hiruzen the news of the mission failure. What did you say? Say it again. How could the mission fail? Upon hearing about this task, the four people present all stood up in shock, slamming their tables. What did they hear? Mission failed. How is this possible? How could the mission fail? Could it be that with so many powerful ninjas, they still can't defeat Baiye alone? Among them, the most excited one was Danzo Shinura. In order to make this mission successful, he mobilized all members of the root organization. Even the experimental subject number 13 who had just successfully transplanted the wood release cells was sent out. Therefore, this mission must succeed, it cannot fail, failure is not allowed, and it is impossible to fail. So, now that he heard the news of the mission failure, Danzo would such a surprise. What on earth just happened? Where's wood release? Don't you guys use the power of wood release? The excited Danzo kept asking. We used the power of wood release. But wood release is simply no match for Byakuya. Baiye's strength is truly terrifying. That kind of terrifying power is simply not something we can resist. The ninja immediately recounted the entire battle process in a rapid manner. Upon hearing that Baiye possessed such terrifying power, everyone present showed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? How could this damned fellow Baiye possess such terrifying power? Even wood release can't defeat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what should we do? Yes, Sarutobi, please say something when the time comes. If Baiye knew what we had done in Konoha village during this period, he would definitely not let us go. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with very frightened expressions. For their own interests, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his friends took advantage of Byakuya's absence from Konoha village to seize a lot of Uchiha clan's property. It is even said that they even replaced the head of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Fugaku. As for whether they were afraid of Baiye's revenge, they didn't care at all. In other words, they had no intention of letting Baiye come back alive. They will send a powerful ninja force to intercept Baiye on the way. Everything was planned well and arranged perfectly. However, they never expected that Baiye actually possessed such terrifying power. Directly defeated the people they sent. They could already imagine that when Baiye returned to Konoha village, he would definitely not let them go. Don't panic, don't get confused. Don't forget who we are the top leaders of Konoha village, controlling the entire village. Even if Uchiha Byakuya's strength is terrifying, can he still kill us? Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of being the Hokage. When he heard the news that the plan had failed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also panicked. However, as Hokage, he quickly stabilized. Sarutobi, you're right. We are the top leaders of Konoha village, controlling everything in Konoha village. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the two people who were originally panicked calmed down. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. Even if Byakuya was extremely powerful, he was only one person, and the Uchiha clan only had one family. And they are the high-ranking officials of Konoha, controlling the entire Konoha village. They have no need to be afraid. Baiye's troublemaking is nothing more than sacrificing some benefits. Sarutobi, what should I do next? We both listen to you. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato couldn't help but ask. Even Danzo couldn't help but look towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. If we were to say who is the best at plotting here, it would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, he would not have become Hokage. Baiye led the Uchiha clan to defeat the attack of the Sand Village and protect Konoha village. They are heroes of the village. Let's greet them with a hero's welcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and couldn't help but say. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that what he needed to do now was to stabilize Byakuya and the Uchiha clan first. I will find an opportunity to deal with Baiye and the Uchiha clan later. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's political method, and there is nothing wrong with it in anyone's opinion. Is this really going to be like this? I really can't accept this. Damn Uchiha. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, although they were very unwilling in their hearts, they also knew very well that this was the best way. Baya moved very quickly and arrived near the gate of Konoha village in just a few days. Konoha village, I'm finally back. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you are ready. Baya looked at the Konoha gate not far away and couldn't help but smile. Konoha village, it looks like earth-shaking changes are about to happen. Ino, dear, and Joe looked at Konoha village and couldn't help but think. During this period, through constant interaction with Baya, they also gained a certain understanding of Baya. They knew very well that Baya was the kind of person who would take revenge if he had a grudge, and would never leave a grudge overnight. If Sarutobi Hiruzen treats Baya like this, Baya will definitely not let him go. Luju, are all the things ready? Baya asked Nara Shikaku. Master Baya, the evidence we found in the sand village is all here. Nara Shikaku took out a scroll and couldn't help but say. When attacking the sand village, Baya also found a lot of evidence from the sand village that Konoha village had leaked information to the sand village. However, it is a pity that these evidences were all created by Danzo's root organization. There is not even a trace of evidence against Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can only say that he is worthy of being Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he did something bad, he would not leave any evidence. Let's go, I want to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen has prepared for me in Konoha village. Baya walked towards Konoha village. Baya was very clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan to attack him had failed, and he would not let him go so easily. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen is setting a trap for himself in Konoha village right now. However, as Baya approached Konoha village, he discovered that there were many people gathered at the gate of Konoha village. Third generation, look, the Uchiha are here, and Umbu said to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the words of the Umbu, a smile immediately appeared on the face of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, our hero is here. Let us welcome the hero's return together. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately led all the Konoha ninjas present and headed towards Baya. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen are Danzo Shimura, Kohara Utane, and Anne of Midokado. Although they really wanted to kill Baya immediately. However, they also knew very well that Baya was extremely powerful, and they were no match for Baya at all. The three of them had no choice but to put on fake smiles that were uglier than crying, and follow Sarutobi Hiruzen to welcome Baya. Lord Baya, they seem to be here to greet us. The clan leaders of all the major families in the village are here. This is a hero's welcome. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. Haha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I never thought you would come up with something like this. Baya said with some surprise. Baya had to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's political tactics. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really ambushed him in Konoha village, Baya would not be afraid at all, because Baya is very confident in his own strength. Relying on his powerful strength, Baya can easily defeat anyone. However, what Baya did not expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of attacking him at all, but instead greeted Baya in a heroic way. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been helpless in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft knife. However, Baya is not an ordinary person. Baya is a time traveler, and he doesn't buy into this at all. Welcome back everyone from the Uchiha clan. It is because of you that we have a stable Konoha village. You are all heroes of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards Baya with a smile while delivering his signature lines. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were the patriarchs of the major ninja families in Konoha village and some high-ranking ninjas. They all looked at the Uchiha clan with smiles and surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that the Uchiha clan actually did it. It was really possible to defeat the Sand Village solely relying on the Uchiha clan. At this time, a warm welcome ceremony was taking place at the gate of Konoha village. A team headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the last of Konoha's high-ranking officials, led the patriarchs of the major families in Konoha village and some more prestigious ninjas to welcome the victorious return of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, there were many ordinary people who came to join in the fun, all gathered around. All the Konoha ninjas were very surprised to see the Uchiha group. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan defeated the attack of the Sand Village with only one family. When did the Sand Village become so weak? Or perhaps the Uchiha clan has become stronger? While they were surprised, they also felt a little regretful. If they had known that the Uchiha clan would win, they would have joined the battle without hesitation. Although war is extremely dangerous, it is also an opportunity to easily gain merit. If they can participate in this battle, not only will they gain countless merits, but the status of their ninja family will also be improved. An increase in status means an increase in the right to speak in Konoha village. However, when Baya invited them, they were not optimistic about Baya, thinking that Baya was seeking his own death. So, they didn't send any ninjas to participate at all. This made them regret it deeply. Not all families are like this. The Hyuga clan sent out several Hyuga clan ninjas with the mentality of believing it is better to believe it than not. Although these ninjas were not very useful in the battle, they still received a lot of attacks. The Hyuga clan leader in the crowd couldn't help but smile with pride. It seems to be saying, see, this is the foresight of the Hyuga clan. Next are the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes. Their clan leader directly participated in the war, and they were the clan that gained the most besides the Uchiha clan. However, no matter what they think, it does not affect the cheerful atmosphere here at this moment. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen walking towards him with a warm and smiling face, Baya raised his hand. Seeing Byakuya's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Byakuya was planning to shake hands with him, and the smile on his face became even wider. See, this is how I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do things. No matter how powerful Uchiha Bei is, he will still have to submit under his own methods. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very fast and reached Baya in just a few steps. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to shake hands with Byakuya, Byakuya dodged Sarutobi Hiruzen's handshake and instead slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. Pa! The crisp sound spread in all directions. Seeing Baya's actions, the cheerful voices around suddenly stopped. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smiling, was suddenly slapped in the face, and the smiling expression on his face was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Baya to suddenly slap him. As for the others, they were all shocked when they saw Baya's actions. What did I just see? Uchiha Byakuya slapped the Hokage. I saw it too. Is the Uchiha clan about to launch an attack? Everyone around thought in surprise. Everyone is well aware of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials. They also knew very well that there would be a war between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials. However, what they didn't expect was that Baya was so arrogant. They actually don't give face to the Konoha top management. In such a cheerful environment, he slapped the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in public. What is this for? This is an intention to launch a direct attack. It can be said that because of Baya's slap, everyone thought a lot. Some even said that they had already prepared their ninjutsu and were ready to run away immediately if they felt that something was wrong. However, the battle they imagined did not occur. Baya did not launch an attack, but instead looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "Oh, it's the Hokage-sama. Sorry, my eyesight is bad, I hit the wrong person." Although Baya apologized, his tone was not apologetic at all, but rather full of provocation. Wrong person, bad eyesight. Please, if you want to make an excuse, make it a decent one. You, the Uchiha clan, possess the Sharingan, which has such powerful insight that how could you recognize the wrong person? You are fooling a ghost. Obviously, this excuse cannot convince the people around. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with anger after hearing Baya's excuse. Uchiha Byakuya, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Baya with gritted teeth. The anger in his eyes had reached its extreme. He is the Hokage, the third-generation Hokage of Konoha village, and represents the face of the entire Konoha village. Now he was actually slapped in the face in public. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry? It can even be said that many Umbu who were responsible for protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen had already reached for their weapons with their right hands. They would attack at Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. Seeing the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen, Baya was not afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Hokage-sama, don't be so angry. You always have a kind face. How could you get angry over such a trivial matter, and your expression right now doesn't match your personality at all. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still indifferent, and said, "You." After hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger not only did not disappear, but became even angrier. That's right, in the past, in order to maintain his image as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been kind and gentle, which is also why Sarutobi Hiruzen, a character created by yourself. However, no matter how kind he was, he couldn't bear being slapped in public. What's more, Baya looked like he did it on purpose. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry? Nara Shikaku and others who were beside Baya were very impressed when they saw Baya slap Sarutobi Hiruzen so confidently. As expected of Lord Baya, you are so bold. Master Byakuya actually used this method to disrupt Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. When Nara Shikaku saw Sarutobi Hiruzen leading so many people in a grand hero welcome ceremony, he recognized it at a glance. This must be a new conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft knife conspiracy, Nara Shikaku had no good solution. However, what Nara Shikaku did not expect was that Baya would not eat this one, and he went up and slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. Directly destroyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracy. Only Baya, who is so powerful, would dare to do such a thing. What, Hokage-sama, are you still angry? I've already apologized. Hokage-sama, why don't you forgive me? This is disrespecting our Uchiha clan. Or is it that Lord Hokage is planning to fight us? Looking at the still angry Sarutobi Hiruzen, Baya said in a bad tone, You damn bastard. Let's go." Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the courage to fight Byakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that he was no match for Byakuya. If I really fight with Baya, it will not be just a matter of embarrassment. The angry Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and was about to leave with his men. Wait, Hokage-sama, you can't leave. You are here to welcome us heroes back. How can you leave, Hokage-sama? Baya obviously didn't intend to let Sarutobi Hiruzen go so easily, so he called him directly. In just a few minutes, Baya received 3,000 negative energy from Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, how could Baya let Sarutobi Hiruzen leave so easily? You damned fellow. After hearing Baya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to leave, stopped in anger. I have been slapped in the face, and I am still expected to welcome them. What else can a man endure? Because of anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark and twisted. Hokage-sama, what's with that expression? It seems that you are not planning to welcome heroes like us. We are out here guarding the will of fire, and yet Hokage-sama treats us like this. Everyone, watch carefully, this is how the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen treats heroes. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued to speak sarcastically. After hearing Baya's words, the people around couldn't help but look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry face. Damn Uchiha Byakuya. Hearing Baya's words and feeling the gazes from all around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger instantly erupted like a volcano. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait to take action and kill Baya. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very clear that Byakuya was extremely powerful and he was no match for Byakuya at all. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very clear that he could not be angry now. I am the Hokage, and everyone in Konoha village is watching me. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and his expression changed immediately. From twisted anger to a kind smile. Haha, Baya, what are you talking about? How could I not welcome heroes like you? I'm just going to get something. Look. This is the victory red flower I prepared for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen acted as if nothing had happened and took the big red flower directly from the hand of the Umbu beside him. Really, so that's how it is. However, I'd better keep these words to yourselves. Looking at the flowers sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Baya took a look and threw them aside. This immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen angry again. You asked me to welcome you, and I welcomed you. You don't even appreciate it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is angry now, extremely angry, especially angry. However, Byakuya simply ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger and went straight to Danzo Shinura. You are Shinura Danzo, right? Baya looked at Danzo Shinura and asked. Yes, it's me. Shinura Danzo replied in a very tough tone, his face showing no sign of hiding his anger towards Baya. It was this bastard who caused serious losses to the members of his own root organization. Now Danzo Shinura wanted to kill Baya immediately. I'm looking for you. Baya raised his hand and slapped Danzo. When Baya slapped him, Danzo also wanted to dodge. But how could Baya give him a chance to escape? In other words, with Danzo's strength, can he really dodge Byakuya's slap? Obviously not possible. Baya's slap landed hard on Shinura Danzo's face. Moreover, because Baya used a lot of force this time, Danzo Shinura was slapped away by Baya. It flew several meters away, rolled several times on the ground, and then stopped. But this is not the end. Come here, take him down for me. Following Baya's order, Uchiha Yan led several Uchiha clan ninjas and rushed directly towards Shinura Danzo. What are you Uchiha doing? How dare you attack me? I'm an elder of Konoha, the leader of the root organization. Danzo Shinura continued to struggle and scream. Behave yourself. Uchiha Yan didn't care about the Konoha elders. He looked at the struggling Shinura Danzo and kicked him in the knees twice. With a scream, Danzo Shinura fell to his knees in front of Baya. Stop it. What are you Uchiha clan ninjas doing? Uchiha Byakuya, what are you doing? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted and shouted loudly. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer in the mood to care about the things that Byakuya had done that made him angry. He first needs to find out why Byakuya dared to attack Danzo Shinura. What are you doing? Of course, it's to protect Konoha village and the will of fire. Shinura Danzo, the traitor who destroyed Konoha village, must be apprehended. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said unhappily. Traitor. Hearing Baya's words, all the ninjas around him gasped. Treason is an extremely serious crime in the entire ninja world. No village will let a rebellious ninja go easily. Any ninja can kill a rebel ninja under any circumstances. Each major village even formed an assassination team specifically to hunt down rebellious ninjas. Baya, what are you talking about? Danzo is the elder of Konoha, how can you say he is a traitor? Even if Danzo did something bad, you don't have any evidence, so you can't attack the Konoha elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen said scoldingly. We Uchiha clan don't need evidence to arrest people, but you want evidence, right? Here's the evidence. Byakuya took a scroll from Nara Shikaku's hand and threw it directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well prepared. When he saw the scroll flying over, he quickly reached out to catch it. But how could Baya let him catch it? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to grab the scroll, a chakra thread suddenly stuck to the scroll. the direction of the scroll thrown over suddenly changed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's grip was lost. The scroll continued to smash towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Pa! The scroll hit Sarutobi Hiruzen hard in the face. Originally, because of Baye's slap, there was an extra palm print on Sarutobi Hiruzen's left cheek. Now, after being hit by the scroll again, another mark appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's right cheek. There is a very interesting expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face now. You. Feeling the burning pain on his face, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared in an instant. His eyes glared at Baye as if they were spitting flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very sure that the scroll hit his face because of Byakuya. However, Byakuya simply ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger. Hokage-sama, what are you still doing standing there? You want to see the evidence, don't you? Now I'm giving it to you. What are you still doing standing there? Baye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued to speak provocatively. Seeing Baye's attitude, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry, he had no right to be angry at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to open the scroll and start reading. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen read the contents of the scroll, the uglier his expression became. Damn it, this guy Danzo. Someone actually left a handle on me, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that everything recorded in the scroll was true. Among them, many things were done by Danzo himself. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Danzo was very meticulous in his work, but he didn't expect that he was so useless that someone left evidence behind. Is there any evidence left behind for something like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very sure that if the things written in the scroll were implemented, Danzo can only atone for his sins by dying. Of course, as Danzo's friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never just watch Danzo die. If Danzo died, it would be a huge blow to him. It was even said that Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to destroy the scroll so that there would be no evidence to prove his mistake. Hokage-sama, what do you think? What are you doing with your hands? You don't want to destroy this evidence. But even if it's destroyed, it doesn't matter, I already have a backup. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's little movements, Baye continued. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Baye's words, his little movements suddenly stopped and he kept cursing in his heart. Uchiha Bae, this damn bastard. Since the evidence cannot be destroyed, the only option is to use another method. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed and he started cursing at Danzo. Danzo, how dare you do such a thing? Danzo Shinura was also stunned when he was suddenly scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, you. Danzo Shinura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who suddenly became angry in great confusion. Danzo, look at what you have done. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the scroll directly in front of Shinura Danzo. Seeing the contents of the scroll, Danzo cried out inwardly. Oh no, how did these things fall into Baye's hands? Danzo Shinura could tell at a glance that the scroll recorded everything he had done during this period. Based on this evidence, I can indeed define myself as a traitor. When he thought of this, sweat broke out on Shinura Danzo's forehead. Baye, thanks to the evidence you found. Otherwise, I really don't know that Danzo would actually do such a thing. Take Danzo down to me immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen first thanked Baye, then waved his hand, and immediately two came out and were about to take Shinura Danzo away. But, would Sarutobi Hiruzen really deal with Shinura Danzo? Obviously not. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen did to protect Shinura Danzo. The are all Sarutobi Hiruzen's men, so how to deal with Shinura Danzo at that time will depend on his decision. It seems that the Hokage has recognized Danzo's identity as a traitor. I won't bother the Hokage with dealing with the rebellious ninja. Uchiha-en, kill this traitor Danzo immediately. Baye immediately stopped the who wanted to come over and gave orders to Uchiha-en. Yes. Lord Baye. Hearing Baye's words, Uchiha-en did not hesitate at all, that he immediately drew out his ninja sword and was about to chop towards Danzo. What are you doing? How dare you attack me? I am the elder of Konoha. Seeing the ninja sword in Uchiha-en's hand, Shinura Danzo suddenly panicked and struggled continuously. You know, Danzo Shinura has always aimed to become Hokage. How can I die when I haven't even become Hokage yet? What Konoha elder? You are now a renegade ninja. As a traitorous ninja, you actually dare to resist. Go to hell. Uchiha-en kicked Shinura Danzo's back again. The enormous force made Danzo Shinura fall to the ground in a dog-eating shit position. At the same time, Uchiha-en's ninja sword slashed towards Shinura Danzo's neck. Stop right there. Seeing Uchiha-en's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and kept shouting. However, Uchiha-en only obeyed Baye's orders and did not listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Quick, stop him. Seeing that his words were useless, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered the to take action. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately drew their ninja swords and blocked Uchiha-en's attack. What are you doing? Are you also rebel ninjas? Uchiha, take them down for me. Seeing these Baiye shouted in a sharp tone. Upon hearing Baiye's order, the Uchiha clan ninjas acted decisively without any hesitation. Bang. Bang. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, the 2 fell to the ground and were captured by the Uchiha clan ninjas. Uchiha Bai, what are you doing? How dare you attack the Sarutobi Hiruzen also shouted loudly immediately. What Now they are all rebel ninjas. Hokage-sama, you actually stopped our Uchiha clan from apprehending the rebel ninja. Is Hokage going to become a rebel ninja too? Baiye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a bad tone, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Feeling Baiye's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubt that this was Byakuya's excuse to beat him up. Baiye, even though the scroll contains all kinds of evidence. However, it is still impossible to determine the authenticity of this evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind worked quickly and he came up with another excuse. Danzo Shimura is Sarutobi Hiruzen's friend. The two have worked closely together for many years and have done many shameful things together. Therefore, no matter what the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never let Byakuya take Danzo Shimura away. Since the authenticity of this evidence cannot be confirmed, Danzo is not a traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even praising his own wit. At the critical moment, he actually came up with such good excuses. As long as I can protect Danzo Shimura now, I will find a way to save him later. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato hurriedly spoke as if they had caught some evidence. Yes, these evidences may be forged. Falsified evidence proves nothing. Hurry up, release Danzo immediately. Danzo is the elder of Konoha. The two of them were like 2 parrots, chattering incessantly. You two shut up. You two have no right to speak here. Baiye scolded the 2 of them with an annoyed look on his face. After hearing Baiye's words, the 2 of them immediately stopped the car and were very obedient, not daring to shout. You have to be obedient. Baiye's strength is too strong. He was really afraid of angering Baiye and having him kill them directly. As expected of the Hokage. How shameless. Baiye looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but say. Baiye had to admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's shamelessness and his ability to lie with his eyes wide open. With Baiye's current strength, if he really wants to kill Danzo Shimura, no one can stop him. However, Baiye did not take action immediately. Baiye also wanted to get more negative energy from them. Hokage-sama is right. This evidence could indeed be fabricated. In that case, sealing technique, Uchiha barrier. Baiye came directly in front of Danzo Shimura, and first used a sealing technique on him, and immediately all the chakra in Danzo Shimura's body was sealed. Immediately afterwards, a barrier like a cage enveloped Danzo Shimura. Baiye, what are you doing? Seeing Baiye's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked loudly. He was really afraid that Baiye would suddenly take action and kill Shimura Danzo. Since the Hokage said that the authenticity of this evidence cannot be confirmed, then let's imprison Danzo here first. After Hokage confirms the authenticity of the evidence, we can deal with Shimura Danzo. Baiye looked at Danzo who was imprisoned here and said with a smile. What, you want to imprison me here? Damn it, no. Let me go. I don't want to stay here. Hearing Baiye's words, Shimura Danzo started shouting. You know, this is the gate of Konoha village. Being imprisoned here, isn't this a disgrace? Isn't this just looking at yourself like a monkey? What are you yelling for? You, a traitor, have no right to choose your place. Looking at the shouting Danzo Shimura, Baiye cursed with disdain, and then shouted loudly at the Uchiha clan ninjas. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan, let's enter the village. This is the Konoha village that we have protected. Then Baiye ignored the angry Danzo Shimura and walked into Konoha village. Sarutobi, let me go right now. I don't want to be imprisoned here. Seeing Baiye leaving, Danzo Shimura could only ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for help. Faced with Shimura Danzo's call for help, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to do for a moment. If he really saved Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubt that Byakuya would attack him immediately. More importantly, he is no match for Baiye at all now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to let Danzo embarrass himself here. Danzo, please stay here for a while. I will find a way to save you as soon as possible. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left immediately. Damn it, Sarutobi. Don't leave me here. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen walking away, Shimura Danzo kept shouting. But unfortunately, no matter how loudly he shouted, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn back. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer be relied upon, Danzo Shimura looked at Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and again. The 2 of them felt Danzo's gaze and quickly turned away. Obviously, neither of them had any way to save Danzo Shimura. Seeing the Hokage and others leave, the other ninjas also left one after another. I didn't expect to see such a big show today. the elder of Konoha and the leader of the root organization, Danzo Shinura, was actually imprisoned at the gate of Konoha like a monkey. The only one left here is Danzo Shinura, who is imprisoned here. Damn it, damn Uchiha Byakuya. The angry Danzo Shinura could only curse Baya with gritted teeth. First, his root tissue was destroyed by Baya, and then, he was imprisoned here by Baya, being watched by passersby like a monkey. He had never suffered such humiliation. The anger in Shinura Danzo's heart had erupted like a volcano. Feeling Shinura Danzo's anger, gaining 3000 negative energy, ninjutsu plus 300. Feeling Shinura Danzo's anger, gaining 4000 negative energy, taijutsu plus 400. Feeling Shinura Danzo's anger, gaining 5000 negative energy, chakra plus 500. Seeing his increasing negative energy, Baya couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, not killing Danzo was the right choice. Otherwise I wouldn't have received so much negative energy. Just as Baya excitedly walked into the Uchiha clan's residence, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, what's going on? What happened to the Uchiha clan? All I saw before me was a very desolate street. There were only a few pedestrians on the street, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Not only Baya's face looked very ugly, even the many ninjas of the Uchiha clan behind Baya had very ugly expressions. Damn it, how could our Uchiha clan become like this? Isn't this my house? How come it's gone, and my furniture is gone too? My house is empty too. What on earth is going on? You know, before Baya left, this was a very prosperous street. However, when the day-night returned, the whole street became desolate. At the same time, many Uchiha ninjas' houses disappeared. How could they not be angry? At this moment, a member of the Uchiha clan walked over from a distance. After seeing Baya, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Master Baya, is it really you? Master Baya, you're back. That's great. The Uchiha clan is saved. Seeing this excited Uchiha clan member, Baya couldn't help but ask, what on earth happened to the Uchiha clan? How did it become like this? Hearing this, the Uchiha clan member said angrily, it was Uchiha Fugaku. All of this was done by Uchiha Fugaku. It turned out that ever since Baya led the Uchiha clan's ninjas to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen and all the Konoha high-ranking officials immediately took action against the Uchiha clan. First, he released Uchiha Fugaku, who was imprisoned by Baya, and made him the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha high-level officials began to seize the assets of the Uchiha clan. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, also tried to stop him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the will of fire every time, which was all as an excuse for Konoha village. And Uchiha Fugaku was also a person brainwashed by the will of fire. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku could only allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to engage in such an active occupation. Soon, the Uchiha clan's commercial street became deserted and the Uchiha clan's buildings were occupied. Faced with Uchiha Fugaku's behavior, many people who once followed Uchiha Fugaku began to have opinions. At least, when Baya was in the Uchiha clan, they had no worries about food and drink and lived a very easy life. Now we support you, Uchiha Fugaku, to become the clan leader, but why is our life becoming more and more difficult? It's not like they haven't looked for Uchiha Fugaku, but the response they got was, this is all for Konoha village, for the will of fire. This made those who had always supported Uchiha Fugaku feel full of resentment. If they had found out earlier that you were such a person, they would never have chosen to support Uchiha Fugaku even if they were beaten to death. From this perspective, Uchiha Byakuya is right. Uchiha Fugaku is a waste. The Uchiha man that Baya met, Uchiha aka, was the one who once followed Uchiha Fugaku. In the past, if Uchiha Chi met Baya, he would immediately turn around and leave. However, when he met Baya today, he was not annoyed but greeted him excitedly. Uchiha Fugaku, isn't this guy imprisoned in a cell? Baya said with a frown. During this period, Baya has been on the battlefield, constantly killing enemies to gain negative energy. Baya almost forgot about this guy Uchiha Fugaku. Master Baya, after you left, Uchiha Fugaku was released by the Hokage. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader. Uchiha Chi said quickly. Uchiha Fugaku is the clan leader, what did you say? Baya didn't say anything when he heard that Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader. Uchiha Mikato, who was beside Baya, was shocked and asked quickly. Uchiha Fugaku has become the clan leader, where is my father? You know, before Baya left, the head of the Uchiha clan was Mikato's father, Uchiha General. Moreover, Byakuya had no interest in becoming the clan leader and Uchiha Mikato became his own. Therefore, Baya did not make things difficult for Uchiha Yuen anymore. Although Uchiha Gen is the clan leader in name only, he has always been the clan leader. The old patriarch died of an injury when you left. Uchiha Chi continued. My father's injury has flared up, how is this possible? Obviously, Uchiha Mikato didn't believe that her father would die from illness. Before Uchiha Mikato followed by she was very worried about her father's health. She even invited Tsunade to personally treat her father's injuries. Although he was unable to completely cure his father's injuries, he had already stabilized the condition. After Tsunade's medical treatment, there will be absolutely no problem for Uchiha Gen to live another 5 or 6 years. Did Uchiha Fugaku do it? Did he kill my father? Uchiha Mikato was so angry that she opened her Sharingan and asked while glaring at Uchiha aka. Uchiha Mikato is not stupid either. Only after her father dies can Uchiha Fugaku become the clan leader. His father was the biggest obstacle for Uchiha Fugaku to become the clan leader, so Uchiha Fugaku had the greatest motive to kill his father. Looking at Uchiha Mikato's Sharingan, Uchiha aka was also shocked and said with a trembling voice, "I don't know either." However, before Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader, he did often visit the old clan leader. "Asshole, Uchiha Fugaku, I must kill you." The angry Uchiha Mikato walked directly towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Seeing Uchiha Mikato's actions, Baya immediately followed. At the same time, he spoke to the people behind him. "Uchiha Yan, take back what belongs to our Uchiha clan immediately, and we need to eliminate the root organization and the Shimura clan that they no longer have any reason to exist. Since Baya has now fallen out with Danzo Shimura, he will definitely not show mercy." "Yes. Lord Baya, you guys, follow me." Hearing Baya's order, Uchiha Yan was familiar with the route and immediately took several Uchiha clan ninjas to rush towards Shimura Danzo's base. Uchiha Mikato was very fast and immediately found Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikato looked at Uchiha Fugaku with anger. "Mikato, Byakuya, you actually came back alive." Uchiha Fugaku was also very surprised to see Byakuya and Mikato. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, if Baya leads the Uchiha clan to meet the attack of the Sand Village, they will never return. Therefore, he was so surprised to see Baya and Mikato return. In other words, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-ranking officials learned that Byakuya was not dead, they directly abandoned Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fuya did not know the situation on the battlefield, and did not know that Baya was not dead, but also news of a major victory. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku was so surprised when he saw Byakuya and Mikato suddenly appear in front of him. "What, are you surprised we're alive? How dare a loser like you become the clan leader? Why can't we come back alive?" Baya looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said with great disdain, "Damn it, Uchiha Bei, what are you talking about? Don't forget, I'm the clan leader now. How dare you talk to me like that?" Uchiha Fugaku said very angrily. Although Baya was extremely powerful, he had defeated him many times and even imprisoned him. But now it's different, he is now the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use his status as the clan leader to suppress Baya. But obviously, Baya doesn't agree with this. "Tisk. What kind of clan leader is this? He's just a piece of trash. Mikato, I'll leave this piece of trash to you." Baya lost interest in Uchiha Fugaku after taking one look at him. If it were in the past, Baya's strength would be relatively weak. In order to collect negative energy and improve his strength, Baya is also interested in Uchiha Fugaku. But now Baya has obtained a lot of negative energy, and Uchiha Fugaku is no longer useful to Baya. Therefore, Baya directly handed Uchiha Fugaku over to Uchiha Mikato. "Uchiha Fugaku, did you kill my father?" Uchiha Mikato questioned loudly. "I." Hearing Uchiha Mikato's question, Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly speechless. Although, Uchiha Gen was not killed by Uchiha Fugaku himself. But this is also what Uchiha Fugaku tacitly agreed to. Only when Uchiha Gen dies can Uchiha Fugaku become the clan leader. "I'm doing this all for Konoha village, for the will of fire," Uchiha Fugaku said guiltily, and found a plausible excuse for himself. "I kill you." Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's answer, Uchiha Mikato was very excited and attacked Uchiha Fugaku directly with a kunao. Facing Uchiha Mikato's attack, Uchiha Fugaku did not hold back and directly drew out a kunao to block. Soon, the two of them started fighting. Although, in front of Baya, Uchiha Fugaku is a waste. However, Uchiha Fugaku was able to become the clan leader, so his strength should not be underestimated. Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku both have 3 Magatama Sharingan. However, whether in terms of combat experience or the use of the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku is stronger than Mikato. Not long into the fight, Misaka fell below. "Damn it, Uchiha Fugaku, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you if I want to avenge my father." In the constant battles, Mikato's anger continued to accumulate because of her father's death. The huge anger greatly stimulated Mikato's spirit. Under great stimulation, a special energy was born in her brain and rushed towards Mikato's eyes. Mikato's eyes changed rapidly. The Megatama in his eyes expanded rapidly and eventually turned into a large windmill-like pattern. At the same time, Mikato's aura changed drastically, and a terrifying aura completely suppressed Uchiha Fugaku. What's the matter with you, your eyes? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also felt that something was wrong, and looked at Uchiha Mikato's eyes with some shock. Mangekyo Sharinan. I didn't expect that Uchiha Mikato would actually open the Mangekyo Sharinan. Baya also looked at Uchiha Mikato's eyes with some surprise. Uchiha Fugaku, you die. Because of anger, Uchiha Mikato couldn't help but use the Mangekyo Sharingan's technique. I saw that while Uchiha Mikato was staring at Uchiha Fugaku with her right eye, a black flame suddenly burned from Uchiha Fugaku's body. What's going on? What is this thing? Uchiha Fugaku found that black flames suddenly ignited on his body, and he struggled continuously, trying to extinguish the flames. However, this is not an ordinary flame, but the eternal fire of Amaterasu. This is one of Uchiha Mikato's techniques, Amaterasu. Uchiha Mikato is best at fire release, so it is reasonable that she awakened Amaterasu when she opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. In the constant struggle, the fire of Amaterasu not only did not go out, but burned even more vigorously. Ah! With a scream, Uchiha Fugaku was directly swallowed by Amaterasu's fire and turned into ashes. After killing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikato was mentally stimulated by the first opening of the Mangekyo Sharinan and fainted. Baya rushed over immediately, hugged Uchiha Mikato, and walked towards his room. Not long after Baya left, a dark shadow emerged from a hidden corner. There is no doubt that this black shadow is Black Zetsu. After learning that Byakuya had opened the Mangekyo Sharinan, Black Zetsu paid close attention to Byakuya. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. I never thought that someone in the Uchiha clan would open the Mangekyo Sharinan. Maybe I should do something. Black Zetsu thought of his plan in his mind, and at the same time, his dark body quickly dived into the ground, disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace. The other side. Under the leadership of Uchiha En, they quickly found the Root Organization's secret base in Konoha village. Also traveling with them was Tsunade Senju. You know, the Root Organization is studying their own grandfather's cells, and has even transplanted their own grandfather's cells into the experimental subjects. Therefore, when Tsunade heard that the Uchiha clan was going to destroy the Root Organization, she did not hesitate at all and immediately joined in. Tsunade now hates the Root Organization very much for daring to desecrate her grandfather's corpse. Is this the Root Organization's base? I never thought that the Root Organization's base would be underneath the Hokage Rock. Tsunade glanced at a hidden entrance not far away and couldn't help but think. Tsunade once climbed the Hokage Rock many times and looked down at the entire Konoha ninja. However, Tsunade never imagined that underneath the Hokage Rock was the base of the Root Organization. Tsunade was filled with anger at the thought that the Root Organization was beneath the Hokage Rock, studying her grandfather's remains. Damn Root Organization, this Root Organization must be destroyed today. Tsunade didn't hesitate at all. She took the lead and rushed towards the Root Organization immediately. Uchiha Yen followed closely behind, followed quickly. The Root members guarding the base saw Tsunade and the others rushing over and immediately shouted loudly. Stop, who are you? This is the base of the Root Organization, leave immediately. After hearing what these people said, Tsunade not only did not stop, but rushed forward even more angrily. The Root Organization's base, I'm looking for your Root group, go to hell. Super Strength Fist. With a loud roar, Tsunade's punch directly broke a big hole in the gate of the entire Root Organization. Oh no, the base is under attack. Quick, protect the base. Such a big commotion immediately alarmed all the Root Organization members in the base. These members of the Root Organization rushed out one by one with weapons in hand. Attack! Seeing the members of the Root Organization rushing out, Uchiha Yen did not hesitate at all and led his men to rush up quickly. The Root Organization was not very strong to begin with. After several battles with Baya, most of the elites had been killed. Therefore, there were no strong people left in the Root Organization. Uchiha En, Tsunade and others easily defeated all members of the Root Organization and destroyed the Root Organization's base. Boom! The base of the Root Organization was destroyed. Such a big commotion quickly alarmed Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were in the Hokage's office building. Sarutobi, look, that direction. That's the location of the Root Organization's base. The Uchiha clan destroyed the Root Organization's base. Damn it, the Uchiha are so brazen, they actually destroyed the Root Organization's base. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at the continuously collapsing Hokage Rock below, and their faces were extremely ugly. They kept cursing the Root Organization. This was extremely important to the entire Konoha high-level officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know, they used to use the Root Organization to do a lot of shameful things in the past. Now, seeing that the Root Organization's base was destroyed by the Uchiha clan, how could they not be angry? More importantly, the Uchiha clan acted too quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, the Root Organization's base had been completely destroyed. When they thought that everything in the Root Organization had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan, they felt heartbroken and angry. But their anger wasn't over yet, and Umbu suddenly rushed in. Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. the Uchiha clan launched an attack on the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan is no match for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has already conquered the Shimura clan, the Umbu said in a panicked tone. This Umbu is from the Shimura clan, that's why he is so panicked. What? The Uchiha clan launched an attack on the Shimura clan. Damn it, what are they going to do? Outrageous, really too outrageous. Upon hearing the news that the Shimura clan was attacked by the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious and rushed out quickly. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and also followed with grim expressions. The Shimura clan, this is the clan that Danzo Shimura belongs to, a ninja clan that fully supports him and are his capable subordinates. Many Umbu ninjas come from the Shimura clan. Therefore, no matter what the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never watch the Shimura clan being destroyed by the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very fast and soon arrived at the Shimura clan's residence. At this time, the entire Shimura clan had been completely controlled by the Uchiha clan. Although the Shimura clan is known as the most powerful ninja clan in Konoha village, it cannot be compared with the Uchiha clan. Under the leadership of Uchiha En, the Uchiha clan easily defeated the Shimura clan. As for the ninjas of the Shimura clan, some died and some were captured. Uchiha clan, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly in anger. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato En, who were following behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, also shouted. How dare you, the Uchiha clan, attack ninjas from the same village? You are too presumptuous. Are you planning to betray the village? But unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, the Uchiha clan members did not stop what they were doing, as if they did not see them. This made the three of them look even uglier. It turns out to be Lord Hokage that we are currently eliminating the rebellious ninja. I wonder what the Hokage-sama is here for. At this moment, Uchiha En walked over and said nonchalantly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Traitor, what kind of traitor? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked immediately. They are the rebel ninjas. The Shimura clan, along with ninjas from other villages, attacked the ninjas of Konoha village. The Shimura clan has betrayed Konoha village. Here's the evidence. Uchiha En looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, while taking out a scroll and opening it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scroll lists countless crimes of the Shimura clan. As to whether the contents of the scroll are true, that is unknown. What? Impossible. How could the Shimura clan betray Konoha village? The contents of this scroll are forged. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shouted loudly and tried to snatch the scroll. Regardless of whether the contents of the scroll are true or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to destroy the scroll first to save the Shimura clan. However, how could Uchiha En give Sarutobi Hiruzen the opportunity to snatch it away? Uchiha En waved his hand, put away the scroll, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a bad tone, What are you doing, Hokage? You're actually trying to stop us from eliminating the rebel ninja. Could it be that Lord Hokage is also going to betray Konoha village? Uchiha En looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen threateningly and said. After hearing Uchiha En's words, the Uchiha clan ninjas around him also held their weapons. It can be said that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen said no, these Uchiha clan ninjas would take action directly. In the minds of the Uchiha clan, they only obey by yes orders, they don't care about the Hokage. Sarutobi, don't be impulsive. Yes, be careful, the Uchiha clan is very powerful. Sensing the unfriendly expressions of the Uchiha ninjas around them, both Yutain Koharu and Mitoman En were startled. They had no doubt that if they dared to speak out against it, the Uchiha clan ninjas would launch an attack. Although, the Shimura clan is very important to them, but they are also afraid of death. The Shimura clan is gone, and the Shimura clan is not their clan anyway. But if life is lost, they have nothing. Damn it, let's go. Faced with the aggressive Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to turn around and leave. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to take action immediately, but he was also very clear that with their current military strength, they were no match for the Uchiha clan. If they launch an attack rashly, they will be the ones who suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to give up the Shimura clan and turn around and leave. Tisk, is this the Hokage? It's just as Lord Baye said, they are all trash. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others leaving, Uchiha En said with great disdain. In the past, Uchiha En thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was very powerful. However, since the rise of Byakuya and after beating up Sarutobi Hiruzen many times, Uchiha En no longer takes Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage seriously. Not only Uchiha En had this idea, but other Uchiha members did too. What Hokage, what strongest Hokage, what ninjutsu professor? In front of the Uchiha clan, they are all trash. Don't just stand there. Immediately occupy the entire Shimura clan and move all of their supplies to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha En said while commanding the Uchiha clan ninjas. Yes. After hearing Uchiha En's order, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were full of enthusiasm in moving the Shimura clan's supplies. At the gate of Konoha village, Danzo Shimura was still being imprisoned there like a monkey. Passers-by couldn't help but look towards Danzo. All the passers-by's faces were full of curiosity. Why is this person imprisoned here? Is this a characteristic of Konoha village? Every day, Danzo's face turned ashen as he felt the strange looks and pointing fingers from passers-by. He never expected that he, the dignified elder of Konoha and the leader of the root organization, would be pointed at and stared at like an animal today. At the same time, because of the barrier left by Byakuya, Danzo's activity area was only within a 1-meter range. Moreover, there was nothing blocking the view around, so Danzo didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. More importantly, Danzo hadn't gone to the toilet for a long time and he was almost suffocating. The angry Danzo could only curse Uchiha Byakuya in his heart. At this moment, a ninja came to Danzo Shinura in a panic. "It's Inu, why are you here?" Danzo Shinura immediately recognized the ninja in front of him as Shinura Inu, a ninja from his own Shinura clan. It is also a member of the root organization. "Danzo-sama, something bad has happened. The Uchiha destroyed the root and the Shinura. The root organization and the Shinura clan are finished," Shinura Inu said with a sad face and burst into tears. What did you say? Damn it, how could this happen? Damn Uchiha clan, damn Uchiha Byakuya." Danzo Shinura was very angry and punched the ground hard, but unfortunately, all the chakra in Danzo Shinura's body was sealed at this time. The punch not only failed to destroy the ground, but also made Shinura Danzo grit his teeth in pain. Danzo Shinura is very angry now, extremely angry. You know, Danzo Shinura has only done 2 things over the years. One is to establish a root organization, and the other is to develop one's own Shinura clan. But today, there is nothing left, and all the efforts of these years have gone to waste. How could Danzo Shinura not be angry? Where's Sarutobi? Where's Sarutobi? Is Sarutobi just going to watch our Shinura clan being destroyed? Danzo Shinura suddenly remembered something and asked loudly, "Hokage-sama." He. Just as Shinura Inu was about to answer, Uchiha-en and several Uchiha clan ninjas caught up with him. "He's a ninja from the Shinura clan, don't let him get away. Quick. Take it down for me." 2 Uchiha clan ninjas rushed out quickly and attacked Shinura Inu directly. Facing the attack of the Uchiha clan ninjas, Shinura Inu also wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was no match for the Uchiha clan ninjas. With a scream, Shinura Inu was directly captured by the Uchiha clan ninja. "Damn it, Uchiha clan, what are you doing? How dare you attack the ninjas of our Shinura clan?" Danzo Shinura shouted angrily at Uchiha-en. "Haha, it turns out to be Danzo-sama. Don't worry, you'll be just like them soon." Uchiha-en glanced at Danzo and said with great disdain, "Take this damn traitor away." He actually dared to escape. Soon, the ninja named Shinura Inu was taken back by Uchiha-en. "Damn it. Damn Uchiha clan, I will definitely destroy the Uchiha clan." Danzo Shinura looked at the Uchiha clan ninjas in the distance and roared angrily. In a secret room in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato-en were gathered here. At this moment, each of their faces looked very gloomy. "How is the Shinura clan doing now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and asked in a deep tone. "The Shinura clan has been completely destroyed by the Uchiha clan. Right now, the Uchiha clan is arresting the Shinura clan's ninjas as rebels." Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en spoke in a heavy tone. The Shinura clan was originally one of their important forces, but now the Shinura clan has been destroyed by the Uchiha clan. This is also a major blow to them. "Sarutobi, we can't go on like this. The Uchiha clan is too arrogant now. They actually dared to destroy a ninja family in Konoha village. Yes, we can't continue to let the Uchiha clan go on like this. Since the Uchiha clan can destroy the Shinura clan today, they can also destroy our clan tomorrow." Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en said with some concern. This time, the 2 of them were really scared by the Uchiha clan. You know, the Utane clan and the Mito clan, to which they both belong, are almost as powerful as the Shinura clan. Now that the Uchiha clan can destroy the Shinura clan, it will be easy to destroy their family. They were terrified at the thought that the family they had worked so hard to build was destroyed by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from destroying their family, they must take action. You're right. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said to the 2 of them, "We can't let the Uchiha clan continue to be so arrogant. Gather the ninjas from your respective clans immediately. We are going to take out the Uchiha clan." As the Konoha coward, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to easily launch an attack on the Uchiha clan, because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that this would probably cause the greatest losses to Konoha village. Originally Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to use his own strategy, weaken the Uchiha clan step by step, and eventually completely destroy the Uchiha clan. However, he didn't expect that Uchiha Bey would not buy his trick at all. All his plans failed. And now, the Uchiha clan dared to ignore his orders and destroyed the Shinura clan. This has seriously threatened Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to use force to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Understood, we will gather the family's ninjas immediately. This time, we must eliminate the Uchiha clan. Utane Koharu and Mightyman responded and quickly returned to their respective families and began to gather the ninjas in the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, looked at the prosperous Konoha village, and couldn't help but speak. This is all for Konoha village. For the will of fire, the Uchiha clan must be destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen found a plausible excuse to destroy the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan, after Mikato killed Uchiha Fugaku, Byakuya regained control of the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan was very surprised that Mikato killed Uchiha Fugaku, it did not cause any waves. Originally, during the period when Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, the entire Uchiha clan declined rapidly, causing disgust among many members of the Uchiha clan and making him unpopular. At the same time, the cause of death of the previous clan leader Uchiha Gen was indeed very strange, and Uchiha Fugaku was a very strong suspect. As the daughter of the previous clan leader, it is only right for her to kill Uchiha Fugaku to avenge her father. It can be said that the death of Uchiha Fugaku was just a minor episode and was soon forgotten by everyone in the Uchiha clan. Now that Uchiha Fugaku is dead, the Uchiha clan needs a new leader. Among the entire Uchiha clan, Baya is the person with the highest strength and reputation. Therefore, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan unanimously support Baya to become the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Under the leadership of the new clan leader Baya, the Uchiha clan quickly regained its former glory. Mikato, how are you feeling now? Byakuya asked Mikato. Master Bei, I have now fully mastered the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. My eye techniques are Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, Mikato said while looking at Byakuya. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, I never thought it was the same eye technique as Uchiha Itaki. After hearing what Mikato said, Baya looked into Mikato's eyes with some surprise. If Baya remembered correctly, the eye techniques of Uchiha Itaka's Mangekyo Sharingan were Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. But now, with the appearance of Baya, Mikato killed Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Itaki might never appear in this world again. Originally, Baya thought that the two eye techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi would disappear from the ninja world. Unexpectedly, Mikato opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtained these two eye techniques. Mikato, this is a very powerful eye technique. However, since you haven't opened your Mangekyo Sharingan yet, it's better for you to use less eye techniques in the future, Baya said to Mikato with instructions. Although Uchiha Mikato opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, her strength was greatly improved. However, Mikato does not have the same golden finger as Byakuya, so the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique is a huge burden for Mikato. I understand, Lord Baya. Hearing Baya's words, Mikato couldn't help but respond. Lord Baya, I have important intelligence reports. At this moment, Nara Shikaku suddenly walked out from the darkness. Shikaku, what's going on? Seeing Luju appear here, Baya couldn't help but ask. When Mikato saw that Baya had something important to discuss, she tactfully retreated. Master Bei, all the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, the Mito clan, and the Uchiha clan have gathered together these days. At the same time, the Umbu are also constantly taking action. If I'm not mistaken, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, might take action against the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say. Since Ino Shikacho was planning to join the Uchiha clan, when he discovered the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan, Nara Shikaku immediately reported the situation to Byakuya. More importantly, Nara Shikaku was very clear that Baya's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen combined the strength of three families, he would not be a match for Baya. Even if he didn't inform Baya, Baya could easily defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Nara Shikaku let go of such a guy who was doing favors? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen finally unable to wait any longer? Baya was not surprised to hear Nara Shikaku's report. As a time traveler, Baya knew very well that the entire Konoha village leadership would not tolerate the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen will destroy the Uchiha clan sooner or later. However, in the original work, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Fugaku. Under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan was completely suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan still has value to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the Uchiha clan was no longer useful, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Nine Tails Rebellion as an excuse to destroy the entire Uchiha clan without hesitation. But now it's different, Baya has become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Under the leadership of Baya, the Uchiha clan has suppressed the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is even said that Byakuya beat up Sarutobi Hiruzen many times. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan was a huge threat. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to eliminate the Uchiha clan immediately. Luju, you did a great job. I will let Sarutobi Hiruzen know the power of the Uchiha clan. Baya looked at Nara Shikaku and said. I believe in the strength of the Uchiha clan. Lord Baya, I'll take my leave first. After passing the news to Baya, Nara Shikaku quietly left the Uchiha clan. Haha, if Sarutobi Hiruzen has the guts, come over here. I just lack negative energy. Baya couldn't help but think in his heart. Late at night, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A team of ninjas is lurking near the Uchiha clan's base. Sarutobi, the ninjas from our two families have assembled. Utane Koharu and Mito and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no doubt that tonight is the day they will attack the Uchiha clan. Beside the two of them was Danzo Shimura. Although the Shimura clan and the root organization have been destroyed, but Shimura Danzo himself is also very powerful, and it is not difficult for them to destroy the Uchiha clan. The tribe is also an important fighting force. Therefore, before the action, Sarutobi Hiruzen rescued Danzo from the gate of Konoha village. Sarutobi, should we inform Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato? The two of them are also very powerful, and they will be a great help in destroying the Uchiha clan. Utane Kohara thought of something and couldn't help but say, no, Jiraiya's personality is not suitable for this mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply shook his head and refused. Although his disciple Jiraiya is very powerful, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very clear that with Jiraiya's character, he will not only not participate in the action of destroying the Uchiha clan, but may even stop him. As for Minato Namikaze, his personality is the same. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not inform Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato of this action. In order to ensure the success of this operation, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the ninjas who absolutely obeyed his orders. Sarutobi, stop standing there. Let's take action now. The Uchiha clan must be destroyed immediately today, Shimura Danzo said impatiently. Danzo Shimura has long wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. However, in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed. Now the Shimura clan and the root organization have been destroyed by the Uchiha clan. Danzo settled all the old and new grudges and wished he could destroy the Uchiha clan immediately. Let's get started. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, countless ninjas rushed towards the Uchiha clan. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, countless Umbu and Konoha ninjas rushed towards the Uchiha clan at the same time. Boundary technique for purple flame formation. First, four ninjas appeared in the direction of the Uchiha clan's release, and formed seals with their hands at the same time. Soon, four light curtains rose up and combined with each other to form a huge barrier that surrounded the entire Uchiha clan. Very good. The barrier was successfully established. Start acting according to the plan. Clear. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, all the Konoha ninjas acted quickly. They rushed towards the Uchiha clan in small teams. As soon as they entered the Uchiha clan, they came under fierce attack. Some ninjas of the Sarutobi clan who did not react in time were directly killed by the flying kunao. Since he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would come to destroy the Uchiha clan, how could Baya not be prepared? At this time, the old and young in the Uchiha clan had already moved to the back mountain. At the same time, the Uchiha clan ninjas were lying in ambush in the base, just to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. Oh no! There's an ambush. Damn it, stop the chaos, we have more people. Keep attacking. This is all for the will of fire. Although the Uchiha clan ambushed and attacked, the ninjas under Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered heavy losses. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously had no intention of retreating. We can't retreat now, we can't retreat. We must destroy the Uchiha clan today. It's no wonder that under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the team, which was in chaos due to the sneak attack, was quickly stabilized. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, you actually led people to attack our Uchiha clan. Are you going to be a rebel ninja? At this moment, Baya walked out and shouted loudly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You damn Uchiha Byakuya, damn Uchiha clan. You, the Uchiha clan, must be destroyed. This is all for the will of fire. After seeing Baya, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly in extreme anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems you really betrayed Konoha village. In that case, I will kill you with the will of fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Baya disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, Baya kicked fiercely directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Baya's speed was very fast, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was not slow either. He crossed his arms and blocked quickly. Bang! Although Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully blocked Byakuya's attack, the huge force still caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to fly backwards and roll heavily to the ground. It rolled for more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Sarutobi, we're here to help you. Uchiha Bai, die. Utane Koharu and Mito and also rushed towards Baya, holding kunao. You two rubbish, get out of here. Susanoo. Seeing the two people rushing over, Baya said with great disdain. At the same time, he immediately used the first stage of Susanoo, quickly condensed a Susanoo palm, and slapped it towards the two of them. Bang. Bang. There were two loud crashes, and Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and didn't even have a chance to react before being knocked away, spitting blood. Is this the strength of Konoha's elders? What a waste. Seeing Utane Koharu and Mito Kato Baye said with great disdain. As the former disciples and bodyguards of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato were both top-notch in Konoha village in terms of talent and strength. But unfortunately, since they became the elders of Konoha, they have been obsessed with political intrigues and struggles every day, and neglected their training. Their current strength is not even as good as that of a Jonin. His strength is not even on the same level as Baye's. You two pieces of trash, you can go die now. Baye once again controlled the Susanoo palm and slapped it towards the two people lying on the ground. There is no doubt that if Baye's attack landed this time, the two of them would be beaten into a pulp. Would release, great forest technique. At this moment, a group of trees suddenly grew wildly from not far away, entwined around Susanoo's palm, blocked Baye's attack, and saved the two of them. This is, would release. Baye looked at Shimura Danzo in confusion. At this time, Shimura Danzo's arm, which was once wrapped in bandages, turned into an arm like a dead tree, and on the shoulder of the arm, there was a face of Hashirama Senju. But this is not the end. There are 4 Sharinans embedded on this would-release arm. Would-release, Sharinan. I never thought that Danzo would have the would-release Sharinan arm at this time, but, do you think you can block my attack like this? Baye said disdainfully, and at the same time, a powerful chakra burst out from his body again. Baye's Susanoo became condensed, and its power increased several times. Crack, the trees wrapped around Susanoo were breaking quickly. Xiaochun, Minion, the two of you should stop standing there. Leave immediately, I can't hold on any longer. Shimura Danzo shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the seriously injured Utane Koharu and Mito Kato quickly got up from the ground and came to Danzo Shimura. At the same time, the trees released by Danzo Shimura were completely destroyed by Baye. That was a close call, but I almost died. Yes, thanks to Danzo. Both Utane Koharu and Mito Kato were frightened. If Danzo hadn't saved them, the two of them would have this time I'm really going to die. At this time, they both noticed Danzo's arm and the Sharinan on it. Danzo, you have mastered would release in Sharinan. Great, with the power of would release in Sharinan, we can definitely defeat Baye. The two were also very surprised that Danzo had mastered the power of would release in Sharinan. They only knew that Danzo had been studying would release, but they didn't expect that Danzo himself had mastered the power of would release. At the same time, the power of the Sharinan was transplanted. Possessing the power of would release in Sharinan at the same time, is it still impossible to defeat Baye? Although I have transplanted the power of would release in Sharinan, but the power of both is too strong, I can't use the power of both for a long time, Danzo said while holding the would release arm. In that case, let's make a quick decision. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also rushed over carrying the stick that his summoning beast transformed into. Attack, for the will of fire, destroy the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly and was the first to rush forward with a stick. Today, I will definitely destroy the Uchiha clan. Danzo Shimura also formed seals with his hands and rushed forward. The damn Uchiha must be destroyed. Uchiha cannot exist in Konoha village. Although Utane Koharu and Mito Kato are not very strong, they also launch an attack with all their strength in order to eliminate Byakuya. Trash is trash. Do you think having more people will be helpful? Go to hell. Yasakani no Megatama. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others rushing over, Baye said with great disdain. At the same time, Baye controlled Susanoo's arm and swung it, and 3 huge Megatama flew directly towards them. Be careful, get out of the way. The attack is extremely powerful. Faced with Baye's fierce attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others reacted very quickly and jumped up one by one. But at this moment, Baye's attack came again. The huge Susanoo palm grabbed Danzo Shimura in midair. Danzo, be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly when he saw Byakuya's attack. But unfortunately, Baye's attack speed was too fast. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, Danzo Shimura was unable to dodge Byakuya's attack and was directly caught in the huge Susanoo's palm like a chick. Damn, what a powerful attack. Let me go. Danzo Shimura kept struggling in Susanoo's hands, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. With Danzo Shimura's strength, he was unable to fight against Susanoo at all. You piece of trash, you can die. Baye's mind moved, and Susanoo's huge palm squeezed hard. Puff, with a scream, Danzo Shimura was crushed to pieces. Danzo, damn it, you actually killed Danzo. Seeing Baye directly crush Danzo to pieces, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were all shocked. Especially Utane Koharu and Mito Kato their expressions were even uglier. Originally, when they saw that Danzo would release in Sharinan, they all regarded Danzo as the key to defeating Byakuya. How come Danzo was crushed to death by Byakuya just as the battle began? Tisk, he's just a piece of trash, if he dies, he dies. Now it's your turn, Baya said indifferently, while continuing to control Susanoo to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. But at this moment, the space behind Baya twisted. A complete Danzo appeared there, and at the same time, Danzo quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Countless strong winds turned into a huge wind blade, slamming heavily into Baya's Susanoo. Although such a fierce ninjutsu attack did not defeat Baya's Susanoo, it still caused Baya's Susanoo to shake violently. Danzo. Baya was stunned when he saw that the person who attacked him was Danzo, because Baya was very sure that he had definitely killed Danzo just now. How come Danzo appeared there again? Illusion? Impossible. No one can cast illusions in front of his Sharingan. Danzo, that's great. You are not dead. What happened just now? Seeing Danzo appear there, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were also stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that the dead Danzo would come back to life. It seems the timing is just right. After being resurrected, Danzo couldn't help but look at the Sharingan on his arm. I saw that one of the Sharingan lost its luster and closed forever. Is this a Izanagi? Is this a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan? Baya also understood at this time that Danzo was using the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Yes, it's Izanagi. This is the ultimate illusion that can make things that happened within a certain period of time that are unfavorable to you disappear, and only choose to make things that are beneficial to you become reality. Danzo said very confidently. Such a powerful illusion. With such a powerful illusion, he can definitely defeat Uchiha Byakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also surprised when he heard Danzo's words. Unexpectedly, Danzo actually mastered such a powerful illusion. At the same time, they will be very excited. With such a powerful technique, he will definitely be able to defeat Baya. Sarutobi, Koharu, Katoen, cover me. We must eliminate Uchiha Byakuya today. Danzo formed a seal with his hands and rushed towards Baya again. Leave it to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utane Koharu, Mito Katoen and others quickly launched an attack on Byakuya to cover Danzo Shimura. It's useless. Trash is trash. No matter what kind of power you use, it's useless in front of me. Facing their attacks, Baya still spoke with disdain, and at the same time controlled Susanoo to attack them again. Although, Baya was very surprised that Danzo Shimura could use the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique Izanagi. However, Baya still did not take them seriously. Boom, there was another huge explosion, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were knocked out by Baya again. At the same time, Danzo was once again grasped in Susanoo's hand and crushed to pieces. But a moment later, Danzo appeared there again. Damn it! So strong, however with Izanagi, you can't kill him. Danzo Shimura was very angry after being crushed by Baya again. However, when he thought that he had Izanagi and could be resurrected continuously, a smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face again. Really? I wonder how many times you can unleash Izanagi. Baya looked at Danzo Shimura and said with great disdain. Although Izanaga's abilities were extremely powerful, during the Izanaga period, he was essentially invincible. However, activating Izanagi also comes at a price, and that is a Sharingan. Danzo has only 4 Sharingan on his arms, and each Sharingan can last for 1 minute. This means that Danzo can maintain Izanagi for a total of 4 minutes. Danzo was killed twice by Byakuya and he has lost both of his Sharingan. Danzo's Izanagi can now only last for 2 more minutes. Obviously, Danzo also knew this. When he heard Baya's words, Danzo's face became very ugly. Humph, I must get rid of your Uchiha clan today, Danzo said in a firm tone. Just as Baya continued to fight with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in the Uchiha clan's residence. Boom, the huge explosion caused a powerful impact, making everyone look over. Roar! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, a huge 9-tailed fox appeared in the center of the Uchiha clan's residence. 9-tailed fox? What's going on? Why did the 9-tailed fox appear here? Baya was also stunned when he saw the roaring 9-tailed fox. Haha. It seems the plan was successful. Uchiha Bei, today your Uchiha clan must be destroyed. Seeing the 9-tailed fox appear there, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't help but smile. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to destroy the Uchiha clan, how could they not have made a detailed and thorough plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that the Uchiha clan was extremely powerful. Even relying on their 3 families and all the ninjas from the Umbu, it would be very difficult to defeat the Uchiha clan. In this case, the only option is to weaken the Uchiha clan first and cause civil unrest in the Uchiha clan's base. As for the method of internal strife, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already planned it. The current 9-tails Jinchuriki seems to be among the Uchiha clan. By releasing the 9-tails, the entire Uchiha clan can be plunged into chaos. Therefore, before the action, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched a special Umbu team, targeting the 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Now the nine-tailed fox was released. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan was successful. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, you actually released the nine tails in Konoha village. Baya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with anger. This time Baya was really angry, because Baya knew very well that the lives of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts were connected. Now that the nine tails has been released, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, is in great danger. During this time together, Baya likes Kushina very much, and Baya really treats Kushina as one of his own. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually attacked the people around him. How could Baya not be angry? Facing Baya's questioning, although Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uneasy, he still spoke very firmly. This is all for Konoha village, for the will of fire. Nine tails, destroy the Uchiha clan for me. However, the imagined scene of the nine-tailed fox madly destroying the Uchiha clan did not appear. Kuwabai sat there in a daze, as if frozen in place. Damn it, what's going on? Why doesn't the nine-tailed fox destroy it? Nine-tailed fox, move. Nine-tailed fox, launch the attack. Seeing that the nine-tailed fox was standing there without moving, Utane Koharu and Midaman N shouted anxiously. Look, the nine-tailed fox's eyes. At this time, they also discovered that something was wrong with Kuwabai. In the nine-tail's huge pupils, a pattern of the Mangekyo Sharinan was reflected. Damn, this is the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharinan. Could it be possible that he could still control the nine tails from such a distance? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others thought with extremely grim expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had long known that Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharinan could control the nine tails. That's why they stayed here to fight Baya. The reason why he didn't back down even though he knew he was no match for Baya and was beaten up by Baya. They just wanted to hold Baya here so that he would not have the chance to control the nine-tailed fox. No, this is not the kaleidoscope of the White Knight. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also discovered that something was wrong. At this time, Baya did not use the Mangekyo Sharinan at all. Since it was not Baya who used the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, then who used the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan to control the nine tails? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were coming, Uchiha Mikato rushed over from a distance holding the seriously injured Kushina. At this time, blood was flowing out of the corners of Mikato's eyes. There was no doubt that the person controlling the nine tails was Mikato. Mangekyo Sharinan, damn, the Uchiha clan actually has a pair of Mangekyo. Seeing Mikato's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others looked very ugly. They never imagined that there was a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan in the Uchiha clan. Lord Baya, we were attacked. The nine tails in Kushina's body has been released. What should we do? Mikato said anxiously. Mikato and Kushina are good sisters and best friends. Usually, we go shopping together, take a bath together, and sleep together. Mikato stayed with Kushina the entire night. When the Sarutobi clan ninjas attacked, Mikato and Kushina joined forces to fight the enemy. However, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were well prepared and used special techniques to directly release the seal of the tailed beast in Kushina's body. The nine tails' terrifying chakra burst out from Kushina's body. Facing the terrifying nine tails, Mikato did not hesitate at all that she immediately opened her Mangekyo Sharinan and temporarily controlled the nine tails. However, having lost the nine tails in her body, Kushina was already dying. Mikado had no choice but to carry the seriously injured Kushina to find Baya. I'm sorry, Lord Baya. I didn't control the power of the nine-tailed fox well. The dying Kushina looked at Baya with full of apology. Kushina, this isn't your fault, Byakuya said soothingly while looking at Kushina. Leave the rest to me. Byakuya took Kushina from Mikato's arms. Then the Susanoo around Baya's body stared quickly and continued to grow larger. Nine-tailed fox, come here. Under Baya's control, Susanoo's huge palm directly grabbed the nine tails and pulled it over. Then Baya quickly formed seals with his hands, quickly repairing the seal in Kushina's body, allowing her chakra and the nine tails chakra to establish a connection again. With the nine tails chakra, Kushina, who was originally dying, suddenly regained her former vitality. I'm recovered, I don't have to die. Feeling the changes in her body, Kushina couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise on her face. I was really scared just now, I am going to die. Those damn bastards actually attacked me and broke the seal in my body. After her body recovered, Kushina returned to her usual lively self. Kushina, do you want revenge? Byakuya said to Kushina. Revenge, of course I want revenge. These damn bastards. Hearing Baya's words, Kushina was also very angry. Anyone who is attacked and almost dies will be angry. Excellent, now is a chance for revenge. Kushina, you control the power of the nine tails, and I will use Susanoo. Let's combine the two of us, Byakuya said to Kushina. I control the power of the nine tails. Is it really possible? After hearing Baya's words, Kushina looked eager to try. However, she was also a little worried. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina is very aware of the Nine-Tails' power and terror. Of course, now the nine-tailed fox is completely under my control. You can easily control the nine-tailed fox, Byakuya said to Kushina. I understand. Leave the nine-tail to me. After hearing what Byakuya said, Kushina tried to control the huge nine-tails. Under normal circumstances, the Kyuubi would never allow Kushina to control him, but now it's different. The nine-tails' consciousness has been completely controlled by the Mangekyo Sharinganzai technique. Now the Kyuubi's massive body was just a mindless shell. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina controlled the Nine-Tails very easily. Under Kushina's control, the nine-tailed fox's huge claws fell, causing a huge impact and a loud roar on the ground. Success! Look, I succeeded. Let us take revenge. Kushina shouted excitedly while controlling the Kyuubi. Haha, it's not over yet. Look at me, Power Suit, Susanoo. After Kushina controlled the Nine-Tails, Baya immediately used Susanoo and spread it towards the Nine-Tails' body. Soon, the Nine-Tails was covered with Susanoo's armor. The Nine-Tails, which was originally lying there, stood up, and the two Susanoo swords condensed in the Nine-Tails' hands. At this moment, the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox and Susanoo merged together. An even more violent aura spread out in all directions. What a terrifying aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what should we do now? Faced with the powerful Susanoo that exuded a terrifying aura, the faces of Utane Koharu and others looked very ugly. Originally, they wanted to release the nine-tailed fox to attack the Uchiha clan and take the opportunity to destroy the Uchiha clan. However, they never expected that the nine-tailed fox was released. However, the nine-tailed fox did not attack the Uchiha clan as they planned, but instead became a helper to Baya. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the questions from Utane Koharu and others, his face became very ugly. Obviously, they didn't expect things to develop to this point. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you want to destroy our Uchiha clan? Now let me show you how powerful our Uchiha clan is. Under Baya's control, Susanoo raised the sword in his hand and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Oh no, be careful, get out of the way. Faced with the attack of Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others dodged quickly. But does dodging really work? Obviously not possible. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others reacted very quickly, the huge impact of the falling sword still hit them hard. There were 4 screams, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others flew backward screaming. As for the weaker ones, Utane Koharu and Mitokato En, they vomited blood and lost their combat effectiveness. On this side, such a big commotion quickly attracted the attention of ninjas such as the Sarutobi clan, the Utaden clan, and the Umbu. Look, what is that? Is this the nine-tailed fox? How terrifying. Which direction? That's the direction where the third generation is. Oh no, the third generation is in danger. Quick, let's go support the people of the third generation. These ninjas rushed over quickly and happened to see the third generation and others who had just been knocked away by Susanoo. Third generation, are you okay? Elder Xiaochun, Elder Minion. The ninjas from each family immediately went to find the patriarch of their own family. Damn it, all ninjas, obey my orders. Come on, all of you, attack together. Seeing the ninjas coming to support, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order to attack. Hearing the order from the third Hokage, all the ninjas used their best attacks and attacked the Susanoo in front of them. So many ninjas joining forces and attacking at the same time is indeed very powerful. But it's a pity. Compared to Susanoo, their attacks were too small and too weak. Weak as a mosquito bite. What are you doing? Will you tickle me? You rubbish, all of you, go to hell. Baya said this with great disdain, while controlling the long sword in Susanoo's hand to sweep it hard. Boom! Suddenly a huge impact attacked the many ninjas in front of them. Amidst a series of huge roars, all the ninjas in front of him screamed and flew backwards. Damn it, what a terrifying attack. He defeated our family ninja with just one strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked extremely ugly, and his heart felt like it was bleeding. You know, in order to defeat the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought all the powerful ninjas from his family. However, he did not expect that Baya defeated all the ninjas in his family with just one strike. Are they going to fail today? No, we haven't failed yet. At this time, Uchiha Hiruzen thought of Danzo and couldn't help asking, Danzo, can your would release and Sharingan deal with this thing in front of you? Since Uchiha Byakuya possesses such powerful power, then Danzo, now that he has the Sharingan and would release, does he also possess such powerful strength? I'll do my best. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said and looking at the huge Susanoo in front of him, Danzo was also very confused. Although he knew that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Senju clan's would release were extremely powerful, otherwise he would not have transplanted the Sharingan and would release. However, he did not expect that the power of the Uchiha clan would be so terrifying. Seeing the mountain-like Susanoo, Danzo Shimura felt very nervous. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Danzo Shinmura couldn't help but look at his would-release arm and the Sharingan on it. We both have the Sharingan, why is there such a big difference? Why don't I have such powerful power? Although, facing the terrifying Susanoo, Danzo was also unsure. However, he still launched the attack. Because Danzo knew very well that the Uchiha clan must be destroyed today. If the Uchiha clan is not destroyed today, there will be no chance in the future. The Uchiha clan will never let them go. The Uchiha clan will become their nightmare. We must eliminate the Uchiha clan today. Shinmura Danzo said this with a firm look, while quickly forming seals with his hands and rushing towards the terrifying and powerful nine-tailed fox in front of him. Would release explosive spear tree. Danzo was extremely fast and immediately rushed to the powerful nine tails. At the same time, countless branches emerged from his arms. These branches grew rapidly and soon turned into countless huge vines, which quickly attacked Susanoo Nine Tails. However, compared to the huge size of Susanoo, Danzo's attack is still very small. What is this? Is this would release? You actually used Senju Hashirama's would release so weakly. You are such a waste. Faced with Danzo's attack, Baya lost interest after just one glance. Although the power of wood release is indeed very strong, it also depends on who holds it. In the hands of Hashirama Senju, wood release has the power to pacify troubled times and has the power to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, in Danzo's hands, he could only do greening. Therefore, Baya did not take Danzo's attack seriously at all. Susanoo swung one of its tails vigorously. The wood release released by Danzo was completely destroyed like a whirlwind. At the same time, the huge tail attacked Danzo. Not good. Faced with the nine-tailed fox's tail, Danzo was also shocked and dodged quickly. But unfortunately, the tail's attack range was too wide and the speed was too fast, so Danzo had no way to dodge it. Boom! With a loud roar, all of Danzo's trees and himself were blown away. However, Danzo has the Sharingan. At the cost of sacrificing his Sharingan, Danzo activated his Inagi and came back to life. Sarutobi, I can't take it anymore. Uchiha Byakuya is extremely powerful, but we are no match for him. Danzo, who was resurrected again, looked at the only remaining Sharingan on his arm and said with a very ugly expression, "There is still one Sharingan left, which means that there is still 1 minute of his Inagi time. If this Sharingan is closed, then if he is killed again, he will be truly dead. Therefore, he values his current Sharingan very much and will not use it easily. What should Sarutobi do now? Do we have any other options? Yes, find a way quickly." Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with panic on their faces. This time they gathered all their strength and gathered all the ninjas in the family to attack the Uchiha clan. He swore that this time he would destroy the Uchiha clan and eliminate Uchiha Byakuya. However, they did not expect that Uchiha Bei's strength would be so terrifying. Now they were all panicking. This operation has failed, we retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen said very unwillingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear that with Baye's current terrifying strength, they were no match for him. There is no other way now except to retreat. If we don't retreat now, we won't have a chance later. Withdraw. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato and Shinmura Danzo were stunned. Originally, they came to destroy the Uchiha clan, but they didn't expect that they would retreat now. However, when they saw the Susanoo in front of them, they were also very clear. Faced with such a terrifying force, they had no choice but to retreat. Where can we retreat to? Uchiha Bei will not let us go. Although they all wanted to retreat, they didn't know where they should retreat to. If they attack the Uchiha clan like this, Baya will definitely not let them go and will definitely launch a fierce attack on them. It seems that there is no place for them in Konoha village anymore. We leave Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said through gritted teeth. What, leaving Konoha village? How can this be possible? You are the Hokage of Konoha, and we are all elders of Konoha. How can we leave Konoha village? Obviously, they found it difficult to accept giving up Konoha village. Konoha village, this is their village. In Konoha village, they are the elders of Konoha and have absolute power. All ninja families in Konoha village must obey their orders. Now, how could they accept being asked to give up Konoha village, give up their former rights, and leave the prosperous Konoha village? Now is not the time. Our plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan has failed. Baya will definitely not let our family go. Do you want your family to be destroyed by Baya? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to leave Konoha village and the power of Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that if he continued to stay in Konoha village, there would be only one outcome, and that was death. Not only will Baya not let him go, but even his own Sarutobi clan will be destroyed by Baya just like the Shinmura clan. Therefore, now the only way out for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan is to leave Konoha village. Damn it, let's leave Konoha village. There's no other way. It seems we have no choice but to leave Konoha village. Although Utane Koharu and Maitaman N were both unwilling in their hearts. However, they also knew very well that leaving Konoha village was their only option now. Otherwise, death awaits them. Who would want to die when they can live? All ninjas of the Sealing Squad obey orders. Release the barrier immediately and stop the nine-tailed fox. Everyone else, follow me and retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively gave the order to retreat. At the same time, he also knew that Baya would not let them retreat so easily. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept all the ninjas who were good at sealing, set up a barrier, and stopped Baya. As for these ninjas, they are dead if they die. It's all for the will of fire. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the ninjas of the Sealing Squad did not think much about it and quickly formed hand seals obediently. Huge barriers rose up quickly, blocking Baya's way. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, he led the ninjas to escape quickly. What are they going to do? Why set up so many barriers? Seeing so many barriers suddenly rising up, Baya thought in confusion. However, when Baya saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and others fleeing frantically, he seemed to understand something. Oh no, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, wants to run away. You want to run away when someone attacks you? How can such a good thing happen? Therefore, when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and others running away, Baya did not hesitate at all and decisively controlled the Susanoo to chase after them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, where are you going? Stay here. The huge Susanoo chased in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Stop it. We absolutely cannot let it catch up with the third generation master. Quick. Release the barrier. The ninja who stayed behind to stop Baya immediately released the barrier technique with both hands. A huge defensive barrier quickly rose up around Baya's Susanoo, blocking Baya's way. Naive, do you think these barriers can stop me? Get out of here, everyone. Baya said this with great disdain, while controlling the long sword in Susanoo's hand and swinging it hard. Boom! Suddenly there was a powerful impact. These hard barriers in front of him suddenly shattered like glass. Although the defensive capabilities of these barriers are very strong, the power of Susanoo is even stronger. However, these barriers did slightly block the Susanoo's progress, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen and others time to return to their families. Having just returned to the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate at all and immediately let out a monkey roar. This is the emergency assembly signal of the Sarutobi clan. After receiving the signal, the members of the Sarutobi clan woke up one by one from their sleep, and without even having time to put on their clothes, they quickly gathered together. Because they all knew very well that unless there was a special emergency, the Sarutobi clan would not use this emergency assembly signal. Father, what happened? Why use the emergency assembly signal? Sarutobi Shinosuke was the first to rush over, looking disheveled, and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. Shinosuke, you're just in time. Take your brother Asuma with you immediately. We must leave Konoha village immediately. Everyone else should take your families with you immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen is leaving Konoha village. Seeing his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shouted loudly. Take your brother with you, leave Konoha village. Father, what happened? Sarutobi Shinosuke asked, even more confused. You know, his father Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. His father has the final say in the entire Konoha village. Why does my father look like he's fleeing? Is there anyone in Konoha village who can threaten my father? Not only was Sarutobi Shinosuke very confused, but even the other members of the Sarutobi clan who had gathered were also very confused. Leaving Konoha village. Why do you want to leave Konoha village? Their clan leader Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage? It's Uchiha Byakuya, he's about to attack. He wants to destroy our Sarutobi clan. Seeing everyone's confusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, Uchiha Byakuya, this bastard. Hearing this name, Sarutobi Shinosuke suddenly felt angry. Sarutobi Shinosuke will never forget that he was imprisoned and severely tortured by Uchiha Byakuya. This is the eternal pain in my heart. That's why he was so angry when he heard this name. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the people of the Sarutobi clan around him were in an uproar. What? Uchiha Byakuya wants to destroy our Sarutobi clan? Are you kidding me? How dare he? Yes, our Sarutobi clan is now a powerful family in Konoha. That's right, even if Uchiha Byakuya is powerful, we, the Sarutobi clan, are not afraid. Obviously, these ninjas of the Sarutobi clan did not believe that Uchiha Byakuya dared to attack their Sarutobi clan. Although, during the Warring States period, their Sarutobi clan was just a very ordinary small family and could only survive by relying on a powerful family. But now it's different. Ever since their clan leader Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, their Sarutobi clan achieved great development. Now their Sarutobi clan is second only to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Therefore, when they heard that Uchiha Byakuya wanted to destroy their Sarutobi Hiruzen clan, the people of the Sarutobi clan would not believe it. Although the Uchiha clan is indeed very powerful, the Sarutobi clan is also strong. There is no need for the Sarutobi clan to be afraid of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, is it really that serious? Are we, the Sarutobi clan, really going to leave Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife Biwako couldn't help but ask. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's bedmate, Biwako knew it very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have given such an order unless the situation was so serious. It's very serious, the situation has reached a point where it cannot be reversed. For the sake of the Sarutobi clan, we must leave Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a very serious expression. I see. Shinoshuke, bring your brother here immediately. Don't hesitate, act now. Biwako said to Sarutobi Shinoshuke in a sharp tone. I see. Although Sarutobi Shinoshuke was still very confused, he still acted according to Biwako's orders. Other people shouldn't just stand there. Prepare to leave Konoha village immediately. We don't have much time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he looked at the others urging him. A moment later, Sarutobi Shinoshuke arrived with his younger brother, Sarutobi Asuma. I'm so sleepy. Brother, where are you taking me? I want to sleep, I have to play ninja games with my classmates tomorrow. Asuma Sarutobi asked in confusion, his eyes too sleepy to open. Asuma, our Sarutobi clan is about to be attacked by a powerful enemy. We may have to leave Konoha village, Sarutobi Shinoshuke said as he looked at his brother. Who dares to attack our Sarutobi clan? My father is the Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi said very arrogantly. In Asuma Sarutobi's cognition, his father is the Hokage. Everyone in the entire Konoha village must obey their father. No one dared to attack their Sarutobi clan. After Sarutobi Shinoshuke brought Asuma Sarutobi, other members of the Sarutobi clan also brought their families over one after another. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, all the members of the Sarutobi clan gathered together. However, it can be seen from their reluctant faces that they still do not want to leave Konoha village. Third Sama, are we really going to abandon Konoha village like this? I don't want to leave. Me too. How can our Sarutobi Hiruzen leave Konoha village? That's right, isn't it just Uchiha Byakuya and the Uchiha clan? We Sarutobi Hiruzen don't have to be afraid of him at all. If he dares to attack our Sarutobi clan, then let him know how powerful we are. The Sarutobi clan members said this with a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. Now that their Sarutobi clan is also a major ninja clan, there is no need to be afraid of the Uchiha clan, and even less need to be afraid of Uchiha Byakuya. Uchiha Byakuya's strength is extremely terrifying. It's not something we can fight against. Seeing the reluctant tribesman, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. If it were in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not take the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Byakuya seriously. No matter how powerful Uchiha Byakuya is, can he still fight against the entire ninja family? However, when he actually fought with Baya, he realized how terrifying Baya was. That kind of powerful force was simply not something they could resist. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion was heard not far from the Sarutobi clan. Along with the explosion, the huge body of Susanoo appeared in front of everyone. What is that thing? How terrifying! Is that the nine-tailed fox? How did the tailed beast appear in Konoha village? When the Sarutobi clan ninjas saw the sudden appearance of the nine tails, their faces were filled with panic. The nine-tailed fox's huge size and terrifying aura gave people a huge sense of oppression just by standing there. Oh no! It's Baya! Quickly retreat. Leave Konoha village immediately. Seeing the huge nine-tailed fox appear there, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately startled and shouted in horror. Sarutobi Hiruzen, where are you going? Nine-tailed fox, attack! Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to escape, Baya immediately controlled the Susanoo and rushed forward. This Uchiha Byakuya. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? The people of the Sarutobi clan who were just shouting were frightened silly when they saw the nine tails rushing towards them. They knew that Uchiha Byakuya was extremely powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is this really something they can fight against the powerful nine-tailed fox? However, there were still a few people from the Sarutobi clan who did not understand the situation. They still stared at the rapidly approaching Baya and shouted loudly, Uchiha Bai, what are you doing? How dare you attack the Sarutobi clan? Are you planning to betray the village? But before these people could finish their words, the nine-tailed fox's huge claws had already fallen. These people didn't even have the chance to scream before they were trampled into a pulp. Damn it, what are you still doing here? Run! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, and ran out first with Sarutobi Asuma. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the other ninjas of the Sarutobi clan also reacted and immediately scattered and began to flee. Sarutobi Hiruzen, where are you running to? The huge Susanoo quickly caught up. Asshole, Biwako, take Asuma away first. I stopped him. Seeing the Susanoo nine tails chasing him quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly threw Sarutobi Asuma to Biwako, and at the same time began to form seals quickly with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. 5 styles, great linking bullet technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen released 4 clones, and the clones in his original body formed seals together. Each clone released a ninjutsu of a certain attribute: wind, fire, earth, thunder, wind. 5 different types of ninjutsu attacked the Susanoo in front of him at the same time. Tisk. This is garbage. Do you think you can stop me with an attack like this? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, Bayes said with great disdain. Although, Sarutobi Hiruzen is able to release 5 types of ninjutsu at the same time by relying on his own strength, which is indeed very powerful. However, in front of Susanoo, everything is nothing. The powerful defensive ability of the Susanoo is simply not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen can break. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood this. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that his attack could defeat the Susanoo in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen just wanted to temporarily stop Bayet to buy time for his escape. Therefore, the ninjutsu released by Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked the Nine-Tails head. What's more, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce attack, the Nine-Tails head kept shaking. Even with the control of Byakuya and Kushina, the Nine-Tails speed slowed down a lot. What a great opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the Nine-Tails slowed down, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around without any hesitation and ran away quickly. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the range of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you run really fast. Baya stabilized the Nine-Tails and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already run far away. Baya was also very surprised. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is not that great, his escape speed is indeed very fast. However, will Baya really let him go so easily? Obviously not possible. Under Baya's control, all the chakra in Kuwabai's body quickly condensed in front of his head. Red and blue, all kinds of yin and yang chakra continued to condense together. Soon, it turned into a dense black energy ball. That's right, this is the Tailed Beast's unique attack, the Tailed Beast Ball. When he was in Konoha village, although Byakuya used the disguised Susanoo, he did not dare to easily use the powerful attacks of the Tailed Beasts, and even more so did not dare to release the Tailed Beast Ball, because the power of the Tailed Beast Ball is simply too enormous. If you are not careful, the entire Konoha village may be destroyed. But now it's different, this place is out of the scope of Konoha village. Baya just let the power of the Tailed Beasts go. Go, Tailed Beast Ball. Under Baya's control, the huge Tailed Beast Ball rushed quickly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely fast, that he had just gotten rid of Byakuya and was already 1,000 meters away. At this time, many ninjas had gathered here, including ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, as well as ninjas from the Utaten clan and the Mito clan. Of course, Danzo Shinura, and Mito Kato, and Kohara Utane are here too. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen return. Sarutobi, you're finally here. Let's go. We are not safe yet. Utane, Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but say, let's go. Just as they were about to leave, a powerful pressure approached rapidly from a distance. What is that thing? Oh no, there's powerful chakra approaching. The chakra is so huge, so terrifying. Quick. Get out of the way. Damn it, it's too late. Seeing the rapidly approaching Tailed Beast Ball, all the ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan became panicked. They also wanted to dodge and defend, but the chakra condensed in the Tailed Beast Ball was too terrifying and they could not block it at all. Asshole, Uchiha, you're going to kill us all. Use ninjutsu to block this thing's attack. Everyone use ninjutsu. Realizing that he could no longer dodge, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately began to command everyone to release defensive ninjutsu. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, everyone present immediately used their own defensive ninjutsu. At this moment, the attack of the Tailed Beast Ball came. Boom, the dense energy ball exploded instantly, and the violent explosion and violent impact quickly spread in all directions. In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the sky collapsed and the earth shook. The entire area was like an earthquake, destroying everything around it. They should be dead now. Seeing the rising mushroom cloud, Baya couldn't help but think in his heart, and at the same time, he and Kushina released the Susanoo Nine-Tail state and walked towards Konoha village. After releasing the Tailed Beast Ball, Baya no longer had any interest in Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were really dead, Baya didn't care at all. It would be perfect if Sarutobi Hiruzen died. If he didn't die, it wouldn't matter. It would just bring more negative energy to Baya. Baya now has a more important thing to do, which is to integrate the entire Konoha village. In the central area where the Tailed Beast Ball exploded, there is a big pit. Everything around the pit was destroyed, revealing the bare ground. Crack! At this moment, the ground suddenly cracked and an arm emerged from the ground. Then he exerted force with his arms and Sarutobi Hiruzen crawled out from the ground covered in dust. Ahem, I almost died. Damn Uchiha Byakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept cursing in his heart, and couldn't help coughing a few times, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Immediately afterwards, one by one the ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen's clan crawled out from the ground like rats. The explosion of the tailed beasts was so powerful that their defensive ninjutsu was unable to withstand the attack of the tailed beast balls. At the critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen activated the earth escape technique and sneaked underground with all the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Only then did he avoid the attack of the tailed beast ball and survive. However, even so, each of them was injured. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, he faced the attack of the tailed beast ball head-on. "Father, how are you? Are you okay?" Sarutobi Shinashuk asked worriedly as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was vomiting blood. "Ahem. I'm fine. How are the others?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask. "Father, everyone else is fine." "Yes. Father protected them." Sarutobi Shinashuk couldn't help but say. "That's good. Let's go quickly. It's not safe here." Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged his seriously injured body and led the Sarutobi Hiruzen clan to escape from here. As for the Uchiha clan and the Mito clan, although they suffered heavy losses from the attack of the tailed beast ball, many of their members survived. They also followed the Sarutobi clan and fled quickly into the distance. As the sun rises, Konoha village welcomes the morning. However, when the ninjas walked out of their homes and were about to start their day's actions, they were all stunned. "What's going on? What happened? What happened in Konoha village last night? Why are there so many collapsed houses? It looks like they just experienced a war. Who are you? How dare you attack Konoha? It's really strange. How come Konoha village has changed so much after just one sleep? That direction, that seems to be the base of the Sarutobi clan. What on earth happened to the family that Hokage belongs to?" The Konoha ninjas looked at the large number of collapsed buildings in Konoha village and were all very confused. How come when they woke up, Konoha village had changed so much? It looks like it has been through a big battle. It turns out that this is to ensure the secrecy of the operation. Sarutobi Hiruzen set up a barrier when he took action. Therefore, although the battle between Byakuya and Sarutobi Hiruzen and others was very fierce, it did not have much impact on other places in Konoha village. Therefore, the Konoha ninjas who didn't know the situation looked at the large number of collapsed buildings of the Sarutobi clan and wondered, chirp. At this moment, an eagle in the sky let out a cry. "This is an emergency assembly order for the ninjas of Konoha village. Emergency assembly order. Let's go." Upon hearing the order, the Konoha ninjas rushed towards the Hokage building without any hesitation. At this time, the huge conference room in the Hokage building was already filled with the ninjas in power in Konoha village. "Lu Ju, what happened last night? Yes, how did the Sarutobi clan get destroyed? Where's the Hokage? Where is the third Hokage?" One by one, the ninjas asked Nara Shikaku. They all knew very well that the Sarutobi clan was the third generation Hokage's residence. Now that the Sarutobi clan's base has been destroyed, something big must have happened in Konoha. As Konoha's military strategist, Nara Shikaku must know what happened last night. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Wait until everyone is here. I have important news to announce." Nara Shikaku looked at everyone and couldn't help but say. As a person who defected to the Uchiha clan, Nara Shikaku knew very well what happened last night. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, led all the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan and the Mito clan to attack the Uchiha clan, determined to destroy the Uchiha clan. But what no one expected was that Sarutobi Hiruzen not only failed to destroy the Uchiha clan, but was defeated by Uchiha Byakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, even ran away with his clansmen while seriously injured. Even Nara Shikaku was shocked when he heard the news. Although, he knew that Byakuya was extremely powerful and that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, could never be Byakuya's opponent. However, he did not expect that things would develop to this point. He also never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, would actually run away. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen abandoned Konoha village and ran away with his family? However, no matter how surprised he was, Nara Shikaku was very clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen's era was over. Now is the era of Uchiha Byakuya. As a person who has defected to the Uchiha clan, he wants to help Uchiha Byakuya take charge of Konoha village as soon as possible.